And thank you for tuning in and welcome to Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021 coverage. I am Marlene Cuellar, and of course I am joined by one of the members of our panel, very familiar face, Carolyn Trench Sandiford.
Good morning, Marlene. You always have such a hype, opening on these morning shows. So good morning, and it's always a pleasure, of course, to join the Channel 5 team, the #1 election reporting team,
Yeah.
And I also want to start by saying congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
never get to do that, so I must say it now, that you're now the CEO of Channel 5. And it's Women's Month.
Yeah.
So that's wonderful that we've moved from one great woman to another.
That's
so congratulations,
right.
Marlene.
Thank you very much. And of course, you as a female president of the Senate as well.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of work there. But, what's good to know is that we still have the chance to be able to participate in events like these. Another historic day as Belizeans head back to the poll just a few months after general elections.
I know, and it was like this morning I got up and I said, wow, I felt like I did this just the other day, really colloquial, just the other day. But certainly it has been November 11th, 2020, and now we are in March. So you're talking about 3 months or so, 3 to 4 months or so that we are back at it. But it is municipal elections, and unfortunately for Corozal, it is also a general elections. So I think the last time we had at least some hybrid of a mix of the general and municipal elections, if I recall, was 2012. And before that it was 2003. And so even though it's not the entire country going into a general, we do have a general elections taking place in Corozal Bay, and of course 9 municipalities, 2 cities, Belize City, and to use the right wording, because Belmopan people don't want to hear Belmopan City, it's the city of Belmopan. And so I have key people who watch this show who has already told me, please remember, it's the city of Belmopan. So we have municipal elections in 2 cities.
Garden City. I think they'll be okay with that, right? People in Belmopan.
So 2 municipalities, 2 cities, the city of Belmopan and Belize City, and 7 municipalities. And so it's going to be an interesting day because of so many issues that are confronting us today. Primary, of course, COVID-19. It is still with us. The pandemic is still with us. And then, unlike general elections, November 11, 2020, it is not a public and bank holiday. So those are 2 key things that one have to look out in terms of what's going to happen today.
So, definitely a start at looking at the outline of some of the things we need to consider moving into this election, understanding that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. Some of the things that we know were implemented in the last election, minus the public and bank holiday, are being implemented this time around, including all the health protocols that are expected by all persons who come out to vote. So we had that test in November to see how that went. We saw where there were there were areas where people did not adhere to those protocols. We saw the impact of that. So we've heard repeatedly from the police department that they're going to be extra vigilant in trying to maintain, especially crowd control, because of all the emotions tied to elections.
And it's always a difficult, and I use difficult vis-a-vis challenging, because I think to a large extent we tend to say we have challenging circumstances, but it's also a difficult scenario when it comes to politics, because politics is emotional, it's passionate, it's getting out the voter, it's ensuring that there's a clock that is ticking, and you only have certain amount of hours. And then there's always the gathering. People are out there trying to convince the voter, and it's difficult to convince a voter 6 feet. You want that personal upfront. So that in itself is going to be a challenge, and we can only hope that the Belizean people, particularly the political parties, all political parties are mindful that we're still in a pandemic and that they themselves would put the internal controls within how they operate today to ensure that at the end of the day, as best as possible, we minimize any negative impact that may come out of the elections today.
Absolutely. So, of course, to our viewers who are headed out to vote in their municipality, do remember masks are still required. Social distancing, absolutely important, and sanitize as often as you can in this process. We know Elections and Boundaries, they've implemented their own sanitization process.
Yes.
There's also the time when you take your mask off to be able to identify yourself. They've also asked that you not speak when you take off your mask. Just, pull it down, show your face, and pull it back up. All of this is a part of trying to keep everyone safe, both the public officers who are on duty even before us this morning, who are working to execute the election, and to voters and everyone else involved.
And we have our masks, masks,
yes, we do.
Right?
As soon as we step off set, we wear our masks.
That's right.
And it is also, I guess it's a good time for us to start to look at these numbers. How many people are eligible to head to the polls? In November, we spoke of the impact of the re-registration exercise. That still plays a role in this election.
Absolutely. And if I can use the screen, I think Channel 5 has been kind to us this time around, and I hope I don't embarrass my children who I like to say I'm not a techie person, but certainly Channel 5 has given us a great screen, so perhaps if we can take a look at let me see, I think. Yes.
All right.
So if we take a look at the screen, and I'm hoping that we can get the camera over here. Yes. What we're going to see from 2006 to 2021, the municipal elections that we've had, 26, 2009, 2012, 2015, 2018, and of course 2021. And basically what we have seen more or less is a gradual climb of about 10,000 or so voters for every municipal elections that we have seen. But what we're now seeing in 2021, and this is directly as a result of course, the re-registration exercise. We now have 94,890 persons going to the polls today. What we can see also, it's a 17% reduction from the 114,574 that went to the polls in 2018. So that in itself tells us, yes, we do have a reduction. There are, as we said, 9 municipalities, 2 cities, 7 towns, and that together brings up about 94,890
So
voters.
let's explore some factors as to why there'd actually be a decrease instead of an increase as we've seen in the past municipal elections.
Simply 2 things, of course. One, there has been re-registration. And so clearly re-registration to some extent has sanitized the list, if we can put it that way. And so that in itself has been reduced. But I think also normally you would have a heated, continued registration leading up to an election, and we didn't see much of that leading into this March 2021 election. So more or less, like I said, it's a 17% drop, but it is not unexpected because if you go back to the 1998 figures again, that then the 1996 and 1998, which we don't have here, you're going to see the same thing, that there would have been a reduction of about 15 to 17%, same thing, that has happened this time around.
All right. And looking at the registration for this particular exercise, we know that up until January, people were allowed to register for this particular election if they lived in a municipality.
Absolutely.
And also, I believe, for Corozal Bay election as well.
Absolutely. And like I said, there's always in a general election, there seem to be more energy. And particularly because in general elections, remember, you're dealing with a one-on-one. So it's a person versus a person rather than a team versus a team. And so there is this effort moving into general, but also be mindful that general is also in terms of the country's resources. So clearly, oftentimes there's more effort, there's more resources that is pushed. And as a good friend of mine like to say, in any election machinery, there needs to be oil. What is that oil? That oil is the resources, the money that you need to oil the engine. And if that money is not there to oil the engine, then you won't see the kind of energy. Then, of course, there's COVID-19, which we continue to say has impacted upon us. And then be mindful that when we're dealing with municipal elections, we're only dealing with a percentage of the voters. And as we can see, it's about half of the voters that are actually going to into this municipal election. So it's almost like you're saying the energy has been reduced by half.
And you know, I think that's such a clear reminder for us as well, just the difference in the total voters in rural areas and urban areas. Our municipalities are looking at our towns and cities, so we know that they are considered urban voters.
Exactly, and some of the big constituencies, like let's say Stan Creek West, Corozal Southwest, Corozal North, you know, some Orange Walk South, they're all rural constituencies, and so they won't be voting in this particular election.
Well, as you said earlier on, one of the places that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on throughout today is Corozal. And that's because Corozaleños are not only going to vote for their town council, they're also going to be elected, if they're in the Corozal Bay area, their new area representative. So we have our correspondent in Corozal, none other than our News 5 team, Dwayne Moody, and he is working along with George Tillett. Dwayne is going to be joining us to tell us a bit as to what it looks like in Corozal, just a bit about a half an hour before the polls open. Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, good morning, guys. Good morning, Colin. Good morning, Marlene. Well, I'm here just outside the 100-yard mark to polling area number 40, which is St. Paul's Anglican Primary School. Here is where 2,189 registered voters are going to come and cast their vote. Well, are expected to come out and cast their vote. But I'll tell you, from as early as 5:30, these supporters, I'm believing the campaigners, the machinery for both political parties have been out and ready to start this election process now. Corozal town is really going to be unique because, of course, there's also a by-election that is taking place as well today. And so that is something that we're going to be bringing to you. We're going to expect that we're going to see the trove of persons coming out so that they can cast their vote to decide who will be the next area rep for Corozal Bay. Now, I have to tell you guys, the numbers have increased. The numbers of electors have increased since November. Back in November, there were 5,410 voters who determined the next area representative for Corozal Bay. This time, it's 5,712. It increased by 302 voters. Now, we don't know who those voters are for, whether it's for the UDP or the PUP, but it's something to watch. We know for a fact that at the last general elections in November, the now deceased Dido Vega won over Pablo Marin by 408 votes. So I think we're going to have to see what really happens there. Of course, Dido's younger sister, Elva Vega, is taking up the mantle and is running as the standard bearer for the PUP. And she's going up against a four-term UDP mayor who was undefeated, and he is competing for that seat, replacing the former Minister of Health, Pablo Marin. We're going to see whether his track record is going against Elva Vega, who is generally a newcomer but was also the campaign manager for the PUP for her brother. But when it comes to the municipal elections, we have the incumbent PUP, Rigoberto Vellos, who is going up against a former UDP councillor, Roger Arana. Now, it's yet to be seen what is going to happen, whether the COVID-19 pandemic is going to have an effect on voter turnout, whether the economic situations within Corozal, the fact that, you know what, joblessness has been an issue, all those issues, we're going to see whether that is going to take an effect on how people come out and cast their votes. Now, the PUP has, from the interviews that I've had with Rigoberto Vellos, they speak about political alignment between the town council and central government. So I think that is also going to be an angle that we're going to be looking for. Whether that, I'm going to do exit polling for you guys, and I'll be sending them regularly. Now, there's one thing though that I want to mention, guys, is that one thing that I want to mention is that while the town is widespread, it's not all areas that would be that are part of the Corozal Bay division. So we have 3 polling areas that are here in Corozal town. We have this one here, which is polling area number 40. At the Xavier Primary School is polling area number 39. And then at the Lady of Guadalupe RC School, that is polling area 41. That does not fall within the Bay. That is part of Corozal town, but not the Bay. So those voters, I believe that's 1,606 voters, will not be involved in the determination of who becomes the next area rep of Corozal Bay.
32 minutes before the polls officially open. Help our viewers in Corozal understand how they're going to be voting in the process. When they go into the polling station, what's going to be the process there?
Okay, so the Elections and Boundaries Department has been very active in putting out the process, especially in Corozal, where essentially there are 2 elections that are taking place. So when a voter walks in, if that, in either of the polling areas are 39 or 40, that individual will first enter in, cast their vote for the municipal election. They will dip their index finger into the indelible ink, and after they've casted their vote, they would then go through the process again. They won't leave the polling station. They would get their name recorded again, and then they will dip their middle finger into the indelible ink and then cast their vote for the by-election. That is how it's going to happen, and then they leave the polling station, and it is being advised that they go straight home immediately because of the whole COVID-19 protocols and the issue with COVID-19 still being rampant in Belize.
The same polling station casting both their vote for the municipal election and also for the by-election. All right, it looks like things are picking up behind you.
Yeah, and I can tell you guys that both the UDP standard bearer, Gilberto Campos, as well as the mayoral candidate for the UDP, Roger Arana, both of them will be voting in the Altamira area, which is at the Lady of Guadalupe RC School, which does not fall within the town. Both of them are registered to that division. So they've already agreed to speak with me, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get them as they go in and cast their votes. I want to get a pulse from them of how they feel about going into the elections today. You know, everyone knows that an election is won on the day. It's whether your machinery is well oiled and ready to go.
Before we move on to our next correspondent, if you gauge what you saw in November to what you're seeing now, is it the same pace, slower, faster? How would you compare it?
You know, Marlene, Carolyn, I won't lie to you. We were here from yesterday, and in my mind, based on what I saw in November and today, it's very quiet.
Okay.
There hasn't been much activity taking place. You're not seeing a lot of people on the ground moving around or anything like. Even paraphernalia, you're not seeing it like that. I don't know if it spells, the economic times, but we're not seeing that any at all. There's been little or to no talk from residents about this election that is happening. I'm going to see what happens. I know back in November there were, I think it was 82%. Let me verify that. Yeah, it was 82.72% of the electorate that came out and cast their vote in the Corozal Bay, which is primarily the town. I'm not sure if that is going to happen, but it's yet to be seen.
Hi, just a very quick question for you. Could you give us back the figure of the number of voters that will be voting solely for the municipal elections?
Sure. Now, up to January 25th, 2021, which was the cutoff date for persons to get registered, there were a total of 5,712 registered voters for the Corozal Bay division. That is, for the Corozal Bay division, that is 302 voters more than back in November 2020. When it comes to the municipal elections, which is really just the Corozal town itself, there are 7,318 voters that will be casting their vote that are eligible to vote. Polling area 39, which is at the Xavier Primary School, there are a total of 3,523 voters. At polling area number 40, which is here at the St. Paul's Anglican Primary School, there are 2,189. And then at polling area number 41, which is at the Lady of Guadalupe RC School in Altamira, there are 1,606 registered voters up to January 21st who can really vote in this election today.
They can vote in the general elections.
They can vote in?
The general elections.
They can vote in the...
Well, let me rephrase that. The election for the representation for the Corozal Bay constituency.
For the Corozal Bay constituency, it's only 5,712.
Okay.
12, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to do
All right, Dwayne. Well, thank you for the early morning report, giving us a preview of what it looks like just about 26 minutes before the polls open across the country, and of course right there in Corozal as well. I know you got a busy day, so thank you for the early start. All right.
Thank you, guys.
And so that was Dwayne Moody and George Tillett there in Corozal town. We're shifting over now to Belize City, where our correspondents, we have Terry Gordon and Isani Caetano, who are along with their crew, Kieran Rock and Denver Fairweather.
Good morning and welcome to our initial broadcast from the field in Belize City, where we are presently at the YWCA on St. Thomas Street, which is polling station number 2 and 3B in the Freetown constituency. I'm joined by my colleague Terry Gordon. Morning, Terry.
And good morning to you. This is a constituency that has 3,769 voters when you tabulate up the voters on All Saints polling area 1, and where we are right now at YWCA polling areas 2 and 3B. 3,769 total, and we have like 2,721 from this particular polling station, but polling stations 2 and 3B. So this is the majority for Freetown Division.
Let's begin first of all by talking about what we're seeing in our background here on St. Thomas Street in terms of the activity that is taking place. It is just about 25 minutes away from the opening of this particular polling station and the official opening of polls across the country for voters to come and cast their ballots. What we're seeing at the moment is activity from the Belize Police Department in terms of making sure that everything remains in place the way it ought to be in terms of ensuring the smooth flow of traffic traffic and of course persons entering and leaving the polling station. We're also seeing the People's United Party mobilizing its people and its supporters, as well as the UDP on the other side.
Correct. What I just noticed is that some of the folks who I would imagine are representing the party as scrutineers, both parties, the police just allowed them in. Before that, the polling agents and all the others doing the governmental duties, that side of it, they were already in, making sure that everything is in place. I know from the day before, they usually get everything together, make sure the binders are all together and the rooms are set, whatever that may be. My son is a polling agent. He's in San Pedro doing his civic duties, and he had to leave from yesterday.
Okay. Speaking about Freetown particularly though, do you foresee this to be perhaps one of those battleground areas in Belize City? Belize City being the largest of the 9 municipalities, and we're going to have quite a number of areas to cover, but this particular location, this constituency, this polling area, do you believe that this is going to be one of those contentious ones?
That I'm not sure. I can clearly, distinctly remember November 11 to be exact. That was the last election, right? General election. We both did interviews with O.J. Elrington, who of course represented the United Democratic Party, and he went up against the incumbent Francis Fonseca, the Honorable, who is now our Minister of Education. And I can recall talking to O.J. and I was asking him, you know, the last election when Dr. Barnett lost to Francis, it was a few hundred votes, and he said we did our homework, we made sure that we registered enough people to overcome that deficit. An hour later, I spoke with Francis Fonseca right in front of All Saints Primary School. He was around his tent. And I asked him the same question. I tell him this is what OJ is saying. He said, nah, Terry, we're going to win this by a few hundred votes. And he was being very modest considering the results. So I don't know. The battleground areas might very well turn out to be more like Messop and Albert, in my opinion.
Now, from a general perspective,
usually Messop usually goes red. We know that. But from the last election, they made major strides, and I believe that the PUP candidate only lost by 150 votes.
Okay. Keeping things municipal nonetheless, right? When we look at Belize City and what perhaps we're anticipating to be the voter turnout, do you believe that more persons are going to come out to the polls this time around as opposed to November 11th?
Nope. I do not believe so. I don't feel it. Did you feel it? Come on, be honest, Sam.
It's a legitimate question. You're asking me if I'm feeling it. Yeah. It's not my place to put forward my opinion here. But I'm simply saying, when you talk to other persons in and around the city, perhaps their sentiment is what counts in terms of whether or not they're feeling it as to them coming out today or them sitting this one out.
I know, but we are measuring sticks that gauge things. That's what we do, okay? And I am quite confident that you did some gauging yourself, okay? And it's not wrong to give your opinion, and that is what we're here to do, okay? And that's why I'm saying, my humble opinion, folks, humble opinion, I don't think the turnout is going to be anywhere near as what we had for the general elections. At that time, what happened was more than anything else was voter fatigue. And that is the reason why the PUP had a landslide, okay? We don't know what is going to be the case today. Usually low turnouts usually means that the incumbent are more favorable to win. So in this case, you don't know. But the tide has turned in terms of, you know, red sentiments and blue sentiments, and we will find out how much, and if that tide continues to change when the votes are all tallied.
Well, we're here almost 3 months later from the last national vote, and in speaking with persons, like I said, in and around Belize City, you get varying points of view as to how they feel and what will ultimately inform their vote today, right? We're looking at two mayoral candidates for Belize City, two primary mayoral candidates, one from either of the two mass parties. You have Mayor Bernard Wagner, who's the incumbent, and you have Urson Picard, who is running for the United Democratic Party, and he's leading a slate of 10 as well. So again, we're at the largest municipality in the country, and it is expected that throughout the course of the day we'll try to get interviews with as many of the candidates, including the mayoral candidates, as possible. Terry, what are some of the thoughts or some of the questions that you would want to see posed to either of these two mayoral candidates in terms of, one, what the achievement of the incumbent has been over the past 3 years, and of course what the aspiring mayoral candidate would want to see should he be voted in?
I have been following Urson Picard's posts keenly, and you know their slogan is "Take back for we city." That is what they're saying. You know, I know the PUP, the incumbent, their continuous slogan has always been all about the people. All right, I don't know if that's a slogan they continue to use for this particular election. But that is the city council slogan per se. So, and I know he's all about take back for we city, which means that, in his humble opinion, the city has been stolen. I don't know, all right, that it has lost, that the people have lost contact with the council, and so he feels as if their needs are not met to the extent that it should. And so I'm definitely going to push that at him and find out what does he really mean by that. I know one of the things that they've spoken about very much is the unionism and the fact that it seems as if the council and the employees are out of touch with each other and so on. So Sani, he and I, we're going to have a good tete-a-tete.
So we have our work cut out for us this morning, Terry, in terms of the amount of coverage that is expected and the persons who we need to speak with. But let's move away from that for a second and talk about the protocols that are in place to ensure that persons are able to abide by the regulations as it pertains to COVID-19. We're standing here at polling station 3B, and we're already seeing persons lined up, right? Yep. It's a simple reminder that there's a certain social distance that must be kept. There are certain measures in place for hand sanitization and the wearing of face masks as well. So, and this is standard across Belize City and by extension across the country because we're in a pandemic. And so we're expecting that persons will be able to adhere to these existing measures.
Of course, because last time, even though the police did yeoman's work trying to keep that intact, you know, we had a spike in COVID-19 cases after the general election. So Chester and the crew are hoping that that's not going to happen this time around. So I am pretty sure that his policemen are on strict instructions to make sure that they adhere to social distancing et al.
All right, so this is our initial report from Belize City. We're at the tail end of it, and so what we'll do, we'll kick it back to you guys in studios, and then of course at the start of the actual process at 7 o'clock, we will be coming back with a subsequent report.
All right, thank you. That's Terry Gordon and Sani Caetano, right around the corner here at YWCA. That's one of the larger polling stations for Freetown constituency.
That's right, Freetown division, and as he indicated, some energy is out there. It's beginning, but Freetown constituency, I think, has been consistent in terms of their organization. Particularly when it comes to the PUP side, and I think primarily because it has been one person. The Honorable Francis Fonseca has actually been running since 2003, so it's a machinery that's been together for a while. And with the United Democratic Party, there has been constant change in terms of who is leading, and even though it's a municipal election, one of the key things about elections in Belize, Marlene, when it comes even to the municipal level, there's still the role of the standard bearer or the area representative in the case of the person who may have been elected. So you tend to find that area rep who has been there for some time tend to have a much more organized team. So we are going to...
that is Andre Marsden, who
Yes.
is getting ready in Belmopan. They're not quite ready for him as yet, but we're going to be joining him. You know, there's several races we were talking about that we were paying keen attention to.
Yes.
Corozal, naturally, because they have
Yes.
the by-election happening. San
Yes.
Pedro is another.
Absolutely.
And I'm watching Belmopan. And of course, the reason there is that we have 2 female candidates going
Yes.
up for mayor. And I interviewed some.
Women's Month, you know.
And their first, it would be their first female mayor. Of
Yes.
course, I must acknowledge there's also Mr. Frazier, who is their independent candidate
Yes.
running for mayor. So it's not an all-woman eligible to mayoral candidate. But I just have to say, when we spoke with some of the mayoral candidates, one of the interesting things that came out from Belmopan is how both women acknowledged that even if they don't win, they feel like they win because it would be a woman mayor.
Absolutely, and I think that in itself is a win.
Yeah.
When it comes to female representation in leadership.
Yeah.
So we now have Andre.
All right, so Andre, good morning. Foggy morning
Good
there in
morning.
Belmopan.
Yeah, foggy, chilly morning in Belmopan, and if you're from Belmopan, you know that means it's going to be a pretty warm day today, actually. So don't let the start of the morning fool you. The same goes for the crowd out here. You can see we just got here a little while ago to see some of the tents still being set up. The rules set in place mean that there aren't going to be many crowds out today, but people are still coming out. Wearing their party colors, showing their support in different ways. We have an early presence of the police out here, keeping order and protecting the polling stations from the media even. But we expect to see them keeping that order and maintaining social distance today. We have, just as we did with the general elections, multiple voting stations this morning across Belmopan to try and reduce the number of crowds at each voting station. But they all will be returning back here at the end of the night at Belmopan Comprehensive for the counting.
Yeah. So, Andre, of course, one of the things that, because November was a mere 3 months away, we have it as a great measuring stick to get some indication as to whether it's the same amount of energy, resources, manpower. How different is the machinery from what you saw back in the general election?
Well, general elections, we expected to see a lot more than we did at that time. But even then, there were quite a few cars out early morning, fueling up, getting ready to move voters out to the polls. We noticed then the absence of the UDP crowd. We now know that at that time, UDP candidate John Saldiva was actually quarantining at home, suffering from COVID symptoms, as were certain members of his machinery. This time around, we haven't heard any news of anything like that coming from the UDP crowd. They have been out campaigning door to door, but they have been maintaining social distance. As far as I've seen, they haven't actually entered anyone's homes, and so they're trying to maintain safety like that. So we saw this morning even fewer cars than there were at that general election, even though supposedly everyone is healthy and everyone will be showing up this morning. There were virtual rallies last night. There was a motorcade earlier this week on Monday on behalf of the PUP, but this morning things seem to be moving kind of sluggishly, kind of slowly.
Interesting.
We'll be moving out to the other polling areas. We know that this will be the specific voting station for only a small sector of Belmopan. The other areas, Belmopan Central, and we're especially paying attention to Belmopan West, where there will be, other sectors of the city coming out to vote. We haven't visited those stations just yet to see what the machinery is looking like there, but so far a slow morning.
things started. You'll give us a view from all the different stations, but just give us some insight, Andre, having been on the ground. What's been the buzz in Belmopan? 2 female candidates, and of course the independent candidate was actually the city administrator.
Yes, 2 female candidates and 2, as anyone would probably say, 2 strong contenders.
Yeah.
Really for this race. We have Jackie Burns, who is no stranger to municipal politics. She has been a city councillor for some years now under Mayor Khaled Dalal. And interestingly, in 2018, she ran alongside Mayor Bilal, and the UDP slate won by 55.68% of the overall vote. But at that time, Jackie Burns actually outpaced even the mayoral candidate. She was the councillor candidate with the most votes for her slate. So it'll be interesting to see if she carries over that energy as well. And at that time, that UDP slate was running against a female-led PUP slate under Tanya Santos.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Okay.
The PUP candidate this time around, Sharon Palacio, is technically a new candidate, but she's certainly not new to Belmopan politics. She was, in fact, an integral part in gaining the win for the area representative, an integral part in that campaign for Oscar Mira, and has that energy behind her as well. And she's also, just like Jackie Burns, been involved in education, which means that there's already a number of candidates who would know their name, even first-time candidates in some cases. So we can expect to see them. We have here, it looks like the...
Yeah, we see people trickling in now. It's about 7 minutes before the opening of the poll.
Yes.
These are people who've been ushered in to come in and vote?
No, it looks like these will be counting officers or
they have folders.
On behalf of the PUP. Again, a very young crowd, as you might expect, coming from candidates who are educators.
Yeah.
So we can see them coming in now. Still no sign from the UDP camp. As you can see, they just set up when we arrived, and not much going on there. Well,
Andre,
concentrating elsewhere.
Yeah, Andre, thank you so much for giving us the early morning report there from Belmopan. And while it's still foggy and cool, enjoy that last bit. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Excellent, Joel. We'll be in touch.
All right, stay safe.
Interesting, as you had said, Belmopan is going to be one to look out for. Again, I as yourself, applaud the efforts of both mayoral women, mayoral candidates, and as he quite said, they're both educators, and both of them have had a connection with young people and students. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how the students perceive this election and where their thoughts and their loyalties are going to be.
Come out to vote too.
Yes, and if they're going to come out to vote. They have young teams around them as well, so we're going to see. And as he had mentioned, Jacqueline Burns did, and we had this discussion earlier, where councillors have polled more votes than the mayoral candidate. And in the case of Jacqueline, it was only 29 because she was 3298 and 3327, and Mayor Khaled was 3298.
Yeah. So that's actually a common trend, and we'll see some of the mayoral candidates who have been the councillor candidates who garnered the most votes step up in this race.
Absolutely.
I know Ladrick Shepherd in Orange Walk is similar. But what we got to do, it is 5 minutes before the polls open, which means, you can head out now, perhaps get in a line and get your voting done safely early in the morning. But what we're going to do is take a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll hear more from our correspondents from all across the country, and we'll start looking at some of the data as to the historical trends and looking at some of the areas that have really interesting races. We'll tell you why when we come back.
Service Department reminds all employed persons that the deadline to complete and submit their employee tax return form is Wednesday, March 31st, 2021. By now, employers were to have given employees their TD4 form, which provides official information relating to the process. You can download the Employee Income Tax Return Form by visiting www.bts.gov.bz and then clicking Forms. The form downloads automatically when you click the BTS 203 form. You are to completely fill out the form, ensuring that the information entered is accurate and truthful. If you require help to complete your income tax return form, you can access a thorough video tutorial by visiting the Belize Tax Services website or Facebook page. We thank you for being a responsible citizen.
The world as we know it has changed. Now, more than ever, local businesses need our support. Whether they're taking online orders, setting appointments, or taking reservations, our business customers depend on us for the best in business solutions, high-quality products, and reliable services to keep them connected to their customers, to keep their doors open. Digi is ready for this change, and we're committed to doing what it takes to ensure that businesses can remain profitable during this time. Digi is here, and you don't have to do this alone. Together, let's embrace the new and unlock all the waiting possibilities.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Do you have questions about your reproductive health? The team at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is here to give you answers.
We take pride in offering a wide range of gynecological services, including family planning, annual checkups, cancer screening, fertility treatments, and more. For expectant mothers, our top priority at Healthcare Partners is optimal maternal and child health. We'll listen to your questions and concerns and guide you through every step of the journey.
We're fully equipped to handle any gynecological and obstetrical concerns, so call to schedule an appointment today. Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Women have been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
That's the sound of fuel efficiency. Every day, every time, I choose Una Fuels, powered with Dynamax. Una, a brand committed with the future.
We know it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right, after you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mikado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mikado's, your textile police.
And if you're just joining us, we have started our Municipal Elections 2021 coverage, and we are bringing to you the latest from across the country. Our correspondents have been calling in and very early and letting us know what it's like. It seems like there's generally a slow start.
Yeah, and it will pick up. It will pick up, certainly. But they're giving us the insights as to what is happening on the ground, and so the audience can see what's happening all across the country. And interestingly, what I think has been common is that they're seeing, of course, something that we spoke about a little earlier about the reduction in terms of energy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that it won't pick up.
and we also want to take the opportunity to tell viewers at home, it is now 7:02, so the polls are officially open. Please, if you live in a municipality, make use of the opportunity to decide who will be governing your individual municipality and go out and vote. It's not a matter of simply sitting back and being passive about what takes place in your municipality. You got to get involved. So if you're registered and if you are eligible to vote, go on out and exercise that right, and please do so safely. And speaking of that, Carolyn, one of the things we wanted to help people to understand this morning is the voting process itself.
Absolutely.
It has become, it's a bit different now with our COVID reality, and so what we're going to take a look at is the Chief Elections Officer, Josephine Tamai, explaining for us the voting process as would be expected today. This is a previously recorded interview, but it gives us a great understanding as to what you can expect when you go to the polls.
We know that for Belize City, municipal elections, persons will vote for 1 mayor and 10 councillors. In Belmopan City and all the towns, including Corozal town, persons can vote for 1 mayor and 6 councillors.
Okay.
So for Corozal Bay, those persons will be able to vote for 1 mayor and 6 councillors first. So the process basically is similar to what we did for the general elections. Persons going inside the polling stations will be sanitized prior to going inside of those stations. When they go into that station, we're encouraging persons to take along their voter's ID card. I must mention that it is not mandatory. Persons are allowed to vote without their ID card. But in order to facilitate the process, to speed up the process, we want to ask persons to please take their identification cards, because those persons will be identified. Once they have been identified and their name is on the voters list or in the electoral binder, then that person will be allowed to proceed to dip their right index finger to the first joint in the indelible ink. Once that has been done, the voter will then proceed to the presiding officer to get his or her ballot paper. They will go behind the voting booths, and when they get the ballot paper, they will also be issued a sanitized pencil, because remember again, the COVID-19 protocols are very, very critical in these elections. So those must be maintained at all times. I will repeat again, for the town councils and specifically for Corozal, you vote for 1 mayor and 6 councillors. So once you have placed your X beside the name of the candidates who you wish to vote for, that person will then fold their ballot paper in order to conceal their votes, because their vote must be secret. But at the same time, to show the presiding officer his or her initial. So it's the initial of the presiding officer that they will show, and then put that ballot in the ballot box.
There you have it. That's an idea of what you can expect, or an outline of what you can expect when you go to polling stations today. Not very different from what we saw in November.
Absolutely, and I think one must commend the Elections and Boundaries Department. I think they have made the transition into the COVID reality, both for the previous election general and now for this municipal election, because it is different. And certainly they have done what they can do, and as we continue to say, the Belizean public, the voters, the political parties that are working and operating and bringing out their voters, they, one just can only impress upon them the need for they themselves to also comply with the protocols as necessary.
And key reminder there too, where she said you don't necessarily have to have your voter ID. I hear that excuse all the time. I don't have a voter ID, I don't know where it is.
That's why you have the binders. But it does make the process easier. And I think also in this time of COVID, when you would want to go in and come out as quickly as possible, then try to take your ID. And even if you don't have your voter's ID, you may have another ID which can also maybe be useful in terms of ease of recognizing you.
All right, so another race that we are going to get an update from, we're going out to La Isla Bonita. We have there our correspondent Marian Ali, and she is with Kenroy Michaels. And Marian, tell us the latest. All right, we're getting Marian queued up for that update so we can find out what's happening in San Pedro. San Pedro is an interesting race, one that we are watching. I know you're looking at the numbers. So.
Absolutely, and I think it was so exciting the last election. I think that particular election went into a couple days and ended up in the courts of Belize as it related to the ballot boxes and some questions as to the counting process that took place. But why it's interesting, if you recall, the mayor the former mayor of San Pedro, who was Daniel Guerrero, he won over now the current area representative and the PUSP candidate in the last election, Andrew Perez, by only 38 votes. 38 votes. So that in itself points to the fact that San Pedro may be one of those municipalities to watch.
And then Andre Perez went on to win as the area representative just last November, and he's been working very closely with Wally Nunez, who is a past PUP councillor and in fact was a PUP councillor in a mixed slate that was voted in San Pedro. I think it was 2 municipal elections ago.
That's right. That's right.
And he's going up against a current councillor candidate. But let's hear from Marian directly. She'll tell us what we're seeing. We're seeing lines. Marian?
A very pleasant morning from San Pedro, the Belize Rural South Division. This is Marian Ali for Channel 5's Municipal Coverage 2021. What I can say is what you're looking at behind me is the line of voters outside the San Pedro High School. About 30 voters or so waiting to cast their ballots today in today's municipal elections. On the PUP slate, we have as mayoral candidate Wally Nunez, and as councillor candidates we have Jose Castellanos, Danieli Aranda, Adali Ayuso, Donia Duarte, Marina K, Ernesto Bardales. And on the UDP slate, we have as mayoral candidate Ruben Gonzalez, Jazeli Asweta, Lorraine Reed Cobb, Richard Cordova, Kent Gabriel, Raul Gonzalez, and Marceli Macorco. People with surnames beginning with the letters A to J, they will vote at this high school, the San Pedro High School, right behind me. While people with surnames beginning with letters K to Z, they will vote at the other polling station. That is the Roman Catholic Primary School right here on San Pedro Island. That is what we have here for this report from San Pedro, Belize Rural South, reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021. This is Marian Ali.
How beautiful is that? The sun rising over San Pedro and the lions that we saw behind her as well. So it seems that people are getting out to vote early. As we said before, San Pedro was such a close call in the last election. We'll be keeping an eye on that one closely.
That's right, and both in terms of the councillor candidates and both in terms of the mayor.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, those blue and white. And I have no doubt that on the other side, you might very well find the red and white,
of course,
blowing in the winds. And it just says to you that, as you have mentioned, both teams came off a general election. And of course, as what has happened in Belize Rural South, as it was in majority of the constituencies across the country, Andre had won to almost a 2-to-1 margin. So we're going to see how that may or may not carry over into the 2021 municipal elections.
And as we said before, Wally Nunes was a former PUP councillor candidate. He is a pilot by profession. And then we have Ruben Gonzalez, who was a councillor candidate, and also works within a business there in San Pedro. Also has a very young team with him as well. So, you know, but one of the things I wanted to talk about, we're going to Dangriga shortly too. I think Harry's getting ready to give us an update. But we can't ignore the change in what has taken place since the last election to now. San Pedro has been devastated by COVID-19 and the fallout of that. Not just by, I mean, you're talking about even before we detected our first case, they were getting cancellations when it started to impact the rest of the world. And so
actually, it's been one full year because if you may recall, it was in March 2020 that the country moved into a lockdown near the end of March. And so literally they have been like 1 year in a sort of economic wilderness.
Yeah, and so I wonder how much that is something that, I mean, the residents in San Pedro are now looking to their representative and clearly to their municipal body as well, which is usually very active in San Pedro, as to how they will help to guide them out through what is a very dark time, and to find out how that is going to impact the elections today. But we gotta check in with the rest of our correspondents. We got Harry Arzu, who is ready to give us the latest. Harry?
Good morning, Belize. This is Harry Arzu reporting for Channel 5 Municipal Elections 2021. With me this morning is PUP mayoral candidate Robert Mariano. Mr. Mariano, tell us how you're feeling this morning.
Well, I feel very good and energetic. I'm starting to look at what we have in place to ensure that it is put in place and to ensure that we get our voters out as quick as possible.
Okay, talk to us quickly about your machinery. How is it going?
Well, very good. It is not something I'd like to discuss because then at this time we have my opponent who might be listening and they might try to negative my strategy. So at this time I can't talk about the strategies that I have in place. But the only thing I could say in relation to that is that it's important for me to get out my voters.
Well, what I'm noticing on the streets that I see a lot of blues. It look like I see a lot of vehicles with blue flags. I see a lot of people dressed up in their blue shirts. We have about what the registered voter says about 4,000, over 4,000 registered voters are in this constituency.
Yes, you're correct. It's about 4,000 more or less.
All right. So how do you feel going into today's municipal election, really?
Well, like I mentioned, I feel very good. I have a lot of confidence.
Right. So there we had the PUP mayoral candidate, Mr. Mariano, and he is, of course, he's retired from the police department, very well known in the community, but he's going up against the incumbent mayor.
That's right.
Francis Humphreys.
That's right, and last 2018 elections, he won by 349 votes. But I think what may also be interesting about Dangriga, if you may recall, Dangriga was one of the mixed councils of the last election, and there was the difference between the UDP candidate that did not get in and the PUP candidate that got in was only 36 votes. So one of the things we're going to look at as we move through the day, Marlene, is that there has been, despite we've seen sweeps in municipal elections, just as we've seen in general elections, but there is always the 1 or 2 or 3 that gets in during these sweeps. Even though there are sweeps, there is a 1 or 2 or 3 that gets in. And so we have seen that throughout, whether it was in Punta Gorda in 2006, or in 2009 we started to see Orange Walk starting to pull out as well. But you always see that. So it was only 36 votes. So who knows what is going to happen.
So that's why that's one of the ones that you're watching closely.
So we have to watch that as well, particularly as it relates to the councillor candidates, and as well, I believe also with the mayoral candidate. He's an incumbent, but at the end of the day, again, Dangriga, as with what transpired in the country in 2018, where we had almost a 2-to-1 scenario, again, in terms of the general elections and Dangriga. And again, as we continue to say, we are going to see how those machinery in each of these constituencies, how well oiled they are. I mean, for Dangriga, it was 2,600 for Dr. Zabane vis-a-vis 1,501. So it's about 1,000 votes that took place there. The voter turnout at that point was 76%. Again, we're going to have to take a look and see. Normally, in terms of municipal elections, Dangriga normally pulls about 57% average, over some high, some low, but that has been their average. So remember, we always talk about this enthusiasm gap as well. Are people going to be enthused to come out for municipal elections?
And one of the things we do know, as we have discussed in previous elections, is that this early morning time is also critical as an indicator too. To just see how well oiled the machinery is for the political parties. They get their workers out early to vote.
You get your workers early out as well, and again, you try to get out as much people as you can, because the earlier you get your voters, not just your workers, but your voters out, then the less hectic it becomes. And we know the challenges, I use the challenges of elections when you start to hit the 2 and 3 o'clock. And the political parties then know that at that point in time, it becomes a little bit more challenging to bring out their voters. Or at times we keep saying that the voters also hold them hostage. So the earlier you get them out to vote, then at the end of the day, you increase their chances.
It's also, and I want to be fair to people who are in that voting line as well. They're people who try to vote before they go to work.
Exactly.
So people who are not aligned with any political parties that are just trying to get that vote in so that they can head to the office.
And I think this time around it may be a little bit different with the voting patterns. We may see, because as you said, the last time it was a public and bank holiday. So more or less you could have, you didn't have to go back to work. Now we're going to see those early voters, as you said, or the voters who go to work and then get off early to come out and vote, or come to vote on their lunch hour, so to speak.
So let's head on south. We were in Dangriga. Now we're headed down to Punta Gorda. We have our correspondent Aurelio Show, who is working along with Gaspar Sanchez, and they're going to show us what's happening in Paine.
A very pleasant good morning from the beautiful town of Punta Gorda, and we're here reporting for municipal elections 2021. As you could see right now, what I want to report here from Punta Gorda is the movements from the People's United Party station house. So this is it is a regular day here for the regular market day for the people of Toledo, for Punta Gorda. The markets are open, but right now what I could report on is the People's United Party. There is little movements, and I haven't been seeing much movements from all the different polling stations here in Punta Gorda. There are 3 polling stations. We have the St. Peter Claver School, we have St. Benedict RC School, we also have Methodist Primary School, and there are four mayoral candidates contesting for this municipal election here in Punta Gorda. We have BPP, Marcel Palma, representing the BPP, and the PUP, the People's United Party, Charles Salgado. We also have Hansel Warrior of the United Democratic Party, and of course an independent candidate, Orlando Moscham. So, and they're contesting for a little over 2,000 voters, that are registered voters, estimated number here in this municipality. And that is what I can report here in the beautiful Peine, Punta Gorda. My name is Aurelio Shaw, reporting for Channel 5 Municipal Elections 2021.
There you have it, Aurelio Show in Punta Gorda, talking about what's happening there. One of the things that we also do have, we have some scenes from out west, Benque Viejo, when the polls opened, to see what it looked like there. This is Benque Viejo. And we see that there are lines that are forming in some of these municipalities. We saw that in San Pedro, now in Benque, a little bit in PG. So it seems that people are interested in getting out to get that early vote in. Carolyn, while we can sneak in some time between correspondence, let's talk about voter turnout and the difference and the expectations we usually have about municipal elections.
And as I was listening to the reporter from PG, he said, beautiful Punta Gorda. Yes. And he reminds me of my very good friend Gwen Nunes Gonzalez from Dangriga, who used to also say, from beautiful Dangriga, you know, such a beautiful place. However, again, one of the things we have to look at in terms of Punta Gorda is that it's a part of Toledo East.
Yes.
And be mindful that Punta Gorda has only about 1/3 the total population of Toledo East. Toledo East had, in the last general elections, again, another case of almost 2-1 in terms of the win for the Honorable Michael Espat. Voter turnout at that time was about 69%. The normal voter turnout for Punta Gorda, the average, has been 62%. So we are going to have to look at what takes place in terms of Punta Gorda. As we see, we also have 4 mayoral candidates, and the incumbent from the United Democratic Party is not running again. So we do have a new person representing that particular party. But if we want to take a look at our...
And as you mentioned earlier, at one time, PG did have a mixed council in 2012. In fact, it has been in Orange Walk. Oh, there you go. You have it.
Yes. Yes, I'm getting better at this.
I know, right?
So if you look at the average voter turnout by municipality between 2006 and 2018, what you're beginning to see is Orange Walk Town tends to have a very high voter turnout, 70.4%, vis-a-vis San Ignacio, Santa Elena. Now this is an average over several elections, 52.9%. Another high is Benque Viejo Town, 70.2%. Again, another low, if we can see, Belize City, 53.4%. Dangriga Town, 57.1%. And so the others are in the high upper 60, Corozal Town 68%. So if we can also take a look also at which I thought is also interesting for us to take a look at.
So there we see where, when we see the overall average, like the last municipal elections where we saw something around just a little less than 60 as an overall average.
For the country, absolutely.
For the entire country, it was really kind of skewed by the lower voter turnout, like in places in Belize City and San Ignacio.
And one of the things when we take a look at the year and the turnout for the year, what we're also going to see is that the voter turnout in those years, remember, of double elections, where you have the general elections and the municipal elections, those are normally the higher voter turnout for the municipalities. Okay? If we look also at the candidates, we spoke a little earlier of the 4 mayoral candidates coming out of Punta Gorda. So what you're going to see for the municipal candidates, of course we have 160 candidates. PUP, UDP are equal because each of those political parties are putting up candidates for all municipalities. And then we have a 16.4% of independent candidates, third-party candidates as well, which in itself is saying to you that we do have a chunk of a percentage of our third parties who have kept going at it. Some have had highs, like the VIPs, the Vision Inspired Party. Now what we're seeing is more of the BPP, the Belize Progressive Party, and the Belize Popular Front.
And even independents, like we have Mr. Mushtamp, who I think ran with BPP the last time, but now running independent in PG. We have Patrick Williams running with BPP in Belize City. We have Rosalind Frazier as a mayoral candidate in Belmopan. We have Ernesto Torres, who is a constant independent candidate here in Belize City.
Consistent. Consistent. And if you look at it again, what we're seeing, of course, is we have the BPP, which stands for about 38% of the candidates. We have the BPF, which is about 12%. Independent candidates take up 46% of that total 26 candidates, which are part of the candidates vying for either mayor or councillor candidates. But so this gives you a little breakdown of independents and third party. And basically it's saying that if you look at also the trends from previously, where this is 2021, in 2018 we had I think it was 20 candidates who were either from the independents or third party. But then in 2015, we actually had, I think it was 29, if I can recall. So you had more independents in 2015. More independent and third parties, then it went down in 2018, and now we seem to have the rise of the independents and third parties again in 2021.
You know, and while at this point it can only be speculation, it does say something about how people feel about aligning themselves with the major political parties or their sentiment towards the political race. We can't forget, and I think we always use the example of Belmopan, where at one time, was it 2015 or 2012?
2009.
2009. The independent party, or the third party,
the third party, that's right,
actually garnered more votes than the main opposition.
The Vision Inspired Party, that's right. And they have taken, we are not seeing much of the Vision Inspired Party anymore. But what, like I said, we've seen now is the Belize Progressive Party, the BPP, as well as the Belize Popular Front. They seem to be the ones that have now taken over that of the Vision Inspired Party.
So that's what we're seeing in some of the numbers there. Now let's talk about that voter turnout. What are some of the reasons that we do know why voter turnout tends to be less than what we see in a general election? And this is by in no way saying that that's what it's going to be today. You can change that if you head out and vote. It's a good time for us to tell you that if you're watching us on our live stream, you can watch us live on Facebook at News 5 Live. You can watch us live on YouTube as well at GBTV live stream. And we have an ongoing poll, so you can tell us whether or not you intend to go out and vote today. go ahead and participate and tell us your comments, and we'll be able to share that during the course of the day. So if you're not going to go vote, tell us why, and if you do plan to, tell us some of the issues that are taking you out to the polls. Now I see you pulling up some more numbers for us here for us to look at. We are seeing...
So let's take a look.
Voter turnout
Yes, you're
trends.
asking about voter turnout and voter turnout trends. So what you're seeing here, as we spoke a little earlier, you're beginning to see where there was a double election. If you recall, in 2012, we had both the municipal and the general election, so you see a higher voter turnout. And if you go back to, this takes to 2006, but if you also go back to 2003, you're going to see a higher voter turnout in terms of the municipal elections, but that again is because we had municipal elections and general elections. So it's like the whole country, all the election machinery was mobilized and with it. And always remember what we said a little earlier, where we said that even in municipal elections, you're going to see where the standard bearer or the area representative takes the lead. So when you have an election, which is a general election and a municipal election, what you tend to find then is that the energy, it's a double energy, and the municipal candidates piggyback on the energy of the standard bearer in terms of the general elections. So if you can look at it again,
it's also pooled resources if you think about it too.
Exactly. So you see from 2006 it was 67.3%. When we hit 2009, that was a very low. There was 54%. 2012 it went up again, 29.7%. But also remember that 2012 was also a very close election. In terms of the general election as well. So there was some energy energy within that election. 2015 it went down 61.7%, and by 2018 it went down a little farther to 60.5%. So what is it going to be for 2021?
We don't know as yet.
Time will tell.
We don't know. And we have, again, the factor of us voting in the middle of a pandemic, although I do feel people are a bit more comfortable knowing the protocols and having experienced it in general. And also a post-re-registration exercise. So
absolutely, we
are yet to see what the voter turnout will be like for today. But looking at some of the things that we'd kind of glazed over earlier, the possibilities of mixed slates.
Yes.
This is one that is interesting as well. And I know when we were talking about Belize City, you said it's not been since the 1970s that there's ever been a mixed slate in Belize, while some other municipalities have had it more frequently.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we do have a graph, and I want to thank Brian, who will be joining
Brighton,
later, for pulling that one together. So we can take a look at that as well, and you can see where the
All right, so that's what we're looking at there.
And you see lots of reds and blues and so on and so forth. But if you look at 2003, which is over here, you're going to see where Belize City, Belmopan, Corozal, Orange Walk, Stan Creek, and Toledo, they went all blue. And then you had the San Ignacio, San Pedro, and Benque went red, but there was a mix in San Pedro where you had 6-1. Right? So you had 6 UDP and one PUP. And then if you go again into 2006, which was again a very interesting year, because that was when you start to see the rise of the United Democratic Party, which then led to their landslide in 2008. And so, but despite that, in 2006, you did see in Toledo, 2 PUPs were able to prevail, and in Benquevejo, 1 PUP was able to prevail. And if you recall, also in Toledo, one was the mayor. The mayoral candidate had prevailed. So you had a mayor with 1 PUP, and then the
PUP councillors.
Right. So that took place in 2006, and then when we hit 2009, which again was right immediately after the general elections of 2008, where there was this landslide. And so when, individuals may say, well, conventional wisdom states that when there's a landslide, it is natural. But this is showing us that that is not necessarily the case, that you may end up with the 2 or 3 slipping in somewhere. We don't know, or the art of the impossible. You never know what can happen in these elections. But 2009, we see Orange Walk. That they got 4 out of the 7.
They had the majority seats there.
Exactly, they had the majority. And then when you go into 2012, again, an interesting year, as we have seen, because what you note in 2012, you ended up with
several mixed slates.
Right, so you had a mixed slate in Belmopan, where you had 1 PUP and 6 UDP, and then you had mixed slates in Toledo and in San Pedro. And the rest, of course, were totally, you had 1, 2, 3, 4 UDPs, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 PUPs and 5 UDPs. And then when we went 2015, which was interesting, that only Orange Walk prevailed. Again, another mix. Where it went literally down the line, with the exception of Orange Walk. And then, of course, 2018, we begin to see some mixes again, and more mixes. So
we saw Belize City going blue.
Belize City went blue, Corozal went blue, Orange Walk went blue. And this was the Dangriga. If you recall, I said earlier that we had the one, which was just a difference of some 38 votes. Got in. And then, of course, there was 6 UDP, and then it was down the line for Belize City, of course, Corozal and Orange Walk for the PUP, and for Belmopan, for San Ignacio, for Toledo, San Pedro, and Benque for the UDP. So there is always the potential for those mixed councils to take place. And as we...
sometimes we only think for Belize City because that's where we're based, and so because we haven't seen that trend. But as we can clearly see from the data we just put forward, it has been, I think, at least for the last 4 or 5 municipal elections, there's at least one mixed slate somewhere in the country.
Somewhere in the day, even if it's just the 1 or 2, there is. And these are some of the things we have to watch. But then, if you recall, Marlene, in our last coverage, 2020, we left with we had our coin word, unprecedented. So we don't know what may happen today, and time is going to tell.
I think there are definitely seeds of change that have taken root in our society, and our voters are, they have different expectations, and are generally fatigued with kind of the traditional politics. So it's one of those things where we were talking, if you look at the commentary on political news these days, you can very much get a sense that people are expecting better, and that they're more open to the idea of moving beyond just subscribing to mass parties.
Absolutely. And again, it goes back to also the generational change, because this generation is more informed. So they're seeing more. Another is that scenarios are now live. So you can't sanitize it.
You can't just get the one perspective.
Right, and it's not just this one radio station, and it's visual as well. There was a time you only hear voices, or you may see a picture. Now people are using social media so much more, and so that in itself is saying to the Belizean people that they're more informed. They're looking at things, and then they're also looking at what's happening regionally and globally. And so there are a lot of issues that are now, crowding the space that is going to influence and affect decision making.
And it's the group of post-independent adults to have been exposed to a different style of politics as well. So lots of things to talk about, to explore. We'd love to hear your feedback as well, so feel free to send that in. But we are going to be moving to another interview. Actually, Andre Marsden in Belmopan was able to talk to the representative, the People's United Party Well, he is the representative for Belmopan, Oscar Mira. So we're going to check in and find out what he had to say.
The area representative for Belmopan, Mr. Oscar Mira. Mr. Mira, how are you feeling this morning?
We're feeling excited. We feel energy. This morning, as I was doing my rounds, at the different polling stations, I can see the energy of the PUP in Belmopan. I think that today is going to be a very good day.
And speaking of that energy, I mentioned this morning that there was a motorcade earlier this week. That build-up has been going on for quite some time now. What are some of the things you guys have been doing to prepare for this day?
Well, we have made sure that we go through our checklist to ensure that we are prepared for today. All our scrutineers, all the people that need to work for election day. We're also prepared our candidates, so that they are aware of what is happening, especially with the Belmopan City Council Act. Make sure that they know what their responsibilities are. And we have been working tirelessly for quite a couple of months now and preparing for today. This is the day. There's no shortcut to it. It's about work, and today we are going to ensure that we take out our supporters, we take out our voters, and they will come out here and cast their votes for us today.
Now, it wasn't very long ago that we were here last time for your run and your win on that day. What are some of the insights that you've seen since then? What are some of the pressing things in Belmopan?
I think that there are two things that our citizens here in Belmopan want, and it's jobs and land. Everywhere we go, people they want a job. Every Wednesday I see the public, and the first issue or the pressing issue is they need to work. The economy, as we know it, is bad. There's a lot of people who have since March of last year have not been able to continue working, and some have changed from being tour guides to farmers to anything that they can do. So jobs is a priority. We as a government need to ensure that we get our people back to work so that they can sustain their families. The next issue is land. Everybody is talking about the rent is killing. So we want to ensure that the land is available, that housing is available for our citizens here in Belmopan.
Well, we'll certainly be looking out for that coming from our voters as well as we progress through the day. Hopefully we can check in with you again later on.
I'll be around here between the four polling stations today, and we are ready. The energy is there, our people are motivated, and it's going to be a very good day today.
And there you have it. That's a Belmopan representative, Oscar Mira, and he is talking about some of the issues that residents in Belmopan bring to the forefront on their campaigns. He's been very involved in campaigning along with the PUP mayoral candidate, Sharon Palacio, and she speaks of her journey in being a part of the campaign team for Mr. Mira as well.
And be mindful also that Sharon also have served as a councillor.
Yes.
Because she served as a councillor under the mayorship of Chanona.
Chanona, yes.
So both herself and the other mayoral candidate have served as councillors for Belmopan. So that's interesting. And Belmopan, again, is one of those constituencies, Marlene, which has a very high voter base. Actually, Belmopan, I think, they may only be behind Stan Creek West in terms of the constituency with the highest. I think they have the second highest voter database. The last count I'm aware of was about 8,800.
Okay. All right. So we're moving back down south. Aurelia Show is moving around and checking out polling stations. He was able to catch up with the BPP's campaign manager, no stranger to anyone. Oh, okay. We're getting that sorted at this time, so we're not able to move to that one. So as we were saying, as soon as we have the video, we'll go to it. And since we were talking about third parties, that's going to fit in quite right. Now, in one of the things that you mentioned about Sharon and Jacqueline Burns, the mayoral candidates for Belmopan, we see across the country where councillors are stepping up into that mayoral slot and attempting to lead the municipality in this particular race.
And I think it is only fitting, you know, we must plug in for women. It's Women's Month, so happy Women's Month to all the women in Belize. But certainly we're seeing young women as well stepping into the fro. And Marlene, I think you said earlier today that Channel 5 is the only reporting station that started with 2 women.
With an all-women panel.
Yes, with an all-women panel, which is great as well, as we celebrate. And I think one of the things... and
I don't want the rest of the men who will be joining us later to feel bad, right? You guys, you're welcomed.
we know they will, because they do recognize and respect, you know, women. I believe all your panelists. But I think another issue that the area representative of Belmopan brought up, which I think is also insightful in terms of some of the issues that are resonating with the voters, and land and jobs. He kept pointing that out, land and jobs. And I think if one watched the news a couple days or weeks ago, one would have seen those long lines for the Honorable Minister, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, Cordell Hyde, who, as he was touring the country, the number of people who came out, especially first-time landowners. And I think what brings to mind, Marlene, if you may recall, we have had a conversation many times on this very, on Open Your Eyes, to discuss the role of local government and the role of municipal development. And I think this is an area that the new municipalities are going to have to grapple with. Because these municipalities are growing. And there are some municipalities like Orange Walk, for example, which has merged with villages. So there's a demand for certain services, not just from the town, but from the villages that have merged. Corozal town is another municipality. And the local government or these municipalities are not engaged in terms of planning and population projections. And so when the Honorable Oscar Mira is speaking, Belmopan is another area where, because of, if one may recall, Mitch in 1998 changed the face of Belmopan and the demand for land in Belmopan, because initially Belmopan was planned for a certain amount of population, but that changed after Mitch, and we have someone...
I was just going to say, we're actually going back to Belmopan at this time. We have Andre, who has an interview lined up with one of the councillor candidates for this municipal race. Andre? All right, as soon as we have him ready, we'll go to that. So that is looking...
City of Belmopan.
Don't get it mistaken, right?
Yeah, and it's our administrative capital. And as I was saying, just to continue until Andre comes in, prior to 1998, there was not a demand for land in Belmopan. But post 1998, and the growth of the University of Belize and so on, and the embassies that then moved up to Belmopan, it created this high demand. In fact, I recall when Hurricane Mitch, Belmopan population quadrupled overnight. And so when the area rep is speaking about demand for land, it is there.
And I would say that's something, the demand for land is universal, but one of the things we haven't talked about as well, and it's such a pity that COVID happened at the time of our scheduled census, which has actually been pushed back another year now. We don't know how demographics have changed.
The demographic shifts, that's right.
All right, so we do have that interview ready now. This is Andre with one of the councillor candidates for Belmopan.
Good morning, viewers. We're here in front of United Evergreen Primary School. This is the voting station for Belmopan North. And we're actually joined this morning by two of the PUP councillor candidates, Mr. Darren Swayze and Miss Pauline Sabaranis Smith. Good morning, guys. Tillett. I'm sorry. I gave her somebody else's name. Apologies. Good morning, guys. How are you guys feeling this morning?
We are feeling great, energized.
Energized.
Yeah, we're feeling good. Most of us got up really early this morning, and we're ready to go. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
Now, preparations have actually started from earlier this week. Can you tell us, like, what were some of the things that the slate was doing to prepare for this day?
Well, we've been working with the campaign team who have been behind the scenes getting everything set up in terms of logistics. But the team has just continued up to yesterday evening, last night, doing campaigning on the ground. Our strategy really has been reaching out to the residents, making a connection, and making sure that we hear their concerns, as well as telling them and letting them get a feel for our intentions once we get into the council. So we've been doing that all the way up until last night.
Speaking of those intentions, what have some of them been? Or at least what have you heard from some of the people that you've been talking to?
Well, most of it stems from a lot of the mismanagement of the city. So people's concerns really are narrowed down into kind of a few issues in terms of, I'm sure you don't want me to campaign or anything, but things like land issues that we've been hearing on the news, we've been hearing things all around. Basically day-to-day concerns about the economic circumstances of our residents. So people just want a change. That's what we found on the ground.
All right. So we'll be checking in later on. Hopefully, will you guys be here all day? Will you be moving around?
Well, we will be moving around, but I just want to say that we have 3 women on our team. 4 women on our team. Our mayoral candidate is none other than Miss Sharon Palacio. She's vibrant, she's dedicated, and she is the person for our team. And then we have myself, Pauline Sabaranis Tillett, we have Nikki Agustin, and Guadalupe Chicas. So yes, and for the men, we have Darren Swayze, Sanikal, and Hope Amadi. We also want to let people know, because a lot of people are asking, where do you vote? Well, it's the same place that they voted for general elections, right? So you will go to the same area or the same place to vote. Also, we're in COVID, right? And the protocols are in place. You notice here we have our sanitizer. We are keeping the distance, and it's safe to come out and vote, so please come out and vote.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you have it. Come out and vote. That's probably the most important thing that we can do today. Remember, it's not just a privilege, but a right. So make sure that you come out, cast your vote, and that your voice is heard. For Belmopan Municipal Elections 2021, I'm Andre Marsden, reporting for Channel 5.
All right, thank you very much, Andre, for getting us the latest there. What we are going to do is take a very quick break, and when we come back, we continue with our live updates from across the country with the correspondents, looking more at the data and bringing you the latest for the municipal elections 2021. Please stay tuned.
Electricity is an essential part of our daily lives. We use lights and household appliances every day. Therefore, we must ensure our homes are wired properly. At Benny's, we have certified wires with the right gauges and insulation. BEL certified meter sockets, authentic GE and Square D panel boxes and breakers, which protect the wires inside your home from being overloaded. When wiring your home, avoid imitation brands which can be very dangerous. Give yourself and your family peace of mind using genuine electrical products available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
Start your year with a win with Bellikin and its new promotion, Papa Stopper. Yes, sir. Every time you pop one stopper off our Bellikin, make sure you check under the crown. If you see one bottle shape, you win one free Bellikin. If you see one ball, you win $20. If you see one star, you win $100. And once you see one diamond, you win $1,000. Sure, Bellikin again, you know. Papa Stopper. When you pop a stopper off a Bellikin, check to see if you're a winner. You can collect your free beer or $20 cash prize at the store nearest to you. If you win $100 or $1,000, redeem your prize at the nearest B&B sales center.
Promotion is valid until Saturday, March 27th or while supplies last.
Papa Stopper!
Bellikin, the beer of Belize.
Welcome to Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, where the health and wellness of the youngest members of your family are important to us.
We are offering here all the care of the babies, newborns, adolescents, toddlers. We also have a neonatal area in case a baby needs a NICU. We have an ICU area for a pediatric patients, offering treatment for asthma or patients after a surgery or any other emergency that the kids have. We have an emergency with all the equipment and all the nurses, specialists for the babies and the kids.
For child-friendly pediatric and neonatal care, call us at 280-5000 today.
Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
We know it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right, after you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mikado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mikado's, your textile police.
In these challenging times, the one thing that is certain is that the Belize Bank Limited is here for you. There is nothing more important than your health and safety, and we continue to make every effort to make banking safer for you. Our staff is working around the clock to make sure you can do your banking conveniently 24/7 using our mobile banking app and online banking and keeping ATMs up and running. We value your relationship with us and are here to provide the support you need. First responders are also out there 24/7. Thank you, healthcare workers, security forces, firefighters, caregivers. You are all appreciated. Stay safe. We will get through this together. The Belize Bank, our country, your bank.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Back, and if you're just joining us, of course, we are continuing our live coverage of municipal elections 2021. It is just about an hour since the polling stations have opened, and we have seen some lines.
Welcome back. We are here in the
We're going to a live
Independence
interview.
constituency. We're in front of
St. Martin's Primary School, where we are joined by Lake Independence Area Representative and Deputy Prime Minister Cordell Hyde. Good morning.
Morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Mobilizing supporters from the People's United Party to come out and vote today in the municipal elections. You're off to an early start. Where are we?
Hard to say, man. It's a long day. It's a marathon, as you know. And so I haven't started to look at the clock yet to try to check anything. I'm just trying to get our workers organized and voting early so that we get that out of the way, and then they can focus on bringing out as many people as possible. Because as you know, city council and municipal elections are different from big elections. Big elections, people have been waiting for that for 5 years. City councils, it's less excitement, but very important nonetheless. And so we have to push on and make sure that we bring out as many of our people as is possible today.
There is this notion that on a day like today, the turnout will be fairly low. What can you do in your capacity to kind of counter that by trying to bring out as many voters as possible?
Well, I think in the first instance, we had a contested convention that saw us emerge with a very strong team. Very, 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 very solid team that's really stacked, really talented, really skilled, really excited. And that's the first instance. I think the second instance is that we've been pushing to our people that, listen, we are together as one. If we can get Belize City Council as PUP and a central government as PUP, then that will bode well for all of us. We'll be able to get a whole lot done for our people, as opposed to over the last 3 years when we had a PUP City Council but a UDP central government. Right, so we're hoping that our people understand that we can do so much more if we work together. Belize City Council, PUP, PUP central government.
But then again, there's the idea of the municipal government being autonomous in being able to manage its own affairs, generate its own revenue and what have you. And to some, it may seem as though we're promoting a culture of dependency if the local government becomes totally, if not altogether, dependent on what central government does in terms of a subvention or any form of other assistance.
Well, I mean, no matter how we spin it, local government is always going to be the little brother or little sister of big government. And, you know, as bigger brothers and sisters, we have a responsibility to look out for our younger brothers and sisters. At the same time, too, we're going through a difficult time. So we have to maximize resources. You can't tax people any more than we have already in this country. We have to find creative ways. We have to make sure that we work together so that there's not duplication of activities and goods and services, and that we end up getting value for money and making sure that we are smart about what we do. And that requires cooperation, very, very close cooperation and a level of trust. And I think that's only possible if you have a PUP City Council and a PUP central government.
Now, you've been an avid supporter. As a matter of fact, one would say that the mayor comes from your camp. Over the past 3 years, what would you highlight as some of the major achievements under this local government administration? And of course, perhaps what are some of the challenges that were faced over the past 3 years?
But I think at the end of the day, I think if you recall in 2018 when they had that big surprise victory, that big shock of a victory, a lot of people expected them not to survive. A lot of people expected them to not be able to pay the salaries of the 500 workers and to pay the big sanitation contract and to basically try to keep the city clean and invest in all the programs that they were committed to. Because remember that 2018 team was committed to social infrastructure, which is to say invest more in people than in just hard infrastructure. And they were able to survive.
Right, then we're going to start with your introduction. And unfortunately, we lost that transmission there, but you heard the Honorable Cordell Hyde in Port Loyola talking with Isan and Cayetano about how the municipal elections is a different machinery and recognizing some of the challenges that people once again are talking about. A lot of social issues, things that don't necessarily fall on the plate of your municipal bodies.
Absolutely.
But before we move any further with that, we do want to introduce the third member of our panel this morning. You know, being so young, you needed extra sleep, right? We have Brighton Codd returning with us as well. Good morning, Brighton.
Good morning, Marlene. Good morning, Ms. Carlin.
Good morning.
Again, record another historic, what would be another historic day in our political landscape.
All right. So Brighton, for our viewers, they saw you the last election, but just a quick recap. Of course, you returned to Belize, what, 2 years now, a year?
1 year.
1 year, right? Tell us a bit about yourself.
So I'm Brighton Codd. I am a master's student in leadership and management with a specialization in polarity management and governance. And I am to complete my degree in the next year. COVID-19 pushed back things a little bit. However, I'm also on the verge of becoming a professional volleyball player.
Sports.
Something to look forward to. So I don't know how you've been managing without being able to play any sports over the past few.
I also need to stick a pin, you know. I have to recognize his mother, Yvonne, yes, and his father, yes, know them well. And this is why oftentimes I say Belize is so generational, because his mother grew up around of my younger sister, actually, so I know the family. And so when I am now sitting at the table, Yvonne and Beresford, so that's like, okay.
All right, we'll give you two a chance to catch up while we take it back to San Pedro. So we got our correspondent Marian Ali in San Pedro, and she has caught up with Representative there, Honorable Andre Perez. So do we have Marian ready? All right, let's go to Marian.
Ali again for Channel 5's municipal coverage 2021. I am in front of the Belize Primary School, Roman Catholic Primary School in San Pedro Town, Belize Rural South Division, where some 7,800 plus voters are eligible to cast their ballots today in today's municipal elections. That's at 2 polling stations, the ones that I listed earlier. We have this one here at the Roman Catholic School, and we have the other one at San Pedro High School on the other side of town. With me right now, I have the Minister of Civil Aviation, Blue Economy, Mr. Honorable Andre Perez. How are you doing? How has it been going over the past 3 months since you've been elected, sir?
Good morning, Marian. It's good to be here, and to all our viewers there. Good morning. It's good to be here. It's a beautiful morning here in San Pedro. Yes, you're asking me about how has it been. As it relates to our constituency, of course, it has been a challenge, because what we encounter here are the many issues that are still haunting us. And we're trying to recover and gather pieces together. And that is what has been pretty much the last 3 months working for our constituency. It has been a challenge. But the most important thing is to keep our composure, focus, and dealing the issues one by one as they come to us. Many are the issues, other than just related to my ministry, that we have the days that we want to accomplish. We continue to work with people not having access to water, electricity. Roads is a major problem, the garbage collection, but in essence is the point of broken down town council for the past 18 years that we just reached to a point that is rock bottom. And I think our community is already beginning to understand why is it that we are falling as such doldrums of such, deep, massive debts that are going to be waiting for us when it goes there. Case in point is the volcanic aspect that we've seen right now. The whole, it's a sheen, it's a black eye, but it is a preparation what is awaiting us by tomorrow after we win the election.
So people have been saying, well, it's been a UDP town council for so many years, and they've also been saying, on the flip side of the same coin, that, well, you've been there as the area representative for the past 100 days. So today's results will be a litmus test. I don't know if against you or against the town council, but how do you see it going? What are the vibes?
I don't see how we can be against me for a litmus test, but rather it's against this council. The people do not forget easily. That's one of the things. Sometimes people say we tend to forget easily, but living here on a daily basis, suffering not only the pandemic, to the pandemic, people do not forget, as I speak to you right now, unemployment is as much as 60%. That's high rate. So how do you expect that for people to come here and say, we're still going to keep these people for another 3 years? It's not an option. So I'm confident. We have done the campaign. People saying it's just the final component. Seal it. And given, let's not forget, national issues, the land scandals that have been unfolding in the Senate inquiry, it's all about the lands that involve San Pedro, the choice piece of land that goes to show that somebody that has a receipt that they paid $550 for a land and they're still waiting for many years, and here comes someone else that does not live here, comes here and gets 8, 9, 10 piece of lands. We do that comparison, and then you tell my people if they're going to still give the UDP another 3 years. That is affecting us deeply. It affects us.
Let me redirect you back to today. I noticed that there is a lull. For me, it's a little bit surprising because the last time we were here, when you were seeking office, we had a constant crowd around this time of day. The morning, the lines at both polling stations wrapped around the far end of the corner. Now we see people trickling in. There's not even a line. What's that saying to you?
Two things. One, remember today is not a holiday. Today is, and we had some issues in getting many people that live across this country to come and vote. It's a challenge. Some people are living real far, they cannot come to say, I have to work. So that has been one of the things there. But secondly, there is still that feeling of deception, of people still suffering, and they're still trying to recover. And of course, they were voting a platform for immediate answers. And we'll be honest, and I've been honest and telling our people that we do not have the immediate answers. Right now, it's just trying to organize ourselves, and the damage that has been done to our country, and the damage that has been done to San Pedro as we speak, and narrowing down to San Pedro, it is incalculable. And that is what we're trying to do right now, and our people are feeling it. And so that can be a factor, but we have done the campaign, and pretty soon the people will be coming out. If you ask me what high voter turnout last time, of course, let's be real, it won't happen. But we have our machinery in place.
Why won't it happen?
You know, there's this feeling of deception, but not with us. It's just that people. Let me tell you something. Our people are very much so desperate that they can be at times very unforgiving. But that doesn't mean that they are upset with us. But they will come out and vote. You will see after that they will meet something.
Thank you so much. We will catch up again later.
For sure.
Thank you so much. So we have Mr. Honorable Andre Perez. He is the area representative also for Belize Rural South. And we will catch up with him later. I was also trying to get the other side. That's the United Democratic Party. I saw them going in. We'll try to get them and file another report very shortly. Reporting from in front of the Roman Catholic School here in San Pedro Town, Belize Rural South, for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021. This is Marianne Ali.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Of course, she just had an interview there with Minister Andre Perez. We cannot neglect to talk about how interesting that San Pedro race is. When you look, it has been 3 terms with the outgoing Mayor Guerrero. Prior to that, it was 3. Was it 3?
Yes, with Mayor Elsa
Paz.
That's right.
So that is 6 consecutive terms under the leadership of the United Democratic Party.
And 3.
Yeah.
So it was 2003, 2006, 2012, 15, 18, you know.
So, and last election, we know how close that race was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we already discussed earlier a bit about some of the interesting races. What are some of the ones that you're watching, Brian?
I'm definitely looking to see the results of Belmopan, as well as, interestingly, Benke, because Benke has been a UDP stronghold from perhaps before 2003. Yeah. From 2003 up to 2018.
But they have a new mayoral candidate this time for the United Democratic Party.
Right.
Yeah.
And hearing some of the feedback from the ground from people there, because I did go to Galen University, so I contacted some of my friends from Benke. They are saying that it seems Benke will go blue today. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be monitoring all of these areas. We have some interviews lined up to be able to air at this time, and our correspondents are throughout the country working to bring us the latest as to what's happening on the ground. We are just past 1 hour, 1 hour and 15 minutes since the polls opened. Once again, we do want to take the opportunity to remind you that if you are eligible to vote, if you're registered to vote, please go out and exercise that right that you do have, and do so safely as well. We have an interview in Belize City. Terry Gordon is out there trying to capture what's taking place. He was at Trinity Methodist School, and he caught up with Danny Madrid. So let's look at that now.
Municipal elections 2021, and the beat goes on. Alongside me, folks, is a senior JP and a man who needs certainly no introduction. Danny Madrid, senior JP. How much years you run? You actually was elected as a councillor. How many years were you in the council?
Thanks to the people of Belize City, I was elected for 16 consecutive years in Belize City.
That's like 5 terms you said, right?
5 terms, that's right.
My
terms.
goodness,
yeah.
That's quite a while.
Yeah, it's nice to be a servant, you know.
So what are you doing out here today?
I'm here supporting the People's United Party as usual, and supporting our candidate Natasha Pipelsburg, and we're bringing our voters out to do the right thing today. And it started a little bit slow, but I believe that later on it will be.
Usually when it's slow, that goes in favor of the
incumbents. Yes, it does.
So what are you doing to ensure that you do get out your side of the voters?
We are doing our homework. We are making sure that we do what we have to do. People who are responsible to do the right thing, to go and look for the voters, they are doing that.
Now, Natasha Pipelsburg, she's a newcomer, which means that it will take a bit of convincing on the part of, I would imagine, the voters.
Natasha is a newcomer to politics, being elected as a councillor, but Natasha has a lot of experience in Belize City. She has worked with us with many elections, with Team Kareem twice in 2015, 2018, so she has the experience. And I'm sure that the people has seen that, and the people will vote for the 11 People's United Party candidates.
Time will tell, folks. So we're in the Caribbean Shores area division, and we're actually at the Trinity Methodist polling station, and this is area number 4 to be exact. It has 1,235 registered voters. In all, we have about 4 different polling stations in the Caribbean Shores area, including EP York and what would be Nazarene, ex-service leagues building. Those are the areas. It's a total of 4,422 voters, and I just mentioned the amount that is actually eligible to vote in this particular polling station. All the best, Danny Madrid and the crew.
Thank you very much, and we do our best today.
Municipal elections 2021. Municipal elections 2021. Denver, and yours truly, Terry G, on the MIC. Municipal elections 2021 live on 5.
There you go. That was that update for veteran. He was a councillor candidate under
Cowie, Mayor Cowie, and Mayor Fonseca.
That's right.
I think he served, as he said, I think at least four times as a councillor, a Belize City councillor. And it's interesting, one of the things that, Marlene and I were talking about earlier, Brighton, is how the demographics are changing. Right. And how even the demands, the challenges of municipalities are changing. Right. And that is something that we discussed that the current municipalities are going to have to start thinking of, and perhaps rethinking how they manage their municipalities. What I find interesting, we were also talking earlier of the fact that the census is not taking place. So we're not getting a sense of some of the data that is important. Right. But one thing the 2010 census taught us was that we were having a rise in these, what we call intermediate settlements, in terms of their populations. Yeah. So what should be happening today, there ought to be more tongues. Yeah. We ought to be having more municipal election.
Right.
Sand Hill, Lords Bank,
like Lakeville. Yeah.
That should have been a municipal election taking place.
Certainly.
When you start looking at Child Farm, which is near, should have already merged with Orange Walk Tongue as a tongue, because it's just a street. One child farm is one side and the boundary is another.
And the designation for towns versus villages, this is in our laws from how long ago?
But there's absolutely no designation.
So
Actually, there is none. All we have in our laws, as far as I am aware, is under the Village Council Act. It basically says that a village is 200 persons who can vote.
Okay.
But for a town, we have absolutely no designation as to what is a town and what is a city.
You know, you speak about the demand changing in terms of the demographic across different municipalities. But interestingly, I think what people need to understand is that the legal social contract states explicitly what are the duties and responsibilities of the town council and the city council. And we are going to have legal minds on the show today, so we could definitely dive into that a little bit more. But when you look at the political social contract now, that is where we see people feeling as if though they could go to the mayors and councillors and say, you know what, I need assistance with perhaps a pantry or something like that.
And it's been interesting because we've been hearing some of that feedback from the interviews that our correspondents have gotten so far. And, you know, the lines seem to be blurred as to what expectations you have of your municipal body versus your representative, where definitely whatever you're experiencing in terms of social issues, they're at the forefront of what you want to bring to any leader who's soliciting your vote. It's not necessarily their mandate if they are elected. So these are really interesting, I think, facts that are coming out. But I want to go to something else. We are just about an hour and 20 since the polls have opened. And we have an online poll going on our live Facebook stream, so you can let us know what you're thinking there. But what about people, and especially our youth vote? I know you were very active in that Youth Voices campaign in the last election. I expect you still have that network going. So what are you hearing?
Certainly. Well, first of all, we are seeing that there has been a decline in the political energy. There's a lot of political fatigue right now across the varying demographics or the age cohorts. And that's resultant of the immense and just very ongoing political fever that's been happening since last year. And
feels like it was just yesterday.
Right, and so a lot of people are tired. They are tired, and so we're not, I am thinking that we're not going to be seeing a lot of voters turn out today. However, I implore you to go out and vote, cast your vote. That's your constitutional and democratic right. And in terms of the Youth Votes Matter campaign, that was one that started in Trinidad. And we were using their platform. We're in the process right now of changing that into what is going to be the Young Leaders Association of Belize, so that we could be the central hub for youth and expand throughout the country.
Stick a pin there for a second, because we do have another interview lined up. This time we're going back to Belmopan. Andre is really working the grounds out there. Andre has an interview with another councillor candidate, so let's go to him in the city of Belmopan.
Andre Marsden here again, still at United Evergreen. This time we managed to catch councillor candidate for the UDP, Big Les, Mr. Leslie Zelaya. Morning, Mr. Zelaya. How are you feeling this morning?
Good, good. It's the big day where we did the best we could. We hit the ground running, and we've been putting in the work. So we're hoping for the best today, and we're hoping that Belmopan people comes out and show support behind the UDP team.
A big team. We've seen you guys out on the campaign trail, seen you guys going door to door in some cases. What has preparation for today been like?
Well, honestly, it's been great, especially for me. This is my first time running, and I've been privileged to get to know my city better. You know, I've born here, I was raised here, but the city has expanded so much, and it's been a wonderful experience just to get out and get to speak to people, get to hear their concerns and stuff like that. Belmopan is pretty much a municipality of, I like to say we're the municipality of love, right? So people have been receiving us, and the experience has been overwhelming in just being able to speak to my community and to put out the ideas that we have, and let them know that we're here to continue to work in the city.
Speaking of that community, what are some of the concerns that you guys have been hearing?
Well, especially since COVID-19 has been hitting everyone hard, a lot of people are concerned about what will it be like this year. Last year was kind of rough, especially for the council. While I'm not involved in the council at the moment, but since, like I said, I've just joined, I've learned that a lot of people are concerned as to how the upkeep of the city will continue, how we'll be able to generate funds and actually be able to do the work. So the main concern would definitely be to how we'll move forward, even with COVID-19 still being here. I mean, the vaccine is being rolled out, but it's still going to be a couple months before that is completed. And so we have been telling people that we plan to be innovative. We understand the financial constraints on our people, the inability to maybe pay their taxes and stuff like that. And so we've committed to finding ways to work with them in order to give everybody a chance to do their part also. We've been encouraging also the community to work with us. So simple things. If you can call us and say, hey, I have some debris I want to get picked up, or I have a bushy lot, so that we could have more communication with our community. And we've committed to actually being a team that will go out and get the insight of our people.
All right. Well, wish you all the best this morning. I'm sure we'll see you around again later on, and we'll check in with you and see how things are going.
For sure.
All right.
Thanks, man.
There we have it from UDP candidate Leslie Zelaya. We're hoping to see the rest of their team as we go around the city. But for now, that's it from us from Belmopan. I'm Andrew Marsden reporting for Channel 5 Municipal Elections 2021.
So thank you, Andre. We had an interview just now with Councillor Andrew Zelaya, and we're looking forward to see what the results will be in Belmopan. What are your thoughts about the two mayoral candidates, Miss Sharon Palacio and Miss Jacqueline Burns?
I was sharing with Carolyn a bit earlier that one of the best moments, because we had a lead up on Open Your Eyes talking to mayoral candidates, was when we asked them how they felt if they would lose. And one of the candidates said, even if I lose, I win, because there's a female mayor in Belmopan. Naturally, I think the world is changing. We've been talking about women in leadership positions for so long. It's great to see the progress we're making. But in honoring the idea of progress, we have another interview lined up as well. We have Isani, who was able to track down Urson Pickard, the UDP mayoral candidate. Of course, a newcomer to politics. We'll talk a bit about that, but let's check out what he has to say in this interview.
Us as well, the mayoral candidate for the United Democratic Party. I have been joined by Urson Pickard, who will share with us a few words in terms of what today means for him and his team. Good morning, Urson.
Good morning, Isani. Good morning, good evening, and good night to your global listeners as well. We have done our work over the past month and a half. We've consulted with the residents of the city. I dare say that we, myself and my councillor candidates, have covered somewhere between 93 to 97% of households in this city, and that being only us actually going out to campaigning. And so we did the last minute campaigning yesterday. We tried to use all our time as possible to actually get out and speak to city residents regardless of their political affiliation, because once it is that you have a local government, it shouldn't be for PUP or UDP, it should be all about the city.
How are you feeling? I know the campaign process has taken a lot of energy from you and your team doing the door-to-door in a manner of speaking. Leading up to today and waking up this morning, what are your thoughts? How are you feeling about trying to get out as many people to come out and support you and your slate?
I got up this morning, I said a couple of prayers, drank some water, haven't had breakfast yet, but ensure that I came out early to make sure that our machinery is in place. You would know that the general elections on November 11th, the different standard bearers and area reps basically had their machinery in place. So it wasn't a lot of work. It was just to kind of fine tune it to ensure that everything is working. We have those who will be transporting people. We have our scrutineers. We have all different people in place. And so coming into today's election, I'm feeling very confident. I'm feeling very hopeful because I don't want to be presumptuous. While it is that you might go into different constituencies and their area representative might have T-shirts, well, want see a blue for lack of a better word. The truth of the matter is that shirts not end up the vote any at all. And so we have done the consultation with the people of Belize City. We have gone to them and hear their concerns. We empathize with certain struggles that they're going through, and we presented our message. And I think it's important for us to always present that message rather than to try to bash the incumbent. That's not our business. Today, that's what we did with Destiny. Today, the National Talent Day, and Belizeans in Belize City and around this country will show how much talent we have.
Some would say nonetheless that you're an underdog at this point, coming into a race where you have someone who has had 3 years in office and who has the support of the party that's in power at the central government level. How have you been able to sort of either attempt to offset that notion based on the work that you're actually doing to reach out to the constituents of the city?
I think it is important for politicians to start to tell the truth to people and stop propagandizing, that is the business of politics. But if you be honest with people and have them understand that local government generates its own finances and is not dependent on central government, then people wind up to have a better understanding that here what happened. We need to end up the vote for people who have for we community our community's well-being at interest. And so I share that message, my councillor candidates share that message across all our different platforms, and we just basically be genuine and honest with people. Now, while it is, Isani, this is an uphill battle, which I must concede, nothing in my life came easily. And so I love challenges, and that's the kind of fighter I am, and my councillor candidates as well, and we want to fight for the city. Like I said, it's about the people of Belize City and not about the political representatives of this city. And so if your community, nothing has been done in the last 3 years, then obviously you know what to do today. And I won't campaign because that is against what we should do.
My final question to you, Urson. We're in Cradle's backyard. This is Lake Independence, arguably one of the biggest constituencies in Belize City. And this is his stomping grounds. What are you going to do to try to bring out as many of your supporters from this particular electoral district to come out and cast a ballot in your favor and, of course, that of your team?
No, while it is that we're in Corozal's background, you need to understand that people are Lekai, they're not PUP blue, you know. People are Lekai, they're Corozal blue. And so, once it is that we have understood that process and we have taken our message to the people of Lake Independence, and they end up they have on t-shirts, it's not Bernard Wagner t-shirts, you see, the Corozal t-shirts. So what have we done and what will we be doing today to ensure that we bring out our people? We have our transporters on
cast their vote. That being said, we throw it back to you guys in studio.
All right, there you had it. The Belize City United Democratic Party mayoral candidate, Urson Pickard, a newcomer to politics. A brand new face, well known in the media. Of course, he's worked with our colleagues there at CREM, and he is now in the mayoral race. What are your thoughts now on this race?
Interesting, as they all are.
Yeah.
I think one of the things I admire and about Urson Picard, and perhaps it's the media training, I've always felt his interviews were very inspiring. He spoke, you know, in an impassioned way. And to my mind, there is no doubt that he have confidence in his ability and cert to lead, and he believes that the people of Belize, that he's listening to the people of Belize, and that they're going to support him.
Yeah.
I think he has been more public, but that may be because, as we said, he's from the media.
Yeah.
And so he comes across as being very comfortable in front of the media when he speaks.
Yeah.
I only know him as a media personality, and so there is not much more that perhaps the Belizean populace may know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think that's the extent to which many Belizeans know him as a media personality. I think he was a DJ at one point in time, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure about that part. I know he does some production. He's a small business as well. But in all fairness, how much do we know of the actual bio or CVs of mayoral candidates in general, other than maybe past councillor or loyal to a party?
Yeah, and again, this points out to some of the conversations we've had earlier, whereby somehow the municipal election, perhaps because it's a team, and so you don't seem to have had the kind of individual presentations. Now, I have seen that change somewhat. I don't know if Brian can speak to that, but I know what I've seen on social media is that individual candidates on these teams have been promoting themselves.
Right.
And so you've been able to see or hear a little bit more. But I don't know, and I have not seen, and I can be wrong here, but I have not seen the political parties really make an emphasis in terms of elevating and highlighting what are the chief, the experiences of these candidates, what do they bring to the table. He spoke earlier about what the law speaks to. The law is very clear as to what the duties and responsibilities of town and city councils are. What do they know? How well do they know the law?
Right.
And that comes to another area, because if you are running for a council, one of the conversations that ought to have been had is to look the law itself. What duties, what responsibilities, what is your ambit? Torres, my very good friend Torres, who is also running today, consistent in his independent candidacy, he always said this, and I have to agree with him, that the council says this is what you're supposed to do. Clean the markets, take care of the park, clean the streets, take out the garbage. Now, these are very important functions. And what is important about these functions is that sometimes we discount the role of local government, but local government is really your first impact. When I come out of my yard, the first thing I meet is my drain, my street. That is a responsibility of local government. Whether the garbage is piled up, that is a responsibility. You drive or you walk, the traffic.
Infrastructure, traffic.
Yes, the traffic that your recreational space. Those are the markets that you go to purchase your groceries and your food. Those are what I call the operational responsibilities of the municipality. Now, earlier we were discussing that times have changed. And one of the things we don't capture in Belize, and I wish to say this here, is that when there was central government working in Belize City, if you recall, before there was Belmopan, ministries were in Belize City. And so you had the Ministry of Works compound, you had hospital, Ministry of Education, all of these were in Belize. So a lot of central government functions used to take place in Belize City. And when central government moved to Belmopan, that issue became something that people in Belize City continue to demand.
Yeah.
But in reality, it was only because they were actually in the city.
If you just let me get something in now. So we do have early reports of voter turnout. We have at 8 a.m. about 500 people had voted in San Pedro town, and this is out of a possible of about 7,800 voters on the island. So that first hour, their early votes are looking at about 500. In PG, we're being told by Aurelio, 155 votes so far. He does have a bit of an update there. We'll get to that shortly. So seems to be slow.
Yeah, between 6 to 10% you're going to start finding between now and...
I know, you always bring me back to reality with these numbers because I set my expectation too high, right?
Yeah, but and again, like we said, it may be slower than usual.
Yeah.
But when we get the figures in by 9 o'clock, that ought to give you some indication as what's going to happen.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, so, one of the things that we are also looking at is, one, whether or not people are coming out to vote.
Yes.
Two, some of the things that are inspiring them to come out, whether they're just people who understand the right and privilege of being able to participate in this process. Or, I think you were talking about kind of the fatigue of everything as well.
It's fatigue, and I think there is also the issue of, and we discussed this earlier as well, the continued cynicism, as to what's the importance, politics on a whole, and then why come vote in the municipal? Because there's still this view that municipal elections are not as important. And I would hope that the next set of municipal managers and leaders use their opportunity in time to elevate the role of what local government is going to be.
Absolutely.
Marlene, you spoke earlier of the census issue.
Yeah.
And all the data, all the statistics is pointing that Belize is urbanizing, that we are going to have more of our population living in urban areas, and not just what we call urban, which is the municipalities, but some of these villages, which we still call rural, but are
the
actually,
suburbs.
the urban in form and function. And you're going to start seeing that more and more the demand of these municipalities and these village councils are going to be elevated, because there was a time when people may only have been interested in certain things, as we said.
Right.
The streets, the parks, the garbage, the market. There was a time there were things like public toilets.
All right, so
those kinds of things.
Yeah. We do have the Elections and Boundaries who provided some of the updates so far of voter turnout. Overall count across the entire country. Again, this is according to Elections and Boundaries. We are looking at 5.68%. In Corozal, 4.07. Orange Walk, 5.64. Belize, 6.23. But of course, that's to differentiate. It's almost 7% in San Pedro, 5% in Belize City. Cayo, just about 5%. Stan Creek, 6.5. Sorry, let me break down Cayo. We're looking at Belize City, the city of Belmopan, 4.7%. Benque Viejo, 5.9%. San Ignacio, 5.04%.
And that is as of...
Their latest update would have been, it has to be 8 because we're not at 9 yet.
Yeah.
So Stan Creek, 6.5, and then Toledo, 5.7. This can only be the first hour report, so you were right there, almost 6%. That's your expectation.
It's going to happen. It's going to build up. When you see 9, 10 o'clock, then you will start to get a pretty much indication of what we're going to look at. And like we said, and I think we all know the dynamics in the municipal elections are different. I am not coming out to vote for a person. You see, under the general, what is one person against another, I can look at two persons and I only have them to look at.
Yeah.
But when I now have, in Belize City, I have 22 people to look at. No, it's more than 22 because there is the independent.
Yeah. Right.
And then in all the other municipalities, there's more that, so it's not the one-on-one anymore. So that in itself is a challenge. And as you said, you spoke of the fatigue issue.
Yeah.
There's also the COVID-19 issue that people will still be concerned about.
Right.
Primarily because remember we had an election November 11, 2020. And there was a spike in the infections.
Right.
So clearly that is also an issue for people. Yes, Marlene.
I was just going to say we got Aurelio ready with an update. Aurelio Show, who is in Punta Gorda town, is going to give us the latest from that municipality.
Good morning once again. I'm here at polling area 112, that is a PG Methodist School, and right now I am giving you updates from the returning officer. There is a total of 155 votes casted from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and numbers from the different polling areas. Polling area that is 111, St. Benedict, there has been 444 votes casted. PG Methodist, that's polling area 112, 30 votes have been casted. And St. Peter Claver RC School, that's 109, polling area 109, 81 votes casted. So a total of 155 votes casted from 7 to 8 a.m. And as what I have reported earlier, there has been a low turnout. Some of the questions we're asking people is that perhaps it is not a holiday or because of the pandemic. So it's either one of them, but I've also been receiving some information that there has always been a tradition for municipal elections in the Punta Gorda area, that in the municipality of Punta Gorda, that there is always a slow turnout. So we're hoping that in the afternoon there might be an increase. So that is what we're here. But what I can report to you that there is a total of 155 votes casted in this municipality for municipal elections 2021.
Thank you, Aurelio, for that update. Interesting down there in Toledo. I spoke with one of the councillor candidate this weekend, Jamal Galvez. He's on the PUP slate. And interestingly, in 2006, both his dad and his uncle were also, his uncle was a mayoral candidate and his uncle won, but his father also won as a councillor.
Yes.
And so that was interesting, two brothers being a part of our council, and it was a split council. So that was interesting.
2006.
It's a small municipality.
Yes.
That would be the smallest number of total voters there.
Actually, in terms of population size, it is the smallest municipality. Only to, and thereafter, of course, there is Benke, and we start coming up the hierarchy.
Yeah.
And I think it definitely begs that conversation that has to be had, where we need to see Ladyville Lords Bank becoming a municipality by itself for elections. Simply because if you look at the population at Ladyville, it has already surpassed Punta Gorda town.
Absolutely. And when you add Ladyville and Lords Bank, which again is you can't distinguish, when you're driving along the road, you literally can't distinguish between Ladyville and Lords Bank. Their population, again, going back to the 2010 census and even the latest abstract that came out, is more than that than Benke. So, and you do have other villages, and we continue to point out, like I said, you have Bella Vista, which is one of the fastest growing villages in the country.
That's a big one.
It's a huge village. And I am expecting Bella Vista to perhaps surpass even Punta Gorda town at some point in time. And then you have those villages in the west, again, that have been growing, Shipyard in the north. And so you're beginning to see, and this is where I point out that the whole concept of local government and municipalities and villages, in the absence of a clear policy that speaks to what is a city, what's a village, what's a town, These are some of the issues that constrain and limit our development potential. Because if you are not looking at how your settlements are going, how they are expanding, then you cannot start looking at what are going to be the demands.
Right.
And so I pointed out earlier, when you look at the Minister of Lands going out and you hear like the representative from Belmopan and other representatives speaking to the issue for many people, jobs and land. So those things are key issues. And what is the role of municipalities in creating jobs? Again, Belize, like many other countries, have long moved away from just an operational function of a municipality. You have lived abroad. You know that municipalities are not just about operational, they're also about developmental function and regulatory functions, regulating development, land use, zoning.
Pushing and driving innovation.
Exactly. Within their municipality, our municipalities, the law constrains and limit them.
I absolutely agree to that.
Well, we have another interview lined up at this time, so it is going to be the PUP mayoral candidate. So Andre Marsden once again.
In Belmopan.
In Belmopan.
The city of Belmopan.
He was able to, he caught, I should say, the PUP mayoral candidate, Sharon Palacio, on the, I'm sure she's very busy today, but we're going to find out what she had to say with our correspondent there. So this is Andre Marsden working along with Chris Mangar.
Here we are again. We circled back around to Belmopan Comprehensive. It's going to be the place where the majority of electors in Belmopan will be voting today, or are expected to be voting today. So we're going to be coming here quite frequently. And we actually managed to catch a mayoral candidate for PUP, Ms. Sharon Palacio. Ms. Palacio, how's the morning going?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful morning. So far it's very cool. And as you can see, the PUP machine, we are muscled up and we are out in numbers. And as whenever PUP comes together, watch out.
Now, I've managed to catch a couple of your councillor candidates running along with you, asking them about preparations for today. But from a mayoral perspective, what has been some of the insights that you've seen so far? How has that preparation gone?
Well, I must say that since we recently got out of a general election and working along with Oscar Mira and that awesome machinery, coming together was not a difficult task. We continued right where he left off from, and what can I say? We've put in the work. Time, I must say, has been a limiting factor. And we wish that we wish the time could have been much longer, because our theme that we're campaigning under is a change from the heart. Because nowadays you find that a lot of the residents, because of the fact that the current persons reigning, the current council, the current UDP, they've been in power for the past 15 years. And there comes a time when people get tired. So 15 years, it is time, as the people are saying out there, they're crying out for change. So today, let's wait and see what's going to happen. But that's what the people are crying out for.
Right, and I mean, campaign time is over. Hopefully people have already made up their minds by the time they come out here. It looked a little bit dicey for the PUP in Belmopan before nomination day. There were quite a number of mayoral candidates vying for the position, and now I see some of them actually out here supporting you as well. Can you tell me what that's been like, having everyone come together?
Well, the democratic process took its place. For me, I must admit, going to a convention, I was very nervous. I must say that. I went into it, and as I said, the democratic process took place, and today all of us are together. Some are inside, some are outside. PUP family working towards one cause.
And I'm sure having a party member who is also the area representative is probably a good prospect for you guys in the future?
Oh, that's an icing on the cake. That is our strength, and that's what we're capitalizing on. You'll see him out here in a few. The executive, I must say, the machinery in place is awesome. It gets me so comfortable, and we're working hard.
All right, well, we'll be out here. I'm sure you'll be busy moving from station to station, but hopefully we get to speak to you again.
Definitely, let's do that. Let's meet at the victory polls.
All right, there we have it. Mayoral candidate, Ms. Sharon Palacio, for the PUP. Sorry, I was just handed a mask. This is wonderful. Mayoral candidate for the PUP, Ms. Sharon Palacio, meeting at the polling station at Belmopan Comprehensive. She's actively at the head of her campaign team, putting things together, and we'll be around seeing some of the other candidates. I was just randomly handed a mask. People are taking the COVID situation very seriously, but at the same time taking their responsibility for voting very seriously. It's the protocols are in place. We see these things actively happening and working out, so hopefully trying to minimize the risk as much as we can for all the voters who are expected to come out today. We'll see any other updates that we have coming on throughout the rest of the day, and I'll be back when we have another update for you. Until then, I'm Andrew Marsden from Belmopan for Municipal Elections 2021.
So there you have it. That was the PUP mayoral candidate in Belmopan. So we're going to be getting more updates from across the country to see exactly how things are shaping up.
That's right. It's 160 seats that are up for grabs. And of that, 9 are mayoral seats, of course, and 151 are councillor seats. And we're going to see how it plays out today.
So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break, and we will be back shortly. So please stay tuned.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price but stay for the service.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Belize Tax Service Department reminds all employed persons that the deadline to complete and submit their employee tax return form is Wednesday, March 31st, 2021. By now, employers were to have given employees their TD4 form, which provides official information relating to the process. You can download the Employee Income Tax Return Form by visiting www.bts.gov.bz and then clicking Forms. The form downloads automatically when you click the BTS 203 form. You are to completely fill out the form, ensuring that the information entered is accurate and truthful. If you require help to complete your income tax return form, you can access a thorough video tutorial by visiting the Belize Tax Services website or Facebook page. We thank you for being a responsible citizen.
Actualmente, el virus de COVID-19 en el país sigue siendo una amenaza. Debido a que el virus nos necesita para propagarse de una persona a otra, podemos evitar que infecte a otros si practicamos el distanciamiento físico. Eso significa, manténgase al menos a 6 pies de distancia de otras personas. Evite el contacto físico. No se salude con besos, abrazos ni de mano. No se reúna en grupos grandes. Quédese en casa cuando los oficiales de la salud así lo indiquen. Utilice los medios sociales o el teléfono para comunicarse con los amigos. Evite los espacios cerrados y las áreas con mucha gente. Trabaje desde casa si puede. No visite a nadie que esté enfermo, en cuarentena o en aislamiento. Mejor, llámelos por teléfono. Protejamos nuestra salud.
Unlike the other guys, Digi doesn't throttle customers down to 3G.
Which is why anyone would be a fool not to invest. So, do we have a deal? Hello? Hello?
Instead, Digi offers more LTE speeds in all mobile phone plans.
You, sir, are brilliant. Thank you for doing business with us.
Plus, the most affordable prepaid mobile data plans starting as low as $1.
Have been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
We know it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right, after you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mikado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mikado's, your textile police.
Do you have questions about your reproductive health? The team at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is here to give you answers.
We take pride in offering a wide range of gynecological services, including family planning, annual checkups, cancer screening, fertility treatments, and more. For expectant mothers, our top priority at Healthcare Partners is optimal maternal and child health. We'll listen to your questions and concerns and guide you through every step of the journey.
We're fully equipped to handle any gynecological and obstetrical concerns, so call to schedule an appointment today. Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Congratulations to our Belican Poppers Top-Up winners to date. Continue popping those toppers out of Belican for a chance to win free beer. $20, $100, or $1,000.
Papa Stopper!
Belican, the beer of Belize.
That's the sound of fuel efficiency. Every day, every time, I choose Una Fuels powered with Dynamax. Una, a brand committed with the future.
The Belize Tax Service Department is preparing to implement a modern, more efficient tax system with a Phase 1 rollout scheduled for July 2021. In preparation, taxpayers are advised that our employees will be getting in contact via phone, email, and walk-in visits to obtain updated information, including business certificates and company documents, contact and employment information. Our employees will always properly identify themselves when they contact you, and should you wish to verify their authority, you may contact any of our offices countrywide. The new integrated tax administration system will give taxpayers greater command of their tax profile, providing a full suite of e-services that will be accessible anytime, anywhere. Our department thanks taxpayers for their continued support as we work on ways to better serve Belize. Together, we build Belize. Your contributions, our development.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Welcome back. Of course, we want to thank you for tuning in and for staying with us as we bring you all the updates from across the country for today's municipal elections. And now we're heading west
to Benke, and we have reports coming in from a PUP councillor candidate as well as a UDP councillor candidate.
All right, so let's join our correspondent out there, Jose Sanchez, and his cameraman, Jose Collado.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me a little bit about your team that's running for the Twin Tongues?
Well, good morning. We have a dynamic 7, and we've been out here from 7 a.m. and from what we have seen, the voters are coming out. Not only that, because I'm a resident of Santa Elena for the past 40 years, about 90% of the voters that have been coming out, we know them personally, and they're voting 7 blue down the line. So we feel really good. We're excited. The energy is up, and the people are coming out, and we're asking the people them to give us a chance so that we can show them what we can do. We have central government, and it is only right for the first time in 18 years, the Twin Tongue is going blue all the way.
Do you feel confident going up against Mayor Trapp, who has been in the position for so long? Do you think it will be both blue for municipal as well as for at the higher levels?
We are well aware that Trapp has done well. He's my good friend, so I will never speak ill about him. But we feel that the components have changed for the first time in 18 years. For the first time, we have 3 ARFs that are blue, and so the components have changed. The people made a change in November, and we feel that the change is still here. So we feel that we have, for the first time, a really good chance to actually claim the tongue board full 7.
right.
And there we had some updates from Benke. Now we go to Terry Gordon, who is live with Minister Henry Charles Usher.
All right, folks, I think we're live, right? My goodness, we're on the street. This is Handyside Street, right? Yes, sir. Handyside Street. We used to have Mom's Restaurant. Mom's Restaurant done down. Our big truck to pass, folks, so we have to wait a little bit. Give the truck way. This is how we do it, folks. When we are in Portugal, it's by any means necessary. Even with the truck, the big sun truck, could you please tell it, oh Lord, the sun truck have to wait a little bit while he maneuvers himself around and about. But yeah, let's try to put ourselves in a better position, folks. We're following the story. Literally, Henry Charles, honorable former chairman of the party. Still chairman of the party. Yeah. Sorry, I had to take over position. Your portfolio. And the Minister of Political and Constitutional Reforms. And of Public Service. Political and Constitutional Reforms. Gosh, all right. He said it best, folks. Okay. What's it like today?
Well, like any election day, we got our team ready early. We came out, we met at the office, we got our campaigners, we got our street workers, we got our desk workers, our scrutineers. Everybody was ready to go. And we started off good here in Port George. We know how to win here in Port George. It's about bringing out the team, bringing out the voters together as one. We want to have a central government of the People's United Party. We want to continue the work of Mayor Bernard Wagner here in the city.
No, I noticed that so far it's been like kind of slow, all right, in terms of voter turnout. Am I wrong?
Well, it's normal when it's a working day. You have to remember that people are working today. It's not a holiday, so people, when they get a chance to come out and vote, they'll come out. But our voters are coming out, and we will make sure that by the end of today, we will have a good turnout.
I know that the councillor candidate for the area is Michael Godin. He is one of the more popular councillors, if I may say so myself.
Very, very good councillor. He's a man of the people. He works very well here in Port George. In fact, all around the city, Micah is well known. He's a grassroots activist. He's a person who makes sure that the people get what they deserve and that the job is done.
No, do you feel like job done and a new mandate must be set?
Well, I can tell you this. The work that Mayor Bernard Wagner and the PUP City Council have done under UDP administration, a hostile administration, an administration that punished them and punished the city because they voted blue in 2018. Man, we're going to see wonders done in the next 3 years with a PUP central government and a PUP city council here in Belize City.
And Charles also saying it best as the work continues, as we mentioned before. So Denver Fairweather,
together as one, remember that?
That's right. Denver Fairweather and his able-bodied son, all right, along with yours truly, Terry G, on the MIC, Municipal Election 2021, live on 5.
And there we had it. We had an update from Terry Gordon with Minister Henry Charles. Now we move it to Aurelio in Punta Gorda.
Candidate on Mayor Chap's slate. The team has been working and will continue to work. We have heard the cries.
Good morning once again from beautiful Punta Gorda. I have with me no stranger to the Toledo District and Belize. We have Miss Deloni Foreman. And what can you tell us? I know that Deloni, I know that what I've seen on the ground here, that there is a low turnout when it comes to people going to the polling areas. What can you tell us about that?
Hi Aurelio. I think that people are probably frustrated. I think that every new election we hear about the change is coming, and it's really hard to identify that change. And so I think that people are frustrated with probably the options that they have. People are probably, they don't trust the options that they have, perhaps, and they don't see the importance in exercising their right to vote, perhaps. I'm just thinking, but I think that personally for me, whatever the turnout is, I think that it doesn't matter who comes into power, that we need to be the ones to hold them accountable, the residents of the town. I think it doesn't matter who gets this position, but if we don't hold them accountable, we'll never see the change that we're demanding.
All right. Do you think that maybe it's because of the pandemic or there's no holiday today that there's a low turnout.
It could be, but I think that if you really are serious about change as a resident, it doesn't matter what is happening, you will come out to vote, because general elections we had more COVID cases than we do today.
Right.
And so if you are really, if you really want a change, you got to vote, and not only vote, but we have to hold our leaders accountable.
There are 4 candidates competing. What's your take on that?
There are 3 mayoral and one independent councillor. I think that it's a good diversity. I just wish personally that people didn't. I feel like you don't need political power to make a difference. And I wish that I could see more of this displayed from everybody who's aspiring for power when they're out of power. I feel like you don't need it to be able to make a change, and that's the biggest thing that we need to continue instilling in the residents of PG. We can all make changes with our individual selves and make an impact on this world.
Thank you very much. This is Aurelio Show reporting in Punta Gorda for Municipal Elections 2021.
All right. And there we had Aurelio giving us some update from Punta Gorda. Interesting, it seems that things are picking up a bit. I see the energy difference in the report just now. And now we go to...
We have a couple of videos lined up. Are we going to go live? Yeah, we're going to go live to Isani Caetano, who is in Belize City. Isani, tell us what you're seeing.
We are here between polling stations 10 and 11. We're on Regent Street. I have been joined by UDP councillor candidate Alicia Craig. She is a first-time municipal candidate. Good morning, Alicia.
Good morning. Good morning, residents. Good morning.
How are you feeling? It's a big day for you. You've put your name in the race. You've done the legwork, and you're out here now on election day.
Honestly, I feel blessed, and the experience, walking the streets ourselves, campaigning ourselves, has been an eye-opener, for me, because I know some of the areas that I have walked, I probably wouldn't have reached if I was just, a regular resident. And so putting my name on the slate allowed me to reach out to people that I probably wouldn't have reached out to, and build connections with people. You hear people's plight, you see what people, how the people are living. And for me, that motivates me to want to do good. When we win later today, it motivates me to want to do good when I get in there.
Now, Belize City has 10 constituencies. We are only in one of them. What has it been like trying to get people from Albert to come out, and what will it look like for you going on with the rest of the day trying to mobilize people either from Port Loyola, from Colette and those other areas?
Yeah. Well, our strategy was the area reps. We had our machinery in place, and so we're tapping into them. For my Albert division, Ms. Pandon, she has everything set in place. So all the areas have their people that's working in there. They have everybody that's working in there, and so they get the machinery together. Once you see that the turnout is low, start making the calls, start going picking up people and getting them out to come and vote.
What made you decide to enter electoral politics?
It's always been a passion of mine, and like I've said before, it's like having the opportunity to work with Ms. Pandon and the Albert constituency. It opened my eyes because I was nominated to be a delegate. And through that experience, it allowed me to learn more about the party, learn more about politics, and know that this is something that I want to do to help not only myself, but also the constituencies that I live in and the whole city, if possible.
Now, in canvassing Belize City, what is perhaps one of the most resounding concern that is being shared by residents of the city?
Through the campaigning, what we were surprised at was the fact that nobody asked for a handout. Literally the residents of the city, they believe that they pay their property taxes, they pay all of these taxes, and all they want is for the streets to be fixed, the drainage, your traffic, the basic needs that what the city council should do for the city. That's all they want. When they walk, it says some of them have to take their own money to so that is
in a pandemic. How challenging has this been for you?
It hasn't been that challenging with Dr. Alain being on the meetings every night, and so he used to advise us what protocols to do when we're on the street. You know, sometimes it's just instinct to shake a hand or something like that. So as you finish, you know, not to be rude with your sanitizer, just to protect yourself. When you're campaigning on the streets, not everybody goes to a house. So it's like 2 persons to a house or something like that. So everybody is reached and we're still being safe.
What else would you want to share with the public short of campaigning?
Just come out and vote, you know, and to me, I believe that people don't view municipal election as something important, but I do believe it's important because we deal with the day-to-day operation of the city. So I would say, you know, just come out and give it a try. You know, if you don't normally do it, come out and give it a try today.
All right, that was the councillor candidate for the United Democratic Party, Alicia Craig. And we're here in the Albert Division between polling stations 10 and 11. We're going to make our way around to another part of the city to try to see if we could also get candidates from the People's United Party and of course the UDP in those respective constituencies. So back to you at studio, guys.
And there you had it. That was the UDP councillor candidate, Alicia Craig.
Belize City is going to be an interesting, election results. I think one of the things that I recall, if we can go back to Belize City, if you recall, I think it was the mayor won by some 900 and something votes. It was 981 votes, and the difference between the last PUP candidate and the highest, the PUP candidate at the time with the lowest number of votes and the UDP candidate with the highest number of votes was actually only 445.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there was a, a gap.
Yeah.
But what is going to be interesting for Belize City is that if you recall, the UDP won 4 of the 10 constituencies. Belize City, what's unique about Belize City is that Belize City has 10 constituencies, unlike the other municipalities which are literally only 1 constituency. So Belize City has 10, but interestingly, UDP, of course, won 4 of those constituencies, and PUP won 6. But the numbers, as you start to look at them in terms of what transpired in the last election, it was 67% PUP in terms of number of voters, 63 versus 37% UDP. So the interesting thing is whether those those constituencies with high numbers, which happens to be Port Loyola, Lake Independence, and then Port Loyola, they've all passed the 4,000 number votes. Whether those voters are going to come out and really give a kind of sweep. And you can then take us to some, numbers.
I want to take our attention over here to the interactive screen, just to look at the votes polled by party in the district 2018. And if we look here in Belize City, we saw that in 2018 it was at 52%, and that's for the People's United Party. And the United Democratic Party got 47%. Will they be able to flip that in the city with the impacts of the general election and just the high of the PUP energy of the general elections? Will that be possible this municipal elections for the United Democratic Party? That's going to be something to watch. And then, well, we spoke about Benquevejo del Carmen, 64% United Democratic Party votes poll, and 36% for the People's United Party. Will they be able to flip that with the energy of the People's United Party from the general elections? And we heard that it's a total different machinery, the municipal elections and the general elections. So will they be able to flip that huge percentage, which is almost double what the PUP got for votes polled in 2018?
So my mind is going to the independents too. Look at down south in Toledo, and Belmopan registered 3% of votes polled towards independents, and in Punta Gorda, we're seeing 7%.
Right.
Interesting.
Certainly.
I recall when we spoke earlier to them that there were 4 mayoral candidates.
Yeah.
So it's the PUP, it's the UDP, it's the BPP, it's the BPF.
Yeah.
I think, no, it's the BPP and one independent.
One independent,
Yes.
yeah. All right, let's see what else you have for us there, Barton.
So we have here just a stronghold by municipalities, 2015 and 2000. If we look at Belize City, the PUP had 11. 2018 and 2015, the UDP had 11. Interestingly, in Belize City, we have not seen split councils often, or if we haven't, I'm not sure if we haven't even seen split councils really, because since 2003 all the way up to 2018, it's either been all red or all blue.
Carolyn said not since the 70s.
Yes, not since the 70s. There was a split in there in those elections leading up to independence, when you had the height of the PUP, UDP, NIP dynamics. But certainly since we moved beyond that, you're quite right.
And we look in Belmopan in 2015, UDP had 7. In 2018, UDP had 7. What will the dynamics be now, considering that if we look at the scandals that have happened with the United Democratic Party and just the affiliation with the former Minister of National Security, how will that change the outcome for 2021? We look at Corozal in 2015, they were red, UDP 7, and 2018 PUP. Will that trend continue this year for the People's United Party, or will it change? Those
and we have Rigoveus, who secured that win there in 2018.
That's right.
Now, once again, the mayoral candidate, and going up against a councillor candidate, Roger Arana. Yeah.
Another interesting area to look at is Dangriga. In 2015, they secured 7 seats. In 2018, there was a split. There was one PUP seat held onto a seat and 6 UDPs. And well, the feeling coming on the ground is that it's 50-50 in Dangriga right now. Because a lot of people are concerned about what the previous council has been doing. And so the energy seems to be shifting a bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Dangriga.
And as we had mentioned earlier, Brian, that the one candidate that you saw for the PUP actually won by 36 votes.
Very small,
of
close.
The difference between that vote and the remaining UDP candidate that did not get in.
Certainly.
So some of the strongholds as well. So you spoke of Benque and San Pedro especially, right? Give us the history there.
So Benque Viejo in 2015, they had 7 seats for the United Democratic Party. In 2018, 7 seats. But if you look back to Benque Viejo, I think there was one time, if any, from 2003 to 2018, where there was a split council. There was 1 PUP and 6 seats in Benque Viejo.
That was in 2003.
Right. That was in 2003.
And as we noted earlier with San Pedro, they've had a UDP-led council for at least the last 6
years, 6 terms.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so speaking of independent candidates, though, we do have another interview lined up, and this is with the Belize People's Front candidate in Dangriga, and of course, this is with our correspondent, Harry Arzu. So Harry was able to get this interview for us to find out how the independent candidates are feeling in the South.
Contesting in today's municipal election. Could you tell us your name?
My name is Rodney Nunez.
And the party you with?
Belize People Front.
All right, talk to us about today's event. How is it going for you so far?
Well, today's event is going to be historical because this is a third party that just came in, and we have a lot of things that is wrong here in Dangriga, and we're trying to address it. And with what is going on right now, the youth and the people of Dangriga is tired of the both parties. So we are here for the people, and we are representing the people. Belize People's Front is all about the people, not about self-gain.
So what is your reason for getting into this race?
Well, various reasons. Before I get into this race, I have brought in garbage trucks, garbage bins, projectors, medical supplies, ambulances, you name it, etc. Everything for Dangriga. I wasn't for myself in the States. I went to the States and spent 23 years. I had lobbied for Dangriga, and I'm 100% Dangrigan, and I'm still going to do what I need to do for Dangriga, because it's forgotten district.
We noticed there are some young people here along with you. We trust that they are your supporters.
Yes, they are. And they are here in full force, because even them, they don't have no jobs. Nothing is going on. And we are living under promises for years and years. The United Democratic Party and the PUP are the same thing. You know, same thing. We need a change here in Dangriga, and the change is going to be today. We're going to make that change.
I want to thank you very much. This is Harry Arzu reporting for Channel 5, Municipal Elections 2021.
All right, so there you go. That is independent candidate there in Dangriga. Thank you, Harry, for that interview. Yeah?
So definitely Dangriga is one of the places to watch. There are mixed emotions in Dangriga. We don't know what to expect as yet.
Yeah.
Some people are saying blue, some people are saying perhaps it might stay red. We don't know as yet, but we're going to see throughout the day as the numbers start to file in.
So we have incumbents running in Corozal, in Belize City, in Dangriga.
In San Ignacio, Santa Elena.
San Ignacio, yeah.
Yes, we do.
Oh yes,
there
right.
is
Mayor Trapp.
And there's a mix in Orange Walk in terms of some of the councillors and the mayoral candidate, the councillors stepping up into a mayoral candidacy. So we see that. But one of the things I think we were discussing a little earlier, and perhaps it's just the optics that we're looking at, but we're seeing a lot of young people.
Yeah.
And I'm very inspired about that, the fact that we're seeing young people stepping up. But one of the things I will also say is that we also want our young people to become more involved, more informed, and do more reading. Because the more they read the law, that you're going into this council, there is a duty, there is a role that you will play. But it is not just to follow what you see, it is also to look at what the law is saying and what you really ought to be doing. Because we tend to have a lot of that.
If you just stick a pin there for a moment. Speaking of young candidates, we do have Isani with, I believe, Alan Pollard.
All right, guys, we are at polling station number 21. I have been joined live by the councillor candidate for the People's United Party, Alan Pollard. Now, this is your third election, the second one for municipal government. What's the feeling like, and what's your observation of the turnout thus far?
Well, it's very different compared to definitely to the general elections, where we saw, that excitement from the voters, that influx of the crowd and all of that. This is a very slow-paced, more low-key election we're seeing today, which one we don't have a holiday, so you understand why, because some people are at work, and you still have some that leave voter fatigue as well from just coming out of a general election. But it's definitely just getting your people to the polls here today, finding where they are at work, finding if they are at home, and just getting them to the polls one by one. So I don't expect to see any crowds today. So that definitely gives you a different vibe out here today. So it's definitely just going to be down to the numbers at the end of the day.
How do you feel about your place in electoral politics so far? You've offered yourself in the first instance for the City Hall as a councillor. You've offered yourself for Queen Square in the last general elections, and you're back again offering yourself to the residents of Belize City to represent them in the City Council. How do you feel about your achievements and the challenges that you have faced as a young politician?
I think I feel comfortable knowing that, all right, I'm going through the process, right? None of us who are hurting thing and then come out. It has to be has to be longevity, all right? And I think being involved in the municipal and then going into general, getting that experience at the national level is something that is definitely molding me into what I believe is a well-rounded politician at this point. So I welcome all of it. I love the municipal elections, likewise with the general, and at this point I'm just grateful for all the experience at both levels.
This particular polling station, how do you plan to get out more voters by the end of the day? As we speak, it's a trickle. It's 1-1, and it's kind of slow. I mean, that's very obvious. How do you plan to bring out the voters for this particular polling station by 6 o'clock?
Well, for this specific polling station, I think more this evening when the sun go down, I find more people, you know, they get more time on their hands, or for whatever reason they feel more comfortable to come out later, as opposed to polling area 12, which is St. John's over that side on Euphrates. More people tend to come out early on that side. So for us, it's basically just keep our campaigners on target, making sure that they're meeting their goals, making sure that they're finishing. Remember to get the time off, just checking with them to see if they voted already. Even if we don't have to go for them, just make sure that they reach the polls. As this is a very important election, and I think a lot of people take it for granted, being that we just come out a general. So I don't have to worry about City Council, but this is just as important. This is the people that have that one-on-one contact with you on the ground. This is the people who will govern your immediate community and your area. So this is very important, and I want to send that message to the voters today.
My final question. We can discuss what council has been. Some of it is apparent. Others would say, well, there's a shortcoming in terms of what should have been done over the 3-year span. My question to you, what are some of the challenges that you have faced? And of course, how will that determine your way forward should you be elected for another term in terms of being able to service the residents of Belize City?
Well, the primary challenge to me in the council was definitely finance. I have to, everything revolves around finance. Although people would say, you know, you could do a lot of things outside in your reach or whatever, but a lot of the real development for the city, a lot of the real progressive ideas, you could have all the ideas, and that was my challenge in the first term. I had all these proposals, all these challenges, and all these proposals and ideas, and when the time to execute, we might not have the finance readily available. But I think now we are very optimistic, because now that our government is in, I believe that there will be more focus on the City Council. There will be more help and resources given to the City Council. That way we could really go out and excel. So that's something I always, when I'm campaigning, when I'm talking to residents, I'm, you know, spreading that message to them, because that's something to be excited about. And, you know, we haven't reached our fullest potential yet. And I think with our central government on our side, I think sky's the limit.
All right, so that was the councillor candidate for the People's United Party. He's a returning candidate who wants a second chance at a seat in City Hall to represent residents of Belize City. Once again, we're here at polling station 21. This is St. John Vianney in the Queen Square division. So take it away, guys.
All right, and there you go. That was Councillor candidate Alan Pollard. He clearly notes as well that things are definitely a lot slower than what they saw in the last election. Yeah. You know, I think Carolyn, that was a great segue talking about young people getting involved in municipal elections.
It's refreshing, and I think it's not just young people, but it's also what I would call, you're seeing a lot of young professionals.
Yeah.
And I can be wrong, I don't have, because going back to the point we had made earlier, where we're saying that we don't get much data regarding the candidates, what you're seeing teams.
Yeah.
But what would have been good for us to see is the actual data, things like age, their backgrounds, you know, their experience, things that they have been doing. What do they bring to the table?
Yeah,
certainly.
And I think one of the, Brian mentioned the point earlier, as Belize and the world globally it moves forward post-pandemic, COVID-19, as we move towards a more urbanizing society, we're start talking about innovations and change. And that's, to a large extent, that's what young people bring to the game. Those kinds of urban innovations. How am I going to use technology to make service delivery more efficient? How am I going to use technology to ensure that we see our transportation and our traffic? How are we going to use technology to address issues of risk management for disasters and things like that? And I think that's what young people bring.
Absolutely.
And new ideas, that we need to start looking at.
And certainly, I think that is something that I would personally like to see from Alan, because I know that he will be supported for the municipal elections, as he was supported for the general elections as well. That support will transcend over to the municipal elections for him, because he is a charismatic young person. He's vibrant, he's energetic, he captivates people. I want to see him use that influence to drive innovation forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was just going to add to that, and I'm glad you said that. It's also, it has to move beyond the tokenism that we've seen for so long with women, where you just have a female candidate or a female representative, to where their input is equally valued and given importance as well. So if you're going to have young people, let them lead you into the direction into a new direction with the ideas that they do have. We got to keep things moving though, so we have another interview lined up, and this time it is Aurelio Show in PG, Punta Gorda. He is talking with the campaign manager for the Belize Progressive Party.
It's a beautiful and sunny day right here. We're at polling area 109 at the St. Peter Claver RC School, and I am with the campaign manager, Mr. Will Mejia, for the Green Party, BPP. Mr. Will, tell us, how is your campaign going? And I think this is your second or third runner-up for the Green Party in Toledo.
Yeah, this is our second run for the municipal elections, and we feel very confident. We believe that the vibes that we are getting from the people of Toledo are very solid, and we appreciate all the kindness that we have received, going to homes while maintaining our social distancing. But people seems like they were very glad that there's a third option.
Right. Is there any new tactics you are trying? Because you have to be very strategic, because this is a second time runner-up for the Green Party.
Yes, we're being very strategic. We have the most qualified and the best candidate. I mean, you could check the resumes of all the mayoral candidates, and you'll see that our team is the best team.
Tell us a little bit about it. Give us a quick thing about the plans that you have for Toledo in case your Green Party would come into office.
For Punta Gorda, and I'm sure anyone who have visited Punta Gorda could know that the number one concern of the people of Punta Gorda, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you're a bicyclist or a motorist, is the conditions of the streets. It is in terrible condition. It has been so for the past 15 years, and people are just tired of that.
Tell me, why do you think there is a low turnout?
That's just generally. I think as the day goes by, in the evening, people will come out. That's kind of historic in Toledo.
You think give to them a holiday? Or?
No. I think that we don't have too much holidays. We need to work and get the economy going. So I think that as it gets the sun cool off and people finish what they have to do, they'll come out and vote. Especially this part of town, the people come out later in the day.
Thank you very much, Brother Will. And of course, up to 9 o'clock, there is a total of 109 votes casted, with giving us an estimated figure of 9.8% of total voters casted here in Punta Gorda town. Aurelio Show for Municipal Elections 2021. Morning, Belize. And
so talking about the Belize Progressive Party, their campaign machinery, and what is going on there. Now we're going to move on to Cayo. We have some interviews lined up in Cayo as well. Our correspondent, Jose Sanchez, is out there, and he was able to speak to Alex Balona.
Of the campaign for the municipal elections for the PUP.
Good morning, Belize. Good morning, Channel 5. Well, we have a team that we formed within the 3 constituencies that make up the Twin Towns. So I am supporting the team along with the other two area representatives, Honorable Shabat and Honorable Lande Havet.
Okay. And in terms of the mobilization and the numbers of the people who are actually elected to run, how many do you expect would come out, and do you expect a similar turnout as happened with the general elections?
I strongly believe so, because and the ones who come out again are the ones who are going out for the change. I believe people realize that if we have a central government and we have a local government in the same, then we will have progress taking place. So I believe, yes, we are going to get the same number of voters coming out to vote today.
And what has been different, or what lessons did you learn during the general elections that you're employing today?
Well, one of the things is to make sure that the machinery is oiled.
All right, there you have it. That is Minister of State Alex Balona, representative. You know, when there was that sweeping win for the PUP, I think that was one of the biggest upsets that he pulled off in that area.
The Red
there.
Hills, because traditionally Kai is known as the Red Hills.
Yeah.
And so when, and you know, we discussed those things. When you see those firewalls, the Kai was part of the firewall of the United Democratic Party. And when that started to crumble, you know at the end of the day, the blue tide,
yep.
the blue tsunami, as they said, came ashore.
All right, so what we know so far, we are just about 9:45, so moving into completing the third hour.
That's right.
We're going to be looking at what's happening with the by-election in Corozal Bay as well. While we are talking about municipalities, we cannot forget that the residents of Corozal Bay are going back to the polls to be able to select who their new representative will be.
That's right.
Yeah. And as of, I believe, the unofficial hourly count from the elections and boundaries, the overall count for the entire country, we're looking at 8%. Sounds about right, Carolyn?
Right on target.
We're just, we just
because
keep on following.
that's really up to about 9 o'clock.
Oh, it just actually updated to 9.89%.
It's about 10. You're expecting just about 9, and you're going to see just around 10 o'clock again, about 15% or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we're seeing. Well, what we're going to do now, and I want to say, I know you are going to be taking your first break for today.
That's right.
Doesn't mean you're off the hook, because you're
Of course not. I will be back. You know, we're going to take it for the long haul.
Yeah.
But you all are going to be joined by my very good friend Audrey, who I know is dying to come on here to bring all the color to the election reporting. And I have no doubt that Brian is going to continue to use that board that we begged for.
Well, yeah, or Samsung Flip. I should say thank you to Full Tech Systems for providing this to us this morning. It really is something we've always wanted to do for coverage, and they bring the latest in technology, and so we were able to.
And Channel 5 is leading the way with that. So, and this is why I keep saying about the young people, because now we have Brian, who is certainly going to take us through much of the rest of statistics for the rest of the day, and then I will join you all back at 6.
And it was a pleasure to sit down with you this morning, because when you come back, I will be gone.
Yeah. And I managed to keep up with the 2 numbers people, right? Okay. But so we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Audrey as Carolyn switches out. But of course, we have even more coverage from the different municipalities. We'll be looking at some more numbers and some trends. So there's a lot coming up. Please stay tuned.
In these challenging times, the one thing that is certain is that the Belize Bank Limited is here for you. There is nothing more important than your health and safety, and we continue to make every effort to make banking safer for you. Our staff is working around the clock to make sure you can do your banking conveniently 24/7 using our mobile banking app and online banking, and keeping ATMs up and running. We value your relationship with us and are here to provide the support you need. First responders are also out there 24/7. Thank you, healthcare workers, security forces, firefighters, caregivers. You are all appreciated. Stay safe. We will get through this together. The Belize Bank, our country, your bank.
The Belize Tax Service Department is preparing to implement a modern, more efficient tax system with a Phase 1 rollout scheduled for July 2021. In preparation, taxpayers are advised that our employees will be getting in contact via phone, email, and walk-in visits to obtain updated information, including business certificates and company documents, contact and employment information. Our employees will always properly identify themselves when they contact you, and should you wish to verify their authority, you may contact any of our offices countrywide. The new integrated tax administration system will give taxpayers greater command of their tax profile, providing a full suite of e-services that will be accessible anytime, anywhere. Our department thanks taxpayers for their continued support as we work on ways to better serve Belize. Together, we build Belize. Your contributions, our development.
We all know the importance of running water and proper drainage in your home. That's why we rely on a fully functional plumbing system. At Benny's, we have all the plumbing supplies and accessories you need. Our pipes, fittings, valves, and adapters are made from durable quality materials. Remember to wash your hands with clean running water from your faucet. We have kitchen and bathroom faucets in various styles and finishes. Whether for installation or maintenance, make sure to use recommended PVC cleaner, solvent, and Teflon tape to fix or prevent leaks. We also have the tools to get the job done. For all your residential, commercial, or industrial plumbing needs, shop at Benny's. Quality and savings.
We know it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right, after you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mikado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mikado's, your textile police. Welcome to Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, where the health and wellness of the youngest members of your family are important to us.
We are offering here all the care of the babies, newborns, adolescents, toddlers. We also have a neonatal area in case a baby needs a NICU. We have an ICU area for pediatric patients, offering treatment for asthma or patients after a surgery or any other emergency that the kids have. We have an emergency with all the equipment and all the nurses, especially for the babies and the kids.
For child-friendly pediatric and neonatal care, call us at 280-5000 today.
Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
That's the sound of fuel efficiency. Every day, every time, I choose Una Fuels powered with Dynamax. Una, a brand committed with the future.
Working off-site doesn't mean you have to be off your game. Studies have shown that by simply adding a keyboard and mouse to your laptop, it increases your productivity by 26%. And adding a monitor takes it up by 35%. At Fulltech Systems, we have what you need to enhance your remote work or e-learning experience with devices such as headsets, video conferencing monitors, webcams, keyboards, mice, docking stations, all with the brands that you can rely on. With collaboration tools such as Microsoft 365 Suite and Kaspersky, your team can stay connected and perform efficiently no matter where they are. Fulltech Systems, your trusted technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Us as we continue what is just the early start of what will be a long day. The voters have now had the opportunity to go to the poll for the past 3 hours, and we'll be getting that 10 o'clock voter turnout in just a bit. We have switched things around a bit. We're now joined by Audrey Matura. Carolyn has left us and she'll be joining us a bit later. But good morning, Audrey. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you for having me again. Mm-hmm. This has become our routine that we get to do these election watches together.
Yeah. And we have Brighton, who's already, he's working on his Samsung Flip. It's like when we get new toys, right? You want to play with them. But what do we have there?
Okay, so we're going to take a look at the number of women candidates that we've seen from 2003 to 2021. And I know that this is something that Ms. Audrey would definitely speak about a lot today. Yes. We had an increase in the number of women candidates for 2021, and it's in par with what we have seen in 2006. After 2006, there was a sharp decrease in the number of women candidates in 2009 to less than 30. It was at 46 in 2003, and then it continued to progress back upwards, and now we're at 2021, we're at 46 candidates. So we're seeing that progression.
So 46, it's as high as we saw in 2006.
Right, so we have about 29% there, and we have about 28% in 2021. And the difference is because we have more independent candidates as well who are men in 2021 as well.
Okay.
So that's what has that small disparity between 2006
so
and
the
2021.
total number of female candidates, it's the same, but it's just because the total number of candidates in general has gone up.
Right.
Okay. So we're looking at women candidates there. That is, of course, a very important aspect of what we talk about. Yeah, especially after the last general elections where we saw a very low number of women.
The trend I see is that more women come forward to participate in the election process anytime there's a landslide, and it usually comes from the party that just won. And the reason being is that, well, you feel my party is in power, I have some kind of little leverage or protection, and so you step forward. But the worst thing to do is to go and be a female candidate when your party is in your position. Because the attack is, both ways the attack is there, and could be very rabid. And I think that's one of the things that women worry about. We as women do worry about that, because you say certain things about men and it washes off, or they don't even say it. You say about women and then it carries a lot of weight, or perception. I saw over the weekend, I was confused about a post I saw about a candidate. Apparently she's one of the third-party candidates, and they had a picture of her with a man. I'm later told it's her husband, and some money and a gun or whatever. And I'm thinking, I'm not making sense of that. What does it mean? But those on the ground knew what it meant, right? And it was to disparage her. And I'm thinking, the person, first, we don't even know if it's a true profile that did it. Because this fake profile is the latest thing. And then the second thing is that, why would you go after her? Like, what is the message, you know? Why so many male candidates who have so much garbage in their closet, and you will pick on this one female. So it does make a difference. Belize has not matured politically when it comes to women. We have a cyberbullying legislation, but we do not have the experts to track that, because like a page like that, they should have been able to find the IP, track that person, and deal with them legally. It has to be dealt with.
It would be interesting, maybe when we talk to Andrea, we can get some insight there as to how it's been, because I know the female candidates in Belmopan, for example, kept on saying they're trying to keep a positive campaign going.
They did try.
And sometimes it's from the party itself or from the candidates who try to keep things clean, but then supporters may take it another route. But we do have an update from Corozal. See, as soon as you came
I want
in,
to hear
they
what's going
delivered.
on in Corozal, especially with the by-election.
So we have Dwayne Moody, and Dwayne Moody caught up with the former representative, Pablo Marin.
Remember, guys, this does not fall within the Bay. This is for the municipal elections 2021. But I am here with the former area rep of Corozal Bay, no other than the former Minister of Health, Pablo Marin. Sir, talk to us, coming out, giving us support. What's happening?
Well, this is it. We are coming back again strong in Corozal town. This is the town. And also in Bay, sad part that my house is in the north side, which doesn't vote for the general election, no less for this by-election. But definitely the people have seen, and in 100 days, the reaction of the PUP, the way this government is behaving. It is so sad to see that nothing has been done. Put it in health, what they have done to the DHS, they have used this as a vindictive manner, and I think that is wrong. There is regulations which we have abided by. And I can say it freely, when I came in, or when the UDP came into power, nobody was fired. And worse in health, because you have to see that the system do work, and you have to get the advice from all those technical people. So you have to wait and see if they will work with you or not work with you. But that cripple a system that is really needed in this country. And when you start to say that, you know what, you are bringing down cases, it's okay, we are happy if that is happening. But are you doing the right thing? Is your rapid test 100% proven? And then when you notice when we in November, our numbers were lower of death than when they came in, and then you are telling me that it was better. It's better in your way. And let me tell you something else. When the minister is talking about names, he have Dr. Manza, the DHS, out of his office. He has Russell Manzanero. That is 2 names. So that means you're using names to target people, right? Then my wife, which is Marin, you're targeting her also. So instead of you trying to fix the system, you're creating a problem. And if you go into their office, the office that was the DHS is now like a conference room for him, where the secretaries were, it's a waiting area. So you have like move away everybody because you believe you are the Bruce Almighty. And that cannot be. You have to use the entire team for you to be able to manage this. And let me tell you something else that we did. When Dr. Diaz Musa came in, we accepted her because we didn't see politics. We see the Ministry of Health needed someone good.
There you have it. That was ex-Minister of Health, former representative for Corozal. I see your face, Audrey.
I left with my jaw almost dropping on the table, so I don't know if we got someone else. Then I will respond.
We have a live coming up, but you got. I mean, you can give us.
Let me just quickly tell you what
30 to 60
what went
seconds
through my mind
recap.
as I heard that interview. I'm like, Pablo Marin is the last person to have to say anything because he has lost all moral standing to criticize anyone or any government. He's talking a little bit about Dr. Manza and the whole scenario. I have more to say about that afterwards if I'm allowed. Yeah. But he can only speak about that if he can tell the nation right now why he gave his wife a salary increase just before election. You see, I like to be fair. I don't care what political party you are. Well, you will hold people at certain standard that you didn't keep. Man, I want to comment more on everything he said.
I did actually find it interesting where he talked of fixing a system.
This was supposed to be a mayoral election, and I thought he would have pushed the good that his candidate have. He took the platform to what? To justify his wrongs that he has done. He's talking. Are they doing the right thing?
He
never did the right thing. He should have fixed the system when he was in there. So
that's what I
now
find
when he's in opposition,
the
system would not have worked against him. Yeah. Hypocrisy at its highest. But let's continue with what's
move on
there.
To Isani. We have Isani, who is he's with a UDP councillor candidate. So let's find out more from him.
So, in moving around Belize City, we've made our way over to Queen Square Anglican Primary School, which is one of several of the polling stations for residents of Belize City to constituency. That being said, folks, we have been joined by UDP councillor candidate Leon Gill. Many of you know him from his activities in martial arts and his appearances in all sorts of shows. Good morning, Mr. Gill.
Good morning, Sonny.
Time around as a candidate for the UDP. What has it journey like for you, and what you see are voters coming to cast their ballots today?
Well, it has been nothing but an adventure for me. I've learned about areas that I thought I knew Belize City. You know, I've learned about different areas, how the city is expanding. What part of that expansion includes, you know, government. What part does not include government. You know, you meet people. It's just every day. I am a social person. I enjoy meeting people.
Those concerns. I know that people have been clamoring for change in their respective communities, but from a general point of view, what has been of Belize City?
Jobs and streets. So three things. It's like so those were the general concerns. On those things that I'm dreaming about.
Standing here at this polling station, have you been able to follow the numbers in terms of the persons who have come since 7 o'clock this morning to cast their ballots against the size of the constituency in terms of the voting population?
Actually, no, I haven't had an opportunity to do that because most of the morning I was over at Grace Primary, and then I was around on the campaign trail trying to encourage people and get them to come out. So I've been on foot the entire morning. I haven't really been moving around to get an idea of what the numbers are looking like as yet. I'm not so sure as to that.
What got you involved in electoral politics at this point?
Well, in retrospect, I think my entire life has been one big staged event. I'm always on a stage, I'm always in front of a camera, so I think that was the scariest part of it, to know that your anonymity might be taken away. Then realizing that my anonymity has left along. The biggest step for the average citizen was not really a step at all for me. Just my life has been nothing but a blessing. Even since the onset of COVID last year has just been one miracle after the other for me. And I just think my life has reached a point where I have enough that I can give back. So I'm here to give back. I keep telling people this is the first time I applied for a job and I have no idea what the salary or the stipend is. So I know I'm not here for any money. I'm here because I feel I have something to offer the municipality.
How confident are you with your team? I know you're led by mayoral candidate Urson Picard, but in terms of the strength of the other candidates on this particular ticket, what's your confidence today?
I remember Urson vaguely from so we were complete strangers, and each of us, we have our own unique genius. So some of us are academics, some of us are vocational, different things. If you just stand aside, if you set your ego aside and look at some of our candidates who may not seem very academic, superficially, if you give them a chance to speak and you listen to them, they have their own unique little genius shines through their own vocabulary, their own personal jargon. So I'm worried that I can't shine the academics pick up, and the team is very balanced with age as well, and also with so I'm very confident with this team.
Now I'll ask you a question that has been posed to the mayoral candidate. Perhaps, should you guys go on to win the municipal election by day's end and you form the next Belize City Council, how do you intend to meet the needs of Belize City residents, considering that you would be in an opposition position where the central government may not necessarily be as open to lending its assistance to a UDP City Council?
Well, that's fine. I think what's people who are accustomed to picking up pieces, after some great catastrophic event, all right? But even beyond that, what has not been common knowledge to a lot of people, to a lot of homes that we've visited, is that the local government, that the city council doesn't really depend on the central government for support. Yes, there's a subvention that may be given, just to kind of get things kick-started, but right now the central government is claiming that they have no finance. So regardless which team gets in, we get no support from central government. So I think better the team on the ground who is in opposition. We're already on the uphill battle, so I think we'll be ready to handle that task.
All right, so that is the United Democratic Party's councillor candidate. We're here in Belize City at the Queen Square Anglican Primary School. Like I mentioned, it's one of several polling stations, and so we'll continue to move around and try to get as many candidates as we possibly can to interview, and at the same time provide you some of the figures in terms of the voter percentage.
And there you had Leon Guild as the UDP councillor candidate for Belize City. Leon is, of course, well known here in Belize City, and I believe beyond as well. I can say he got married on one of our wedding shows here, but beyond that, he's had a very extensive career in martial arts. He's trained a lot of children as well. you know, kind of one of those young faces that we see coming forward, and there are quite a few throughout the country that want to step up to the plate to be a part of managing and governing
And it's good to see athletes step into the political realm as well.
No bias, right?
Certainly, because if we look, we have Kaya Katusa as well from the PUP slate. We have Zaire in Cisse in San Ignacio, and he's a cyclist. And so we see
Patrick Williams too, isn't he an athlete?
Right. And so we see
he's independent, right?
He is BPP councillor candidate for Belize City. Yeah.
Patrick has my vote.
Yeah.
I'm going with some independent candidates.
Yeah.
But you know what Leon said that I like? That he has lost his anonymity, which is true. It comes back to what we were talking about, how they attack men. Not as much women, but the fact that you step forward, now everybody knows your name, or at least in your neighborhood or your immediate community, they know your name, and you become a target. And Leon is a person I've known in passing in life, and a good person. I mean, I have no qualm saying that what I know of him is a decent person, and it's good that he has stepped forward. I can't say the same about all of his other colleagues, them if I had to review them one by one based on my own views, but I find that he is a very worthy candidate. It would be good if we get more people like that. This is, and something about athletes, there's a discipline they already have. So that helps, and they bring that discipline to the table already. So,
and I think, you know, we interviewed Patrick Williams on the morning show, and that was one of the things he said. He felt that being an athlete actually gave him the discipline that he needed to do his campaign and to go out and do the work. He chose to work, do community work as his campaign, which was really interesting from a young, from how he saw that as a part of his campaign. But
we need to give these young people a chance this election, and I would tell people, you know, go out and vote. I'm worried that the turnout is low. It's your community. I mean, it's different than general elections. This is municipal election. It immediately affects where you live. If you live in Belize City, it affects anything that's done in Belize City. If you live in Corozal town, it affects your town, and you go right along. If you live in San Pedro town, it affects your town. Go out and vote. Don't say, I'm tired. I know we're tired to an extent, but just go and participate in the process.
All right. Well, we have another councillor candidate for Belize City. Terry Gordon caught up with Shane Williams.
Yeah, folks, we're with Shane Williams. We're at polling area number 21, St. John Vianney Primary School, one of the two polling areas for Queen Square Division. The other is, of course, St. John's Anglican, my alma mater, by the way. Good. You were right next door. Your alma mater was right next door, which is Wesley Upper East.
Yes, Wesley Primary.
Yeah. So what's it like so far for you, Shane? This is your first try at it. As I was mentioning, it's not your first job inside the Belize City Council. Maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit on that.
Yes, I was the public relations manager for the Belize City Council for a period of 1 year. I was responsible for community meetings, community programs, and stuff like that.
That was, of course, under the previous...
under Mayor Bradley.
Good. So, obviously, you know what goes the in and out, and I would imagine that's one of the reasons why you feel the need now to serve.
Yes, I know very well the talent potential that exists at the Belize City Council. I know that if we challenge them to provide more services for the city, they will be willingly, and they will be up to the task, and it's just a matter of boosting their morale, and we want to take back the morale back to the City Council, to the staff, so that we can build our city back together, united, along with residents. So that is my main focus.
What's the game plan?
For today?
No, overall.
Overall, the game plan is to make sure, first of all, that we deliver a victory today, and after that we get to work on day one. As I said, the first thing is to build back the morale of the staff, and to build more community relations, more community meetings, so that we can have a partnership between the staff at City Hall and the residents of Belize City, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done to build back our city to a standard where we could be proud to live and to raise a family.
What was the feedback like while you were campaigning along with your team, led by, of course, your mayoral candidate, Urson Pickard?
Well, this, of course, was my first experience campaigning, and it's an experience that I will never regret. We met people throughout the city. We campaigned door to door ourselves as candidates, and people were willingly welcoming us into their homes, and we had some straight talks. We know they are disappointed, but there is also election fatigue, but we are just hoping that they come out today for whatever party they wish to vote for. We want them to come out and exercise their rights.
What was it like dealing with COVID-19 restrictions?
That was one of the most difficult things, because door-to-door includes a lot of handshaking and touching, and we have to make sure that we always have a good supply of sanitizer. We have Dr. Alain Gonzalez on our team, so he guides us. Yeah, so he guides us. Every night he reminds us of the protocols and reminds us, make sure you have this, you have your sanitizer, you have your water, you have things like that. So we were very fortunate to have Dr. Gonzalez on our team.
So today, what are you guys doing to ensure that you bring out your voters?
Well, the campaigning has been done. Now it's just making sure that the individuals who we are relying on in the community bring out their neighbors. I also will be going out this afternoon to bring out my neighbors here in Area 21. So it's just a matter of getting out the voters. The people have already received the message from both parties, and it's up to them to decide.
And I know usually low turnouts doesn't bode well for parties who are trying to gain power.
Yeah, well, that may be the case, but it's a hot day. The turnout is low so far, but we just want to make sure that at the end of the day we are on top. If it's 3 people coming out to vote, we just want to make sure that we have 2.
And you've been doing your part to ensure that happens, as you said.
We've been doing the work, and I'll be satisfied with whatever the results.
All right, there you have it. That was Terry with Shane Williams, who is one of the councillor candidates. We have some images coming out of Orange Walk right now. We can talk about that.
I want to comment about that interview. I'm sorry.
So we want to let's get this in first, just to show that the Prime Minister has arrived.
He has arrived to vote. Well, we know who he will vote, so I'll still show him voting.
There are some people that we definitely know how they're going to vote, right?
No shame in the game.
There's no guessing game there. So Prime Minister
no shame in the game.
is in Orange Walk. We're going to see.
You have image of him voting?
Yeah, they're gonna put it up right now. So there's him arriving at La Immaculada polling station.
I hope we see when Patrick Farber goes to vote.
Yeah.
And if Dean Barrow even comes out to vote, it would be good to see.
Well, typically we see them moving around in the different municipalities.
The older, the retired ones, yeah.
And not just that, the party leader would normally go out and participate then. So we do have those pictures up. All right, they're going to get it up, but that was one of the latest updates. We'll be getting an update from Orange Walk with Andrea Polanco in just a few as well.
So do I? Okay.
And there he is, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it's just the pictures. Not
yeah. We're going to get that update in just a bit.
Well,
all right, so that's PM Briceño in Orange Walk.
That looks more like a UDP camp where he is, with all those red shirts. I see that's
red.
That's good. That's good of him. He is the party leader of this country.
That is true.
I mean,
he's the Prime Minister
Prime Minister of this country. He may be party leader of a party, but no. What takes precedence is that he leads this country. Everyone, no matter what is their political view or opinion, whether they like him or not, he is the leader of this country. So it's good that he went there. But do I get to go back to Shane?
Speaking of country, yes, we're coming back to Shane. We have several things to recap.
You can't let these things slide, Min Marlene. You see?
We have no, we're not making them slide. We have the overall update for voter turnout so far, 13.2%. That's what we're looking at. Yeah.
It's low.
15% in Corozal town, 9% in Orange Walk. These numbers are from elections and boundaries. We have 12.45 at Belize City. San Pedro town is at 17.6. Belmopan City, 13.8. Benque Viejo del Carmen, 14.3. San Ignacio town, 10.2. Dangriga, 11.3. And Toledo, 14.
So San Pedro has the highest turnout so far.
Seems that way so far.
But doesn't Orange Walk sound like the lowest?
Orange Walk, yeah. But remember, these are unofficial because they input it when they get it from their returning officers. And Orange Walk, I think, based on some of the data you'd shown, they're usually high voter turnout.
Right. Actually, in
but usually I talk about midday.
Yeah.
Some reason it's more about the midday. I think the cane farmers and people that do a lot of farming go to their farms early in the morning, and then they come. After the sun is hot, that's when they stop about 10, 11, then they go prepare and go to vote. Their turnout usually, I find, boost around midday, so that may be.
So Audrey, you wanted to talk about the amnesia that takes place when people run for politics.
Let me tell you, you see how just a while ago, I like to be very fair from how I see things. A while ago I told you that Mr. Leon Gill is a very good candidate, and I stand by that. But I'm sorry, when it comes to Shane D. Williams, that's the most rabid you will get. My interaction with him is that he's very vulgar, he's very disrespectful to women. I have gone one-on-one with him with his rabidity because he cannot see when his party does wrong and he goes all out and attack. He actually trolled me for years on Facebook. So if I had a choice, definitely I would not vote for Shane. Yeah. You could go vote for him if you want. I'm just saying my experience. Yeah. I would want to see candidates who are less politically rabid, because those are the ones who, no matter what their mayor or their party leader or their area rep does, they defend it, and that's why the country will not move ahead.
No check and balance.
None. And then he was, for a long time, a writer in Guardian, and you should read some of the select stories, I don't know what else to call it, select stories that he writes. The political rapidity is like, the word is just too mild to describe it. I know he's out there campaigning. Well, maybe those of you who don't follow what he says on Facebook, it matters to me, because I like in the US, right now you're seeing they're trying to confirm this lady Tandem, and what did they do? They went and they reviewed some of her posts she had done on Facebook against the Republicans at the time during Trump campaign, and they found that unfitting to represent the interests of the people.
But political parties do have some sort of vetting committees, right?
Well, their standards are very low. Let me tell you what is the standard. This is the standard, and someone had put it on Facebook. I think it was Anna Banner guy who put it on Facebook. She had said something to the extent that the problem with your political party is when you hold them accountable, they tell you plain, it's political suicide, then you are excommunicated. Somebody like Shane D. Williams will not be excommunicated because he is literally an asker of his political party. That's just a term of it's no big deal.
We can't use that.
And then, so he's not the kind of person who will hold anyone in governance accountable. And in the city, you want someone who is going to be more level-headed, someone who is like not going to be rabid.
This takes us back to the question, I think you were here that when we tried to discuss it, which was, we talked about women getting involved in politics, and we talked about young people getting involved in politics, and how very often it can be more a matter of tokenism rather than people who can actually influence change within the parties. Because we see some young candidates that are very dynamic from both political sides.
Yes.
We know them to be disciplined, hard workers,
but they won't make it
community-minded.
It's like what's happening with Trump. Let's move away from Belize. Let's use the example of what's happening with Trump. Us on the outside looking in can see this man is mad. And the things he has said, imagine they're trying to rewrite what really happened on the 6th of January when there was an attack on their own capital. And at first, Mike Pence, who was absolutely, his life was at risk. Imagine he still supports him, but when you go behind the scene, you find out that a lot of these people, Ted Cruz and a whole list of them, why do they support him? Because if they don't support him and go along with his song, they will be ostracized, and they're so caught up with wanting power, they can't afford political suicide.
And it's
the same thing in Belize. It's the same thing in Belize. The US is no better than Belize.
But
politics requires that you be faithful, slavishly faithful to the mantra of the party, because we don't have leaders. Leaders don't want that. What we have are dictators. What we have are little Napoleons. What we have are people who just are greedy for power, and they want you to fall in line for them to stay in power.
I know Brighton has a point to argue there with that about how things are changing and we are expecting better.
I'm glad he thinks things are changing.
We do have a leader of the opposition who is about to do an interview, I believe, with Isani. So let's see. With Dwayne, I'm sorry. With Dwayne in Corozal.
Good morning once again. We're in Corozal town, where both a by-election and the municipal election is taking place. We have with us early this morning no other than the party leader for the United Democratic Party, Mr. Patrick Faber. Sir, talk to us about coming out in support not only for the municipality but also for your standard bearer, Gilberto Campos.
Well, firstly, I want to say what a joy it is to be starting the day here in as far north as we can get in terms of these elections. Corozal is a very beautiful town, and I always enjoy being here. So it's a great start to what I hope will be a wonderful day. I decided to start here, of course, because we have a double election going on here. We have, of course, the municipal election, which we hope to regain Corozal Town. And of course, that will come in the person of Raja Arana and a very, very dynamic team of people that he has running with him. We are confident that they have put in the groundwork, and so it is now to get out the voters and to ensure that they bring success. But as well, we have the by-election here in Corozal Bay. And of course, our candidate, Gilberto Campos, is no stranger to the people of this town, but also this constituency. And he has been their 4-term mayor. He's somebody who has worked and is well loved by the people. You know, I had a chance to be out here on the campaign trail with Gilberto and with Raja, and as they moved around doing a simultaneous campaign, I can tell you that they will win today because the people, Gilberto in particular, has that relationship with these people after so many years of being their mayor. So we're looking for great outcomes here in Corozal today, but of course we're looking for great outcomes countrywide. I've had the opportunity to visit with all of our slates countrywide, to walk on the ground with them and to meet them and to engage with them. And I can tell you that a party that lost so overwhelmingly in November should never have been able to field such wonderful candidates according to some. But I can tell you the UDP is alive and strong, and I know that because of the kind of candidates, the great caliber of candidates that have put themselves forward. We were able to put forward all slates, and but it is the kind of candidates that I'm so pleased with. And as you know, our party received an overwhelming message from the people in November. We have listened to that message. We have listened to our supporters. My leadership team and I have traveled this country, and we've engaged with people, so that what you see today is an early reflection, but a reflection nonetheless of the direction that the United Democratic Party hopes to take. And we're hoping that we can gain significant grounds today to show a forward path whenever we are called upon. We're ready to lead, you know, because it look like this set already. It look like they have no plan. We are ready.
All right, and there you have it. That was Leader of the Opposition, Patrick Faber, who, you know, naturally would go and spend some time in Corozal. We are looking at 2 elections happening there. We have the Corozal by-election, and there is the turnout so far. Thank you so much. We're looking at 18.9.
So an average of, let's say, 16%
if you could
turnout.
Yeah, thereabout.
Yeah. Good.
16% in Corozal Town.
Yes. It's still low turnout, but it's higher than other places so far.
Right.
And that's for the municipality. There's also the Bay election. The Bay election is going to be about it's about 5,000 voters for the Corozal Bay election.
So, but the entire Bay area forms part of the town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, immediately once you go to vote for the municipal, most likely you will also cast your vote one time.
So there are more voters for the municipal election than there are for Corozal Bay.
Yes.
So there are, I think there's one polling station.
Do you have the amount of voters?
It's over 7,000 for the municipal and about 5,700.
Wow.
For the Corozal Bay.
I never realized the Bay was such a large part of the municipality itself. But Corozal has definitely expanded. But Marlene, going to the comments of the leader of the opposition, I mean, he is strategically right to be where he is right now. I mean, he said several things that really resonated with me. One of them, he's saying that the terrible defeat they suffered in November last year has made him realize that they need to make some changes and that they're on that path of change. And that's good to hear. The truth is we don't know how much they've changed because it's a short time. Mm-hmm. And ironically, the same way we don't know how much they've changed in that short time, by that same measure, he's trying to say that the present government has not done enough in that short time. So let's look at the irony of situations, right? He was in power for 12 years, and he couldn't effect that change in 12 years. And in 3 months, he's telling us that he now knows that there is a change. I mean, really, you didn't realize for 12 years you needed to change, and now in the last three months, you woke up suddenly and you knew you needed change. We, the people, sent you the message, and I've said it very publicly. A lot of voters are like myself. We did not vote in the PUP. We voted out the UDP. Get it in your head. And it's ironic that now when you're in opposition, you're complaining about everything you left behind. The PUP who came into office and is continuing some of the same things you left. If you wanted it different when you're in opposition, while you were in there, you were to change it. But the same way, I will not go all out against the PUP administration yet because it's still young. I will not go all out against our opposition simply because it is still young and it's a new party leader who hopefully will bring vibrancy and change that needs to be done. But fair has to be fair, Mr. Farber. I don't know how many voters are so rabid out there, but I am hoping that they're more independent-minded people like myself that know that the same way we will hold the government accountable, we have to hold the opposition accountable.
Right.
Everything we are seeing in the inquiry right now was the doing of the opposition. You can't blame that on anyone else.
Well, you know, it's
the lack of
interesting.
monies right now is the doing of the opposition. The bloated contracts, that was the doing of the opposition, by the way. And I could list all the different things that was the doing of the opposition. So why now you're going to say in 3 months you know you had to change? You had to change from you were in the last election from 2008 and 2012, and, you know?
But I do think, I mean, it seems to me quite logical that that would be part of their campaign here. You know, use your 100-day.
No, but
I want
it has to stop it, Marlene, because
I'm not saying it's right.
it takes us the Belizean people for a fool, like really. Well, it has to stop. And it's up to us who want to believe that kind of thing, you know?
No, but I don't think we believe it just because that's their political campaign.
It's crazy.
People believe it. And, you know, that there are many things you can use as a part of your campaign or platform. You see the results of them in the final tally. But I wanted to go back to it because when I watched the UDP rally yesterday, and I also saw the PUP's rally as well. The messaging coming out from the leader of the opposition matched a lot of what he said just now, which was, you know, this is your 100-day, after 100 days in office.
110 to the 111.
They have not, the People's United Party have not delivered what they had promised, which again, 100 days following 12 years. But that's what they campaigned on. While their party chairman, Senator Mike Perry-Feet, spoke of having one party have so much control. In other words, they have the supermajority in the House. You cannot have any one party.
They had that in 2008
yeah,
too.
the double speaking.
But I think this is why it's important to understand what the duties and responsibilities, and you could go into this more, Mr. Adji, because you're the legal mind here, but what the legal social contract states are the duties and responsibilities of the town council and city council versus the national
so
government.
Different. It's so different. But back to the messaging you were saying,
but let me just make sure I balance it on the other side. What was interesting then on the PUP's rally is that a lot of what they spoke of was their 100-day accomplishment, and also looking at things that the representatives and individual ministers were doing, which, to be fair, if we're going into a municipal election, has nothing to do with what a municipal body would have to do. So the messaging coming from both sides, definitely, it's not tied to logic.
Right. So the messaging is vote along party lines. Let's put it that way. That was the messaging, no matter how they put it. So let's look at it. Brighton is right in saying that what a national party or what a national candidate does is different than what your municipal candidates do. The Town Council Act and the Belize City Council and Belmopan City Council Act are very specific. Your municipal bodies are to look after your streets, your parks, your slaughterhouses, your drain. It's limited to literally managing the infrastructure of the place. Your national leaders now, and that's why your area representative, they are to create a good economic environment for you to have job opportunities, for you to have access to education, health, and stuff like that. It's not the job of the municipal parties that. But when the party leader or the opposition leader said just now that basically people are to vote now along the UDP line to show the PUP they're not satisfied, it goes back to that same mentality where they're teaching us to be tribal. If you really want to send a message to the PUP right now that you're not satisfied, voting for the UDP is not the way. And if you really want the UDP to be accountable, voting for them is not the way. The way would be to then mix your votes, to show them that we are not prepared to give any one of you absolute power.
And I think that's
and
what the
even give a third party, an independent party a chance.
And
if you really want a message, I'm saying, you know?
And we're not in the business of telling you how to vote. So
you will
go
you don't. I will tell people what I think.
But we do have another interview lined up. In fact, Andrea Palanco, our going live. We have Isani live at this time, and he has PUP candidate Natasha Pipersborough.
All right, so moving around, We've stopped over at the Trinity Methodist School in the Kings Park area. This is polling station number 4 in Caribbean Shores. We are with PUP Councillor candidate Natasha Pipersberg. Good morning, Natasha.
Hi, good morning, Sonny.
Things seem to be a bit slow here, just like in any other part of Belize City. What are we doing to try to get voters of Caribbean Shores out? What has been the political atmosphere in terms of you being able to talk to the residents and the voters of Caribbean Shores?
Well, we have a very strong machinery, and so far from what I'm seeing is that we're working on our pledge list, and I can say that from the numbers that are coming from out of the polling station, our pledges are coming out. Like you mentioned, it is a bit slow, but we have a tactic of how we're doing it in reference to making calls, finding out, produce a victory in this area.
Talking to these residents, what is the concern coming from them? I know it's a PUP incumbent city council. What are some of the issues that they're bringing forward in terms of perhaps things that could not have been accomplished during this past 3 years?
Speaking with the residents, particularly in reference to being under UDP government, but what they're stating is that they're willing to give us, or the new candidates, a new try as well to actually do the work that they were expecting. One of the main things were the streets and the drains, and they're just stating that they're willing to go with us to just give us another try, being that we're now going to be united with the PUP central government.
Streets and drains seems to be a recurrent issue.
Yeah.
Is it that perhaps there wasn't the finance or the incumbent city council to be able to meet this particular obligation of theirs?
I would like to say that probably was the factor. I would also like to, what I understand, this is my first time at this with the mayor, but he did do some explanation with us. But from what I understand is that he had set himself certain goals. However, the goals weren't fully accomplished to the capacity of how he wanted. So it's not to say that he didn't do streets, he didn't do drains. It's just that he didn't cover, or he didn't reach what he was expecting to do. So which is why one of the things that we've been explaining to the residents whenever we go into these different areas is that now that we're working along with the central government, and we just want that opportunity to get in there and show you guys that we're able to get it done. We will get it done. And I believe that with the mayor, he will be able, and with his new team, that he will be able to meet all his expectations that he wanted to fully complete.
The economy is in dire straits, and this is as a result of the pandemic situation that we're facing. How do we plan to spur economic activity? How does the Belize City Council plan to get people going in terms of small businesses, in terms of employment, in terms of being able to generate the kind of revenue that would keep Belize City afloat?
Okay. Well, one of the things that I can speak about right now is that we do have a plan in reference to assisting in jobs and so forth like that. One that I would like to speak of basically is, and it ties in with the streets and the drains, right? So one of the plans is that we're going to be hiring or employing individuals from without these same constituencies, from within these same areas, to actually be the ones who are what we consider the caretakers, of the community within their prospective area. So that is a way that we help in reference to assisting with jobs, and it's also going to be helping the city council as well in reference to keeping the area clean, or getting the drains done, getting the streets did as well. I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but in reference to the workers who take care of the streets and drains, it's just a handful of them, so they're basically stretched thin. So this is a way, like I mentioned, it's not only going to help the city council, but it's also as well going to help the residents, those who are in need of a job as well, to have some funds in their pocket as well.
Is there any appeal you would make to voters, considering the fact that the turnout is fairly anemic at this point, is there any personal appeal you would make to voters to come out, short of being able to campaign on live television?
Well, I would just like to tell them to exercise their vote. Exercise their right to vote. A lot of people, actually, a lot of countries or nations don't have this opportunity. So I'm not going to tell you guys which one to come out and vote for. My thing is just for you guys to exercise that right.
All right, so that is the People's United Party Councillor candidate Natasha Pipersberg. Again, we're here at polling station number 4 in Caribbean Shores. We're going to move around and see if we could get someone from the Fort George constituency next and see what things are like on that side of town. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Isani, for that update with Natasha Pipersberg. And she said that the pledge list, the people are coming out and supporting them. And also, it was really good to hear her not invoking or imploring that people vote for her, but just to go out and vote and express that constitutional and democratic right.
Well, you know, on that point alone, I don't like she. I like her, you know why? Because she's following the rules. She's following the rules that says that you are not to campaign on election day. She should have done all her campaigning, and she's right to tell people just come out and vote. If her work or whatever work she did on the ground will speak for itself. So I like her, and I like the idea that it's a female that is forward. I mean, I don't know her from before. I don't know of her. So it is also good to see that new faces are coming forward with her and here the same surnames there and the same people from both political parties. We want new, fresh faces, and we want more females. So come out and vote. She's right.
Yeah.
And then you choose. And if you don't know who to choose, go many, minor, more.
And now, Miss Audrey, we will move into an interview with the Prime Minister and Andrea Polanco, and we look forward to hear what the Prime Minister has to say.
So they're getting that queued up right now.
Okay, so that's been queued.
Yes. So Andrea Polanco and Daryl Miguel are in Orange Walk, as we saw with the photos. So Prime Minister John Briceño is there. I believe she was able to talk to him a bit about how things have been going so far.
And I wonder if he will be going to Corozal, because that's a major battleground right now. As much as the PUP had a landslide, remember that is a seat that they had won. And it would be a major upset, I would say, politically, if the UDP would capture it now. It would be. And the visuals of it, for whatever reason, it would be. And the truth is, their candidate, the UDP candidate, Mr. Campos, was a very, very popular person. He was once the mayor. I mean, he had his own little things that happened, but not to the extent that he would be totally discredited. He has some improprieties, little irregularities people accuse him of, but nothing that would say that he's a total reject, right? So he's a worthy candidate. The other young lady, Miss Vega, is not really well known.
But she was
nationally. Okay. But she was at the side of her brother, and we understand that she was a major force behind his campaign. So when you saw, many times you saw her before you saw him. And many times when he couldn't make it, she was at the forefront. So yes, it may seem like a rookie.
It sounds almost like a
rookie.
Like a Sister B.
Yes.
Former Prime Minister situation.
Yeah. She may be a rookie in terms of how we know her, but she may not necessarily be a rookie on the ground.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see if she pulls it off. I like the idea that it's a female, and I like the idea that she took up that challenge after her brother died. I mean, how many people really do that? You know, it's a sacrifice, because suddenly your private life is no longer private, and so many other things.
Yeah.
I know I was one of those that the minute they said she would be running in place of her brother, I quickly endorsed the idea.
So we did a quick little poll on Facebook this morning. It's from our live stream. Those are the results. We closed it off a bit early because at this point, I think most people have decided. So a poll that started probably around 7 a.m. or a little bit before. We're looking at 50-50.
You know, Marlene, I was going to ask what you all thought would be the voters turnout, because my prediction, honestly, is very low. Like, I thought between 40 and 50%. I might be wrong. I'm not the best at the figures. That's Carolyn State and Brighton State, right? I am not stealing their part, but I really think it would be that low. What do you all think?
I definitely say between the 40 and 50 range, certainly because of all the factors present right now with the COVID-19 pandemic. Some people are politically fatigued, and so a lot of people won't necessarily go out and vote because they're saying, well, this is not the big elections, this is just the municipal elections. But it's because we don't also understand the importance of it.
We mix one with the other. Well, let me tell you, One of the factors is definitely, remember, after the national election, we had a massive spike in COVID cases.
Right.
Why? Because people were disobedient in many ways. Not only were both our political parties going out in big groups campaigning and going house to house, but also the night of the election, despite the commissioners saying that curfew would have been reduced to an earlier time, people totally disobeyed it. And even after curfew hours, they were out jumping up those who won, and that's on both parties. And then after that, there were these massive rallies that they won, so COVID went up. Having learned from that, there are a lot of very conscientious people in this country that will think, okay, I don't want to participate in the process. Plus, I already sent the big message I wanted to in the national election. So that may be a factor. But I want to remind people, the spike during election was not because you went to the polls. At the polls, the process that was in place was super excellent. It's the same process that's in place. If you go from your home to your vehicle or walking to the poll and then leave, you're safe. The problem is when you decide to go mingle with the whole shingding out there, jump up after, and they're all over the place.
It's probably a good time for us to remind people that there is an 8 p.m. curfew in place, and today is an entirely dry day, which means typically on an election day, you're not allowed to sell alcohol. That's water and not coffee.
That's not alcohol, water.
The way you smile, you might confuse people. But
I'm not dry in terms of to get water.
The rules for election day typically include that you can't sell alcohol until polls close, but now the new SI includes that you cannot sell alcohol from 6 p.m. tonight until 5 a.m. tomorrow. So 8 p.m.
Makes sense.
Better be in your homes because the curfew is on. Social gatherings cut down to 10. There were some interesting stipulations about political parties and loitering too that was included in the, in the stipulation, and also if you're soliciting votes, that was also included. We spoke with someone from the department, and they said that when it comes to the loitering issue, they intend to give a first warning and say, please, you know, you're considered to be loitering, and then moving from there.
Marlene, well, we've seen in the previous municipal elections in 2018, Orange Walk is one of the places that had the most voter turnout. There's something about Orange Walk where the people are just so politically motivated. Right.
Oh God, Orange Walk and San Ignacio.
And so we move now to Andrea Polanco, who interviewed the Prime Minister in Orange Walk.
Yes, we're here in Orange Walk town. Right now I'm being joined by Prime Minister John Briceño. PM, good morning. What's the feeling like today?
Good morning. Like in every election, it's you always see that sense of excitement and anticipation, and then, you know, concerns that everything works well. You know, we've worked for all these months in putting our plan together for today, and it all comes to fruition today. So with all of that, I still feel a sense of optimism that in Orange Walk town that Logic will be elected as new mayor along with his team, the counter-candidates for the People's United Party.
Why do you think the Orange Walk people are going to elect them? PM, is it, you know, they're still riding on that blue wave from November? Is it that they feel that this team is a competent one? It's
a combination of both. The riding that wave from November the 11th certainly is helping, but also we have a very competent team. Logic has been in the town council since 2012 when Kevin Bernard became the mayor. And he went through all the difficult periods where they're trying to reorganize, restructure the town council and the work that they did, and trying to work with a plan to where we are today in fixing the parks, fixing the streets, making sure we could pick up the garbage on a timely basis, making sure that our Orange Walk town could be a clean town. And so he knows intimately the work that was done. And so we have a very competent team, and I have the confidence that the voters of Orange Walk town see that in Logic and his team and will come out and vote for them today.
Right. What's the sentiment? I know that PM, you've traveled the length and breadth of this country, you know, visiting the different municipalities. What's the sentiment among the electors?
There's still a sense of excitement and optimism and energy. I had the privilege of visiting every municipality. I campaigned in all of them, and I spoke with both friends and foes, as they would say, both PUPs and UDPs. And generally the people were telling us that that they want to continue to support the PUP. They want to see the PUP government be successful, because if the government succeeds, then they succeed. And we're doing everything possible to try to put things back in place. And many recognize also that if you have with a PUP central government, it will be so much easier to work with a PUP municipal body. It does not mean that we're not prepared to work with a UDP town council, or a city council. We will work with anyone, because at the end of the day, we must respect the will of the people.
Yeah. PM, how do you build that autonomous kind of culture within the municipalities? Because we hear a lot of them saying, what for we were easier, we have a blue central government. At the same time, our blue central government is struggling. It's broke, like you expressed. How do we build up our municipalities to get to this point where they almost become self-sustainable and they don't have to depend on central government as a crutch?
Well, the big problem is, as you said, to be sustainable, and it is about financially sustainable. Many municipalities, the residents do not pay their property tax. And we need to find a system where everybody will see the necessity of paying their property tax every year. Some people pay, $300 a year in property tax, yet they expect that their drains are going to be clean, the garbage is going to be picked up a few times a week, that they're going to clean, not even cut the grass in front of their yards, which is really the responsibility of the citizen. They expect all of this plus more, yet they don't want to pay that $300. We have to be able to start to educate our citizens in the municipalities of the importance of paying their property tax. So we need to find a way how we can make them financially sustainable. And once we do that, then the rest is going to be easy. But at the same time, we have to ensure that the municipal bodies become more responsive to the need of the people, but also to be more accountable and to be more transparent and to how is it that for the monies that they collect, that they could give good account to the voters, to their bosses, to the people in the municipality that they represent.
Right. Now, PM, any concern, any at all from you that perhaps some of the bigger decisions made at central government level may affect some of the results today from the municipalities? We know the opposition, they've come out, lashing at you guys about some of the nepotistic appointments, some of the decisions taken with the grocery bag program, for example. Are you any at all concerned that any of these decisions will impact the results of today?
Well, I would be disappointed if the opposition did not say anything. It is their job to be able to try to keep our feet on the fire. Of course, when you start to exaggerate and start to blatantly lie, then you lose credibility. And unfortunately, that is what is exactly what's happening to the opposition at this time with their level of attacks and blatant lies. Issue of nepotism, as I pointed out, I have appointed hundreds of people, and they're making an issue of maybe about 40 persons. I think the point supposed to be, are we appointing credible people? Are we appointing people that can get the job done? And I believe that we are meeting that threshold, that we're putting competent people in these boards, that not just because they are supporters that we're putting in there, but also that they can bring something to the table. Some of these statutory boards that we are putting need desperate help. BTB, Board of Management, BTL, all of these have been under severe financial stress because of the mismanagement that happened under the UDP administration, and we need to fix that. And that is why we brought in really good people, even some people that are not traditional PUP supporters, but we brought them in because of what they can bring to the table.
Right. All right. Well, PM, the municipal elections, back to why we're here today. The numbers, to me, they seem to be trickling in one by one. Any concern at all from you that perhaps COVID concerns or maybe just election fatigue, people are like, you know what, I don't want to go out today. What's the strategy from the PUP to get people out across the country?
Well, what we have done is that we have our teams and our campaign team that are out there in their different areas, making sure that they can get out their voters. We are only responsible for our people. The other side, if they want to take out their people or not, that is something that's their business. So we concentrate on ours. But yes, there's a bit of election fatigue. Also, secondly, it is not a holiday, so people still have to go to work. So we believe that in the afternoon is going to be an uptick in the numbers of people that will come out to vote.
Great. PM, any closing words to you to the residents of the municipalities across the country today in this municipal 2021 elections?
Well, I want to encourage all citizens, all registered voters in all 9 municipalities to come out and vote. It is your right to come out and vote, and it is also your duty as a citizen to come out and to vote for the team that you want to represent you in your municipality. Be it that you want to vote for the PUP or the UDP, I still encourage you, come out and vote. That is what makes us so unique in this region, that we can be fighting, for our party today and tomorrow. Flags are put on aside and we go back continuing to do the business and living as one community as Belizeans also. I encourage everybody, please come out. Take an hour, come out and vote. The lines are not long, so you can come in and vote very quickly. And then we are also making sure that we protect people from the issue of COVID. COVID is still real, it's still around us, and so we have to continue to be very careful.
Great. Just before you go, PM, any predictions? We know 6 to 7 seats up for grabs. We know the PUP held on to 3 councils the last time. Any predictions?
We are going to have the majority of them. I believe that we're going to do very well, and that we're going to win the majority. As to if we're going to win all, well, that's will be very, very difficult, as you know. But we are very hopeful. We had good teams. We had good candidates. We've run a very good campaign, a hopeful campaign. And so we think that Belizeans will come out and give us their support.
Great. PM, thank you so much and all the best. Thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. There we had Prime Minister John Briceño. He's here at the polling station at La Immaculata Primary School here in Orange Walk Town. And so what we're going to be doing is that we're going to visit a couple of the other polling stations to see if we can speak with some of the other candidates. We definitely want to talk to the mayoral hopeful for the UDP and some of their councillors as well. Earlier we caught up with Ladrick Madbull-Shepherd, the mayoral hopeful for the PUP. And so we're going to bring you a lot more from what's happening here in Orange Walk Town. A lot of the conversation on the ground is just that the numbers are trickling in very slowly. And so we will give you an update by midday of what the voter turnout looks like for Orange Walk Town. So this is Andrea Polanco here in Orange Walk Town, along with cameraman Daryl Miguel. Back to you guys there in the studios.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that update. And there we heard from Prime Minister John Briceño in Orange Walk. Orange Walk, that race is between Ladrick Shepherd, Madbull as he's known, in that area. He was a former councillor candidate, yes. Now the mayoral candidate. He's going up against Orlando Castillo. Orlando Castillo is a newcomer as the mayoral candidate there. Very young man, very young guy. He's actually worked, I know, in a bank, and he decided to put himself forward because he feels that he wants to see more happening in Orange Walk. So a newcomer there.
Well, whoever wins it has a very big shoe to fill from a very small man in stature. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Mayor Kevin Bernard,
yeah, now minister,
has been one of our, I think, in my opinion, one of our best mayoral candidate we ever had and best mayor we ever had. Yeah. I mean, he managed to navigate the political divide fairly well in his municipality, despite the central government being a UDP central government. He managed to do fairly good work in his municipality. Yeah. And even the way he came off, he didn't come off as politically rabid. So it is a big shoe to fill for whichever one of those candidates end up winning. But I don't know if the guy Orlando ever worked along with Mayor Bernard. And I wonder if Mayor Bernard is out campaigning with any of them. Was he on the campaign trail? Do you all know?
We'll tackle some of those questions in just a few. We got to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to have more updates from our correspondents, and we'll be looking more at some of the data that you're asking for. So please stay tuned.
know it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right, after you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mikado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mikado's, your textile police.
Form, which provides official information relating to the process. You can download the Employee Income Tax Return Form by visiting www.bts.gov.bz and then clicking Forms. The form downloads automatically when you click the BTS 203 form. You are to completely fill out the form, ensuring that the information entered is accurate and truthful. If you require help to complete your income tax return form, you can access a thorough video tutorial by visiting the Belize Tax Services website or Facebook page. We thank you for being a responsible citizen.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Have been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
Working off-site doesn't mean you have to be off your game. Studies have shown that by simply adding a keyboard and mouse to your laptop, it increases your productivity by 26%. And adding a monitor takes it up by 35%. At Full-Tech Systems, we have what you need to enhance your remote work or e-learning experience with devices such as headsets, video conferencing monitors, webcams, keyboards, mice, docking stations, all with the brands that you can rely on. With collaboration tools such as Microsoft 365 Suite and Kaspersky, your team can stay connected and perform efficiently no matter where they are. Full-Tech Systems, your trusted technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Do you have questions about your reproductive health? The team at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is here to give you answers.
We take pride in offering a wide range of gynecological services, including family planning, annual checkups, cancer screening, fertility treatments, and more. For expectant mothers, our top priority at Healthcare Partners is optimal maternal and child health. We'll listen to your questions and concerns and guide you through every step of the journey.
We're fully equipped to handle any gynecological and obstetrical concerns, so call to schedule an appointment today. Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Congratulations to our Belican Poppers Topper winners today. Continue popping those toppers out for Belican for a chance to win free beer. $20, $100, or $1,000.
Papa Stopper! Belican, the beer of Belize.
Electricity is an essential part of our daily lives. We use lights and household appliances every day. Therefore, we must ensure our homes are wired properly. At Benny's, we have certified wires with the right gauges and insulation. BEL certified meter sockets, authentic GE and Square D panel boxes and breakers, which protect the wires inside your home from being overloaded. When wiring your home, avoid imitation brands which can be very dangerous. Give yourself and your family peace of mind using genuine electrical products available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
And of course, we are continuing with our live coverage of Municipal Elections 2021. It is just a bit after 11 o'clock, and we have been hearing from our correspondents across the country while diving into some of the politics behind what takes place and some of the trends that we're used to. The latest overall voter turnout, according to the Elections and Boundaries Department, is 15.6%. Of course, that's the unofficial count, and we'll be taking a look at that a bit later. But what we're going to do is get some time to catch up with a former mayor herself.
The only female mayor we've ever had in the city to my recollection.
I was going to say first, but then first and only.
Exactly.
Yeah. So back in 2006, she went from union activist to mayor of Belize City. We're joined by Sanayada Moya. Good morning.
Good morning, Marlene. Good morning, Audrey. Good morning. I'm looking at the...
It's Brighton.
Brighton. Good morning, Brighton. Good
We bring
morning,
him to brighten up everything. That's why name Brighton.
Very nice name.
So what we're doing, Ms. Moya, is trying to get a bit of insight into, go running for elections, but given your history and your experience, some of the things that you would imagine would be going through the minds or the groundwork taking place for these teams today.
Well, speaking from experience, I know one of the things with running for the city is that we know, for example, coming straight off of this general election, there definitely would be a strong, feeling that people may vote as they did the immediate last election, general election, and so the candidates, those vying, definitely I would say for the United Democratic Party. And the other party will be looking at, can we really bring home the votes? As much as they will sound confident, it's a matter of really trying to outdo the People's United Party right now. So I strongly believe that's what's going in the minds of the United Democratic Party members, all their aspirants. When it comes to the People's United Party, I strongly believe that in the case of Bernard and the rest of the candidates, they probably feel a little bit more confident. And I understand the situation with Bernard, but they definitely would feel a little bit more confident seeing that the People's United Party just won the general election in November.
Yeah. And what do you think about the low voters turnout somehow right now? What that means to you?
Well, people are definitely disenchanted, Audrey. And I will tell you that people, they're disappointed, and with this COVID-19 situation has brought on a lot of hopelessness, and so it's rather unfair on all aspirants running, but it is reality. The fact that the People's United Party have inherited, and I have to be, I have to be frank here. They have inherited a terrible situation. The previous Prime Minister did say he would feel sorry for whoever came in, and that is the honest truth. Mm-hmm. So that has to come. That has to be taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that some voters have told me is that the reason they would more vote for the People's United Party right now is because they don't think it's a good situation to have a PUP central government and a UDP local government. Do you think that's a valid position for voters to take? And does that stand true? Does it one affect the other?
Yes, it does. I'll tell you, in 2006, when I won, March 1st, 2006, when I won, I won, as you very well know, under the United Democratic banner. And there was a People's United Party central government. I will say outright, I didn't get any support from the national government. But as you will very well know also, that I wasn't the incoming government, and I wouldn't say everybody, I would say the leader of that that government that came in 2008, central government, led at that time by Dean Barrow. That didn't become easier for me either. So I pretty much have run, I pretty much I had to operate under two central governments definitely not supporting me. definitely not supporting me and some of my council candidates. So, but I managed to do it. The business community were extremely supportive. The NGO and the civil society, the church community, the people of Belize City, and in general, because when you're mayor of Belize City, people come from PG, they come from Orange Rock, Corozal, Kaya, they come for assistance, they come for help, they come to support you, to speak with you, and so forth. So I can tell you that should not be it is a factor. So that's the elephant in the room. However, you have to move on, and I moved on understanding fully well that I had no central government backative for my entire terms in office.
But would you say that a municipality like Belize City generates its own funds and sufficient for you to properly manage the city?
Audrey, I would definitely tell you that the potential is there, but the economy is not such that it holds it conducive for persons to be able to really pay their taxes. Because when I was mayor, it was so difficult. Yes, we offered discounts, but even with those discounts, for example, for trade license, a lot of the businesses found it difficult, and especially the new businesses. All those new businesses, there has to be something, and we did our best to try and ensure that, they paid very minimal, so of course, that was a factor we had to take into consideration. So when people didn't pay as much as you want to tell them, we need you to pay, and we did. Sometimes you still could not collect from them. And then when it came to the people, you have to understand Belize City, with the exception of certain parts of the city, the little bit more affluent areas, Caribbean shores, some parts of Port George, some parts of Pickstock, and some parts of Freetown, some parts of Albert Street, that's it. Those are the areas that they're the ones, the middle class and the upper class echelons, who was really shouldering a lot of, and I'll call it burden, shouldering a lot of the burden, because in general, the masses were unable to pay taxes.
Yeah, that's interesting what you're saying. So when you look at the current economy, it will matter not whether or not there is alignment with central government. It is going to be a struggle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because of the current situation.
It is, and it's for both government, and I empathize with both government, because I'm not one who will just bash any government without really being objective. And as I said, with the central government, see, if you have, and I'm just saying if you have two of the governments, the local and the national, being of one party, again, you would hope that all things being equal, things would run smoothly. However, whoever wins will understand that may not be the case. And even, let's say, even if it's both government, and I'm talking about Belize City here, that they win, certain things could happen. There's not any money, and the council will have to fend for themselves. And in the case, just a word of advice, they have to work with the business community and the people just to try and expand the tax base. Because if you cannot expand the tax base, that's where you're gonna run into trouble. You understand? You can't only look at people like yourselves, Audrey, who or you, Marlene, who may be able to be paying the taxes that they tell you to pay. You can't. You were looking at the masses.
Right, any other question?
Yeah, so Ms. Moya, what advice would you give to the incoming mayor after today to be able to go about soliciting funds to be able to meet some of the demands? To be able to meet some of the demands that the council will face, because we know that there is a legal social contract which the council abides by. That is the duties and responsibilities of the council. However, there is also the political social contract where your supporters are demanding certain needs or requirements from you as a municipal government. What advice would you give to the mayor, the incoming mayor, to be able to meet those demands?
Well, first of all, the mayor will fully well know that he will not be able to make blood out of stone. So, definitely will not be able to. And so he will have to be very upfront with the people. There's no room for lies, absolutely no rooms. And, I've heard, even for the general election, moving into the general election, I heard a lot of promises. And I knew fully well, because at the end of the day, I am an economist and I am a citizen of Belize. And so I knew fully well what could be done and what could not be done. So, nobody could have fooled somebody like me to say certain things could happen. Now the masses, and I'm saying masses for lack of a better word, because there's some people and there's a lot of people, they're living hand to mouth. And so they are they're not listening to the news. Yeah. So they're not really listening to sometimes the stories that affecting them. Yeah. So they will have to, and so the mayor will definitely have to be upfront with the people. Well, when taxes, when the time to collect taxes is dire and they're not seeing that coming in from beforehand, they will have to come up with, innovative ways to bring in collection of taxes and so forth, no?
Okay, well, what we're going to do right now, Senaida, please hang on for a moment, because we do want to talk a bit more about a similarity you now have with our incumbent mayor. We'll talk about that, but in fact, we do have him ready for a live interview with Terry Gordon. So let's check that out.
Hey, Louis, let's come on.
Yeah.
All right, folks, the mayor of Belize, Bernard Wagner, and going for his second term. At least that's the game plan.
It's a game plan, but we are relying heavily on the good graces of the people of this wonderful city that we serve, that given our 3 years of hard work, facing a pandemic, driven society, that we are able to now really, together with our central government, move this city to a modern city.
3 years ago, you were not given much of a chance at all, Bernard, and you guys pulled off practically the impossible, going up against the incumbent led by Mayor Bradley at the time.
Yeah, I always try to commend that team. That team was put together in a situation where there was this type of nonchalant way of looking at the PUP. Remember, the PUP hadn't won a city council election for 15 years, and so that team of 2018 will go down in history as one of the catalysts for the change that we are now experiencing today.
All right, and unfortunately, we have a break in that transmission. As soon as we can get it back.
Government that had different political persuasion, and we were able to still drive change in the city. We had to essentially ensure that our finance of the city, that the taxes worked. Because remember, when you come into a city where your subvention and your head tax are set aside to service a bond, then you are left all alone to face the music with the taxes, and you have to make those taxes perform, and that is what we did.
Well, your experience as a banker, I think, certainly pulled through.
That is what we did, and we not only did physical infrastructure. If you walk around the city each and every day, you find that the city is clean. You find that the streets are decent. Right? The streets are kept decent. The garbage is collected. During the entire pandemic, we never once stopped picking up garbage. Additionally, during the pandemic, we kept all of our employees. That is something huge for a huge organization like a city council that employs 460 workers. That alone is success, Terry G.
I noticed the other side have been complaining, though, that you guys have a problem with your employees, and it has to do with unionism and the whole 9 yards.
Totally hogwash. Our employees have never been more happier, and I believe that this council was put in place to face this pandemic, because if there was any other council at the City Hall during that pandemic, trust me, those employees would have been terminated, just as they were terminated at the Belize Tourism Board, just that many workers lost their jobs during the pandemic. We have kept our workers. When we came to City Hall, Terry G, you know the sanitation workers, they always had on this grey bilge shirt. We have totally transformed the mindset of our employees. We have changed the culture. Our employees are proud to work for the City Council, unlike previous years.
So you think they give you a big approval check? That's what you're telling me?
Huge approval checks. I was with my staff this past Friday, and we visited the sanitation team, and I received complete endorsement from the sanitation team. We gave out some punches along with some poultry, and our team at City Hall, our employees are totally behind my mayorship as well as the City Council.
Now today, the turnout seems a bit dismal.
It's not, I wouldn't put it at dismal. It's a slow process. You have to realize and recognize quickly that coming on the heels of a general election where there was so much energy, people are fatigued. And as City Council elections have always been traditionally a lower turnout rate than general elections, around 50%. 1 out of every 2 voters would come out. So you will never see this huge rush of voters coming out for a City Council election like you would normally see for a general election in bulk. You will see a consistent 1-1-1 coming in. So see long queues, but throughout the day there is this consistent flow of voters entering the polling station. If you go around the city, you will not see huge lines, but you will see consistent voter turnout one by one coming in. Queues are not long, people come in, they get out quick, and that is a beauty. So at the end of the day, I still believe that will be around average, maybe a little below, but will be around average, and that is a good thing for
I know you've been wrong and about the city being the mayor. You got to touch base on all the constituencies. Are you getting a positive feedback from all over?
Positive feedback. As you can see, I'm in Albert, and the feedback here is tremendous. I've just been in Lake Eye. I'm passing through. There's always this great activity in the Lake Eye division. I've been in Port. I'm now trying to head over to Freetown and the Caribbean Shores area, as well as Mesopotamia, to see how our machinery is working. But I believe that our area representatives have done a tremendous job in bringing all this machinery together to ensure that at the end of the day today that our City Council slates all across the country are successful.
We'll find out, folks, at the end of the day, indeed. So that's Mayor, the incumbent for Belize City, Bernard Wagner. And of course, this is along with Denver Fairweather and his able-bodied son, Terry G, on the MIC Municipal Elections 2021, live on 5.
And that's, I've been waiting for that all day. Terry G on the MIC.
Yes, and he didn't ask him the big question I wanted him to ask. Well, how he felt going into the election, knowing that this case is hanging over his head. And if he thinks that the perception of that case would have affected turnout. I mean, that's very important. Well, if I wanted to vote for Bernard, but I think that whether I vote for him or not, the court would say that his candidacy was not proper in law. Why would I waste my vote? You understand? So that was the elephant in the room, Terry.
Well,
send Terry a note to ask him that question and record it.
But I'm also wondering too, and this is a part of the reason why we're so happy to have Zenaida Moya with us live, because where people maybe don't remember, you were faced with the similar criticism, right? Talk us through what happened with you.
The difference, in 2000, if you guys will recall, in 2006, it was Mark King. Remember guys? Mark King was almost unable to be nominated because he lived, where did he live? Lords Bank or Ladyville or somewhere. And so they had to, scramble and try to come up with a way to get marking to be nominated. So it was him. I didn't have any problem with fairness. I was living in the city. I was registered at number 2 corner Sarasota Ebony Streets, where I lived most of my life. I wouldn't say born, because I was born at Pelican Street, and then I lived at on George Street before I moved to corner Sarasota Ebony Street. But I lived most of my life there.
Yeah.
So technically I was there. And then for the 2008 and for the 2009 municipal election, then again I was still registered there. And technically, let me just be upfront. I was living in Belize City, and I was at Independence Drive. Those people who are around Independence Drive will know that I was living on Independence Drive. So, but I've always had my family house at corner Sarasota Ebony Streets, and frequent there just about every day. So that's the difference. And my good friend, because Bernard and I are good friends, Erson and I, so it's like a difficult situation because 2 of them are great guys.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that Bernard, wasn't looking at that scenario, because if they try to look at my scenario, what will happen? Audrey, you're the attorney here. I was registered at number 2 corner of Sarasota and Ebony Streets, and I was living at also, because back and forth, Independence Drive at the moment of nomination.
Yeah.
And then you moved across the bridge.
Then I moved across the bridge, but at the time of nomination.
But your registration remained in Belize City.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct, Audrey.
So
they can't use my situation technically as precedent. I know that.
But that rule was changed neither during your term.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that rule change actually happened just about when you moved across the bridge. So the impression always was that it was an amendment made because your then party leader wasn't in good terms with you, and it was an amendment made to address you.
Yeah.
But
it went from referencing Belize to Belize City. Yeah.
Because prior to that, the law said Belize, the country.
Correct.
And so when they did that, but still because your registration remained a Belize City registration, who could tell you you can't have more than 1 residence?
Yeah.
Nobody can tell you that, you know?
Exactly, and actually own it, because they can't say I don't own the property.
And not only that, they own, those big politicians own a lot of places all over the country. And the duplicity in the thing is, if they expect you to run in the city and have to live in the city, how many area representatives we have not living in their area? That's the duplicity. You know? So that is when they make rules just to address one person. And usually these rules are to try and ostracize the woman from the process.
I agree with you. And let me also say that, sometimes you move. Like in my case, I tried to get a house bought in Belize City. That's where I want to live. That's always my dream. I'm like, so the point is though, I was unable, and I had gone to the minister at the time that I thought could help me. Yes, it was a PUP minister, I will say, it was Mr. Koye. And I begged him to please try and help me get a land. I was going to pay for the land in Caribbean Shores. Yeah. Begged him for a piece of land so that I could start building. So I was refused, even though I was mayor of Belize City, I was refused from getting land there. And so I didn't have a choice. It wasn't easy. You might say, well, but it wasn't easy for me to get a piece of land to build a house. And so I had to find, and I wanted, like I've always said, I wanted to be a Belize City person. I love Belize City.
Well, you're still Belize City, no worry, but we have to go shortly. I have one question for you on voters turnout. Right now, voters turnout is very low.
It's at 18.5%.
I'm usually the one with the word on the street. And word on the street is that voters are saying, look, no political party is dishing out money like other times. Yes. Political people always say it's not true we dish out money. You and I know that they do dish out money. Do you think that is a reality, or people are just saying that? Do you think right now that both political parties are unable to do the little extra that motivates the voters to come out and vote?
Yes, that is a fact. You're unable to bring it out, understanding that you will have some people that are die-hard of both and of, I believe, BPP as well. They will have their diehard people that will come out regardless of money. And you will have independents that will come out regardless of money. So those people will come out. But there are some people who actually, they just find the opportunity and they just feel like, you know what, that's a way of making a little money at that time. Nobody like me, nobody care for me anyway. So man, you have to pay me for vote.
All right. Let her know come out then, because no money no day.
Well, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for joining us today. We wanted to get some perspective on running a campaign. Of course, as the first and only female mayor of Belize City, and to talk a bit about some of the similarities we're seeing in this campaign period. So thank you once again.
Thank you too.
All right. We're going to keep things moving now. We're headed up to Corozal, of course, while there is a municipal election.
Get in the van, let's go. Take the flight, we're going to Corozal.
Yes. And you know, you get there even faster because Dwayne Moody is going to take us there. He's there with Gilberto Campos. Let's see what the Corozal Bay area UDP representative had to say this morning.
Once again, we're here at polling area number 39, and we are with the UDP standard bearer for Corozal Bay, Gilberto Campos. Sir, let's talk about how you're feeling going into. You know, it's the start of the day, getting voters out so that they can come and vote in your favor.
Very excited, extremely excited. I must mention after a long, tedious campaigning. Which you all know that we did in Corozal, a house-to-house, a thorough house-to-house campaigning. Very excited to wait and wait for the turnout of the voters in Corozal Bay, and of course eagerly waiting to be elected the next area representative of Corozal Bay.
Sir, there are 302 more voters this time around compared to November. Are those voters for Gilberto?
I would say the vast majority are for Gilberto Campos, but most importantly, there is going to be a turnover of voters compared from the last election in November, which he passed the standard bearer for the UDP last by 402. It's going to be a Herculean effort, but it's going to happen. We're going to have an impressive turnover, if you want to mention, if I'd like to mention. But the Corozal Bay is going to be a UDP.
So what would you say is going to influence these voters, the way these voters cast their vote?
Most importantly, the issues affecting our country, 100 days in this present administration. It's very important to have a higher level of opposition in the House, most importantly. And secondly, the extremely good relationship that I have with the voters of Corozal Bay. There's no doubt in my mind that they're going to give me the opportunity to represent them properly in the National Assembly.
Sir, as you know, as a seasoned politician, you know that it's all about, you know, the machinery that you have in place on the day of elections. Talk to us about that machinery that you have, you know, to get voters out to come and vote.
Very important to have the machinery properly oiled and in place, in full gear. That's what we have here today. But most importantly, in my opinion, the house-to-house visit that we made during the campaign trail, keeping a good relationship with the voter, that's even more important. At the end of the day, Corozal people are very intelligent and they will make the right decision. That's no doubt in my mind.
Sir, I know we're only an hour in since the polls have opened. How do you see the flow of people coming in?
It's coming in. There's a steady flow of people. I do hope that we have over 70% turnout after the course of the day, but it won't. It's definitely going to be over 70%.
All right, thank you so much, sir. There you have it, Gilberto Campos, the UDP standard bearer for the Corozal Bay division. He's going up against Elvia Vega of the PUP to represent Corozal Bay in the House of Representatives. Now, guys, I must tell you that there are two counting stations that are going to happen tonight. Here at the Xavier Primary School, you're going to have the counting for the Corozal Bay by-election, and at the Corozal Community College, CCC, there is where the counting for the municipal elections is going to take place. It is expected that the results for the by-election would come out earlier than that of the municipal election. But we'll see exactly what's going to happen. Again, Dwayne Moody reporting for Channel 5, Municipal Elections 2021.
Well, that was Gilberto Campos, a four-time mayor, a very successful and popular politician in Corozal. I think that he stands a very good chance, honestly.
Well, he's up against Elvia Vega Samos, who is the sister of David Dido Vega. And so that's going to be an interesting race to see how much people will still continue or follow through with the way they voted in November, or whether or not someone who has been so successful in running in that municipality will be able to take away some of those votes.
Right. We'll see, will they vote along party lines, or will they vote along the lines of someone that has proven leadership in their area overall, even if it was only at the municipality level. And the truth is, although he had his own little controversies, he did not leave as a horrible or one of the worst mayors ever. Of course, like everybody, they have their scandals and whatever. Well known in the area. So I think it was a strategic move and a good move on the UDP's part to put him to run against her, because why go put somebody new that no one really knows, doesn't have a track record. So it was a great move to put him against her. In this situation, now she's the more the newcomer than him, but the political line has a lot to do with it, and who gets to bring out the voters turnout. I actually believe that of all areas, you will see that that's the area where the highest turnout will be.
Well, Corozal regular has a high voter turnout. Well, I know you've done crunched all the numbers on this. I know the stuff I looked at in preparation definitely did show that you're talking about the north having a high voter turnout, even in municipal, and also the west, like Benke has a good voter turnout.
We're seeing about 65.44 for Corozal, 66 in Orange Walk, so definitely in the high 60s.
And if we look at what is being posted by Elections and Boundaries as of now, I should say, which is the latest refresh that we did, where the overall country average is at 18.8%, Corozal is at 25.3%.
Wow.
So they're definitely trending higher.
One of the things that may work against Campos is that he now is running in the shadow of Pablo Marin. And Pablo Marin got a resounding vote out. He was voted out.
And Marin was voted in 2 or 3 terms?
It was 3 terms. So he got voted out. So now you're actually running in his shadow and on his track record. And it's unfortunate that you brought him out to campaign for you. That's not the person you should have brought out. You should have gone on your own steam, because you're already well known. It's good that you brought out the party leader. That would have been a good option.
So we got some more, some stuff coming in from the correspondents. And I know what we're moving to next. I think we're going to Orange Walk. Is it Orange Walk up next? Oh, we have an interview with Albert Vaughn here in Belize City, as well as Honorable Francis Fonseca. So let's head on over to Terry G on the MIC.
We are with an old soldier in the army, literally, because he's a retired lieutenant, folks, Albert Vaughn, and you survived the cut because this is your second time around. 3 years ago, there were very few soldiers who answered the battle cry to run against the incumbents, the United Democratic Party, and you guys survived under the leadership of Bernard Wagner. And this time around, there were about 20 plus who went into the convention, and you survived the cut, Albert.
Yep, I did. Well, Terry, if you allow me to, first of all, I'd like to give thanks and praises to God. What a wonderful day we have.
Exactly.
And so we must say thanks. And then again, I must say thanks to the citizens of Belize who gave me that opportunity to serve 2018. And that is why I'm here again asking them for their support now. But yes, you are right. I have survived. It's politics, and we have to understand how politics, how politics run. No? So there's nothing wrong with that. Just push on.
So what you believe will be the reason why people will elect you guys once again?
Our record. If you look at our record under our UDP administration, right? It's there. We have delivered.
Even though their battle cry is they want to take back the city, suggesting that you guys are not doing a good job.
Yeah, that's their job. Their job is always a challenge, though. But our record speaks for itself. When you look at this is the cleanest you ever seen in the city. Look at the amount of streets we have put in, both on the south side and the north side. In Lekai alone, we have eliminated like over 15 land and bridges into streets. I'm gonna say, you know, maybe we're not putting those stuff out there for residents, but it is there. People who live in that area know that this council deliver. Not only the streets over there. When we took over Kushna Crescent, was in one of the most miserable. Look at it now, right? So
speaking of delivery, Francis Fonseca has consistently delivered this area blue, and every time you are challenged in the general elections, you seem to win by a wider margin. I guess that says something, right, Francis, Honorable?
Well, it says something about our team, which includes Councillor Albert Vaughan. He's the chairman of the division, so he has a lot to do with those victories that we have had in Freetown. And so we stand together. Our record is one, and I certainly look forward to working as the elected representative now on the PUP government with a new PUP City Council, where Mr. Vaughan is a councillor in that City Council, so that we can, for the first time, have an opportunity to really deliver for the people of Freetown.
So what is your job today?
My job today is to bring out, to implement and execute our plan like we do every election. I am the representative for Freetown, so my responsibility is to deliver Freetown along with the chairman and his team.
Are you pleased with the turnout so far? Because it seems to be a trickling effect.
Yeah, it's slow, but I think people should take into account the fact that it's a work day, first of all. So generally on work days, election days that are work days, people tend to come out between 11 and 1 and 4 to 6. Those are the hours that you have a surge.
Generally, when there's a low turnout, that speaks well for the incumbent, right, Albert?
That's what they say. But we are working. Our machine is our machine is will bring out the voters, as the honourable minister said. It's just the time, you know. I guess it's not as the minister said. It's not a holiday. And so we have to respect that. People will come out.
But we are bringing out our people, I have no doubt about that. The UDP, on the other hand, you can see, they have absolutely no activity here in Freetown. So we are bringing out our people. And at the end of the day, if there is a low turnout, it will be because the UDPs have failed to mobilize their people, failed to bring out their people. But we will certainly bring out our supporters.
We will see at the end of the day, folks, when the votes are all tallied. So we have two incumbents here, Albert Vaughan from the
senior incumbent,
exactly, from the City Council, and Francis Fonseca, the area rep and Minister of Education, among other things. So on behalf of Denver Fairweather, this is Terry G on the MIC for Municipal Elections 2021, live on 5.
We had Terry just updating us just now with Albert Vaughan, and we moved to the 11 o'clock voter turnout in Belmopan.
And that would be with Andre Marsden working with Chris Mangar.
Good morning once again, Andre Marsden here at Belmopan. In front of the Belmopan Comprehensive High School. As I mentioned, it's where the majority of electors in Belmopan will be coming to cast their vote. It's the polling station for Belmopan East, and we'll get into that in just a minute. I have number updates for as of 11 a.m. A total of 1,624 of the registered voters have cast their ballots. 1,624 brings it up to about 18% voter turnout. Now we can compare that with what we saw at the general elections just a short time ago, at which point it was around 4,000. So a lot fewer coming out at this time of the day. Perhaps the difference might be that on that day there were more people out as it was made a holiday, and more people might simply be at work waiting for that time to come off, or perhaps an earlier leave to the work day this morning. But we'll just have to wait and see. So far, it's been a very slow, sort of sluggish move-in, but we have seen the machinery moving along. We've definitely seen PUP's machinery quite active out here, but not much has been seen from the UDP camps. They certainly have a presence at the different polling stations, but that presence is a lot smaller when we compare it to what we're seeing from the UDP camps. Another interesting fact, of that 18%, the majority of them have been in Belmopan East, and that is actually the area where Area Representative Oscar Mira calls home, and possibly where he's been able to mobilize some more. We know that Sharon Palacio of the PUP was integral to Mira's campaign and integral to his win, so we see Oscar Mira coming out to do the same for her. We're expecting to see a lot more come out, possibly around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, hopefully before the polls close. But so far, a slow, sluggish day. The heat is warming up, the temperature is warming up as expected this morning, and we'll be out here seeing how things go. For now, I'm Andrew Marsden from Belmopan, Municipal Elections 2021.
All right, there you go.
Thank you, Andrea, for that update. Definitely looking to see more coming from Belmopan throughout the day. We will be moving into interview with Andrea Polanco and Ladrick Shepherd Mad Bull, who is the mayoral candidate in Orange Walk, and we will go to that now.
I'm being joined now, guys, by the PUP's mayoral candidate, Mr. Ladrick Mad Bull Shepherd. Mad Bull, how you go this morning?
Well, as you know, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling proud of the work that I did earlier for the past 2 months. You know, this is a very unique campaign that we did. You know, every time that for the past 3 elections, we know that campaign starts from September. This time we had to move up a little back due to the pandemic and also the general election that was in November. So we had to start in January. We tried to visit as much, but I think I have an advantage over my opponent because I was campaigning for the Prime Minister in Central, which is, you know, one of his main campaign managers there. So I infiltrated the East section, and which I know was going to be the battlefield for us. And I know in Central we were going to do great, and then I also went to Ochobenke. So I think me and my team did enough. I think we did great, and we're looking out for a great result on today after the numbers are called.
Right. Now, Ladrick, you're no stranger to municipal elections here in Orange Walk Town, absolutely no stranger to the community. Do you think this is going to be in your favor going into tonight's results?
Well, I think I've done a lot, and I think the people know who is Ladrick Mad Bull Shepherd, born and grew right here in Orange Walk. You know, attended, went to San Francisco School, attended Technical High School, spent 6 years at BSI, spent 16 years at Center Cable Network. These are the things I was brought up the right way by my mom, Miss Marian Torres, and my dad, Mr. Ladrick Shepherd, who are not with me right now, but I know that they're watching me and they're very proud of me. But I know, and then that is many things that I bring to the table, and the amount of work that I did for. Like I can tell you that I was working in the youth section under Honorable Kevin Bernard, which was Mayor Kevin Bernard in the youth section. He did the infrastructure. Growing up, I was also making sure that I'd go to the council to learn the system, because I know one of these days my name will be called for the same situation. It was in 2008 that I launched my campaign stating that I will be running for the mayoral candidate, and we're here today.
Right. Now, you mentioned former Mayor Kevin Bernard, now Minister, area rep for East. Very big shoes to fill, but I know Kevin is like, what, size 7, you're about 11, so that don't be a problem.
No. What I can say, I feel like a little brother. And I think I have 3 big brothers that are right beside me looking out for me. In the north, I have Munches Cervantes that is there. In Central, I have the Honorable John Briseno, who is the PM. And in East, I have Kevin Bernard, who have have a good relationship for the past 9 years with. So I just feel like I just need to piggyback on these guys. We have a central government that is PUP. I feel like I said, I feel comfortable. I just need to make sure that everything goes as planned. And for the next 3 years, these guys are going to assist this town council, which has not gotten their fair share for the past 9 years. And I'm very confident that we're going to be getting the job. The Orange Walk people want to feel a love. Orange Walk want to not compare ourselves with what happened in Kaya, what happened in Belize City and Stanquick, but we need our share. And I must call my good friends, my neighbor just beside me, Corozal. I also need a little love. So I need to spread that love today, and it is our turn to shine, man.
Yeah. Now, let's.
All right, and there you saw Ladrick Shepherd, but of course most people know him as Mad Bull in Orange Walk. I know, Audrey, you were asking how he was the councillor that elevated to mayoral candidate.
Right.
One of the things I know is that he was the councillor who garnered the most votes in the last election, and I think has consistently done so. We have some more voter turnout information. So we're going to go down south to PG. Right before we go to a break, Aurelio has the 11 o'clock numbers.
This is running as an independent councillor here the results after speaking Punta Gorda to the returning officer. Toledo Community College school grounds, and of course this is where, behind me, this is the counting area. This is where the counting of the results for later on will take place. And results coming in at 11 o'clock, St. Peter Claver School polling area. There is a total of 223 votes casted. St. Benedict, 182 votes casted, and PG Methodist, there's a total of 86 votes casted, and altogether there are 491 total votes casted up to 11 o'clock, and that gives us a figure of 18.2% from a total of 2,686 registered voters in this municipality in Punta Gorda town. And what I can say, the people out in the streets is very slow. There's slow movement. You know, everybody is on a go slow, and a couple factors. Maybe it could be because of the pandemic, or maybe it's people are working. So we're excited, and we're here to report for you what becomes in the afternoon later on. And usually during elections, during municipal elections, you could see a lot of movements from all the different tents, but unfortunately it's not so here in Toledo. You could see waters being distributed. We're looking at food and all these stuff, and it's not present. So that is and still up to now, I still haven't gotten a chance to come across any of the mayoral candidates, the 3 mayoral candidates, and we have 1 independent councillor, Orlando Moscham, running as an independent councillor here in Punta Gorda Municipality. I'm reporting right here at the Toledo Community College School Grounds, Aurelio Show for Municipal Elections 2021.
Thank you so much, Aurelio. The only thing I do miss from November is how Aurelio took us on that tour to all the villages, and you could see that beautiful landscape. But it is great to see
Aurelio full of energy
as well.
But, a lot has passed, and I haven't gotten to comment. I want to go back to the Francis Fonseca Albert Vaughan interview, and I want to say, as a resident of the city, despite anything anybody says, my experience with Albert Vaughan has been that he responds to the needs of anybody regardless of their political affiliation. And I can say that with confidence because I have a lot of followers on Facebook. I keep a lot of social media contact. And I have seen rabid UDPs, the man, run for office, go on Facebook and complain about silly little things that they never complained before. No problem, complain. And I have seen Albert Vaughan go and respond without making any big deal about it. It's like, you're a resident of the city, your street no good, they never pick up the garbage, a drain clog, he goes and responds. And I've never seen a councillor work so hard. Well, he genuinely does it, and that has been what I can say I've seen. Of course, if Albert ever do anything when I agree, I go and say it.
Well, but I would hope so,
I have to say that he's one of the few that has responded so openly in the city.
And if I could only just put one added perspective on that as we head to a break, it is so unfortunate when we talk about our politicians and elected leaders that we must laud the ones who simply do their jobs.
Yes.
Yeah. But let's take a break. Actually, what's going to happen is we're going to have another shift in our panel. I'm going to be stepping out and joining everyone back a bit later.
You'll be stepping out?
Stepping out, yeah.
No break for you,
Then we are going to have William Neal joining you guys for just a bit. Thank you so much. Enjoy, and we'll take that break, and we will be back in a few.
No, it's not a public and bank holiday, but that doesn't mean you can't find the time to take advantage of Mikado's Election Day sale. That's right. After you finish rocking your vote in the election on March 3rd, come on down to Mercado's and enjoy a whopping 20% discount on all textiles store-wide. You heard right. After election, come make your selection and get 20% discount at Mercado's, your textile police.
The Belize Tax Service Department is preparing to implement a modern, more efficient tax system with a Phase 1 rollout scheduled for July 2021. In preparation, taxpayers are advised that our employees will be getting in contact via phone, email, and walk-in visits to obtain updated information, including business certificates and company documents, contact and employment information. Our employees will always properly identify themselves when they contact you, and should you wish to verify their authority, you may contact any of our offices countrywide. The new integrated tax administration system will give taxpayers greater command of their tax profile, providing a full suite of e-services that will be accessible anytime, anywhere. Our department thanks taxpayers for their continued support as we work on ways to better serve Belize. Together, we build Belize. Your contributions, our development.
That's the sound of fuel efficiency. Every day, every time, I choose Una Fuels, powered with Dynamax. Una, a brand committed with the future.
Congratulations to our Belican Papa's Topper winners today. Continue popping those toppers off of Belican for a chance to win free beer. $20, $100, or $1,000.
Papa's Topper!
Belican, the beer of Belize.
Welcome to Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, where the health and wellness of the youngest members of your family are important to us.
We are offering here all the care of the babies, newborns, adolescents, toddlers. We also have a neonatal area in case a baby needs a NICU. We have an ICU area for pediatric patients, offering treatment for asthma or patients after a surgery or any other emergency that the kids have. We have an emergency with all the equipment and all the nurses, especially for the babies and the kids.
For child-friendly pediatric and neonatal care, call us at 280-5000 today.
Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
In these challenging times, the one thing that is certain is that the Belize Bank Limited is here for you.
There is nothing more important than your health and safety. And we continue to make every effort to make banking safer for you. Our staff is working around the clock to make sure you can do your banking conveniently 24/7 using our mobile banking app and online banking and keeping ATMs up and running. We value your relationship with us and are here to provide the support you need. First responders are also out there 24/7. Thank you, healthcare workers, security forces, firefighters, caregivers. You are all appreciated. Stay safe. We will get through this together. The Belize Bank, our country, your bank.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
Welcome back. I'm joining the panel now, being led by Brighton. So I'm just going to defer all control over to Brighton, the man in the middle.
So definitely we have interesting conversations going on. Ms. Audrey, I want to ask you a question. Do you really see a split happening in Belize City today?
The votes?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I actually believe, and I don't mind being proven wrong or right. I actually believe that we will see some of the independent candidates take more votes. Doesn't necessarily mean they will win. And it may not necessarily mean that one of them or two of them may join the council, whichever other major party that is. But I actually honestly believe that today a lot of people will vote for some of those independent candidates. So let's say if in the last election some of them only got 10 votes, maybe in this election they'll get 200 votes or maybe more. I see that. In terms of for the Belize City, a split along PUP, UDP, highly doubted, but if we do, I think candidates like Leon Gill, who is really, he's just associating with a party that just recently lost terribly and have a bad reputation for now, but he by himself is a very good candidate, so I see someone like him possibly being one of those who make it in, or maybe at least make a very high score. But we can't tell sometimes with the electorate is fickle, and we don't know why some of them are coming out or not. But as was said in the interview with Area Rep Honorable Fonseca and Mr. Albert Vaughan, they're bringing out their people, and low voters turnout is usually in favor of the incumbent. Remember, a lot of UDP people are still feeling hurt and upset over what happened with their party. And a lot of independent people don't want either party. So it is those who can bring out their loyal ones who will see a better turnout, I believe.
But it's interesting because one of the things that I noticed in terms of talking about voter fatigue and things of that nature. I think it's also a way of looking at the electorate as not looking at the individual candidates themselves. This is either, you know, I vote PUP or I vote UDP or I vote independent. So there has not been a lot done in terms of looking at the resumes of the individual candidates and what they stand for. You raise a point using Leon Gill, for example, and that's what triggered that in my mind's eye. The whole idea that, you know, it's not that the candidates who are offering themselves as candidates for a particular party are necessarily bad candidates, but they may have a blow to their ego that might derail their entire political career. I think you have to look at politics as a long-term goal. You have to go in there because a lot of people do horribly in their first try. But you have to continue and you have to show consistency and all of that. And I think that's a key part of it. But looking at the different candidates, I was really, you know, I followed a lot of the interviews on Open Your Eyes with the individual candidates. And I was impressed by Patrick Williams.
Patrick, yes.
Because he's not going in jaded, he's not going in saying, all he wants to do is work. You know, and I think that's an important part of the energy. And that genuine approach that he had transferred even through the television. You know, you could see somebody who was there. He's young, he's vibrant, he's everything. And I think a lot of people in Belize City may indeed vote for him.
But you know something too, what's really nice to see is that from that very youth shadow council that was created, we have Patrick Williams as well as the young lady, Diana Kenya, who was a youth shadow councillor as well.
Oh, really?
Right, running in the
That's a very good idea. Then it gives them an idea if they want to step forward. And you know, I would want voters to do two things. Three I should say. One, go out and vote. Don't allow the low voters turnout. Two, see this as an opportunity where you don't have to vote strictly along political lines. Look at people, and the truth is, if you don't know enough about them, because the campaigning this season was very different, not because they didn't want to campaign, because of COVID and money and everything, but it was very different. But go on Facebook. You can learn a lot about people on Facebook. And three, stop thinking that your municipal election is like your general election. Municipalities only deal with strict things that the law creates. They are creature of statute. Their roles are very specific. It's about streets, parks, slaughterhouses, although we don't really have those as we did before. Drain maintenance. It's literally the city. The reason they charge me property tax is because when I pay my property tax, I'm expected that the streets and the drains and the sidewalks and the garbage collection will be done with my money. Municipal election is, general election and issues is about creating jobs, distribution of land, and all those other things. So stop mixing it. If you educate yourself as to what one body should do as opposed to the other, then it would be easier to see that there's nothing wrong with when you look at candidates, to look at them for what they literally bring to the table, because it's a system where immediately they can go in and make a difference. And nothing is wrong if you have a mixed council. We've had mixed councils before. If you have a good leader, if you think that Mayor Bernard could work with anybody who goes along, it shouldn't be a problem, and they should be able to. Or if Erson becomes the mayor, he should be able to work with whichever part you come, because the task is so specific.
Ms. Audrey, I'd like to take our attention over here really quickly and just look at that split council situation that you're talking about.
It did occur before, right?
I'll get right back to that. But the split council, we have not seen it in Belize City in particular since 2003. And we've seen it in Benque Viejo, we've seen it in Orange Walk and San Ignacio, but we've not seen it in Belize City. And I want to know what you think will be the impact of having a general elections where the PUP just swept over United Democratic Party, and the political fatigue that people are experiencing right now, how that will play into
let me tell you,
that split council.
If the UDP managed to get some candidates in a majority PUP city council, it would be a clear message to both parties. The message to the UDP would be, hey, that's not because we want to vote for no, we're not really ready for bringing them back. But we want a check and balance, so the message to the PUP would be like, yes, you're in power, but we don't want to give you absolute power either. It would be a direct message that people are saying, look, either way, we don't want either of you to have full power. And this is, while it is not a national election, people want every opportunity to send a message. And so it would simply be that. If some of the independents get in or get high votes, it would mean that people are saying the same thing. Look, unlike the old days where we down the line and we're fanatics, there are more of us who are not as fanatics. There will always be those fanatics that will, 15%, the rule is, based on studies all over the world, is that in any system, for either parties, 15% will always be fanatics for either side. And then there's a 70% that you have to persuade. Of that 70%, there'll be so many people that are just automatically disgruntled, will not come out. But there'll always be those who are more fair-minded, who more feel a sense of duty and responsibility, and will choose either way.
But can I ask something? Because, you know, the narrative that has been, you know, widely circulated, every, you know, as you monitor different stations with the election run-up, you know, everybody has been talking about voter fatigue. And I want to know in what is that rooted in? You know, simply because there's a cycle for municipal. It's more predictable than that. And while very often the elections are more about the, at least from the Belize City perspective, it's more about the person who's running for mayor, you know, than the candidates. The candidates almost disappear into the shadows. It's more a mayoral kind of approach. One thing I can say is, based on what I've seen on social media, I live in Ladyville, so I don't qualify to vote anymore. But I can tell you that Urson Picard had a very strong presence in terms of what he was doing on social media, you know, WhatsApp blasts, etc. I didn't get a sense of that looking from afar, you know, in terms of Mayor Wagner and his team. And so I thought, you know, like, and I understand there's a certain hunger that you need to actually, you want it, right? Now, I didn't get a sense of a report card or anything like that, that it would actually become a situation where I could look at it for what it is, to say that these are the two personalities. So the voter fatigue thing was kind of interesting to me, because I think you want to see what is happening in your city because you want the improvements, you want to see all the other things. This is where it can't get any more local than that. You know?
Well, my answer to that has several layers. First layer is that many people, because of lack of knowledge, just cannot disassociate municipal elections from general elections, because it's the same political parties that come. It's still PUP, UDP mostly. They're colorblind. They just see colors, right? So that's one layer. The second layer is that, unfortunately, we just had a general election, and the voters' fatigue really come because, and this is talking to some young people, middle-aged and all ages from my end, and they're saying like, one next election, it says like, we feel that, yeah, we voted out the UDP, but seeing this inquiry, what it tells us, it's no better, because it reminds me that the UDP also had an inquiry into all the passport scandal of the PUP. And yes, there was one long before with Maxwell Samuels and so. And they feel like, I just go vote, but my vote not make any difference, because they're mixing the national issues with the municipal issues. And they cannot see, well, yes, it's both in instances, it's a PUP, UDP, let's use them as the example, but the issues are different. They can't disassociate from that. So they just feel like my vote means nothing.
Can I just say one other thing? Because I think even when and I worked in the media, and I think a part of it is what makes that narrative that there's a fatigue, to me, dangerous, is because there's not enough of an analysis of what these things really mean for people. One second. So it becomes about personalities, it becomes more about emotions. So it's not that I'm tired of the same old rhetoric. If you were able to say, okay, why is this inquiry important? What does it really mean? And given the fact that the administration, but that's the role of the media.
Exactly.
And that's why I think that the entire idea of saying there's voter fatigue lets people off the hook to say that basically I am disgusted, turn off, I don't listen, I don't do anything else.
Right.
And I think that's an easy way out.
That's what's happening, William.
Miss Arden,
and what makes it more skewed up is that when you go on Facebook, when you go on social media, it's too extreme, you see.
Right.
It's too extreme. I mean, I did a live where I was complaining that you see the rabid UDPs defending the wrongs of their party and the rabid PUPs defending it. So when a person who wants to educate themselves and elevate themselves, they're not getting it from the media because most media houses are politically aligned. And they're not getting it from this social media because the rabidity is crazy. Then where do you go to get a more balanced discourse like you're talking about, you know?
Let's go to this interview first.
Okay, let's do
We
it.
have UDP mayoral candidate for Orange Walk, Orlando Habet.
Yes. Habet?
Take it away.
Morning. Well, I have a neutral feeling. I don't feel excited, no, I don't feel sad. I just feel normal. It's like a normal day for me.
Normal day, some might say. Why, Chicle, why you decide to put your hat in the ring? The UDP get obliterated in Orange Walk Town. They lost the East in November. Why you decided to do this?
I decided to do this because as a young person looking into politics, you have seen both political parties failed the country. And at the moment you see how the current political party in power, how the first 100 and odd days they have failed our country, and I decided to take that leap to encourage the younger generation to get into politics, you know, because the ones that currently have been on both sides have been in power for the past 40 years, I believe. If you notice, the same names have always been called when it comes to election, and I decided to take this leap to encourage the younger generation to get into politics.
Some might say, boy, you run for lose, and nobody don't really run for lose.
Yeah, it's true. Some people might say that, but at the end of the day, losing is a state of mind. And you have to learn that this is a competition nonetheless, and it's a competition to see who will get the most votes from the people. And at the end of the day, there are no losers in this, because I don't feel like a loser. I have met many people and I've made new friendships. So to me, it will be in the end who the people want.
Who the people want. What are some of the concerns you heard from the people? What are some of the things that you think are going to take them out to the polls today?
The people are disappointed in the government at the moment, you know, and they have expressed that to us. They say that, well, we're not getting food pantry no more. We're not getting that little government assistance which used to help them a lot. So right now, for say the past week, so I think all over the country, the PUP have been moving around. You know, it's election time, so they will try to bribe the people in giving them a little food pantry and try to scrape a 2 street just to show a little excitement. But at the end of the day, people are seeing these things, and I believe people will come out and send the PUP a message.
Some might say, boy, that's just 100 days, man. The other one, they had how many years? 15 years in there. We only get one 100 days. So maybe it will be too tight for the current government.
It's not that, because if you look at the manifesto, all of those things, I don't believe that they will accomplish anything in this 5 years of any of their manifesto. Because based on the economic condition that we are in worldwide, how could you promise such thing as free education? You see, so it goes to show deception. It's not about only the 100 days that they're in there, but it comes down to the nepotism and all of these new vehicles and everything that is being bought, the firings. People are seeing all of this happen, and people are very discontented with this.
Mm-hmm. You know? All right. So, what's your pitch to them, knowing that there is a blue central government, and we always hear, you know, sometimes they're not as aligned as we'd like them to be when you have red and you have blue at the local and, you know, the central. What's your pitch to the people? How can you deliver on the promises that you've made under a PUP government?
Yeah, people don't let the central government fool you. The town council makes millions of dollars in revenue for a year. It's just proper management that is needed. You know, once you have proper management, those funds can be used appropriately and for the right reason. So we humbly ask you to come out and support your UDP 17 for better management and your vote against corruption, nepotism, all of these things. So come out in numbers and show the central government that we do have talent.
Every minute.
Thank you for that update there in Orange Walk.
And we'd just like to make a correction. It's Orlando Castillo,
Yes.
not Orlando Cabet.
We have any other one? Because I want to mention something he said.
And sure, and we also will go down south to Punta Gorda, where we'll talk with the BPP's candidate, Marcel Palma.
Oh, good.
Good afternoon, and we're right here under the BPP, the Green Party tent, with one of the mayoral aspiring candidate for the BPP, the Green Party. Tell us, what motivated you to take up that great responsibility for that candidacy?
Well, we know that politically, PG and Belize, we're in a dire situation, which means that the independent people now have to step up. The independent-minded people now have to step up if we want to see a change in our community. It's a tough road, I can tell you that, but it is necessary for our town in particular because we want change. We want something new for PG. We're tired of seeing the same old political gimmicks happen, and it's happening today as we speak, right? But I know that the people of Punta Gorda town, they are ready for change, they are ready for something new, they are ready for a new vision from a third party.
Right, and when you talk about change, what are some of the changes do we expect to see from the Green Party?
Well, one of the main things on our agenda is the issue of food security. How do we get people to use the greenery that is around us to create or grow their own food? One of the other things is how do we fix these roads? And we know that PG is in a deplorable state, but we need to start with the drainage situation first. And so we're addressing things one step at a time to make our town a better town.
And how is the response coming from the residents of Punta Gorda during your campaign trail?
Well, during the campaign, I got a chance to visit all the houses in Punta Gorda town. We also did a virtual campaign, and the feedback was great. We had people conversing with us, telling us what they wanted, and that is key when it comes to our town and making things happen. The key is consultation, 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 which does not seem to happen with the other parties.
Yeah. Any feedback on why you think it's the turnout is low at this moment? We have I think 18% of the total.
Yeah, I heard the numbers, and you know, this morning they trickled in. It's slowing down, but I still believe that this afternoon people are going to come out. So there are people who are frustrated. That might be one of it too, right?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yeah.
And of course, this is Aurelio Show reporting live in PG for Municipal Elections 2021.
Thank you for that update. You know, one of the things that I'm thinking about right off the bat is that we are hearing in a lot of the interviews that these politicians themselves, they believe that because there is a central government, then there should be the same municipal government. I am not for that at all.
It's them who's selling that false narrative.
Right.
Yeah.
But we have another interview with the returning officer from San Pedro, Mr. Martin Alegria.
Right, so we're here with the returning officer for San Pedro, Belize Rural South, Mr. Martin Alegria. Mr. Alegria, it's been rough trying to keep up, but now we have you.
Yeah.
What can you say in terms of the figures so far?
Right now it's almost midday, but it began good. That between 7 and 8 we had over 570 something, but it has been lulled down a little. We had 5 change, then 400 and change, 413, and then it's picking up back to last hour 11 or so. We got 460 something, and right now it seems that people are coming during their lunch breaks, I guess, to come up and vote. It's kind of slow, generally speaking, but hopefully, you know, after, because it's not a holiday, hopefully after 4 or 5, when people are out of work, then they'll pour in. Okay. And so I've already asked my staff, my team, to be on the lookout for after 4 to get ready.
Well, you also...
And thank you very much, Marian, there in San Pedro. And finally, now we're making our way to the nation's capital, and we'll finally get an opportunity to talk with the UDP mayoral candidate for Belmopan, Jackie Burns.
Next, we have UDP mayoral candidate, Jackie Burns. Good morning, Miss Burns. We've been trying to track you down this morning.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's been a busy morning for you.
And, I must apologize, but I'm the roving person. I'm the one moving from one station to the next. And we keep losing each other, but happy to be here with you now.
So tell me a bit about the preparation that's led up to this morning.
Andre, it's ridiculous the amount of fine-tuning, the little details that have to be sorted out previous to election day, but we've been up at it, some people all night, trying to get everything figured out. And yes, election day is here, and so we're pushing. They often say election is won on election day, and so we have to push our efforts in this today. Yes.
Now, it's not your first election, not even your first position in municipal government, but possibly the first time as the head or the leader.
Yeah.
How is it different from previous times?
It's much different. Usually I have one role to play, and it's usually to be greeting out at one particular station. Of course, the pandemic made us split Belmopan into 4 different polling areas, and so that's unique to Belmopan, or that's different for Belmopan, sorry. In terms of my now being the leader, it feels like you're needed for just about every little detail and your approval. And so this is probably why the chase has been so great today, because ordinarily I'd be out in front where I would be easy to be found.
And we also have, for the first time, the prospect of almost certainly a female mayor for Belmopan, and both involved in education. Has your experience in education perhaps given you an advantage, some help for today?
I guess because of my being a high school teacher for 23 years, I've been an adjunct lecturer for about 10 years at the University of Belize. It's exposed me to a lot of people, so the name has become recognizable, and I guess that's one advantage, no?
We just spoke with independent candidate Ralston Fraser, and I asked him the question concerning the possibility of a mixed slate. How do you feel about the possibility of working first with a central government, which is of the PUP party, and possibly councillor candidates from the PUP party?
Usually, Andre, I tell people that the politics is to get you elected. And after that, the work has to begin. We respect the mandate of the people. We're all Belizeans, no? And specifically today, we're all Belmopanese who are competing for this seat. And so if we look at wanting the best for Belmopan, then we will do the mature thing and move on and work together to get this city built. So I have no problem working with anybody, because I've always worked across boards with different personalities. So for me, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, I want to get to City Hall with my team, and so we've been pushing that idea, but we will respect the mandate of the people of Belmopan.
All right.
And there you had it. Thank you, Andre, and for that interview. Of course, we'll continue monitoring all municipalities, but now we're at that special screen provided by Full Tech, and
with our special guy.
Brighton is going to show us exactly how it works.
At the split council over the years from 2003 to 2018. And let's just go through it. First of all, I must say Belize is not up there. Belize City is not up there from 2003 to 2018. Well, Stan Creek, we had one in 2018 where there was 1 PUP and 6 UDP seats that was held. In Orange Walk, we have in 2009, 3 by the United Democratic Party, 4 by PUP. In Belmopan,
Orange Walk also had another split in 2015.
Oh, another in 2015, right. Yeah. So 5 and 2, 2 for UDP, 5 for PUP. And then we go to Belmopan in 2012, there was 1 with 6 UDP candidates and 1 for PUP. Toledo, we've have 2 in 2006, 5 and 2, 5 for UDP, 2 for PUP. In 2012, we see 6 for PUP, flipped, and it flipped completely, right? And then in San Pedro, we have 2, 6 and 1, and it flipped in 2012 in comparison to 2003. In Benque Viejo, we have 1, 6 and 1. But if we also look now at the stronghold by municipalities.
But go back there, Brighton.
Yeah.
All those, don't you see they come just after a general election? Because 2012 was a general election, right? Then 2009 was just after a general election.
Right.
And right, so there's a kind of trend, because even 2015 it was just after another general election. Because remember, under the UDP they never did their full 5-year term. One term was 4, the next one was 3.5, and stuff like that.
So it begs the question:
because
does the populace?
People use it to send a message. I'm telling you, that's how I see it, and I'm the independent-minded one on here, not the political.
And then we look at the stronghold by municipalities over the years, from 2003 to 2018. Speaking out off the bat, the United Democratic Party has held most of the seats over the years in the municipal elections. Belize City, though, is where we see from 2003 up until 2015, from 2006 up until 2015, it was United Democratic Party. In 2003, it was PUP under then Mayor Nunes. And in 2018, now it flipped. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens if we're going to be having a split for the first time since 2003 this year.
Wasn't it Fonseca? It wasn't Fonseca?
In 2003,
I think so. It was Fonseca, and then at the end, I think Nunes took over. But
right. And then if we look at Belmopan, Belmopan has not gone blue since 2003.
And that would be Chanona, no? That would be under Chanona.
Yes, it would have been Chanona.
Yeah.
But the difference is now for Belmopan is that they're having a municipal election just when they had a massive defeat. And it wasn't only just a massive defeat. It was a defeat where one of their key guys for the United Democratic Party, John Saliva, has been totally discredited. And unfortunately, Ms. Jackie Burns has always been one of the right hands or one of the staunch supporters and defenders of John Saliva. I think one of the smart things she has done for this municipal election is to not have him campaign with her. How much he has assisted, if any at all, I don't know, because I'm not on the ground.
Right.
So she faces that. And it doesn't seem as though the outgoing mayor, Mr. Khalid Bilal, has endorsed her either. I don't see anything that gives me that impression, but of course I don't know everything. I don't know about you guys. So she's up an uphill battle, and now she's going up against two persons, because Ralston was a known UDP, so he could be taking away some votes from her. And you're going up against Sharon, who's very popular as well. And campaign.
Jackie also did well traditionally in the polls. She even topped the mayor in terms of votes. So I think it's going to be an interesting battle, because both women are formidable characters in terms of their work in that area. So it's going to be interesting to see.
They have so much other circumstances surrounding them, and you're talking now about Belmopan, the seat of most public offices, and where a lot of public officers vote, and public officers will vote in the municipal election right there. So these public officers usually take the opportunity to send a little message to the very people who are in the central government if they're dissatisfied. And public officers are also known to be more balanced in the sense that they know more what's going on the ground politically.
And then if we look here,
that's not like a given. I think that one is going to be
an interesting one is Benquevejo, has been red since 2003.
Well, there might be a blue tide, because for the first time, Erin Contreras lost.
Right. So, and that's the energy that's coming from people on the ground there as well.
And one of their big supporters was murdered this week. It is this week that the guy Gonzalo was murdered. He has been a major force in the machinery of the United Democratic Party, and especially in the Contreras camp. So I don't know how much he was playing in.
Yeah. And then if we take a look now at, for example, Orange Walk, there has been quite a number of the people, right, but the People's United Party had maintained the stronghold there from since 2003 until 2018, except in 2009, when there was in 2006, sorry, when there was a flip from a complete flip, and not even a split. It was a complete flip from 2003 to 2009.
Interesting.
That was UDP, and then there was a split in 2009.
Right.
Interesting.
And then was a split there.
Yeah.
With 4-3.
Well, we don't know what will be because so many factors playing out right now. No money, no them make voters be enticed to come out. Some people are, I mean, when I heard Mr. Castillo for the mayor candidate saying that, oh, people say no food pantry, but food pantry has nothing to do with national, I mean, it's at the national level, it's not at the municipal level, but that, for him to say it, it means it plays on the mind of people. It doesn't mean because the law says you're just to deal with this and you're to deal with that. It doesn't mean it doesn't play in the mind of the people.
Well, I think that's what we were getting at in terms of the narrative. You know, not only the political fatigue, but so many other things as, you know, there's a misconception in terms of even from the candidates themselves as to what is the role of the municipal bodies, you know, whether it's providing jobs, providing land, providing all these other things. I think Belmopan might be a little bit different in that the land distribution is tied into their city council recondev or whatever. I think is kind of managed. You can correct me in that regard.
One of the questions I have to Ms.
Well, that's a whole lot of complication because recondev technically no exists.
No, but I think that responsibility shifted when it became the city of Belmopan.
The city of Belmopan, yes. And there's still a lot of very upset people because their lands have not been given to them in title, and there's a little bit of controversy. Yeah. But I just got a message from people, someone on the ground in Belmopan, that unlike what I thought, that Jan Saliva has not been a visible supporter of Jackie Key, he's actually been out campaigning with her. She may see that as a plus. From my view, that is a minus. But we'll see how that plays out. But Belmopan is unique in many ways, very unique in many ways. And I think being the seat of government, people mix national issue with local issue, and they might be sending a message. If they are already not satisfied with the central government, they will use the opportunity. Sometimes it doesn't matter how good the candidate is as a person. You can't get better. I know one of the things that the UDP City Council was doing in Belmopan, which is unusual because they don't really have that power in other municipalities, but because of the recondev thing that you talked about, they had created a new land project and they were promising lands to people. That happened just before general election and it continued right up to now. So that may be one of the edge they have because that's an unusual place in terms of their city council act allows them, because recondev, if many people remember, was a special so-called independent entity that was supposed to entice Belizeans all over the country to come and settle in Belmopan. So they were facilitating land. Of course, and a lot of scam went on, a lot of improprieties, but a lot of good too in that a lot of people got their land. But they're in between those people who are disenfranchised, still upset. And in between now that the council is doing that role, it got even more politicized than it should have.
Well, you know, I think in a lot of what we're seeing in terms of, we're talking about political reform, we're talking about a lot of need for clarity. And I think the education is important because prior to this actual election day, you've not had that kind of conversation. What is the role of a town council? What is the role of a city council? And again, I'll say that I think some of that has to come from the media. You have to have these kinds of educational sessions where you have that kind of clear delineation of roles and people get an understanding of it. So when that narrative is being pushed, that the alignment with the national administrative powers means that you'll have more access. It might be a perception more than the reality, because we're talking about Kevin Bernard. I'm trying to think, there's one other mayor I was thinking of who also did a lot of work outside of being aligned with the national government. But I think it's important because there's a lot of innovation that has to happen. The same way you floated a bond before that had never been done, you know, things like that, you have to come up with a plan. And I think while it's a lot about personalities, it also has to do with a plan for your municipality, and that's key. It's very local.
And it would be terrible if people feel that, oh, because PUP is national government, then I should make my municipal government the same, because then you are relinquishing your power to hold your leaders accountable, because you are saying, well, I will allow you to hold me at ransom, that once you're national government, I should have you as local government. No, you're allowing something that should not be. It should not be. But you know what is amazing? If you poll Belizeans going to the poll right now and ask them, do you know there's a specific legislation that addresses the Belize City Council, the Belmopan City Council, or your town council? There's a special law that outlines what can or can't be do, who could run or whatever. You know, if you ask them, they will say they don't know that law exists. And it exists. There's a substantive law and a subsidiary law that goes with it. And it's that very law, let me segue into this issue, it's that very law that is now being used to try and remove Mayor Bernard from being able to contest this election. And I said trying because the court did not allow the application at this stage.
I want to expand on something that you said. Well, actually, I want to ask you a question and push back a little bit. The common man might say on the street that the reason why we want to vote in an entirely opposition of the central government is because we don't see checks and balances. What are those checks and balances that are in place to provide that security for our citizens?
Well, it's more a perception for them because the municipal government will not check and balance the national one. The national one could to some extent check and balance the local one, which didn't work. You remember when Darrell Bradley passed a law saying that if you don't pay your taxes, they won't give you a driver's license. Up to today, that is not challenged in court, but that's illegal. The then minister, I think it was Godwin House, said to him not to do it, and he still did it. It's one of the few instances because remember he's the minister of local government, whatever there is. Central government can check and balance you because remember you're not a law unto yourself. But municipal bodies cannot check and balance a government. But what happens right now, if right now all municipal bodies go full UDP, what it does in terms of a political perception to the leadership of Johnny Buseni would be that, whoa, imagine people are sending me a message. What could be the message? The message could be, I'm not really satisfied with you. Or it could be that, I don't want you to get too comfortable with power, so I want to show you I'm prepared to sway and balance power. It's a matter of perception.
Right.
Okay?
And in politics, perception is not reality.
Perception is reality.
All right, well, let's go quickly to the returning officer from Benke, Andre Cho.
Good afternoon, Channel 5 viewers. I'm here with Mr. Andre Cho, the returning officer who's stationed in Benkevejo at the Mount Carmel Primary School. Mr. Cho, do you have some figures you can share with us?
Yes, good day. Benke has a total of 4,191 registered electors and 2 polling areas, polling area 83 and 84. So as at midday, at 12 midday, 775 voters came out to vote in polling area 83 and 145 voters came out to vote in polling area 84 for a total of 920, and that is 23% of the total registered electors. That's the turnout so far. So maybe in the afternoon it picks up, but so far it has been very slow, unlike national elections. Normally there are spikes in the morning and the afternoon. We didn't really have a spike this morning. It was very slow from the start of open of polls. So maybe there will be more people coming out this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Cho.
All right, and thank you. And we go directly to the west. We go to incumbent Mayor Earl Trapp, staying out west.
Mayor Earl Trapp, the incumbent mayor. How do you feel about your chances going into this municipal election, particularly now that we've seen that there has been a change at a higher level of government? Do you think the people are seeing red or blue, or do you think it's a separate game when it comes to the municipal elections?
Definitely, it is separate from general elections, and what will make the difference here, as I was telling Ms. Marisol earlier, is basically the changes that have come to this municipality under my leadership, you know, and I can tell you that many people have spoken to me that would normally support the other party, or people that would normally be on the fence. And because they are satisfied with the many developments in our municipality, they will come out and support us again. Why break what is that broken? You know, why fix what is that broken? So I can tell you that have been the general sentiments here, that we have been doing an excellent job, and the people will return us to the municipal and to the town hall tonight, tomorrow.
And while you have your name recognition as the incumbent, the blue team is saying, well, they have the support of the central government, and now you will not exercise similar.
Sir, as I have been saying to the people, that is just a perception. There is no such support from central government, especially when it comes to financial support. I can tell you that even if PUP should win tonight, they will have no such support from central government. They might have moral support, but when it comes to something physical, something financial, something substantial, they will not get that, because even the central government does not have money, as what they have been alluding to. So how they will get support from central government? That is nonsense, I can tell you.
Okay. So you've made some slight adjustments towards your team. You had some changes. How does that improve what you're bringing to the Twin Tongues?
Definitely it's a plus, and it's something that the general public have welcomed and have said to us that definitely the new reinforced team brings more to the table, and it gives us a different look at your team.
Okay. Last question, Mayor. At what point in the night do you expect there to be the results of your assumed win?
Because of the counting that will be taking place in the different constituencies, I think results should be out by 10:30, 11. We should certainly have a clear indication as to who will be seated at the town hall tomorrow.
Thank you, Mayor Trapp.
All right, and we keep it moving, and now we're back to Belize City, where we will be talking with Kaya Katus.
In front of the Buttonwood Bay Nazarene Primary School with PUP Councillor candidate Kaya Katus. She is a first-time political aspirant running on the Belize City Council slate. Good afternoon, Kaya.
Afternoon, Asani. Afternoon.
Talk to us a bit about today. What does it mean for you in terms of your political ambitions, first of all, and secondly, trying to bring out as many supporters to cast a ballot in your favor?
Like you say, I'm a first-time political aspirant, and I'm not known in this field. However, I'm known in the city otherwise for my sporting background, and I was once told that maintaining a good reputation is essential because your reputation is what precedes you, and I am 100% confident of the reputation that precedes me, because I know it speaks volumes of my character, my dedication, and just the love and the passion that I have for anything that I do. So convincing people to vote for me wasn't hard, but like I said, having a good reputation really counts.
What has your campaign efforts been like leading up to today? You've had several weeks, if not several months, to prepare yourself in terms of doing the house-to-house campaign. What has that experience been like for you?
It's been more or less 6 weeks on the ground, walking through the 10 constituencies, and it's a different thing. Walking house to house, talking to people, hearing their problems, listening to their cries, figuring out how you can be of assistance to them in the future if you are indeed successful. It's been different, but I love it, and it's something that I plan to continue doing.
Now, the turnout so far has been rather weak, and this is not only in Belize City but across the country. Do you have any particular concerns in terms of the anemic voter turnout and how it might affect your chances of getting in to City Hall?
Well, I believe a low voter turnout will favor the incumbents. So I believe that a PUP City Council will return to City Hall. I think we have been working our machinery properly in getting out our people, our pledges, getting them to the polling station. And I think that is what is important today, getting our people to the polling station to cast their votes.
Now, you are your own individual, but others looking from the outside would say, but you come from what seems to be a strong UDP family, and now you stand out as a PUP candidate. What do you say to people who have that question versus where you see yourself going with your political ambitions?
You're definitely right. I am a free thinker, and I am capable of making my own decisions in life. I come from divorced parents. My mother's side of the family is perceived to be UDP, and my father's side of the family is perceived to be PUP. So, I was able to see both growing up and get to know more or less what these parties are about from maybe the inside. And I think I made, I don't think I am 100% certain that I made the right choice in deciding to run for the PUP and to be a part of the PUP.
Best of luck. That is the PUP's councillor candidate here in Belize City, Kaya Katus. Many know her from her endeavors in sports, and so she's offering herself for City Hall this time around.
And thank you very much, Isani. We now switch over to an interview with Karim Musa.
Good afternoon, Minister Musa.
Good afternoon, Isani. Thank you for visiting us here at the Buttonwood Nazarene Primary School. This is Area 3A of the Caribbean Shores constituency, and thank you for coming out today.
Have you had a chance to look at the numbers of voters that have turned out in this particular area since this morning?
Yes, it's been slow in coming along. I think the primary objective of both political parties, or in some cases there are more than two political parties, but the primary objective is always to get out your pledges. Those who you know are supporting you, those who are supporting the candidacy of the mayor and the councillors, and so that is our objective today. But at the same time, we also want to encourage all Belizeans to come out across the country. It's a very important election, even though it's just the town and city council election. It's a very important one because a lot will be determined based on this election today. So I just want to send that message to encourage everybody to come out. We still have a lot of time left, and it is expected that the numbers will increase in the afternoon.
Some people are using this particular exercise as sort of a measuring stick, in a manner of speaking, to see how well the People's United Party has been able to perform since being voted in on November 11th. How do you see that? It's been a 3-month window of opportunity to start implementing Plan Belize. Where are you guys so far?
Well, if you ask me, and if you look at each of the individual ministries, the performance has been excellent. I mean, when you're starting off with the Ministry of Health, for us to have reduced the numbers so significantly, now we're just in the hundreds in terms of COVID positive cases. So clearly a huge turnaround in the Ministry of Health. Now we have more freedom, we have a better situation for businesses to thrive. Before that it was more restricted. So we are very appreciative of that. When you look at agriculture, we've made so many strides already in agriculture, exporting our products, chicken to Grenada. We have our cattle being exported again, and so there's a lot of hope. Even when you look at the Ministry of Education, we are looking to reopen schools once we can get everybody vaccinated, all the teachers vaccinated, and so you can already see where Plan Belize is actually being realized and executed upon. So I mean, I think overall people are happy with our performance as a government. It's only been 100 days, but it's a huge difference from what we had for 13 years under the UDP.
Is there anything else you want to share with the viewing public?
Well, I just want to encourage everybody to come out. You just heard from one of our councillor candidates, Ms. Kaya Katus. I am excited for her candidacy, as well as all the other females on our slate. I want to big them up. As you can see, I'm wearing an empower, inspire, and uplift. We need to uplift our women and encourage them to be in politics, be more engaged in the leadership of our country. And so I'm excited about that. And of course, I'm endorsing the full slate PUP today.
The Caribbean Shores Area Representative Karim Musa. Once again, we're live here from the Buttonwood Bay Nazarene Primary School in Caribbean Shores.
And we'll continue moving, and now we'll talk to Patrick Williams and Richard Macaulay, BPP councillor candidates for Belize City.
You hear that?
Them out and we keep finding them. This is polling area number 1, Freetown Division, and this is the All Saints area to be exact. And we're with the BPP candidates, with the mayoral candidate, my good buddy, Richard Lizard Macaulay. He not Dion Macaulay uncle, by the way. I'm my new brother, right? Yes, man, good. And Patrick Williams. Now, Patrick, your family comes from the Marie Sharp line, right?
Yes, sir.
If I may say so myself. Good. So what made you guys get involved in the first place? Let me talk to the newcomer, Patrick, because Richard, you've been around.
Yep, I've been
around.
around.
All right, you've been around, Patrick.
I endorse the newcomer.
All right.
Vibrant.
Good. So what was your reason for doing so? You're a very a young individual as well.
Yes, well, you see, I want to uplift society a bit, and I see that this city needs a lot of work, and I've been working tirelessly around the city to clean up and do all the work and show that there is work to be done, and someone needs to put their foot down to let this work start and be completed.
Now you realize, though, that being one of the lesser known parties and a new party at that, it's an uphill struggle.
It is an uphill struggle, but I'm a cyclist, and all cyclists can endure all pain no matter what, and I will just keep trying and pushing for what I want.
Well, let's see what will happen at the end of the day. Now, Richard, this is not your first go at it, right?
This is my second go at it for the city council. I run as councillor, and now I'm running for the mayor.
What is your reason for doing so?
The reason for doing so, I am from a different background than the other mayors. I can create jobs, and I am good with people. As a mayor, your job is to get things done. Okay?
You need to expound on that, though, when you talk about creating jobs, Lisa.
Creating jobs. I'm from a background where I am an assistant instructor and dive master. You can also put that into play. Get people diving up to dive master level. That way they could get jobs. All right? The females, single females, you need to go there, find them. Single mothers, find them and create jobs for them, whether it's sewing or driving or other stuff. Right? There's a lot of stuff you can do for the females and male in this in Belize City.
Okay, so
on that a bit about the creating of jobs. What I believe we should do is invest in more entrepreneurial ideas that can employ more than 100 people, because I've noticed this virus has made us realize that people lose jobs, and it's very important to have this, and we need to find a way to sustain ourselves as a country, as a city. And if we invest in ideas such as company ideas, because there's a development program from the city council that invest in entrepreneurs, but they're investing in entrepreneurs that have one single economy. We need to have one that can supply jobs for all people as much as we can, and those are the ideas we need to target and invest in, and like that we can bring revenue to our country while employing citizens around the city and the country.
Now imagine that you would get elected amongst a council of 9 or so from another slate. What can you bring to the table, knowing that your vote might not amount to much?
Well, I just have to keep my head up, keep trying, pushing for what I want, and if there's a speed bump, I either go over it or go around it. There's always a way, and I'm never gonna give up until I find a way.
Same goes for you, Mr. Mayor. Suppose you get elected as mayor, and you have so many people surrounding you that are from a different slate.
Well, if I am elected, I'm the mayor, so I'm the boss, so I'll call the shots, and I'll do things differently. Okay? Whilst you are the mayor, you have a lot of stuff that you can get done and have people get done. I manage people, all right? And I've seen where you use there's a lot of motorcycles around, for instance. Why not go electric? Go electric and save gas. Go solar, save gas. So this is a lot. There's a lot of things on the table that as a mayor I can do and make the city move and have people get jobs and stuff like that. Once you save, you could create jobs for people, like entrepreneurs, like for other people and stuff.
It's going to be an uphill struggle for you guys, and they say the journey of 1,000 miles begin with the first step. So assuming you don't make it this time around, what's your future plans, Patrick?
My future plans, I will continue to keep on working around the city. Even if not elected now, I plan to have projects throughout the city from now until the other elections. My face will continuously be out there, and I will be showing that work will continue.
Well, let's find out, folks, at the end of the day. Patrick Williams and as well as Richard Lizard Macaulay. These are two of the candidates contesting this year's municipal elections under the banner of the Belize Progressive Party. Let's see how it goes, like I mentioned. So this is municipal elections 2021, and we're live on 5. Tara G on the MIC along with Denver Fairweather.
Thank you, Terry G. And our final interview for this segment before Audrey leaves us is actually an interview with PUP mayoral candidate for the Twin Towns, Ramon Quiros.
How do you feel your chances are going into the elections? Particularly now we're seeing a shift, at least in regards to the area representatives. You have a PUP government. Do you think that is enough to assist you to a win?
Well, good morning. First of all, television viewers, thanks for having me. And again, to answer your question, we are a part of a Plan Belize. The only way Plan Belize will become a reality is to join central and local government. The people sent a mandate in November, and this mandate will be the second wave. It is a guaranteed win for us. Like I said, it's a part of a plan. For us to let this plan work for everyone, we need to put both governments together, central and local government, and that's what we're doing today.
Okay, and in regards to, the reality is that you have an incumbent mayor who has won repeatedly. How do you feel then that, what have you done to guarantee the winner, to make that change in terms of the residents themselves?
Well, first of all, I'm no stranger to politics. I've been at this before. Actually, I ran against Mr. Trapp, but circumstances was different. Petrocaribe was rolling, and they were spending all that money on elections. Today, the reality is different. People have woken up, and they're seeing the vision of our party, and they're making sure that they become part of that vision. Plan Belize is important, and we need to make that a reality.
Last two question, is COVID making any difference in terms of how you're operating today, and how soon do you think we should see a victory in your favor?
Well, like I said, if you notice, we have 3 divisions that encompasses San Ignacio and Santa Elena. I'm at polling area 73. Polling area 73 is 48% of the vote. What we're doing is we're trying to get out the early vote. A lot of people this is not a holiday, so people are working. So we expect the numbers to come in all day, because depending on the time they take off of work. But when it comes to COVID, we're using our face mask, we're using our hand sanitizers, we're keeping that social distance, and I can say is that it's evident out there that we're practicing that to the highest form, no?
And victory would be at what time, more or less, you think?
Well, today it's different, because this election, each polling area got more boxes. So we have more personnel counting more boxes, and with that, you will have an earlier count. So I believe, and I presume, by 7:30 tonight or 8 o'clock, you should be knowing who is the team that will lead the town council for the next 3 years.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Quiros.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jose. And we've done quite an extensive roundup in that little area. Your thoughts before you leave us, Audrey, to return later today?
Well, my thoughts was that I should have left a long time ago.
I know you're
but
giving
here
me
you have
those,
me now.
You're giving me pretty eyes.
Pretty eyes, cut up my eyes up there. But interesting, some of the interviews.
Yeah.
You see how some of the mayoral candidates themselves push this agenda that, if there's a central government, it should be the same local government, except Mayor Trapp, because it suits him this time. Previous elections, he carried that same narrative when it suited him. But he knows, and today he was very honest, he knows that one really doesn't have to do much with the other. It doesn't mean that central government can't decide to sign a memorandum of understanding with you so that you get certain help, which is what they did in Belize City. I remember when they said that for the head taxes for the cruise ships that are coming in, while central government through the Ministry of Tourism would have gotten a certain percentage, I think they gave $2 on each head to the city council. And if I have the figures wrong, correct me, but there was a head tax that they benefited from. So your central government can, if they want, do certain things to help you. And while local government should be able to do all the streets and everything, central government overall, if you go read the Public Roads Act, there's a special act that deals with roads, the central government is responsible for roads, and they say which ones. And they can use that same power to then move in and help you and provide services and assets and even financing to help fix road for you. They may not necessarily give you the money, but they may come and do. For example, in Belize City, as the city has expanded, now we see all the way to the bridge, is still part of the city, but who built that road from Save You right to the bridge? It's central government, and they did it under the UDP, but did it help the UDP town council? It did. So there is some give and take with that, but strictly speaking, no. City council has to do, or town councils have to do what they should do. They collect the revenues and operate with that. Their mandate is limited. It's not to create jobs. Except for Belmopan, where there's a different mechanism. It's not to give out land. It's not to give out pantry. It's not to do a whole lot of things. So maybe it's time for an amendment of the law, if that's what people want your local government to do.
But also, Ms. Adrian, you could speak to this more. Under the City Council Act, if you look at the Belize City Fund section, where it says that if the municipal government is not able to meet certain financial expenditures, they can write to the Minister of Finance to be able to be granted that loan, for example, that assistance, that financial assistance.
Yes, but it's still discretionary whether the government will give it to you or not.
Right,
and that is when having a central government that is more conducive to your political persuasion would help. But remember one thing right now, one thing, and I think Mayor Trapp said it, no money not there.
At central government?
It's not at central government,
so you
see?
will be forced to be innovative.
Right.
And the thing is, at central government, you have to remember what happened. No money not there long before COVID.
Yeah.
And what people don't want to talk, there's so much we don't hold our leaders accountable, you know.
Yeah.
Remember, just the other day, central government under the United Democratic Party wrote off $90 million in taxes to wealthy landowners, not the poor people. Up to today, nobody wants to give me that list because both PUP and UDP well-known personalities were on that list. So nobody wants to show me. Because you know I want to blast them one by one, and I'm going to go video and show you what they have and what you don't have. So there are a lot of issues, political issues that remain hot issues. And I think one of the things that William has been saying behind the scene is that the media is failing to do its part to do and hold our leaders accountable. A democracy works because while we don't have it in the Constitution, in the US they're part of the Fifth Estate, meaning they are supposed to be an independent set of people. Media houses were never intended to be owned by political parties. It was never intended that no political party should have owned a radio station and a TV station. It was sufficient that you had a newspaper, but we never made it into law. In the United Kingdom, you cannot do it. We come from that system. But the UDP was the first one to own a radio station, and then the PUP had to follow after that. Now we don't know which LP owns radio station, but quite a few own radio station now. And the media in Belize has failed us because they have become more politically aligned rather than the independent Fifth Estate that they should be. They have failed us there.
And I think the key thing that I want, the key takeaway for me from this is more of a challenge. You know, I think, you know, having someone with a legal background, for example, to actually talk about some of these rules for municipal bodies is the way that the media facilitates that process of engaging the public and educating the public.
But
I think too, in fairness too, a lot of our media practitioners are more driven by what is happening on a day-to-day basis, whereas before, especially print media, you would have had these more in-depth stories where you can actually do the research, etc. So I think what I'm saying more than anything else is that there's room for improvement for us to really start doing a better, before we parrot the narratives that are out there, even within the media domain, that there's room for us to really shape that narrative in a way that educates the general public.
And before I leave, one more thing. I have to say I really admire BPP. They have contested so many elections. I don't know from when.
Consistency matters.
Yes, and while they have lost everyone, a loss is a matter of perception. They do get a little bit more votes sometimes here or there. But I must admire that they have remained consistent and continue pushing no matter what they have made themselves. But I think there, in some municipalities, we have the other, the one that goes pink with Nancy as their BPF, right? also then they have now started to push themselves more. And we have to look at them as potential options as well, you know. When I look at the young man, Patrick Williams, definitely he comes off as the kind of person I would want to vote for. So I don't care which P he would be in, I would give him my vote. When I look at the guy Marcel that says, you know, well, I'm here, I'm going no matter what. You imagine people who are bold enough to go against all odds, spend their money, put their time, go out there, visit your home, listen to the lies of the voters, because the voters are, no, I got you back, and this government, and when it comes down to the polls, they still don't vote for you. I mean, to be able to take that, then you have to be a special kind of leader. How much people could take that, and they've been consistent, so I have to give kudos to them. When I come back, I hope could go through, I had every intention to talk about what are the roles legally of the municipality so people could go. So my last word is come out, go out and vote. Whoever you want, vote for. I don't tell you who for vote.
One
but
other
go
thing,
out.
I will, because on my way to the studio, I did take a little circle through the city. And one of the things, while there has been a revision of the SI Act and saying that no more than 10 people should congregate, that was clearly being ignored.
Which is bad.
You know, and we don't want this to be a super spreader, and I think that's a key thing that needs to be reinforced as well. That, you know, we simply cannot afford that economically or in terms of a medical kind of outbreak that we have. So we want to encourage everybody to be responsible, you know.
And people don't know who they vote for. The Stop the Try campaign, the ones that they come out, trust me, then don't know who they vote for. They don't know have money for the give out, so a lot of them when they vote, because you give them money, no, they come out. So don't waste your time unless you have money. That's the truth.
Yeah. Well, with that said, we're going to take a break, and Audrey will be back later on to shed some light on some of the legislation, which I think is a key component of what we need to do. Of course, the cow is already through the fence, so it's not going to stay. It's not going to.
I don't know the cow though.
No. Okay, the horse is over there. No, I'm joking. No, but we appreciate what you do, because I think that's a breaking down of the legal aspects of it is key as well. But with that said, Audrey, we'll see you later on.
God willing.
We're going to take a break now, and Audrey will be back later. But join us after these messages. Brighton and I will be here.
Very long. And your hand sanitizer.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Women have been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
The Belize Tax Service Department reminds all employed persons that the deadline to complete and submit their employee tax return form is Wednesday, March 31st, 2021. By now, employers were to have given employees their TD4 form, which provides official information relating to the process. You can download the Employee Income Tax Return Form by visiting www.bts.gov.bz and then clicking Forms. The form downloads automatically when you click the BTS 203 form. You are to completely fill out the form, ensuring that the information entered is accurate and truthful. If you require help to complete your income tax return form, you can access a thorough video tutorial by visiting the Belize Tax Services website or Facebook page. We thank you for being a responsible citizen.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Full-Tech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Full-Tech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price but stay for the service.
Did you know that the other guy's truly unlimited data offer is not 100% LTE speeds at all times?
Hey, I think you're breaking up.
What? You're breaking up with me?
Whereas, Digi customers enjoy 100% true LTE speeds in all Digi plans.
Nah, babe. I keep it Digi 100.
Questions about your reproductive health? The team at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is here to give you answers.
We take pride in offering a wide range of gynecological services, including family planning, annual checkups, cancer screening, fertility treatments, and more. For expectant mothers, our top priority at Healthcare Partners is optimal maternal and child health. We'll listen to your questions and concerns and guide you through every step of the journey.
We're fully equipped to handle any gynecological and obstetrical concerns, so call to schedule an appointment today. Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Electricity is an essential part of our daily lives. We use lights and household appliances every day. Therefore, we must ensure our homes are wired properly. At Benny's, we have certified wires with the right gauges and insulation. BEL certified meter sockets, authentic GE and Square D panel boxes and breakers, which protect the wires inside your home from being overloaded. When wiring your home, avoid imitation brands which can be very dangerous. Give yourself and your family peace of mind using genuine electrical products available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
Women have been and continue to be our pillars, the movers and shakers of our society in varied ways, including construction. Although women continue to shoulder responsibilities in and outside the home, their roles continue to evolve, just like those of men. This change can have positive and negative impacts. Change is a collaborative effort. That's why the National Women's Commission and companies like Brothers Habet are advocating for change in our homes and in our society. Let's give women the respect and support they deserve for their continued contributions. In commemoration of Women's Month, as a show of solidarity and appreciation, Brothers Habet is offering 15% off all items store-wide all month long. For women, balance for better, innovate for change.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price but stay for the service.
The Belize Tax Service Department reminds all employed persons that the deadline to complete and submit their employee tax return form is Wednesday, March 31st, 2021. By now, employers were to have given employees their TD4 form, which provides official information relating to the process. You can download the Employee Income Tax Return Form by visiting www.bts.gov.bz and then clicking Forms. The form downloads automatically when you click the BTS 203 form. You are to completely fill out the form, ensuring that the information entered is accurate and truthful. If you require help to complete your income tax return form, you can access a thorough video tutorial by visiting the Belize Tax Services website or Facebook page. We thank you for being a responsible citizen.
Heading out from the studios, and we're heading directly to the north of the country, and we'll be talking with mayoral incumbent candidate Rigo Veos.
I'm with the incumbent mayor, PUP mayor Rigoberto Veos. Sir, let's talk about the machinery, how it's been getting the people out, the voters out, to bring you back into your seat as mayor.
How you doing? Welcome to Corozal once again. No? 3 years passed really fast. I know that the people are excited for a day like today, and I can tell you we are too as candidates now, me and my councils, and I'm sure that myself also for the by-elections. But we're confident. That's the more important thing. We're confident because we have done our work. For 3 years we have done it, and I'm sure that people can realize it and see it. So I am sure that we're going to be victorious. When it comes to the machinery, we are very well prepared. Our campaigners have done the hard work, and today everyone is working. The machine is in full force today, and we only have limited time.
So we can see it. We see the blue en masse, shirts and everything. Is this maybe a reflection of what is going to happen when the last ballot is counted tonight?
I totally agree with you, Dwayne. We saw it November 11th, and the fever, the feeling stayed with us, and I am more than sure that when the ballots are counted, we will have the same feeling. It will be a blue wave, not only for Corozal, but for the whole country.
What are some, I know I met you several times on the campaign trail, and joblessness, the COVID-19 pandemic, all these things remain issues etched in people's minds, and it is expected that that is what is going to influence their vote. Talk to us about that, being without campaigning, of course. Talk to us about that, about ensuring that all those persons still come out and cast their vote for you guys.
Actually, Dwayne, I know we have a pandemic, but I can tell you this morning very early, I went to Methodist to vote, and the lines were extremely long, amazingly. I was hoping it wouldn't be a low turnout, but this morning the lines were very long. And for a moment, you get no sense of pandemic until you start to see the face masks, the social distancing, the hand sanitizers, and I'm happy for that people are making sure that they practice this voting, the most powerful thing each and every Corozalian or Belizean has in their hands, So I am proud of them, and I want to invite everybody to come out and vote, We have a pandemic. In the past we have done certain mistakes, and it got out of hand, but I am sure that the restrictions are there, and it's been dealt with diligently, and I am sure that we will go through today very safe.
So we see wheelchairs out, we see, the vehicles mobilized to bring people out. Talk to us about that strategy.
Yeah, it's part of a machinery, but part of safety too. We have our wheelchairs to accommodate whoever needs it. All our vehicles that are taking up people has been sanitized, and we make sure that we keep sanitizing them. We have educated our drivers on what to do, on how to do it, even the polling agents. So we're very well prepared because we love our people and we need to keep them safe.
And then lastly, sir, just the fact that Corozal is unique because there's a by-election that is taking place as well. Now, while, the Bay falls within the tongue, but it isn't all of the tongue. Talk to us about that, the merging of efforts to see that both yourself and your slate, as well as Ms. Elvie gets in.
Well, we have been working pretty much well together. It was necessary. It wasn't that hard because we have been working together ever since, since the late Honorable Dido. And that's what brought us a victory. And we know united, we will also bring a victory. And that's a sense we need to have in Corozal and the whole country, unity, even after the elections. And unity, I mean unity as a community, not as only a PUP and a UDP, but as a community. After, I know once I win the mayor, I'll be the mayor for everybody. When Ms. Elvie win the representative, she'll be representative for the whole Bay. So the unity has to maintain and go on afterwards.
Thank you so much. There you have it, the incumbent mayor for Corozal Town, Rigoberto Veos, confident that he's going to secure the council for him and his slate for another 3 years. Dwayne Moody reporting from Corozal Bay for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021. At polling area number 40 in Corozal Town, that is at St. Paul's Primary School, I am with the UDP mayoral candidate, Roger Arana, who has already voted and is now, out at the polling area, convincing those voters as they come in to cast their vote to really just make sure that they put the X beside his name on his slate. Mr. Rana, talk to us, sir. How has it been? How's the morning been going for you guys?
Well, so far it's been good. We are encouraging the people to come out and vote, exercise their right. Of course, we're asking them to exercise all the health protocols, to wear their masks, to maintain social distancing, and to sanitize as often as possible, right?
How has the machinery been working? Because, on election day, it's all about the machinery in place and getting people out to vote.
Definitely, you cannot see any of our taxis here because they're out there looking for the people, no? And I can tell you one thing, though. I'm really happy to see how many youths are working on our machinery, and it's something that will definitely pay off at the end of the day.
Now, there are different issues that come to mind that oftentimes influences someone's vote when they go into the polls. Talk to us about that and your advice to them when they go out there and cast their vote.
Well, I guess my team and I have been from house to house along with Mr. Gilberto Campos as well. No, we have done our fair share. You can see it from the sunburn in our faces and our hands. We have been from door to door. We have been consulting with the people, so we have met you, and if we forgot you, come 4th of February and we win, we will still come back to your doors and see you. And definitely we're asking for the support. We're asking for everybody to come out. And
your anticipations, in November we saw 82% of the voting population come out. Do you think that they will have a high voter turnout this time around?
So far we haven't seen that much in this morning, but I can tell you one thing, a lot of people prefer to come out right after lunch. So I would say that by 3-4 we'll have a good idea of how people are doing.
And in favor of the UDP?
And in favor of us, definitely.
All right, thank you so much. There you have it. Mayoral candidate for the UDP in Corozal town, that was Roger Arana, and he's confident that he too is going to be votes will come in his favor, and he will form the new Corozal town.
And there you had it, of course, the two mayoral candidates from Corozal and Dwayne running back to back. But now we're going to shift gears, and of course, as a part of Women's Month, we're also shedding light on all the women who have been participating. And we have joining us now, we have Dr. Charmaine Saunders, and she's joining us via Zoom. Good afternoon, and welcome to our Municipal 2021 coverage.
Good afternoon, William. Good afternoon, Brighton.
Afternoon, Dr. Saunders.
Now, Dr. Saunders, I know you told me the organization, but are you here in that capacity or?
Yes, I'm in the capacity. I am the recently elected chairperson of Civic, the Caribbean Women in Leadership, and we formed our first Belize chapter a few months ago. And as a result of that, we are on an ongoing campaign to recruit other women to join our organization. This is a historical moment for us. Our women come from a wide background of women in our country, leaders in their own rights. And we found that at the initial start, we were successful in gaining interest, and applications were completed for about 148 women across the diaspora, across Belize, and a few of them from the diaspora who will in a few return home as well. So they have joined us. Awesome. What makes a difference for us though is that we are one in 7 chapters across the region, and additionally I've tried to look at information from across our diverse background of women, and I have learned that we are one of the first women organization that has so many women signed up for women cause.
Now, Dr. Saunders, very often in the public sphere, women have a far more difficult time entering into the political arena. Right. Often they're also held to a different standard. So
absolutely.
When you're talking about making strides in political circles, as a woman, how does CWIL actually see itself not only encouraging but empowering women to join?
Well, we're here to support, encourage, as you rightfully said, and we also celebrate women in politics because we know and we recognize that this is for the improvement of Belizean democracy. Additionally, we know that we must see a greater level of parliamentary representation and discourse of on national matters, and women can contribute to that. One of the ways that we see ourselves is by positioning ourselves, the organization, to ensure that we support women, particularly during this phase, because this is where we see a lot of the women suffering from being cyberbullied or harassed because they're on their campaign trail, they're entering into politics, and there are lots of challenges. So we are positioned to, as a group across parties, we're multi-political parties, we have an opportunity to support them and to provide a mechanism for them to have women that they can count on. Additionally, we want to take on the responsibility to ensure that women are properly trained. And so you'll see a lot of our initiatives will be focused on the education and preparation for women who want to enter politics. We of course have some support from National Women's Commission and other women groups who are also championing the similar causes that we have, but we are very happy to say that many of these women are also members of CWIL.
Now, go ahead, Bright.
Dr. Saunders, we've seen that there's a small increase in the number of women, in particular for the elections today, at 46 candidates. And we have not seen this number since 2006. Yes. So we're seeing that there are more women who are becoming interested in taking up a political career. But what would you say, in your perspective, has been that limitation?
And I think because the women, they're able to persevere even besides the fact that they have to sustain these personal attacks whenever they're trying to get into politics. And, they also have to persevere their own party's political structure, because those parties have structure. They also have similar issues, some issues that are related to social and cultural beliefs. For example, we are not seeing enough of our Mayan sisters involved in politics. And we at CWIL, we recognize that we need to explore this. Why is this happening? Because until we get a diverse group of women representation, we're really not hitting the nail where we need to, right? So there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm sure that we will be able to, with our synergies, with the collaboration of women who have the experience, and a lot of these women we are supporting. There are quite a few of them who are members of CWIL in that 46 count that you see. One of the things that we did most recently, we launched a cyberbullying campaign, anti-cyberbullying campaign, I should say. And we also put a collage together, and we invited all of the women who are vying in this municipal election to participate. Because we had a young lady, a very, very young woman, who had to endure some cyberbullying and harassment, and CWIL felt this is an area that we must address from the root cause. And so we invited all the women who are participating to submit videos, standing in solidarity with each other, that we will not, there's zero tolerance for that. And we are resolute in our decision that this is the way that we must and we will go, where women are nurtured and supported, because whenever they try to enter into the political arena, it just doesn't work out. And I think that is the deterrence for other women. So you see what's happening, and even if you had an inkling to want to be a part of the process, you shy away because you see how women are treated when they enter into this arena.
Dr. Saunders, I have, you know, you're talking about preparing, and you referenced the participation of Maya women and indigenous people. So how active are you actually in engaging? Is there a program that will be run by CIWIL in terms of encouraging people to learn how to engage in terms of politics? It's interesting because while that is being done for women, very often men who enter, they don't have a formal thing. So I think this is really an interesting point of view, you know. And I know the Women's Commission has done, or in the past did a program where you actually did an education.
Politics, yes. Yes, and that is another branch that we want to continue. It's part of our education campaign. What we did as soon as we formed our organization, we're still in the process of ensuring that we do all the legalities to ensure that our organization is a legal entity. We divided ourselves into committees, and we have committees that will work on specific initiatives. And one such initiative is to continue with the education and promotion of women agenda. We also recognize that, you know, women in Belize have really helped to shape the development and the economy of our country. But, you know, they've gotten very little recognition for this type of work, and even the significance of their contribution to nation building. What we want to do is to ensure that we capture these women, capture the development of our country and how women have contributed to it. So that's another aspect that we feel will enable us to strengthen our position about women and women's contribution. It's just so ironic indeed, as you said, that men don't have to go through that preparatory process, but we realize that it's an area, there's a gap there, and CIWIL must address that gap, because there's nowhere else that they will get that type of orientation to enter in politics. And a lot of, we would want to say that a lot of what is going on is anecdotal, but women in our organization have fresh, rich experiences. As I indicated, the most recent one was this young lady who is a candidate for the Belize municipality, Belize City municipality, and we want women to share those stories, and we are engaged in how we can combat those, you know, because they've experienced these challenges, and even though they know that these challenges of inequality exist, they still took on the challenge and are vying in this municipal election.
Well, thank you. Unless Brighton has another question, we really want to thank you for joining us. And I think this is an initiative that should be encouraged, and you know, for young people, women and young people, in terms of re-educating how the engagement should occur in politics. So kudos to you and to your organization, and we wish you continued support, success. No?
Thank you. And we will continue until we see the diverse background of women in the cabinet, in the House of Representatives, in Belize's governance, because that's the only opportunity that we will have to ensure that we are truly reflecting the gender diversity of our Belizean population. So we will be here, and we are hoping that this month we're spending a lot of time recruiting more women to our organization, and we have a calendar of activities that we will be doing during Women's Month, and we encourage women to participate.
Well, thank you again, and best of luck, and continue to definitely blazing trails.
Thank you both for having me.
Okay. And with that said, we're going to move directly back into the field, and this time we'll be in San Pedro, who at this point have the highest voter turnout. So when we come back from the interview, Brighton will use the smart board provided by Fulltech. We have to make sure that we use it to the max.
We're here in San Pedro town again, And we have the UDP's mayoral candidate, Mr. Ruben Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, how is it going? This is your first attempt at municipal government, is it not?
Not really. I've been a councillor 2 terms, and this is my first attempt as mayor.
How is it going?
Well, I see that people are coming out very slow. It's a very low turnout. Last figure I got was 17%, and that's pretty low for San Pedro. Usually people are come out more often, higher numbers.
Why do you think that is?
I believe part of it is because people are out working, and maybe some of them are just waiting for the afternoon to be more cooler.
Do you think the COVID restrictions has anything to do with that?
No, I don't think COVID restrictions has anything to do with that. I believe it's just the people are waiting for the afternoon.
Okay. How did your campaign go in going house to house with the people? How did that go?
It went very productive. People were very eager to see us, to talk to us, and that's what we were trying to do, just meet the people, talk to them, and get their concerns, get their ideas, and that we did a very good job. Well, the one that mostly came out was the streets, because there's a lot of streets that need to be worked on, and we have some plans. We think that we should put a maintenance crew for streets, and also we're going to work on a drainage system.
Oh, I see. Okay. Were you able to reach the masses that you had intended to? Did you reach everyone you wanted to?
Yes, we did reach, well, not everyone that we wanted to, but we reached about 90% of the people. And we also had our other executive members that were helping us in the other places where we didn't reach. They were just issuing out pamphlets and so on.
So you have any concern about that 10% that you were not able to personally reach?
Well, not really, because our executive did a good job. We have a very excellent executive, very good ideas, and we also had talk shows. We had programs in the Reef Radio, and also had programs in I think it was in Belize City, and we also did a program by ourselves, a live program called the Red Table.
Okay, and there we had it from San Pedro. We're now going a little bit down south, but still in the north. We're going to Orange Walk. But the interesting thing about San Pedro, and we'll do it on the board, is that they are at 33.47% in terms of voter turnout at this point. But let's go to Sugar City and see what's happening there.
All right, so good afternoon there to you guys in the studios. We are here in Orange Walk Town. I'm being joined by the independent mayoral candidate, Miss Antonia Sanchez. Good afternoon, Miss Sanchez. How's it going for you?
Good afternoon, Belize. Yes, for me it's going great.
Independent candidate. It seems like a very brave thing to do when you're against the two mass parties, the UDP, the PUP.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? I feel optimistic about that.
Why did you decide to run, to contest this election?
Well, I see that our municipal Orange Walk needs to advance. We are stuck in here in like the 80s, right? But I need that the people come out to vote so we can advance in this.
You don't think that former Mayor Kevin Bernard did a great job while he was mayor here?
Well, I am not telling that, but we need other things.
What are some of the things you'd like to see be brought to or be done in Orange Walk?
Well, for my view, is that we need some space for children. We need more jobs. We need more policing, municipal police. Another things that I have in mind.
Mm-hmm. What did the residents say to you when you went around campaigning? What sentiment, what expectations do they have from an independent?
Well, they look it great because they say they only two ones from many years ago, and they give me support. But in the voting day is different. Let's see.
Right. Now when we think about, campaigning, electoral politics, even, central, we're talking here local, a lot of people tend to believe, you need money. There are some people who will want, incentives to go out and vote. Talk to us about that. How are you able to finance your campaign?
Well, I will tell you something. To me, nobody asked me for money. Nobody tell me, give me something, nothing.
And how did you manage to get your flyers, your banners, your things going like that?
It came from my pocket. because I have my small business, and from there it comes. I don't have no support from nobody. Only my husband support me.
All right. So, any last words you'd like to encourage the people from Orange Walk Town? I'm sure you've been around the municipal, the polling stations, and of course we've been as well, and it's been pretty slow. Yeah. What do you make of the numbers? Is it going to be low, you think, here in Orange Walk?
I think, yes, will be low because the people are angry, are feeling like they don't have they vote for one party and they don't have what they vote for.
So you think they're unhappy with the PUP and also the UDP?
Yes, they are unhappy with both of them.
All right, any last words you'd like to tell them to encourage them to come out?
Well, come and vote, people. No matter who you vote, come and vote.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Antonia, and I wish you all the best today.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, great guys. So there we had independent mayoral candidate Antonia Sanchez. She's contesting the election here, the municipal election here in Orange Walk Town. So as you know, there's the UDP slate being led by mayoral candidate Orlando Castillo. And then we have the PUP slate being led by Ladrick Shepherd, who also served as a previous town councillor here in Orange Walk Town. So what we're going to do, we're going to be rejoining you guys a little later on this afternoon. We're going to get a chance to chat with a couple of the councillor candidates. We also have an interview lined up with new area rep for Orange Walk East and former mayor Kevin Bernard later this afternoon. So these are some of the things you can look out from us here in Orange Walk. So from myself, Andrea Polanco, and cameraman Daryl Mogel, we'll join you guys back here in Orange Walk later this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And we'll keep it moving. Now we'll go out west to Belmopan, and we have Andre.
Good afternoon. It's around 1 o'clock. We'll be getting an afternoon update in a few. But right now I'm here with UDP councillor candidate Deandre Martinez. Apparently the youngest candidate in Belmopan's history. Ms. Martinez, how are you this afternoon?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm great. Actually, it's getting a little warm, but we're managing to go. You've been out here since this morning. How has that been going?
Since 5, we're out here sitting up and getting everything ready.
Now, as I mentioned, you're earning a name for yourself as the youngest candidate in Belmopan's history. What exactly inspired you to join the slate for this election?
Okay, well, the UDP has always been a part of my upbringing, and the reason I chose to run with them is because I want to do more for my community. I don't believe in just sitting around and watching things happen. I want to be involved and make sure that I am doing my part in my society. So that's my main reason, so I can do more for my community.
And I assume you've been out on the campaign trail, out talking to some people. What have been some of the issues that you've been hearing about so far?
Well, here in Belmopan, we have minor issues, I would say. We need to attend more to the parks. The debris has been on a hold, but that's due to COVID. COVID has affected us in many ways, and but the results have been pretty good.
And on an overall, how's the preparation been going? You feel ready for today?
Yes, we're ready. We have been walking the campaign trail for 2 months and a half, and we have been meeting the residents of Belmopan, and I must say Belmopan has grown tremendously because we couldn't cover the entire Belmopan, but we do apologize for that, and we wish we could have.
And of course, I'm sure you have to work carefully in order to stay safe during these times.
Yes, we have to continue following protocols. You know, we wear face masks, we carry our hand sanitizing bottle with us everywhere that we go.
Have you been in to vote so far?
Yes, I already voted.
So can you tell us what it's like inside the actual voting area? What has the procedure been? How safe is it?
Well, it's a very easy procedure. The officials in there, they just tell you what to do. You come, you stand at your X, show your ID, go vote, and that's it. It's safe inside the polling room. Everything is sanitized, and they have their people there ready to help and guide.
All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Hope all the best for today.
Thank you.
All right. So there we have Deandra Martinez, the youngest candidate in Belmopan's history, joining for the first time, in her own words, wanting to make a difference rather than just sit around and watch. Bit of an inspiring story, and hopefully we see a lot more of it in the future, whatever the outcome is today. For Municipal Elections 2021, I'm Andrew Marsden, reporting for Channel 5.
Okay, and you know, very interesting. The youngest councillor candidate in Belmopan's history. We have had there just now Deandra Martinez, I believe her name is, and we also had from Orange Walk the independent mayoral candidate Antonia Sanchez, and she had some very interesting things to say about disenchantment with both political parties. And you know, it's always interesting when you have people who decide to, it's easy when you have a crowd following you to make a earth-shattering kind of decision. But when you are so passionate about something that you decide to go it alone, hey, kudos. I admire people who have that, especially when it comes to political aspirations.
And that definitely takes a lot of strength, courage, gut, you name it, William. But I want to take us over to the screen very quickly, just to look at the voter turnout across the varying municipalities. Well, the overall count so far, we're seeing that it's at 26.32%.
Which is extremely low.
Which is very low. And we're seeing in Corozal 4.07% voter turnout, Orange Walk 5.64, Belize 6.23, Cayo 5.08, Stan Creek 6.5, and Toledo 5.77%. Let's take a look at Benque Viejo polling area 83, 5.95%, 5.92%. It's very, very low numbers for this time of the day, unless they haven't updated the page as yet. But that's the voter turnout so far.
And San Pedro is the anomaly at this point. If you can click on San Pedro, I think, Brighton, if you can click on what San Pedro has there, at
7.28%.
But that's for your polling area 37. So I hope I didn't misread what the figures that we had. I think we're updating.
So we're updating. Okay, there we go. That looks more accurate.
Like I was like, what? I was shook.
That looks more accurate. So the new figures have come out. In Corozal, it's at 34.95%. In Orange Walk, 24.1%. Belize, 27.07%. Whereas Belize City is at 23.39%, and San Pedro at 33.47%.
Corozal is not doing badly either. If you go all the way at the top, Corozal is about 34.95%. So they may have a little bit higher voter turnout than San Pedro. But you know, one of the things I've learned with over the years, just also working in the north, you know, people there are very much self-motivated. Right. You know, they go out and they're not waiting for anybody to come necessarily and pick them up, which is a stark contrast to what often happens to Belize City. And
it's that sense of national pride that we would want to see across varying municipalities. It doesn't matter which cultural background you have, what's your socioeconomic status. We want for people to be involved in the voting process, in the electoral process. And so it's important to develop that civic and national pride and go out and cast your votes.
You know, as we're looking at these numbers and we're talking about, you know, with Dr. Saunders, we were talking about women's participation. We've been talking very heavily too about the participation of youth in politics. And you know, that is remarkable at this point, but it should not be an anomaly. It should be something that we come to expect, that there's a passing of the baton. And, you know, one of the narratives, we were talking about the fatigue of voters earlier. One of the other narratives, you know, it's also looking at the ages of the candidate and saying, oh, it's time for you to move on. I think there has to be some kind of a handing over where Dr. Saunders was talking about, you know, running programs to actually educate women as they enter the political arena. And, you know, we've seen different initiatives where the Belize City Council, for example, have the shadow young people cabinet slate, no? Or
the council.
Council, sorry. I think it's important for things like that to happen because you need a continuation, not necessarily of the bad things, but an understanding of the system and how it works. You can't dismantle a system if you don't know what is there. And I think we don't have to have either or, we should have both. The same way we should have women and men participating in the system, we should have youth and we should have experienced or more mature
I always tell people, not necessarily because there's a youth on the slate or there's a woman on the slate, it means that they're going to get my vote. I need to ensure that that person's character represents integrity, they carry themselves with good moral ethics and standards, and also that they are able to listen to the people and not be a tyrant. So it's critically important for, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, or if you're a youth or you're older, it's important to have these essential leadership characteristics in order to get my vote.
And you know, one of the key things when we're discussing, you know, the fact that a lot of the councillor candidates simply seem to fall in the shadow, and everything, all the light happens to shine on the mayoral candidate.
But you know, William, I think something like that is because when we look at the candidates, they all get their own portfolio as they become candidates.
But that's why they should, you should look at what they're doing.
Exactly. And the thing is, their influence in the council, as they become a councillor, gets elevated when they get that portfolio. They have certain responsibilities and duties, and they have the capacity now to be able to utilize their influence that they have. And this is the reason why this morning when we were speaking with Miss Adria, I said, I went to school with Alan, and he is very charismatic. He knows how to captivate the people. I said I want to see him use that influence that he has to drive innovation in the council, because I'm pretty sure he will be voted back in. He's well loved across the city. So that's the type of thing that we need to see from our councillor candidates, that they step up into their roles as they get into office.
Let's just stick a pin just for a second. We'll come back to this conversation, and we're being joined now by Dwayne, who's out in the field, but he'll join us actually by Zoom, so we can get a feel for exactly what's happening in the north. As we look at the numbers, you know, sometimes being in the studio, you're a little bit disconnected from what's happening out in the field. So, Dwayne, how's the heat, first of all?
It is really bad. I swear I didn't bring any kind of, any kind of lotion to help, sunscreen or anything like that. But it's working. We're out here. We're trying to make sure that we can get as much information to you guys, to our listeners. I think one of the things is that the process started from really early, maybe from even last night, for most of these political parties. But what we're seeing is that there is a low voter turnout. It's not where it was for the general elections last year in November, well, 3 months ago. And it is telling in the numbers that we're seeing coming out. Primarily, and I'm talking to the by-election, we're seeing that only about 31, 34, thereabout, of the registered voters have come out so far. That's nowhere near where we saw it last year. By midday, we saw close to 50% had already come out. And so I think that is a trend that we need to be looking at. But yeah, and even on at these different polling stations, particularly the one at Our Lady of Guadalupe, which is part of the municipal elections and not the by-election, there's basically nobody there. Only this morning there was this flow of persons coming in, but after that it's been really just the campaigners standing around at these different tents. We're not seeing any kind of interest, so to speak, in persons coming out to cast their votes.
Dwayne, what does the machinery look like on the ground? Because when I made my way around Belize City, I noticed that quite a number of the support staff for the parties were more under the tent, you know, just languishing, so to speak. But what does the machinery look like? Is there an active kind of movement where you see vehicles reaching out, going, bringing back people, or is it just silence, quiet?
It's literally just silence and quiet, William. You said it right. I know there's this limit of 10 persons under the tents, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot more than 10 persons under the tents, and that's it. These blue and red shirts, but you're not seeing the registered voters coming out to vote. And so even the traffic in terms of vehicles going out and bringing people to the polls, we're not seeing that. I spoke with both mayoral candidates, Rigoberto Veos, as well as Mr. Raja Arana, and they're saying that, oh, you know what, their machinery is working, the taxis are out, they're bringing in people, but we haven't been seeing that. And I'm just saying from my personal perspective, I'm not seeing people come out to vote like that. They're saying that, oh, there's going to be an uptick maybe later on this afternoon because, you know, people are at work and all of that. And so that is yet to be seen. We're going to see exactly what happens later on today. No?
Dwayne, that's regarding the municipal elections that's happening, but I know that there's a by-election happening as well. How does that look?
It's for both, actually. Because, you see, the reality is that while the debate falls within the town, so while we have 3 polling areas for both elections, well, for this election, only 2 really is for the Corozal Bay by-election, and the other is only for the municipal elections. So we're seeing that while there's a concentration of supporters at polling area number 39 and polling area 40. Those are primarily because you're seeing that those are for both the by-election and the municipals. But really, it's still only the campaigners that are there. We're not seeing residents, you know, en masse coming out to vote. There's no line, literally no line at any of these polling areas at this point in time.
Now, Dwayne, one of the questions that I think begs asking, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to really engage anyone. I'm not talking just for camera, but off camera. Why people decided to come out to vote? Did you get a chance to talk with anyone who did decide to come out to vote? What was their motivation?
We did speak with 2 persons. They refused to go on camera, but their thing was really they're looking at issues. They still feel that unemployment, joblessness is an issue here in Corozal. The response to COVID-19 is still on their minds. And then we have some who are talking with respect to political alignment between the municipality and central government. And I think that it's all these factors that will determine, well, from these 30+% who have already cast a vote, that is what is determining who they vote for. Now, those issues, yeah.
Now, the final question I have before I let you go back to the sun and get some good burn is just, Dwayne, you have worked in Corozal for the nationals and the municipals, and you have a history there. Now, just jogging your memory a bit, in terms of energy and everything else, what are you seeing? Is there hope, you think, at this juncture for an increase in numbers of turnout based on the history? I know usually between 1 and maybe 3, because of the heat that people seem to want to avoid, that you may not have a strong turnout during that period. Is that the way it has happened traditionally in Corozal, if you're jogging your memory?
Now, what we normally see, William and Brighton, is that it's closer to the evening, the late afternoon, that you're going to see a lot of voters come out to vote. Around 4 to 6 o'clock, that is when you're going to see the lines. So that is what we are anticipating. Now, this is, I still don't think, though, that at the rate that we're going to see that 82% that we saw back in November. That was the voter turnout back then, and I don't think that we're going to get to that point today. And that is just from my personal opinion and the experience that I've had over the years of doing elections here in Corozal. I feel like the numbers are coming in, but they're just trickling. At one point, and I can tell you that we saw it at the Our Lady of Guadalupe area, polling area, where literally there were only 2 persons coming in within a 2-hour period. Those are the stats. And so, mind you, they have the least number of registered voters. I think that's only 1,606. But that is what we're seeing. It's not as much as was anticipated by either political party. One thing, though, that I can tell you is that we have not been able to speak as yet with the PUP standard bearer for the Corozal Bay Division, Elva Vega. For some reason, we have not been able to get close to her to get an interview. We did reach out to her, but we haven't as yet. We will try and get that for you guys, just to get her take on what's happening on her machinery, getting people out to vote, because, we want to get her take ahead of, that push that is going to happen closer to 4 o'clock today.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dwayne. You're
welcome.
We'll wait to hear more from you. Take care out there, okay? Stay safe.
All right.
Now, we're looking at the figures, and we did a refresh just now, and Corozal is at about 36, which is still pretty high for voter turnout in comparison to the other areas.
And if we look at Corozal at 36.53%, in 2018, Corozal was at 65.44 at the end of the day.
So it's still only 50% of where they were.
And we're already more than halfway through the day. So definitely we look forward to see more people coming out nearer to 4 o'clock on to 6 o'clock. But another interesting area that I like to look at and follow is Benquevejo, because Benquevejo has been a stronghold by the United Democratic Party since 2003, and they finished in 2018 at 66.9 voter turnout percentage. Benquevejo is at 24.53 right now, so what does that mean for Benquevejo? So that's another interesting one to look at. Belmopan as well. That's a huge race happening in Belmopan between Sharon Palacio and Jacqueline Burns. 25.7% turnout so far, and Belmopan is usually at 59.51% in 2018. So we're definitely seeing a lower voter turnout this time around.
Yeah. and that's a little bit worrisome. But we're going down to Dangriga, where our correspondent there will be talking with the PUP chairlady, Lina Bernardes.
People's United Party, who has been working very hard to put all the activities of today's event together for the People's United Party. Lina, talk to us about your machinery today.
Well, as usual, we are repeating the November 11 machinery being organized. From this morning, we were out from 6 this morning, putting our team together. Our zones were in place at least by 6:30 this morning, and everything seems right about now.
Are the people who are coming out, is it normal? Is it because we barely see people on the lines? Is it working well?
Yes, it's normal in the morning. It's something that I'm used to, especially in the morning time when it's voting time. We always have a low turnout in the morning, and anytime after 2, 3 in the afternoon, then the voter turnout tend to rise.
What can motivate the residents to come out more?
Well, the campaigners, the councillor candidates, the mayoral candidates, they need to go out and bring out their people. That is what I believe. And we have our team out, we have our campaigners out, we have the councillor candidates out, we also have the mayor out, getting out his people so they can vote for him and his team.
Thank you very much, Lina. This is Harry Arzu reporting for Channel 5 Municipal Elections 2021 here in Dangriga.
Very much, Harry Arzu. Let's look at our latest figures, if you can pull that up on the board. I think Dangriga is somewhere around
25.68.
Yeah, 25.68, which again is a very low voter turnout. But but still keeping pace with what's happening in terms of trends with the country overall. So it's not grossly underrepresented at this point.
Right.
Now,
and William, the conversation has to be had. Why is it that the voter turnout is so low at this juncture? We know that a lot of times when we have these political parties with their machinery getting people out, if they can't do it by convincing them to come out, the monies begins to talk. So
that's right.
We know that we're in economic distress times right now in our country, and the money is not there to be giving out and to be just freely giving gifts for votes. Despite the fact that we know people take the money and they still end up sometimes voting for the other party. But the point is that it just comes to show how many people go to vote because they are being bribed.
Yeah,
that could be a possible reason why we're seeing such a low voter turnout. The country broke.
And maybe people are just waiting for later when they could play hardball, a bit more and get a greater return. A lot of the engagement I can only talk from Belize City. I've had the opportunity to work in Dangriga before to do coverage there. And you see people basically, doing what they have to do based on a certain amount of energy. But you tend to have the older persons, who after a certain age, they pretty much, unless they have some mobility issue, they prefer to go on their own to the polls. So I think there's a gap in terms of, it would have been good if we could have seen exactly based on ages which demographic is actually making their way to the poll, because that to me would be telling. If you have older people who look at the entire idea of voting as something that is a civic duty, as opposed to the younger people who may be looking for the taxi money or some incentive to actually come out. It would be interesting. I'm not saying I am right there. I'm not saying there.
You're getting me riled up. because let's face it, the culture of that taxi money did not start with the young people.
No.
Right? And I think it's a bit unfair to say that. But
I was just saying that to be provocative. But
right.
I'm just saying if we had the age demographic who's making their way to the pool, you might be able to make some other deductions, based on what you're
saying. But certainly, we always have this discussion about we need to get rid of the old and get the young people in. There has to be a balance. And I think that we need leaders in there with experience, as well as we need young leaders in there with new innovative ideas. And it has to work together cohesively to get an end product that we want to see. So we cannot just do away with the older, more experienced veterans in the political arena. We need for them to nurture the younger ones coming in, but not nurture them with the same old
ways of thinking or operating.
Right, the same old epistemologies of the political realm we see in Belize. We need for them to be able to provide that necessary know-how and understanding of how the system works, because that's the only way that the younger people will be able to change, systematically change what's happening right now.
And you touch a point that I have been observing in terms of social media and the conversation as to when people retire and when they should just disengage. I think you have a lot of people. Passion is not based on your age. Innovation is not based on your age.
Right.
I think what you have to do is we need to do as a country a better process in terms of making sure that the work continues. We have not been very good at maybe planning a future for ourselves 20 years down the road. And it doesn't mean that I have to lead for that 20 years. It might mean that you're shaping those plans and you're passing that on to somebody else that comes in and takes their turn to continue that vision. As you look at politics, even regionally, you have, I think we're moving more from personalities, save the Donald Trump kind of, politics. You're moving more away from that where it's so personality driven, to where people are looking at what does this mean for development? What do these policies and everything means? And I think that's an interesting way of looking at life, because you have to have a national development plan that goes beyond party politics. Especially for a small place like Belize. We don't have the resources. And this is a good example of if you waste those resources, you can sit there and say, where will they come from? We don't have an easy fix for it. But our leaders will still be tasked with that responsibility. I
always tell my fellow colleagues that you don't have to necessarily know or like a politician, but if they have the ideas and the policies that would be able to create the necessary changes, then that person is worthy of your vote. They may not, no, they must have some level of leadership characteristic. They must have some level of moral and ethical standard that you can appreciate, but that doesn't mean that you have to like that person, or that doesn't mean that you have to be a partisan or a rabid supporter of that person. It could just necessarily mean that the person has very good developmental ideas that you support, and that's necessary to drive progression forward.
We'll stick up in there and we'll come back to the need for a vision in terms of charting a way forward. But for now, we're going out to San Ignacio, and we have Jose Sanchez, who will be speaking with Returning Officer Jamor Lopez.
Hi viewers, I'm here with Mr. Jamor Lopez here in San Ignacio. Mr. Lopez, can you explain to me the polling area that you're responsible for?
Okay, we are conducting the
municipal election polling for San Ignacio Santa Elena, the Twin Tongues, which is comprised of polling area 72, which is Cayo Northeast, polling area 73, which is Cayo North here in Sacred Heart Primary, and then Cayo Central, which is polling area 76. We have a total of 38 polling stations for these 3 polling areas. So here we have 18, Santa Elena has 14, and Sacred Heart College has 6.
And in terms of the turnout for today, what are your figures showing?
The turnout so far, 12 to 1 p.m. for polling area 73, out of 6,322 voters. We have a turnout of 1,455, which is 23.01%. The voter turnout has been very low since morning. If we look at polling area 72, which is over at Sacred Heart College, Cayo Northeast, out of 2,040 voters up to 1 p.m., there were 651 who turned out, and that's 32%. And over at Santa Elena Primary, which is Cayo Central, out of 4,688, we have 1,065, which gives us 22.72%. So if I were to do a quick calculation in terms of the overall, so just allow me to do that right now, because I didn't get a chance to do that, and we would get a kind of good picture as to where we are with the overall turnout. We have a total of something like 13,000 electors for San Ignacio Santa Elena. So let me just get the other figure, and we'll see the big picture. So that's 1455, 6322. So we're looking at 1465 out of that. So out of the 13,000, we've had so far 3,181 out of the possible 13,000, which is just under 25%. We're looking at 24%. If this trend continues, I doubt we will get to, if we get to 50%, it's to be commended, but at the rate that we're going, it's going to be a challenge to get to 50%. The voter turnout, at least for this area, I cannot speak for the rest of the municipalities, but it has been very, very low for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it's worrisome that seems to be the trend countrywide. We are looking at exactly where we are. I think countrywide we're looking somewhere around 29.51, a little bit
close
under
30%.
30%. But usually there's an upsurge around 3, 4, you know, and definitely in the last 2 hours or so, we generally have a good run towards making up those numbers. But on set, we were having some other conversations. We were talking a little bit before the break to the interviews, not a break, but going to the interviews about you know, how we balance youth and also more experienced individuals in terms of making sure that we're having a vision and we're moving forward. You know, for some time we've been talking, I know even as we're here, I think it's over the next couple of days, you will have some bilateral meetings between our Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Guatemalan Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we have not, as a country, as near and dear as that issue is for us, we have not consolidated a position, and this is the national position, you know, that, you know, goes beyond red or blue,
right.
To make sure that that is our position and that is our position and this is what we're willing to fight for, die for, or whatever.
Yeah.
Because that requires a certain amount of vision and stick-to-itness that this it's clear, you know. So that's one of the areas that I look at in terms of how do you bring the people who have had the history and the experience in terms of diplomacy, and you make sure that you bring in a new set of people and you have a good balance. That's where you need that to make sure that that work continues. That you know, you don't just forget all the history and say, oh, you know, we are tired. We can't get tired in that regard, you know. So I think that's one example of where we need to find a happy medium between the experienced and the youth who may have a passion for that.
I think it's about maintaining the balance between the experienced veterans and those who come with the rookie smarts. That's how I kind of looked at it.
Yeah, so, but for now, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have more of Municipal's 2021 coverage right here live on Channel 5.
That's the sound of fuel efficiency. Every day, every time, I choose Una Fuels, powered with Dynamax. Una, a brand committed with the future.
Are you traveling? Effective January 26, all passengers traveling internationally will need to get tested no more than 3 days before you travel to the United States, and show your negative result to the airline before you board your flight. Here at Caring Hands Clinic in San Pedro, we administer the antigen test, frequently referred to as a rapid test. Our products are CDC compliant and FDA approved. Testing has never been this easy. With our highly certified and licensed medical staff, we provide you with an accurate test result in minutes, making your experience fast, safe, and easy. To book your appointments today, contact us on any of our hotlines at 671-TEST or 672-TEST, 226-FAST, or our Vonage line at 305-420-6203. Book your appointments online at www.belizecovidtest.com. Caring Hands Clinic Antigen Test Center. We're pleased to serve you.
Electricity is an essential part of our daily lives. We use lights and household appliances every day. Therefore, we must ensure our homes are wired properly. At Benny's, we have certified wires with the right gauges and insulation. BEL certified meter sockets, authentic GE and square D panel boxes and breakers, which protect the wires inside your home from being overloaded. When wiring your home, avoid imitation brands which can be very dangerous. Give yourself and your family peace of mind using genuine electrical products available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
Welcome to Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, where the health and wellness of the youngest members of your family are important to us.
We are offering here all the care of the babies, newborns, adolescents, toddlers. We also have a neonatal area in case a baby needs a NICU. We have an ICU area for pediatric patients, offering treatment for asthma or patients after a surgery or any other emergency that the kids have. We have an emergency with all the equipment and all the nurses, especially for the babies and the kids.
For child-friendly pediatric and neonatal care, call us at 280-5000 today.
Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, your leader in healthcare.
The Belize Tax Service Department is preparing to implement a modern, more efficient tax system with a Phase 1 rollout scheduled for July 2021. In preparation, taxpayers are advised that our employees will be getting in contact via phone, email, and walk-in visits to obtain updated information, including business certificates and company documents, contact and employment information. Our employees will always properly identify themselves when they contact you, and should you wish to verify their authority, you may contact any of our offices countrywide. The new integrated tax administration system will give taxpayers greater command of their tax profile, providing a full suite of e-services that will be accessible anytime, anywhere. Our department thanks taxpayers for their continued support as we work on ways to better serve Belize. Together, we build Belize. Your contributions, our development.
In these challenging times, the one thing that is certain is that the Belize Bank Limited is here for you. There is nothing more important than your health and safety, and we continue to make every effort to make banking safer for you. Our staff is working around the clock to make sure you can do your banking conveniently 24/7 using our mobile banking app and online banking and keeping ATMs up and running. We value your relationship with us and are here to provide the support you need. First responders are also out there 24/7. Thank you, healthcare workers, security forces, firefighters, caregivers. You are all appreciated. Stay safe. We will get through this together. The Belize Bank, our country, your bank.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
The virus that causes COVID-19 may be spreading in our community. People might have the disease even if they have no symptoms at all, even when they look healthy. Because the virus needs us to spread from one person to another, we can stop it from infecting others if we practice physical distancing. That means stay at least 6 feet away from other persons. Don't shake hands or exchange hugs. Do not gather in groups. Stay home if government officials tell you to do so. Use social media or telephone to communicate. Avoid crowded and enclosed spaces. Work from home if you can. Stay home if you are sick, except to get medical care. Avoid close contact with sick people. Don't visit anyone who's sick in quarantine or in isolation. Give them a call instead. Help keep Belize safe.
Welcome back. Of course, this is Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021 coverage. We've been joined by Isani Cayetano. We can't say coming in from the cold, but really from the heat. So, Isani, how hot is it out there in terms of the energy?
Lukewarm, if that's the best description I can give you, without exaggerating what is actually taking place out there. Since the opening of polls at 7 o'clock this morning, I've been keeping a visual check, so to speak, on the turnout of voters to the respective polling stations. And suffice to say that the movement of people to and from has been only but a trickle, right? Some would say it's par for the course for this kind of activity, more so on the heels of a general election that just went 3 months ago. But the overall climate or the atmosphere, to speak to your question directly, is the fact that there really isn't much happening out there. There isn't like a groundswell per se where you'd see supporters or you'd see persons in long lines waiting to cast their ballot at any of the respective polling stations. So that's what's happening.
And what does the crowd look like around the different party tents? Are they
limited numbers? Limited numbers. I passed by the Pickstock tent. This is on Mahogany Street, a little bit after 1 o'clock or so. And quite a number of persons were gathered around the tent. My understanding was that the area representative was present, hence the people descended on that particular location. But other than that, by and large, there are limited numbers of people who are party supporters that are at the various tents. Next door, so to speak, is the Lake Independence tent, if you want to call it that, where we have voters showing up at polling station 17, which is the St. Martin's de Porres location. And earlier this morning, again with the presence of the area representative, there were quite a number of people who were out there both supporting and of course casting their vote. This afternoon, obviously, it's expected that there is a lull, and so when we passed there after 1, there was still quite a few people, but it wasn't as dense, so to speak, as it was this morning.
Now, is it the norm, based on your experience, that the lull is really a lull between 1 and let's say 3 or 4?
Well, ordinarily, I mean, if you look at 2018 as a comparison, right? If I can recall correctly, in 2018, while there was a lull between 1 and 3, it wasn't as dead as this one. And from a universal perspective, so to speak, it's the same point of view that you're getting from other reporters or correspondents from across the country. Because when we look at the internal communication, people are pretty much saying the same thing. From Corozal to Punta Gorda and all points in between, it seems to be very, very anemic.
If you could deduce what would be the reason for such a low voter turnout in your perspective?
Well, that's a great question, by the way. Leading up to today, in my job as a reporter, we talk to people, we kind of get a sense of what's happening on the ground, right? And so from the onset, for me, the people that I spoke with leading up to today, they were saying, well, what's in it for me at this point, coming out of the November 11th general elections where we went all out for either the candidate or the party. 3 months later, what's in it to incentivize me to come back out to the poll? So I kind of knew that coming into today, right?
Yeah.
And then there's an overall sense of apathy.
Yeah.
Voters seem quite apathetic, this time around. And I presume that there are various reasons as to why they would feel that kind of way. Right. So that's the general sentiment.
What would be your assessment of the machinery this time around as compared? Because we've often used that term, from where you had the, train, the this, etc., showing that it's making its way down the track. We spoke to Dwayne in Corozal, and he said basically there's no traffic.
Yeah.
So is that the same sense that you're getting here, where the machinery has, really ground to a halt in terms of they're not reaching out and really bringing people back as actively and proactively as it was in the past?
Well, to an extent, I'd beg to differ, only because what I saw in Caribbean Shores this morning, or should I say at noon, would sort of dispel any notion that in this case, the area representative isn't as active in bringing out his supporters to the polls. I'm speaking directly to Karim Musa earlier, bringing out his entire machinery, so to speak, to support not only Natasha Pipersberg, but also to support Kaya Katus, where ordinarily one would say, well, perhaps they'd be on their own in trying to gather
organize,
these many voters to come out. But in this case, you're seeing persons on the ground who are elected area representatives who are actually helping, who are actually bringing people forward to come out and vote. I want to segue, and I hope I'm not stealing your show, but I want to segue quickly to a pair of interviews that I was able to conduct earlier prior to joining you guys on set. The first interview was done a few minutes ago with Kenny Morgan from the United Democratic Party slate. Now, he's arguably the oldest candidate on either of the two slates in Belize City. But his views, in my opinion, are
Have we shown that video?
We're about to.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
His views, from what I've seen, are still, you know, in line with a younger person leading that particular charge. And so that being said, I'll throw to this interview that was conducted earlier with Kenny Morgan.
All right.
So we're here in front of St. John's Vianney, where we're with UDP councillor candidate Kenny Morgan, well-known personality here in Belize City. He has attached his name to the United Democratic Party slate. Talk to us about your foray into electoral politics. I say foray because perhaps for me it's the first time I'm hearing of you putting your name on a slate. What has this been like in terms of hitting the ground, doing the campaign, seeing the turnout today, and of course your overall sense of confidence?
Well, the first thing I like to say is that it has been a very enriching feeling walking through all 10 constituencies, meeting with people all across the city, because we feed off their response. And the response that we have been getting from them is that they are overwhelmingly ready to remove a council that has been an abject failure for the past 3 years and replace them with a team of young, except for myself, dynamic people with new ideas and brand new capabilities. We don't believe that we bring all the solutions to Belize's problems to the council. We come to be guided by the professionals who are there, who know their job. We will be the persons responsible for, after consulting with them and the people at large, we set the policies and let them do their jobs. But the response from the people has been extremely encouraging in every neighborhood, every community that we have walked. People are voicing that they are totally dissatisfied with the way things have gone since November 11. And it's a fact, we cannot face it, that they were totally disenchanted with the past UDP administration. So they took the necessary action that they felt was needed to rid themselves of that. However, the PUP government came in on a platform with a whole lot of promises, and since they got into office, they have been doing the exact opposite of what they promised for the most part. People are very disenchanted by that, and they believe that to put in a PUP council at this juncture would be sending the wrong message to Belmopan, because it would be like, green light, carry on as you are. That is not the message that the general community, the general populace of Belize City want to send to the central government. The message that they want to send is, we are totally dissatisfied with the mass firings and special hirings that have been taking place since November 11. They are dissatisfied with the fact that they voted on November 11 and on November 12, pantry was closed. They are totally dissatisfied by the fact that for 3 years the city council did absolutely nothing, and yesterday they are going into the communities, cleaning drains, chopping medians. This is what they should have been doing for the past 3 years. Showing up last week and the week before and last night. That is not what the people of Belize want, and I believe that when the votes are counted this evening, that will be reflected in the outcome.
Earlier you mentioned perhaps being one of the older persons running for political office. Talk to us about your sense of confidence in the leadership of your mayoral candidate. what the visions are, that he brings to various aspects of municipal governance?
Well, as far as I am concerned, as our mayoral candidate, is quite capable of and has stated on numerous occasions, we do not believe that we have all the ideas. We come in to be guided by the professionals. We will have advisors as well, because all of us are basically political rookies, and we will take advice from the people who know the job, who know the mandate of the council, know how the council is supposed to operate. They will guide us, and we will follow that advice to the best of our ability in consultation with the people. One of the aspects of city council governance that we intend to bring back, that was a hallmark of previous city council, UDP city councils, is the town meeting, where we would go into the various communities on a regular basis, once monthly, where the residents didn't have to find their way all the way to City Hall to lodge a complaint or to voice a concern. We will be guided by the information that we pick up in these town meetings, and that will be one of the first things that we will make sure gets re-implemented when we get into office. Return to the town meetings. Don't just sit up in the office and believe that you can govern from there. Come out, meet the people, and based on what you get from the consultation with the people, that gives you a general idea of what direction the people would like the council to take.
That is the UDP councillor candidate Kenny Morgan. We're here in front of St. John's Vianney, which is one of the polling stations for the Queen Square constituency. Take it away, guys. All right, well, I guess it comes back to me then.
It's back to yourself.
So that was Kenny Morgan. I think one of the interesting points that he raised there, should they be elected to office, is the return to the town hall concept, which is to go back into the community and have that open discussion with residents on concerns that are dear to them.
Right.
Perhaps for some time that has been missing in terms of being able to speak one-on-one with either the mayor or the councillors outside of the city hall appointments. Yeah.
So you also had another interview while you were out in the field.
Yes. So I was able to also interview with Edmond Kwan. And just another observation here. So he, as far as I know, I stand to be corrected if historically there has been any other individual who has offered himself for municipal office aside from Eric Chang under the previous UDP City Council. So I spoke with him as well. He's offering himself as a member of the Bernard Wagner ticket. And I met up with him in front of YMCA on Fabers Road earlier. And so these were the questions that I put to him, and here are his responses as well. Port Loyola with PUP Councillor candidate Edmond Kwan. Edmond, talk to us about your entry into politics, into the electoral fray.
Well, it's a new challenge that I'm entering into. A lot of things I'm just still learning. It's a very exciting and fun, I should say. Campaigning on the streets, meeting with electors and hearing their problems, so that when we are in office, we can fix, we can uplift their lives and fix the situation that they are in.
Now we're here in front of the YMCA polling station. I gather you're probably watching the numbers in terms of persons who are coming to cast their ballot. What do you make of the turnout so far?
Well, it has been a pretty slow day. I haven't seen a line in the polling station. It's good for voters that they come here, 1-2 minutes and they're out. The only thing is that I would urge the voters more to come out and exercise their rights to vote and to speak up and vote the people that they trust into office.
What do you think your chances are when you look at the overall political state in Belize City? you have two rather strong teams, your slate and the United Democratic Party's slate. When you look at all of that, what do you think your best chances are today?
My best chance is the full slate, a full PUP win. Being the fact that we have a more sophisticated, dynamic team for this election, for this municipal election. We have our banker, which is a mayor that have been doing outstanding for the last 3 years, but sadly under our UDP government, central government, that he got stifled. But coming now with this coming 3 years under our PUP central government, I guarantee that we can do much more and be much more effective.
Now, residents of Belize City don't seem to ask for much. Streets and drains, basic infrastructure work. Do you believe that this present city council that is offering itself for another term has satisfactorily met those basic needs of the Belize City residents?
The coming 3 years, I can guarantee you, things will get done. The past 3 years, I see for a fact that streets have been done, but not to the full effect of what the council can produce. They're just doing on what they can afford. But now things has changed, right? With the BUB central government right now, the sky's the limit, and we will look into different all the different problems, not just street drains. We have this wonderful. I would say like wonderful thing. How should I say it? It's when they build the houses, the initiative. We have this wonderful initiative that the mayor has entered into, assisting with people, different people, elderly, in regards to their homes. When you build a house for someone, you're building a home for someone, right? And that is for them. Is that there's no cable ties, there's nothing to that, and that is something wonderful which I like, and I hope to see more of this, upliftment of the lives of our people.
My final.
Okay, well, very interesting conversation. I do want to raise one thing. I think perhaps he's signaling what the connection is between municipal leadership and national leadership, the alignment of bank accounts, that you'd be able to reach a little bit further. So while they were limited in terms of perhaps infrastructural development, they're saying that there will be an alignment. But I think very often the credit will still go to national government.
Yeah.
So,
and we've had that discussion already, where we said that, look, there is a strict city council act that lists the duties and responsibilities of any councillor, candidate, mayor. And it's important that Belizeans understand that taxes in our city is what is going to essentially provide the financing for them to do what they need to do, maintain our public property and public spaces, etc., or drains or streets, the markets, you name it. However, it's important to understand that not because there is a national or a central government that is PUP, it automatically means that, oh, the municipal government is going to be better off if it's PUP.
That's like saying you have your parents' money to spend.
It's important to understand it because there will be situations where the municipal government will be strained financially. And that is why when Ms. Adji was here earlier, we spoke a bit about the Belize City Fund and how the municipal government, with 2/3 of their majority, would write asking for support from the Minister of Finance, and should that be granted, would be provided with a loan to meet some of the financial expenditures. And so it's important for Belizeans to understand that they're two separate bodies. And so you cannot just go voting on that premise.
Okay, but there's a narrative being sold to the people. And once again, this is from what I've heard in speaking with the candidates themselves, and also speaking to some of the voters as well, where for whatever reason, it no longer hinges or revolves around the autonomy of the municipal body, they seem to want to have that alignment with central government so that they could enjoy whatever it is the assistance the central government will provide. But as you rightfully said, Brighton, at the end of the day, the municipal administration is responsible for generating its own revenues, right, so that whatever central government passes on in terms of a subvention or whatever, theoretically should complement what the municipal administration is able to generate on its own. But what you're getting in terms of talking to these individuals out there is that central government assistance is the end all be all, as if though this is what we've been waiting for all along, and whatever came before this perceived alignment was oppressive. And I think that's what is being sold to the masses of voters. At least that's the sense that I get in terms of talking to people on the ground.
And we had the former mayor, Ms. Zenaida Moya, in this morning a little bit earlier, and she's explicitly stated that when she started under a People's United Party central government, and then the United Democratic Party won in 2008, and she said it wasn't any easier for her. She still faced the very same challenges that she faced under the previous administration, and so it's a fallacy to run with something like that to say, you know.
Well, the other thing too. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just interject very quickly, because you speak about that narrative, and it's a false narrative, right? Because I think what has been the drive, at least over the last 2 or 3 decades, if my memory serves me right, is that municipalities have been fighting for autonomy. They have been struggling to get that, and now we see a narrative that is pushing a roll back of those advantages. You present yourself as a council, whether it's for a town or a city, because you are supposedly coming with a plan to develop that, using the resources that you have.
Right.
The excuse cannot and should not be that it's because I'm not aligned with the central government. And as a matter of fact, I think you've seen gains by a Kevin Bernard, for example, who still managed to push his town forward, despite not being aligned with that. So I think that's a narrative that we must, discourage, simply because I think significant gains were made in terms of determining and delineating that there's autonomy for municipalities.
Right.
Well, the other thing too, though, is that while we speak of a so-called alignment, it's also to say that your priorities as a city or town may not necessarily be the financial priorities of the central government, regardless of what color they are. I mean, if you have certain expenditure that are of a national nature or importance, then you may not necessarily want to part with that money so that someone can do another infrastructure project elsewhere. You have to weigh the importance of it.
Can we just stick a pin for a minute? We're going live now to Marian Ali. She's in San Pedro, and she's with the mayoral candidate, Wale Nunez.
Live from San Pedro, from in front of the Roman Catholic school here, where I am joined by the PUP mayoral candidate. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Wale Nunez. Mr. Nunez, it's now almost winding down time. We can safely say half of the day, more than half of the day has gone. How has it been going? What would you say, what kind of a morning turnout, how would you describe it?
Okay, yes, good afternoon, Belize. It has been, like how you said, winding down, but not really winding down. At the moment, we know that more of the voters will be out, because in the morning it was a little slow. Today is not a public and bank holiday. So people were working, and now they're coming out to vote. We're seeing the numbers rise, and we are confident that we have the winning team, and we're going to be victorious. We have our numbers going up, and we can see the statistics that our voters are coming out and they're giving the support to the PUP.
What are the issues that people have been clamoring for when they talk to you?
Okay, most of the areas that we visited, the main issues have been the streets, They have been the neglect that the people have had in the different areas. We know that the garbage hasn't been disposed of properly. The people have been felt that like they have been neglected in most of the areas in San Pedro. And this is way before COVID. So we cannot blame COVID for what has been the mismanagement and the misconduct, you would say, of the town council.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, Mr. Nunes, it's been a UDP city council, town council, sorry, and it's been that the case for some years. As the PUP mayoral candidate, what do you bring to the table? What do you have to offer?
Okay, it has been 18 years that the UDP hasn't been in control of the town council here, and people want a change. We bring new ideas, fresh ideas. We have a combination of both young and experienced people to the table, and then at the same time we know that we have a team that will deliver, that listens to the people, a team that is actually there to listen to people, and we know that we will be able to fulfill our accomplishments, because we have a manifesto with more doable plans instead of giving so much promises that we know that are not going to be accomplished in 3 years. Okay. We have long-term plans and short-term plans, and the long-term plans we know we can start because we have a central government that is PUP, and we have all the backup from the government. We have the backup from our minister, we have the backup from the Prime Minister as well.
All the best to you, and we hope that we'll catch you again a little later on, perhaps closer on to the counting time, and we can do an update.
Thank you, and I just want to thank everyone for coming out to vote and for all the support that you're giving to us, the PUP. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Wally Nunes, the PUP mayoral candidate for San Pedro, and up until 3 o'clock this afternoon, there were just over 3,900 persons that had turned out to vote, and that's out of a total number of just over 7,900. Let me run those figures by you again. Up until 3 o'clock this afternoon, of a total number of registered voters for San Pedro, which is 7,983, up to 2 o'clock, I beg your pardon, a total of 3,610 persons had voted, and this represents just over 43% turnout, which even though both parties have been saying since morning that it appears to be a low turnout so far, my understanding is that here where I am, this municipality in San Pedro, is one of the highest for the country. So that speaks volumes as to what's going on in the rest of the country, and I'm sure you panelists will pick up on that. For now, from in front of the Roman Catholic School here in San Pedro town, this is Marian Ali for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021.
Thank you very much, Marian. And of course, inside the studio, we've been talking about this rolling back of independence for the municipalities and what exactly that means or looks like. I know Brighton is getting ready to leave us, and we'll be joined by Senator Mark Lizarraga very shortly, but you wanted to raise a point.
Certainly, I wanted to go over a couple graphs looking at the number of women candidates from 2003 to 2021, but just to show how slowly we are progressing with women in politics in our country at the municipal level. So in 2006, there was an increase to about 46 representatives or women candidates, and that there was a sharp decrease the following municipal elections, 2009, which was less than 30 candidates. Now we're back at that 46, that number of 46 in 2021, but we're still at a lower percentage because there is still more men who are independent candidates. And if I could pull up another slide quickly, right here. So we have 114 men who are running today on varying slates across municipalities, and we have 46 women. So really and truly, if you draw a graph, a quick graph, that would be a bar graph. 46 would be 28.8%, which would be about that. And then the entire remainder of that is men, are men. And so we definitely need to push more for women in politics in order to at least balance that off and get more women around the decision-making table in our country.
And again, we had the conversation earlier, but I think we don't look at other demographics as key indicators as well. When we're talking about youth, you know, to make sure that there's a balance and a handing on or passing on of, you know, what the vision is for our city. I think we have not, we spoke about it from a Belize, Guatemala perspective, that there should be, you know, some kind of a vision. I think the same thing should be done for your cities, where, you know, each council that comes in is working towards this overall, you know, plan, whether it's creating more green spaces, creating more opportunities, etc. You know that these are the things that you're working, because otherwise you don't have anything to measure them against.
Absolutely.
It should be towards the achievement of this particular plan. We see in a lot of cases even green spaces disappearing, you know. So it's definitely not developing a city that is, you know, proactive, is growing in a particular way. We see a shrinking city from merchants, you know, from everything in every area, and we're not taking stock of what those really mean. Is Belize City dying as a city and everything is transferring to Ladyville? You know?
That's another conversation to have as well. We spoke about it a bit earlier, that perhaps Lords Bank and Ladyville should be another municipality within the elections, because their populace is now greater than that of Punta Gorda town. And so that has to be considered, and more taxes has to be paid in that area.
It's been that way for quite a while, actually.
That's true.
And depending on who you talk to, they have been clamoring for it to be, you know, freed up in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, but we will have another interview coming up very shortly from Terry G. But we want to thank Brighton for joining us and spending a sizable chunk of today's coverage. So this is your swan song for Municipal's 2021.
It's always a pleasure to be here in Channel 5 studio and to be able to get this exposure and experience. It's definitely a blessing, and it's a learning experience as well, and look forward to the results at the end of the day.
Now, I have one final question for you, Brighton, because your organization that you all have been shaping, right? And the narrative that has been circulating, you know, about voters fatigue and everything, is that also something that your organization has been looking at, and how do you stem that apathy and fatigue that becomes almost acceptable? Because a lot of these things, once you disengage, you actually allow people to get away with doing more things that go contrary to what we want, or we say we want.
And I think that's why it's important to remain consistent in always ensuring that you're keeping people accountable who you put into power. And it's important to continue the discussion forward. I told Marlene earlier that the reason why we didn't have the Youth Votes Matter is because that was an international platform that we were using. However, we are in the process of transitioning now into a full-fledged organization that will have its technical experts, who are all young people that have the academic qualifications, the professional background and experience in their fields to be able to provide necessary information to the younger population. So we want to be that youth hub, that if a young person wants to come to speak about sustainable development, we have an expert there. If they want to come and speak about education, we have an expert there to provide that knowledge and information. So that's what we're working to right now. We're working to become the Young Leaders Association of Belize.
Well, congratulations, and we hope that that really pans out well for you guys. At this point, I think we have one more interview, if my memory serves me right. So we'll go to that, and we'll have a switching out of panelists after this.
Folks, the beat goes on, and we're talking about municipal elections 2021. Andrew Bradley, he is a UDP councillor candidate, and he is doing You man's work here in the Caribbean Shores area. We're at polling station number 4, which is Trinity Methodist School. So, right about now, young man, you barely have 3 more hours to go. So, it's like crunch time.
I know. That's why they put in my work. Who call me, I go pick them up, bring them to vote, ask them for lobby for me, you know, because they have to put in the work.
You're like a new kid on the block because this, I would imagine this is your first grind.
Yeah, first grind, yeah, first time. A new experience, but I love it.
What's your reason for getting involved?
I really want to give back to the community because I raised up in a Lake Eye and I raised up in a rough community and I get the opportunity for come forward, for present myself. So the time for give back to the community.
Who encouraged you to do so, Andrew?
Well, I'm in the work for Mr. Lee Marchand and I see him do an excellent job and he have love for the people. And so he just come to me, so I got love for the people as well. So that's why I decided to do it.
And what has it been like so far?
It's been amazing. I love it. I enjoy it. Any idea, I know if your hard work pay off.
And I would imagine you've been putting in some hard work ever since you have put up your name as a candidate.
Yeah. From we gone through the convention and straight after convention we start campaign. Sunday to Sunday we walk the streets there.
And what was the result like?
Well, the voters, the residents are sitting at open arms, you know. They talk nice to it and give them concern and then, you know. It's really amazing how people welcome me in their home and some people feed with us, so I'm thankful for that.
First off, I would like to say congrats to Ambassador Dr. Candice Pitts. They're telling me that tomorrow you're off to Taiwan.
Yes, I am, and thank you so very much for that congratulatory statement.
So now you're putting in some work before you leave off, though, so you got to, they say work before pay, right? And this is an area, it's a red area because you're in the Municipal division. For the general elections, you lost by 150 votes, which was a major inroad considering the area that was once held by, Michael Finnegan, how the amount he used to win by. So that was a major victory per se for you. I would think you'd like to agree.
Yes, for my entire team, we have a very energetic team, a very committed team in Mesopotamia, and even though we did not win the general election, we did not stop campaigning. In fact, we took maybe a couple days break, and after that we were right back visiting the residents and trying to address some of their concerns and their needs. So you think those have been met in between November and now? Not necessarily, but we tried our utmost best. Remember, I didn't get elected, our team didn't win, and so with what we have, we're trying to assist here. And what has it been like between that time and now in terms of making the most of what you could to ensure that the party does even better in this particular division? Well, when we were campaigning for general elections, we made some commitments to the residents. We assured them that they would not have been neglected as they were for decades in Mesopotamia. And so, like I said, even though we didn't win, we didn't want to break our commitments or our promises. And so we have been fighting. My team could let you know on the back scene, I'm fighting, I'm making requests for the residents of Mesopotamia. What mostly have been the needs for this particular division? Well, we're still in COVID times, and so food is a basic necessity, as well as jobs, and fortunately we now have scholarship opportunities, assistance with educational opportunities for the residents. Now that you're moving on to Taiwan, I would imagine that you'll be keeping your eyes open as much as possible for such opportunities for our Belizeans. Absolutely. This is why I am, it's a bit nerve-wracking, the transition.
Okay, and we're back here live in studios. Brighton has left us, and we have been joined by a seasoned professional, political analyst, Mark Lizaraga. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to the panel for today.
Both of those titles I will not accept. You're a humble servant, but always a pleasure to be here and to listen and to learn from you guys. Boy, I tell you, I've been listening today, and a lot of the things I agree with and a lot of the things I don't.
Okay. Well, that's why they're called opinions, right?
That's right. For what it's worth.
No,
what my opinions are worth anyhow.
As you join us, because we were having the conversation about the autonomy of municipal bodies, and I think that's an important conversation to continue, given your expertise, in this area. Because I think one of the things we've seen a struggle, I know from the Belize City point of view. That's what I've been, afforded in terms of perspectives, where there was a real struggle for autonomy. I think it started probably with with Fonseca, David Fonseca. Then we saw it ramp up a bit with Zenaida Moya, and then even with Darrell Bradley, in terms of autonomy and what they could do, and what that really meant and what it should look like. Now, are we seeing an erosion of that as we're having this narrative more of the alignment is so key in terms of being able to really do the work that is necessary for the municipality?
I think it's more of a reality. It's a reality check. It's what's on the ground. It's honesty. To be honest with you, I mean, let's look at the amount first of all, before you want to do any programs and projects, you have to be independent. Yeah. And by independent, we mean financially independent in most cases. And if you look at the reality is that for many, many years, the council has been in a position where it's saying, look, we need to have more revenue. We need to have more revenue to do and be what we want to be. And honestly, we haven't gotten there yet. Why? For the most part, that will come from an increase in taxes. Because of the declining economic performance in our city and in our country. Don't get me started on what has caused that. But the reality is that a lot of the financial stimulus that we see in Belize City, for example, came by virtue of the kindnesses, let's say, of central government. All the infrastructure development in the south side, the stadiums, the buildings, whatever. We've seen a lot of that money spent here to lend impetus to the local.
Because this is still the political base?
Well, Belize is a strong political base. We have to realize that. And besides being a city, it represents how many constituencies? 10 or whatever electoral divisions. So it has a lot of power in that sense. So you have to define what it is that you want to achieve. No, I heard one of the things you mentioned just before I came on was that a lot of people seem to be moving to Ladyville and Lord's Bank and that area. And for a long while now, people have been saying maybe Belize City needs to be expanded to the triangle, either the triangle at 8 Miles or the triangle at Hattieville Boom and back to Belize City. That will allow for many of these businesses that go outside the city in great part to avoid taxes, right? Then they would be able to be captured, and they would be able to compete, be on an equal footing with businesses in Belize City, for example, who have to pay these high taxes.
But some people might argue too
but let me finish my point here.
The resources aren't there to even manage Belize City. You're talking about a greater square mile coverage.
Yeah. You represent the chamber on many things, and you know the reality of the whole tax legislation needs to be revamped.
I agree.
Because it's like 25% of the rental value of your property or something like that. But then there's no autonomy from the city governance, the city governments, to go and say, I will raise taxes at the rate that I want. No, they can't do that, because they have to apply to the minister, and the minister of local government has to approve it, and it has to go through that process. So they're very interdependent. But let's be realistic. Our country needs a lot of development. And in great part, the resources of our country have been invested in capital projects that will have very little return in the short term. Our credit card is maxed out, so to speak. literally and figuratively, no pun intended. But we maxed out the credit cards. So I do believe that it's going to take all of us working together, especially with local and central governments, to bring development to those areas. That's our reality. Election cycles, even though you think it's 5 years and 5 years are a long time, come quick.
True.
So the people have said, in no uncertain terms, last year, look, we were not happy with the way where we were going. You managed us recklessly. There was very little oversight. You were excellent in opposition in identifying what it is that we needed to fix. You came to government, you never fixed none of it. In fact, you made it worse.
Okay.
Go home. And I think for the most part, honestly, I think that people recognize the value in that partnership and being efficient in working together. And let's be realistic. Do you see us right now, especially with the opposition, you see them in a position where they would be willing to work with central government? Heck no. Come on, be real. Maybe after the election, based on the results, maybe they might turn around. But there's a level of hypocrisy that they bring as opposition, expecting and demanding all these changes to be done in 100 days, when they couldn't do it for 13 years, or 12 or 13 years. So I think there's a certain level of reality that resources are scarce, and that if you work together, if you're on the same team, if you take this team thing seriously, we'll be in a much better position to achieve the development as we need going forward. No?
And when we come back to this conversation, I think one of the things that we have not seen, and I will continue to trumpet, is the whole idea that you don't see plans for municipalities that go beyond political parties. We don't know what is the growth structure, because as you're talking about expanding to the triangle that includes to the boom or whatever cutoff, we don't know what the growth, what the plan is for Belize City. We're talking about increased taxation or collection and all of that and stuff. And I like that direction. But if it's just giving our elected officials more access to funds that they're going to mishandle, and we don't have a plan, then that's where I have a significant problem with that. I want to see a plan in terms of how we will grow the city, how the city will look 20 years from now,
And I agree with you, and that's going to come in partnership. And unless you can say, okay, if I bring these people to the table, they'll be able to partner with central government to achieve these goals. I think a lot of people are saying it's unrealistic at this stage to think otherwise.
True.
Right? Because resources are so scarce. We don't have time for waste resources right now. We have to be efficient, we have to be impactful, and our people have high expectations, and justifiably so, because of all the economic hardships we're in and worsened by COVID.
True.
So this is a time for consolidation, for vision, right? And not talk, but action.
Yeah.
Some people have had a long time to act, and they never act. Oh, all of a sudden they're talking, they have the answers. Oh, they want to see this, they want to see that. You had your turn to do it, and you never do it.
That
you
goes
blew your
both
chance.
ways, though, in all honesty. I mean, people who vote expect that action happens almost immediately upon
Is that
them
realistic, though,
having cast their
Isani?
vote.
Come on.
No, I'm not arguing whether or not it's realistic. I'm simply saying that that's what the expectations
You never get
are.
it in at 12 years and you want it in at 12 weeks?
Yeah.
Is that realistic?
Yeah.
There's a high level of hypocrisy there. And especially given 1 year of COVID. Right? And we're already in a horrible economic situation. COVID only made it worse. So, that we have to be realistic as well. We have a
an
an
Zoom
interview? You get me
conversation. No, and that's what we want. We want that kind of conversation. And we're now being joined by a man of action.
There you go.
From Orange Walk Town, who not only grabbed the bull by the horns,
That's right.
but managed to survive despite that non-alignment between
Took
that
on the whole mighty machine and came out victorious.
And ascend to central government.
That's
we
right.
can't forget that.
Yeah. Welcome, Kevin. How are you? Minister, my apologies.
Minister Bernard.
Good evening, Senator, and good evening, I forgot the other gentleman's name, William, and the other host. Danny, it's a privilege to be here.
Now, we have been talking quite vociferously about the independence of municipalities, right, and what that really means. And Senator Lizarraga said that's a facade, really. That's not the reality. But I want to use your experience, in running Orange Walk for, a couple of terms, actually, in non-alignment with the central government. What was that like? And the autonomy, is it real?
Well, William and team there, let me say first of all that I think everybody that vies for any position must be aware that when you are elected, you're elected to serve, and you have to find the ways and means to do it. In my case, as you're aware and you rightly said, when I was elected as mayor in 2012, I served all my 3 terms with a government that is not really supportive of the municipality. What we did, in terms of my team and I, we built a strong bond with financial advisors. We started with that. We started touching doors on outside support in terms of let us look at what we found at the council, and let us set a projection of where we can go, what are the weaknesses that existed, and what are some of the things that we can fix immediately. When you talk about the autonomy, municipalities in most part are left to paddle their own canoe with little resource coming from government other than your subvention. We did not enjoy any other support when it comes to grant funding or any other thing from the central government. So we had to really work what is our responsibility. We had to ensure that our property tax collection rate was improved. When I got into office, that was at 39%. And we took that all the way up to about 95% on current taxes, while working on the arrears, because that was always the biggest issue in terms of trying to get people to clear up their arrears and become current. I can say that before I left office, I know that a lot of efforts were done to even reduce and cut those arrears even into about, I think, 75% of the arrears were collected. So you have to, as a council, focus on the responsibility. We have to make sure that business are viable in your municipality, because we depend on trade licenses, we depend on property taxes, we depend on the liquor licenses. So those are the main fees. But we also have to be a bit creative. There was a lot of other things that we had to start to look at, or market fees, or be rentals, open spaces. We had to be able to attract more investment in our community, in our municipality.
And I'm glad you raised that. I'm glad you raised that point, because that is a progressive point of view to take. And of course, the subsequent actions of your administration when you were in office brought those goals or ambitions to fruition. When you're talking to several of these mayoral candidates, when you're talking to several of these councillor candidates now, you don't get the same vision or the same idea of them wanting to be able to capitalize on other areas that they can generate and collect revenue from. They seem to only want to hinge everything on one particular source of funding, which I think, or I would want to believe, is short-sighted.
One of the things, I have had several discussions with current mayors and former mayors, and even some candidates that are running in these slates, and I've offered my advice to them how we have been able to do it. Because you recall, we encountered huge debts at the town council too. But we did not, you have to go in there knowing that you cannot go in there and fold your hands and cry foul. We have to find solutions. I always say that whatever obstacles I found or challenges I found, we turn those challenges into opportunities, and we have to make those opportunities work for us. When we started to see that people were responding by making sure that their taxes or taxes were performing, people were paying their taxes, you start to invest in your community. And so we started a boom. It was in 2013 we were able to start really slowly, that even when we went into that second term in 2015, we had a split council because we were struggling even getting into that second term. But it was after that 2015 election that we were able to do much more for the community. We had already laid out the foundation, and we started to invest in infrastructure, ensure our parks were improved, ensure that our relation with the business community were improved. We started to give back to our community in terms of social programs through educational grant, making the Festarama, which is a one-year event. We attracted people, locals, to come to our town, having and promoting one of the biggest September celebration activities on 21st. But it has to be continuous. And at the same time, we try to ensure, like I said, we partner with the community. We did several partnership with the people programs where residents invested. We provided labor. We offered tax incentive to new business coming in, especially young entrepreneurs. And so we had to find the way to fix this and to ensure that it worked for us. And I'm very confident, and I know that there are a lot of new faces going into this municipality. But that has to be the focus, especially now when we faced the pandemic. And I could recall when last year,
Minister Bernard. Can we take a quick break? We do have a breaking news report that we want to do, and then we'll join you back and resume our conversation. Thank you for your indulgence.
I am Harry Arzu. At this time, we are at the scene of an accident on the Southern Highway here in the Stann Creek District. Equinox SUV crashed earlier this afternoon. We understand it was heading towards Silgrass. I believe we are somewhere between miles 2 and 3 on the Southern Highway. We understand that there were a number of persons inside this vehicle, including 2 minors and a male person. They were just rushed to the Southern Regional Hospital. This time we are not sure of the conditions of the folks nor the injuries that they suffered as a result of this incident. But again, police already processed the scene, and the victims are at the Southern Regional Hospital. Reporting for Channel 5, Municipal Elections 2021, I am Harry Arzu.
All right, and there we had an accident happening out there. So we'll keep you updated on that. Of course, the focal point for today's coverage in most media outlets is definitely the municipal elections. But that doesn't mean that other things won't continue to happen. We'll rejoin our conversation with Minister Bernard, former mayor of Orange Walk. So, Minister, you were talking a little bit about the strategies that you employed and to increase revenue for your municipality. I know there was definitely the carnival celebration on the 21st. You also had quite a number of, I'm trying to remember what the fests were called. Tacos Fest, etc. And the support from your community. So one of the things that we were discussing also was the vision for your municipality and how important is that. And we know as you hand over to the aspiring mayoral candidate, Ladrick, does the vision that you began really continue, or there'll be a charting of a different course?
Well, one of the things, William, we tried to do in terms of, because Logic was part of my team since 2012, he was well aware of the plans we had put out. When we set out our municipal growth plan, I've always said this, when we work that growth plan, it's always a living document. So as we go achieving these things, you need to identify new areas that we have to expand in, what we want to do as the municipality, what new investment we need to attract in terms of to grow business in our community. So I can confidently say that in the case of Orange Walk, Logic will continue down that same vision. I know his new team had some new ideas that they have put forward as well, but it fell right within the same scope of what the wider plan was talking about. Infrastructure, of course, will always be one of the main pillars in our community, because that's one of the biggest concerns for the community. Drainage is also, and I think I've heard him saying that one time, that he wants to see Orange Walk have better drainage system. But we also need to see Orange Walk prosper. We need to see more local tourism in Orange Walk. We need to ensure that people come to our town and enjoy a safe environment. So we always want to ensure that whenever we're doing things, you're not just doing things to focus on the foreigners, but to focus.
So let me jump in for a second here, Minister Bernard. So in your time as the municipal leader for Orange Walk, you were a member of the Mayor's Association. Weren't these some of the very conversations that your colleagues in the association had, enough for them to be able to try to realize their own vision for their respective municipalities? Because while you may have stood out as a PUP mayor under a UDP central government, one would argue that they would have had all the resources, if that were the case, being made available to them or afforded to them. Why were we not seeing some of these very visions come to life?
I don't want to mash on anybody's toes here, but I will say this, that I think it takes the willingness to want to make a change. I stood against an oppressive government. I will not lie on that. And I said it more than once. We knocked doors. We visited ministers of government seeking assistance at the time in 2012, and those doors were shut every time we tried to reach out to government. So what we had to do, we had to ensure, you know what, we are going to push forward. We're going to focus on what we want for this town. We made a commitment to the people when we were campaigning, and we need to ensure that we deliver at least the majority of the pledges that we gave the people. And so when we discuss these things at the Mayor's Association level, all of us share similar concerns. Every municipality have its unique challenges. However, when you look at the overall, we all have similar challenges as well. And so it takes leadership. It takes leadership, but it also takes the willingness to want to listen, to be able to seek advice, not only amongst your team, but outside. Sometimes you have to listen to the real truth. Many times that's what have politicians fail sometimes, because they run away from hearing the real truth. And this is one of the things I've always left, an open door policy. People could have come to me, tell me anything. Once they're not disrespectful, of course, but they could share their plans if they feel that we were not doing something that they feel was not right. But if I had a defense to it and say, you know what, but this is the reason why we were trying to do these type of programs. But at the end of the day, if the leadership within the municipality don't have the support or don't have the will to move the policies that they are setting out forward, or don't do the things that will not only foresee you to lose an election in 3 years, because you have to go after the taxes. You have to remember that it's not always about, oh, I'm going to forgive because an election year is coming. I'm not going to be charging anybody any taxes. No, we cannot focus at a municipal body when it comes to these things, because that's how the municipalities survive.
Yeah.
That is how you operate. You depend on those local taxes that will allow you to be able to deliver the services to the people. That is one way we were able to pave the amount of streets we did in our region of town, upgraded many parks and areas, cemented many intersections, opened new drainage and so forth. But building that relationship with your business community and the residents on the whole is what is critical. And one of the other things that I will say, mayors and councils needs to be able to stand on their own feet and not be persuaded by the political bosses. I've always said this. When I was mayor, we did not have anybody interfering in the affairs of the town council, dictating to us what to do, because we are elected by the people and we take decisions based on a consensus from a council level, and we carry out the activities, the work. Of course, we will always lean on good advice, and that is what sometimes hurts some municipalities. They tend to be manipulated by others other than really focusing on what they ought to do as a municipal body.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Bernard, for joining us. We have a lot happening. But we want to thank you definitely for joining us and sharing some of your experience as a mayor.
5 words.
Thank you.
Vision, consensus, leadership, partnership, and sustainable. He did it. 5 words.
Thank you. Totally agree. We have some other interviews lined up, so we're going to come back and have the conversation in that regard. We're now going all the way up north. We were in Orange Walk just now, but we'll go to San Pedro first with Marion with a live interview. Marion?
And we're here again from the San Pedro High School here in San Pedro town, and I'm joined now by the youngest candidate of both slits. The youngest candidate, 25-year-old Marceli McCurkle.
Yes, ma'am.
Marceli, I have to ask this. You're 25. At 25, most people are looking to get married, further their education, have a child. What draws you to politics at age 25?
Well, my educational background, first of all, is in political science, right? I have one of my bachelor's degrees in that. So I always knew I was going to get involved in the political realm. I didn't actually expect for it to be so soon or in the form of actually running for council, but I believe after the pandemic and everything, it really left us so devastated, and how we rebuild now is very important. And I would like to be part of the representation for the youth, or for what we want to see for our future, something sustainable, something manageable, something that's feasible for us in the long run, and something that doesn't include things like corruption, things that we've seen all our lives, right? And the best way to do that, I truly believe, is to come from the inside and try to change the system from within. We're all here to serve our community first and to reinstill that trust, between the community and their representatives. And I'd like to be part of that process.
Well, you mentioned a few things that got my attention. You mentioned change.
Yes.
You mentioned get rid of, and you said corruption, crime. But if you're lucky, and if your slate is lucky, you'd be carrying forward from an existing United Democratic Party that's been there for almost 2 decades. So then, how do you effect change, and what changes, and how do you do it, staying within the philosophy of the UDP?
Of course. Well, we still have to take those basic principles along with us. If you look at either party, really, they have some basic principles that are meant and geared towards the betterment of our community. And regardless of the past, that's what we want to leave behind, right? Especially our generation, I feel like, wants to take all the good we've learned from what's happened, move it forward, leave the past behind, leave the negative behind, and try to implement change using what we've learned to the best of our abilities, right? And we need to see that.
So, what are the first things you'd like to see change then? Let's see, everybody goes by this 100-day yardstick or measuring stick. What would be the first things you'd like to see change?
Well, we'd like to see a lot more long-term change. One of our main principles, actually, as I mentioned before, is to get the community more involved, right? Reinstill that trust between the community and the representatives. One of our key ideas, actually, is to divide San Pedro into 6 major zones and to set one counselor as a representative for every area. That would mean that that counselor is responsible to oversee the area, right? Pass by, communicate with their people, give the people an avenue to reach their representatives, you know? We know that that's a larger issue at hand within the whole country. And we know it's part of our culture, you know? During campaign season, you'll see a lot of us out there on the streets ready to talk to you and everything. And then some people feel as though once the election is over, they don't get to see their representatives as often. We want to change that system and we want to change that culture. And we want to make sure the people know we are present here for them and we are ready and willing to serve and work for them. That's priority.
Well, I wish you the best with your dreams and your plans. And I'm sure we're going to meet up later again.
Of course.
The day is still
See you
young.
all later. And thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
From in front of the San Pedro High School in San Pedro Town, Marian Ali for News 5.
Thank you very much, Marian. And now we'll keep it up north and we'll be having a video with Councillor candidate Estelita Carlos representing vying for the UDP.
We're here in Orange Walk Town. I'm being joined by Miss Estelita Carlos. She is one of the councillor candidates for the UDP here. Miss Estelita, good afternoon. How are you feeling today?
Well, excited and at the same time, you know, overwhelmed in the sense that as a woman, I believe that we as women supposed to empower ourselves and to help the community as much as we could. There are many ways in which we as women could help in the development of the community and the country.
Now, it's your first time running for local government here in Orange Walk Town. What made you decide that this is what I want to do 2021?
Okay, the reason why is because things take step by step, and for instance, I have always been in community service, in Special Olympics. I have been working as facilitator for at schools, and I have been, you know, in many different community service, and then it's just, you know, a smaller range of people that I you know, I am with helping always, and I want it to be in a wider range, which is more the community, you know, and then I have worked even, you know, as street captain, and so I have getting familiarized a lot with people. So I believe that, you know, it's the time now to give to my community and to my people, and this is the way I want to do it. I want to help my community.
Right. And so, Mrs. Estelita, what were people telling you when you were going to their houses? What do they want to see done in Orange Walk Town? What are their needs?
Okay, people have really needs, especially with this COVID-19. They have a lot of needs, and I myself has put myself that we need to address those issues as soon as possible. And it's not only that we are going to say something, but that we are going to be with this communication with the community. In other words, for it to happen, for things to happen, we have to be engaged with the community for it to work.
What are some of the needs that they've expressed to you that they want to see?
Okay, well, the needs is, you know, they don't have a lot of money, they don't have jobs, they don't have, you know, the means of the living that they had before.
And you believe that the UDP 7 can respond to those needs?
Of course, yes. And the reason why, because again, the central government and it doesn't have to actually help, I mean, to say we have to be dependent on the central government, because there are certain things that we as a community, as the municipal, we are going to generate income, you understand? And that's why, and with the help of us being the how to say it, a part of the development, and we can do it, I think we could make the difference here in Orange Walk.
All right, Ms. Estelita, thank you so much for speaking with us, and we wish you all the best tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there you had it from the north. We go a little bit further up, and we've been trying to get this candidate all day, so Dwayne has been successful. In Corozal Bay, we'll be talking with the PUP standard bearer, Elvia Vega Samos.
With the lady of the hour, Miss Elvie Vega, who is trying to break the trend Corozal Bay or Corozal district in general has never had a female area rep, and she's trying to make that difference. She's trying to make that change, break that. Talk to us about that, you know. A woman running in Corozal district for the Bay to be the area rep.
Dwayne, it's something, it's a novelty here for Corozal, you know, never in the history of we had a female represent us in Belmopan. So I truly believe, Dwayne, that we women have the capability, have the skills, have everything that is necessary to do everything that a man can do. As I've mentioned before, it's not only a man's world, but it's a woman's world as well. So I am looking forward to going to Belmopan and representing the people of Corozal Bay. They need that representation that they truly deserve doing.
Talk to us about the machinery, because that is what it is, and you've headed that before. Talk to us about machinery on the ground to get those voters out.
Yes, Dwayne, the machinery was oiled up from some weeks ago. You know, the machinery was out this morning from 5 a.m. in the morning, ready to take out the people. And so they have been working from this morning, Dwayne, and they keep on working. It hasn't stopped, and it will not stop until the last hour, the last second.
Now, in terms of, we're seeing that I think we're just about creeping up to that 40% turnout at this hour after 3 o'clock. Those voters are for LV?
Definitely, Dwayne. I can assure you that those voters are for LV, you know. And like I said, the machinery has been working non-stop. I don't know if you've been here from this morning, and if you notice the vehicles that have been coming in, and many of them are, excuse me, are coming in with their blue t-shirts, you know, ready to give LV that opportunity.
You know, any last minute efforts in terms of when you come down to that 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock hour in terms of pushing to get people out? Talk to us about what's that plan that you guys have.
Well, like I said, Dwayne, the machinery is working all the way up to the last second, you know, so it's an overdrive at that time, you know, everybody is on overdrive, but from what I've seen, from when we began to now, you know.
Okay, and there you had it, of course, the interview. We're completely forgetting the by-election that is taking place.
Very important.
As we're looking at the numbers that have been really, really discouraging in terms of voter turnout at this point. But we'll go now, we'll keep it moving up north, and we'll be speaking with Rene Escalante, UDP councillor candidate from Orange Walk.
All right, so at this time I'm being joined by the UDP councillor candidate, Mr. Rene Escalante. Mr. Escalante, what's the feeling like? You're offering yourself for the town council here in Orange Walk Town.
Well, first of all, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm trying to see how I can best serve my community. And of course, well, this morning it has been a little slow. We're hoping that the people consider coming out as early as possible, because the time is getting there. We're just asking to please come out and vote.
Now, you're offering yourself up, local government here in Orange Walk Town. Why? Why 2021? Why now?
It's a little tough, but like I said, I'm just trying to do try to do a difference, especially with this pandemic that is happening now, that is affecting us all, and hopefully with my input, we can change some things around.
Right. What are some of the things people are saying to you, Rene? We would like to see in our town. What are some of the things?
Well, the main thing, and it's kind of funny, you know, people just don't want you forget about them. You know, and those are the things that we're trying to look into, not just campaign for when the time is here. We're trying to visit everybody on a regular basis. Beside that, they said, well, they're just not happy, that they're sorry that they voted on the blue, and they say that hopefully that they're going to send them a message.
Right, but people are saying, you know, the PUP, they've held on to the town council here for, you know, several terms, even under red government, what do you say to that? Do you think that Orange Walk Town ready for that change this 2021?
I believe so, you know. The thing that I know for a fact that we don't need the central government. The town board generates their own finances. They have ways how they get their resources, and of course we're going to put those resources to work for the people.
All right, Mr. Rene, thank you so much for catching up with me, and I wish you all the best.
I thank you, and thanks to everybody out there. Thank you.
And from the north, we now head out west to Benque, where we have Jose Sanchez doing a mid-afternoon report. Jose?
Good afternoon, Channel 5 viewers. Jose Sanchez here, coming to you from the twin towns, San Ignacio, Santa Elena, and Benque. Right now, we're currently in San Ignacio, overlooking behind me Santa Elena town. Now, in regards to the turnout for today, it has been low, at least visually on site. When we look back 5 years ago to that last general elections, there has been a steady stream of crowds and lots of parading and partying throughout the streets and drinking. Now, move forward to 2020, when we had COVID in November, the turnout was less, and we found then at that time, you know, like people were more careful in terms of how they operate out in the streets. And moving now a few months later from November general elections to this municipal elections, visually you can see that there's a trickle of people moving out throughout the municipalities. In Benque, we spoke to the returning officer, Andre Cho, and he was very clear in that he could have immediately seen that the turnout was the people were trickling in, and of the 4,199 voters, at least up to a little after midday, only 923 individuals, that's less than 1,000, about 23% after midday. That's extremely low. Now, moving over to the Twin Towns itself, we spoke to one of the returning officers, Mr. Jamor Lopez from the Education Department, and of a little over 13,000 registered voters up to a little after midday, we've had just a little over 3,000 voters turn out. And he was surmising that if you would even see 50% out at the end of the day at 6 p.m., I mean, that would be a miracle at this point from what we were seeing, because people aren't just coming out. Yes, there's traditionally some turnout a little bit after 5 p.m., between 5 and 6, but it seems that overall for the Kaya district itself, that the voter turnout has been low, and that's what we've been seeing at Sacred Heart High School as well, the primary school, and Santa Elena RC School as well. Hopefully we're going to see some changes in movements. So far it has been pretty peaceful. We have not had any signs of violence or discord, even though the little political tensions are high between the group. It has been quiet, no music playing, no overt overtures being made towards the candidates. Everyone is just doing business, just getting people out, getting them back into the vehicles and returning them home. And that's our report for you so far from the Twin Towns, and we'll be coming with you throughout the night with the final results as well. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Jose. And of course, Cayo, San Ignacio is in the 30s. Actually, San Ignacio town is 32.34. That's unofficially, of course, the statistics that we have. It could be changing. Benque is around 35.79% voter turnout. Belmopan is at around 31.81%. Corozal continues to lead the way with a 48.03% voter turnout, and again, that might be because you also have the by-election also taking place. So there's a bigger piece of the pie at stake, so to speak. Orange Walk is around 35.36%. Belize City or Belize District, and really Belize City is down at a 31.38%, but San Pedro, because it comes under the Belize jurisdiction, is at 42.34%. So again, averaging out at 35.86%. Cayo, 32.71%, and I mentioned those based on Belmopan, Benke, and San Ignacio before. Stan Creek is at 34.01%, and Toledo is at 41.59% in terms of voter turnout. So we're estimating that, or guesstimating that voter turnout could be somewhere closer to 50%, but still very, very low, considering that we recently had a re-registration exercise taking place.
Well, we want to take this opportunity to remind people that coming out to vote is not only your right, but really it's your obligation.
Yeah.
You're duty bound. In some countries, the law says that you have to come out and vote. We're lucky that we have that free will, and we should exercise it, because this is the time for us to have a voice. Somebody is going to lead us. Someone is going to lead us. So if you want to have a right to criticize or to say, I'm not happy with this person, or I'm happy with this person, you have to be able to participate in the process and choose. You have that right, you have that obligation. And you should do it. Otherwise, I don't want to hear from you. I can't stand people who say, well, me never going to vote. Or worse. It is really to be able to even cast your vote. Now, our democracy is young, far from perfect, and democracy, they say it's not a perfect system, but it's the most perfect one we have.
The least of the worst.
The least of the worst. So we would like to encourage people to come out. The sun's starting to go down now, and to be honest with you,
we're getting in the last 2 hours.
In 2 hours, it's cool. And once you're in the lines before 6 o'clock, you will be fine. Allowed to vote. But it's your right, and you should exercise it, and it's your obligation, really. So we fought long and hard to be independent, and we've made some bad choices, in the past, really, for people to lead us. But this is an opportunity to continue to grow the democracy and correct it as we go along.
Now, let's look at what it looks like in Benke, first of all.
People coming out?
Yeah, this is the 4 o'clock traffic.
Right.
People are sauntering. There's no sense of urgency.
Well, today was a working day too.
Yeah, that's true.
Things like
but
that.
We do see a queue being
that's
formed, and that's definitely good. So you have quite a number of people making their ways. Of course, we have our concerns about social distancing.
Yes.
Remember the COVID regulations. Protect yourself, protect your family, and those that you love. Practice the social distancing as you make your way to the poll. Don't worry, as Senator Lizarraga pointed out just a little while ago, as long as you're in the line by 6 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote. So that's not even an issue for you to... this is now switching to San Pedro. You see, beginning to form. So true to form, we know that usually between is when you start. They had a 41% turnout. We're seeing some people, no lines, no significant lines when compared to both San Pedro. There are some people in queue. So just snapshots of what you're seeing countrywide in terms of the traffic. There seems to be greater activity as opposed to the 9 o'clock rush in Belize. Generally 9 o'clock, there's no rush, everything shut down, and that's it. So we have quite a number of municipalities picking up. We want to remind you that tonight the curfew is at 8. So you go out, you vote, you do what you have to do, and you have to be indoors by 8 p.m. And remember, the polls close at 6 p.m. and also the COVID rules have been changed to ensure your safety. We don't want this to be another super spreader. So those are the things that are important for you to consider at this point. And we encourage you to go on out and vote. Vote, 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 vote.
It's your right, it's your obligation, it is your sacred duty. Because whether you vote or not, somebody is going to represent you at City Hall or in Belmopan.
That's right.
So you pick the best person, and the person that is affiliated, I believe, with a party with leadership and vision and with a plan, and a party that wants to work with the business community, as far as I'm concerned,
key,
and that wants to do things in a sustainable manner.
Now, we have one other interview before we come back and have a little dissecting of some of the things that you spoke about. Of course, if you were here for our conversation with former mayor and now Minister Kevin Bernard, we were talking about some of those things. So let's go to Belize City on the ground, and we have Micah Gooding, who is one of the councillor candidates for the People's United Party. He's an incumbent seeking a second term.
So, all about 2 hours before the polls close, Micah, what has it been like for you guys on the ground all day today? You must have been up from, what time you got up this morning?
About 4 o'clock. I hardly sleep last night. Twist and turn till about 1 a.m.
My goodness, I know how that go, boss. I know how that go. All right, it's like some of these guys who do the cross-country cycling race. Some of them say they don't sleep at all on Holy Saturday morning, you know, getting up early morning. So, you know, it's like a race for you, jockeying for position.
Correct. It has been grueling so far. We've been doing everything we can to get the people out, to get the people to the polls, and to get them to vote for the PUP. We believe that we have a great team. We believe that we have done so far a great job under the United Democratic Party government, and we feel that with the PUP government in place, we're going to be able to do a lot of great things for the city. So that is the springboard for this next term that we're seeking.
I noticed some changes were made from the previous council you had. Some changes were made after the convention and new faces. What do you have to say about that?
I think the previous team was a very strong team, and I think we've built upon their strengths. I think we have a very dynamic team, a very diverse team. We have 4 women, we have more young people on the ticket. And I feel that the talent and the capability of this team is something that is sexy to the electorate, and so I believe that they will support our team.
What's your slogan for this one going in?
My slogan, a personal slogan, or the
council slogan?
The council slogan is Together as One 2021. It's about working with the central government to deliver the goods and services for the people of the city.
You feel as if, you know, you will be returned to council?
Well, I hope so. I believe that I've worked very hard. I believe that I've remained humble. I believe that I've remained connected with the people on the ground. And I believe that as a team that we've done well, I believe that our mayor was the mayor for the time. I think if we didn't have a mayor with his financial acumen and financial background, I think that we would have failed. If you recall, the former Prime Minister had indicated that within about 3 months or 6 months that this council would have collapsed, but we did not collapse. I know the first 3 years haven't been perfect, but I think that it can only get better from here.
And you're saying that based on whatever policies you guys have in place going forward, I'm assuming?
Based on the manifesto and the fact that we have support from central government, I think a PUP central government and a PUP city council, it makes sense. No matter how you turn it, no matter how you twist it, no matter how you look on it, it makes sense.
Do you have support from your employees? Because the UDPs are saying otherwise.
Yeah, they've been saying a lot of things, and I think when the last ballot is counted today, you will see that it's not about the noise in the market, it's really about counting your change. I think the relationship that we've developed with the staff is something tremendous. I think it's really positive. If you know the mayor, you know that sanitation department is the closest department to his heart. You know, he always goes above and beyond for those people.
And now with 2 hours to go and everything looking so pilinky in terms of the turnout, what does that say for you?
I think it's obvious. I don't wish to come across as being condescending, but it's obvious across the city, everywhere you go, it's one of the PUP machinery working. You don't see, it's almost as if we have no opposition. You know, so the numbers coming out are PUP numbers. Nobody from the UDP is mobilizing, not to the extent that we're mobilizing.
We'll see at the end of the day. That's coming from councillor candidate and existing councillor for the Belize City Council. All right, so we're going to find that out for sure. If when it's all said and done, if Michael Godin and Mayor Bernard Wagner and the rest will be returned to govern for another 3 years in Belize City. So on behalf of course, Denver Fairweather, the junior version, all right, this is Terry G on the MIC. All right, and we're talking about municipal elections 2021 live on 5.
Thank you very much, Terry G. And we now keep it up north, and we'll go to Orange Walk, where we're talking with Councillor candidate Alan Yu.
All right, so I'm being joined here by PUP Councillor candidate Alan Yu. Alan, how's it going today?
Good afternoon. It's been a tiring day. They weren't kidding when they explained to me election day is gonna be rough, and then not to mention we have the rest of the night, right? But at least the sun won't be out.
Right. Now, Alan, you were telling me all of this is new to you. So why you decided to throw your hat in at the ring and run for town council here in Orange Walk?
Well, for me personally, right, I believe in the beginning is my parents. My parents taught me to always do things properly, always to put a level of excellence when I do whatever I like. They put me to task to do. But also the other thing that I see is that the ongoing town council has done an excellent job, right? Despite all the hardships, they've done an excellent job, and I recognize that, and I think I could do even more. I could put myself inside and do even more.
Right. So what do you think you bring that's unique to this team that's going to help out this town respond to the needs that they have?
Well, for me in particular, one of my biggest assets is I'm a technician. I do electronics work, I do computer work, right? And I believe that as a developing country, we must advance. We must advance and enhance all the processes that's dealt with in the government and in the town council.
So what are the people saying to Alan when he goes out to campaign? What are they telling you? What are they looking for? What are they hoping for from their town council?
Well, for me in particular, I'm very known in the town, right? A lot of people know me due to my profession. A lot of people know that I am almost like the technician guy, the computer guy to go to. So I am very well known. But the community has been very supportive, right? Sometimes you'd meet some of my colleagues are like, listen, yo, I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you, G, you know. So stuff like that. They've been very encouraging. So I'd like to thank the Orange Walk community for being very supportive.
Any final words you'd like to tell to the people of Orange Walk Town who haven't come out yet to cast their vote?
This is crunch hour. I'm sorry that it's still not a holiday today and it's only half day. But I know a lot of the people will come out after work. So I'm expecting real crunch hour to happen very soon. But please come out, come support the team, come support the PUP7 team. I'd like everybody to stay safe, hurry vote, hurry go back home, sanitize and keep social distance.
So you're predicting a victory tonight for the PUP7 here in Orange Walk Town?
Yes, I'm pretty confident, right? But first time, maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe a beginner's luck, but we'll see.
All right, Alan, thank you so much for taking the time out to speak to us, and we wish you all the best.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys there in the studios.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And we just did a refresh in terms of the statistics that we have coming in from election and boundaries. Overall voter turnout count for the country is now at 40.09%. We have areas like San Pedro town, which seems to be pushing towards a 60% turnout, definitely. If the current trends continue, they're at 52.45%. Corozal also is in the 50s, 53.62% in terms of voter turnout. You have Orange Walk is still in the 30s at this point, 35.67, Kaya 37.37, and we have Stan Creek at 36.04%, Toledo at 44.34%. So overall, we're still only at 40%, and we're guesstimating that perhaps we'll see 50% turnout.
Well, the numbers, as you know, are always a little delayed.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping people will come out, exercise their right. You know, as we were saying earlier, we really have to massage and work this democratic process to turn it into something that is going to work for all of us. And we have to come together after today now for really and truly, you know, have this unity going forward.
I want to go back to something that I think a couple of years ago, and you've been more passionate than I have been in terms of politics and studying it. I am trying to recollect. I think at one point Belize City had discussed a master plan for the city. I don't know what happened to that, because as we are talking about the vision and strategy and all of that, I'm just trying, and you do have a mayor's association. I'm still wondering if most of the municipalities have any kind of master plan being developed. I know Belize City did one because or something close, because when you had the strategy to put those little you know, stands in BTL Park, for example, that was a part of that outreach. I don't know if that plan still exists, and if, you know, any municipality.
To be honest with you, I haven't been aware of any recently, but my involvement has been basically at the conversation level with the business community, where first they were affected by this move. A lot of businesses, for example, that fell in Belize City moved out to Ladyville to avoid taxes, you know, the high taxes. Yeah. So Ladyville became a little boom satellite town, and business began to move out. But these areas need services, right?
Yeah.
And they're at an advantage, so to speak, compared to the businesses in the city, because they pay a lot less. And it happens all over the country. For example, Placencia, when we looked at when we were looking at those consultations in reference to taxation, municipal, you know, earnings and taxation, these are some of the points that came up, concerns from the business community, that there are certain areas that don't carry that load like other places do. So if we're going to develop, we have to be, you know, I go back to Mayor Bernard, and it's great that he's in Belmopan now, where he'll be able to have more influence on how we improve governance and how we improve funding and how we improve that whole, you know, move towards autonomy with the town councils, because he's lived it. So he comes from the belly of the beast. And I'm looking forward to great things from him as far as input into improving the systems for municipal bodies. But one of the things we did look at that time was, look, maybe Belize City needs to expand. Maybe Belize City needs to go Ladyville and back to Belize City, that triangle. Or you could even think about going all the way to Hattieville, boom, and back to Belize City, capturing that whole and make it a greater Belize City area, increase the tax revenue, and provide services to a lot of these communities who need it as well. They need streets, they need drains. My goodness, look at the state of the highway they're going through. Ladyville was horrible.
Yeah.
And this government had to, you know, find the resources to fix that road, the major highway coming right out of the airport that was abandoned for so long. So they need services as well, but you have to have a tax base, and the tax base in the village is virtually non-existent. So there's an argument to be made for that expansion of the city. I like the approach that Mayor Bernard brings, because he said, look, I had to go after people to collect taxes that were owed. My collection rate was about 30% or whatever it was that he said, and he moved it up to about 95%, I believe he said. But he convinced the people that the tax dollars that they were paying were being put to good use. And he was very successful for 3 terms. So that is what we want to see, I believe. So when we go to vote for people, you know, we have to vote for people, I believe, that have a vision, that understands the value of working in partnership with the business community. That is key. Should because government
be adversarial.
Exactly. Not only that, government will never have the resources, and especially now, right, to grow the economy alone. It needs to do so in strategic partnership with the business community, and that's what we've been saying for years, William. And it has to be done in a sustainable manner, you know, and you have to have people in power with that vision. So we have, you know, we have big challenges ahead of us. We have to worry about our volatile growth, because our growth rate has been, you know, well, recently it's been going down. You know, GDP has been falling, our debt has been going up, tremendously high poverty in this country, youth violence, it's cut down a lot lately, thank goodness. But there's some major issues, and right now we need to stop this bickering and fighting and politicking. I'm glad this election will be over, whatever it is, because we need a period of calm and togetherness where we start focusing only on the rebuilding of our country.
And that's why I think developing things like a master plan are so key, because then one of the things that one of the councillor candidate, I think Kenny Morgan, raised was town hall meetings, for example.
But it goes beyond having a plan, William. With the greatest respect, how many plans have we had in our country?
And I agree.
GSDS and all the beautiful plans. And when what we need are the vision, and what we need are the people that want to work the plan. And the plans we've had. We've had many plans.
No, and I agree. But my point more than anything else is, if you start, one of the things that growing up in Belize City, for example, that entire area that went under our bar, Ramada, all of that was a green area while I was growing up. It might date me, you know, in terms of that, but you see a disappearance of those kinds of public spaces that, you know, really made a difference in the way life was lived in the city.
Quality of life.
So when I talk about a master plan, I'm not only what can be done in terms of recreational development, business development, you know, what kind of different sectors you're putting in place. And why I'm talking about a master plan is that you have this kind of development that, you know, runs across these 3-year cycles. For example, if you're talking about municipalities, so that you have a development that legitimately can then expand to include Lord's Bank and Ladyville and everything else, so that you have a growth trajectory that is important. But we're going to head down south to Punta Gorda. We have Linston Mackenzie, who is one of the BPP councillor candidates in Punta Gorda.
And good day, we're here again at the PG Methodist, one of the polling stations for the municipal elections 2021. And I have with me Blues Linston Mackenzie, one of the councillor for the Green Party. How are you today?
Man, right now, energized, very optimistic, knowing that definitely this might be history right here in Punta Gorda and for the rest of the country, knowing quite well that PG deserve better. At this point, we have seen that many voters coming out, is trickling in, and I want to encourage the voters out there right now that still hasn't reached in as yet to come on out. This is the time we can see that PG deserve better, and we are the next party that should be in there. Like I emphasize, that when we do get into office, it's not about the BPP, it's about the people. People first.
Tell me some of the priority projects or whatever you will take on once you get into office?
Well, first of all, we got to have consultation with the people. We have realized that within our town itself, we have various sections whereby it affects us differently. But overall, we have heard the people talking about drainage. We have seen the streets in a deplorable condition. And it has been here for the 5, 10, 15 years from both the PUDP system. The time is now. Some of the things that we really and truly need to address.
Yeah. You feel it? Are you in a awkward position to the fact that there is a PUP government in central government? You want to share anything about that with me?
Well, Aurelio, man, for the past we have seen both administrations be full-fledged of PUDP and UDP getting in our office full-fledged, and they have done nothing. We want the people to know that our town can sustain themselves. We know that the government have its mandatory obligation to give us its subvention. That still doesn't run the town as it should be. We know that we can go and get the monies out there. We need to get up from in the office, go and seek funding, seek the investors to come in our town.
Thank you very much, and that was Linston Mackenzie from the Green Party Municipal Elections Aurelio Show in PG.
Aurelio Show for taking us down there to PG, where voter turnout is about 44.34%, and we're hoping again that that will be able to increase. Lagging behind seems to be Stan Creek and Dangriga town at about 36%. I think Orange Walk is a little bit lower, 35.67%. But we were having a conversation prior to going to that video about the master plans and all of that. And I agree with you that Belize is not short of plans. But I think some of these things, again, growing up, I remember at Paslow Building, you remember there used to be a map there of the city with all the streets, etc. I think certain things serve to kind of bring an energy of its own behind, and that's why I'm one for the master plan kind of approach, you know, because then you can see what is the vision going forward. And I think some of that is important because we don't, and the stick-it-to-itness that it goes for, this is the next 20 years. We've had, as you rightly pointed out, a Vision 2030 and all of those things that didn't materialize into much.
But what lends me hope is that we know part of the biggest problem we've had in this country is the way we account for public monies.
True.
So while we have had plans and projects, the big question is, have we really received value for money? And the big question remains, I mean, and we have ample evidence that the administration of our public purse has a lot wanting for it. So what lends me hope is that the government came to Belmopan, the new government came to Belmopan with this new mandate to continue reforming, because remember the PUP had started reform way back when. UDP came and said no new laws for reform, really. The UNCAC they were forced to pass just stayed right there and died a natural death. But in the first 100 days this government has promised. Now we have to hold them accountable to that. But they've brought things to the House. The big thing for me and for you, because we've fought for it for a long time, was the recomposition of the Public Accounts Committee.
Yeah.
Which is the body that should really be that oversight body for the public spending. They could call people, have public hearings, and insist that people account. No. Is it perfect? No. But it continues to be a step in the right direction. What lends me hope is that a piece of legislation went to the Senate and was not rushed and passed in the same day, because you had members of the Senate that had questions and wanted to find out more information. So they put that piece of legislation on the back burner, unheard of under the last administration, and during the period when I was there at least. When something came there, the bomb, rubber stamp, goodbye, go to the GG,
Slam
the
bam,
GG have to,
thank you, man.
slam bam, thank you man, the GG have to sign it. Okay? Here we see the process beginning to work. Is it perfect? No. Will it ever be perfect? No. But we have to engage. We have to keep changing. We have to keep trying. We have to remain alert as a people and engaged as a people if we want. Remember, I used to say, and I will keep reminding people, for democracy to work, it has to be for the people and by the people. The people have to get involved. And so it starts today. Come out to vote.
It's true.
Right? Do your job before 6 o'clock. Otherwise, you don't have a leg to stand on if you complain afterwards.
Now, you know, as you're talking about value for money, because we've had a lot of construction in terms of infrastructure. And, you know, I am one of those people who I will walk, not just for exercise, but to just be aware of what's happening. When you're driving your car, you zoom by everything.
It's a blur, yeah.
You know? So one of the things, you know, walking for exercise, I go on the roads quite a bit. I noticed, for example, a vehicle passing me on a chip and seal, you know, tarmac, whatever you want to call it, pavement. When I'm on the John Smith Highway, I can't even hear my headphones, you know, clearly in my ears because you hear, and I'm thinking that means that there's friction, right? That there's something there, either it's eating down your tire, it's eating down the road, whatever. So I have a friend who's an engineer, and I said, you know, like whenever I'm walking, this noise, there's a point to this story.
Yes, I'm sure.
Right? I said, you know, like, why do we do so much, you know, this type of, and he gave me the names, you know, he said it's chip and seal, you know, you have the kind of construction that we did with the road, the hot mix, you know, and everything. And I said, is it better when you have that kind of a surface? Is it because, you know, we've had so much accident? Because that's another thing. I'm tying all of this with accidents, etc. And he said, actually, the hot mix technically has a longer lifespan than the chip and seal. I said, really? But the surface is smoother. He said, but it's asphalt. So it expands, it contracts, it, you know, all of these things. You don't have that kind of a challenge. You have 20 years, 20 to 25 years for life. Said when you do a chip and seal, it's cheaper. There's greater room for people to do whatever, you know, pay kickbacks, take money off the top or whatever, because you're building the road, but the money is definitely not being put in the road. I said, you know, like most people in Belize, because you see the hot mix happening like that, you'd think perhaps that this could never stand up to almost twice the amount of time that you have a chip and seal, you know? And the other information, you know, just in conversation, he said, Belize is perhaps the only place still using chip and seal.
Right, right. And when you look at the, and I hope that the present government does some major investigation into the cost of the infrastructure works that we've done on the roads, because when you look at the cost per mile, that spike under the last administration, really and truly, we have paid some unheard of sums for a mile of road in this country. And I hope that they get to the bottom of that, because we should have had chip and seal all over the place, really, for that kind of money.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we keep talking about innovation and technology and so many other things and stuff. Why are we using an old dated technology for road construction? You know, that's the thing that is very interesting to me, because like I said,
and you
just
know,
walking
one good
around
hurricane season, one good rainy season, and it's broken up, as we've seen. So I agree with you. And this is why it's important that when we vote in people, that we vote in people that are part of a team with vision, man.
Yeah.
You know, part of a team that can deliver. And,
so, but let us stick a pin there for a quick second and go down south to Dangriga, and we'll have Minister Rodwell Ferguson talking to us on camera.
Good afternoon. I am Harry Arzu reporting for Channel 5, Municipal Elections 2021. At this time, we have a representative for Stann Creek West, Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, with us. Minister, could you talk to us about your, give us your take on today's municipal election since you're here in Dangriga?
Well, I did my prediction from last night that the PUP is going to win the South. Even though I'm in Dangriga since morning, the turnout was very, very slow. I believe it reached about 26 to 27% so far. So I don't see it going beyond 40% at the end of the day. But regardless of the circumstances, it appears that the PUP is going to win.
Why do you think the movement is so slow here in terms of people coming out to vote?
It's normally for a town council election. People not too aggressive when it comes to town council, when it comes to general, then they are aggressive. And especially like the general just gone about 3 months ago, people are relaxed.
Do you think this could be a litmus test? This could be a test for the new government that came?
Well, it could be a test for both political parties, but at the end of the day, whichever party wins, that will be a success for them. That's why I say even if the numbers drop and the PUP win, it's a victory. And we are going to celebrate the victory.
All right, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson.
Okay.
This is Harry Arzu reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2021.
Thank you very much, Harry Arzu. We're just trying to see if there has been any change in terms of the
overall
numbers. It's count
for the country is about 42% now, so hopefully we'll see well over 50%, man, by the time we close the polls, and I'm happy that it's beginning to jump up, and again, we expect to see that little spike, if you want to call it that, between 4 and 6 o'clock. It's now, what time is it now? It's a quarter of 5, so we have an hour and 15 minutes before the poll closes. So please come out and vote. Be a part of the process. Help the country to find solutions, no?
And just before we jump back into our conversation, we want to remind people the polls close at 6. That's one thing. Curfew.
But if you are in the line at 6, you will be allowed to vote.
You have a window of to still get home in time before the curfew. Sale of liquor is prohibited between 6 p.m. and 5 a.m. So last call, if you want to go stock up.
You could sell liquor today, during the day? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And loitering is not allowed in any place. I think those are the main things that we want to make sure that you are aware of in terms of the changes for today. And of course, wear your mask, wash your hands, protect yourself, practice social distancing, and we like to say it, hands, face, and space. Those are the things that you should have as a current part of your reality now. But going back to what you were saying earlier, you know, the value and some of the legislative reforms that need to be put in place. This government also has a supermajority, which means that there's nothing stopping them from
the reforms.
Doing the sweeping changes that needs to be done. So, you know, the hope that exists will be also determined by, you know, by action, and for quite a number of people. Earlier, when we were having conversations prior to you joining us on the panel here, one of the things that, you know, was a bit disconcerting for me, you know, was a narrative going around that there's voter fatigue and there's this and there's that. I think that we have to make sure that people understand that, you know, you have a responsibility to remain engaged.
That's right.
That's how you keep people accountable. You know, you can't get tired. You know, this is like you're building your house, and when you're almost halfway through, you start saying, but you know, it takes too long, I'm tired. So what you're going to do, you have to stick it out and get it done if you want to move into your house. This is our house we're building, and you're not just building it for yourself, you're building it for future generations, for your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, etc. So you need to...
You will only get out of this democracy what you put into it. I keep telling people that if you want the democracy to work for you, you have to work for it. It's not going to happen. We've seen that for too long. So we have to remain engaged. One of the big things, talk about people not wanting to get engaged. I've been reading some reports the other day that speaks about productivity in this country and why we cannot compete in certain areas. And this is from the World Bank, by the way. And it speaks to Belize needing to transfer skills and employability to our workforce, especially our youth. So we've been spending so much money on education over the years, and what have we really gotten from it? Over the last decade, has our standard of education improved? Are we making our people more productive? Or have we made them more dependent? That's key if we want to be productive and competitive as a country. Do we have the vision? Obviously, we never have the vision for the last decade. We failed miserably in that regard, because let me tell you what the World Bank is saying. It is saying that we ranked, they did what they call average labor productivity growth study in Belize. And they compared us with other countries in the region. And we ranked 83rd out of 101 countries in agricultural labor productivity. We ranked 89 out of 101 for industry. And we ranked 96 over 101 countries for services. So we're failing in all these areas. And what does that mean if you have a non-productive labor force? Because the people have not been retooled or trained, it means that we become less competitive. So we need vision, and we need people to work together in all these areas, William.
It's true.
All these areas. We've spent so much money as a country on buildings that we can't use, highways that we can't use right now, and we fail to invest in the people of this country. Right?
Well,
and those investments that we made, we really have to ask, did we make our people more independent or more dependent?
And I think, you know, when we look at the monies that we dedicate to education, we also have to look at it realistically and see what is the wage bill for that sector, right? Because I think that's a key part of it. If we're not going to, you know, move into STEAM education and do other things that are innovative.
Yeah.
Even IT vet, some years ago, you know, had the opportunity to visit Canada, and the IT vet is pretty much what they call colleges, right? They're four-year colleges, and they run alongside, parallel to universities. So you can go and you can get all the theory that you want, and you can have a university degree, but then you may have to go and get a certification coming out of a college. So if you are a tradesman, whether you're a carpenter, an electrician, etc., you have to go and spend a good chunk of your education there. And you can also retool people, you know, in any way. If I just want to go be an electrician, I can go to one of the colleges. And I think there's a lot of conversation about the IT vet and if there's any value in it. We have to bring value to it, because I know in Orange Walk, for example, they have a culture where people go and seek the skills that they want, and they go to the IT vet.
You know, I used to say when I was in the Senate, education should be an investment. And when you have a country spending 26% of its resources on education, you have to have expected outcomes for that investment.
True.
You can't just be spending. You have to have targets. You have to know what it is that we're making this investment for, and what is the expected outcome at the end of it. And I believe But it all ties in back again to the leadership that we need in this country, and leadership for vision, that has vision, right? Because it's easy to yap, but you know, to really govern and expect results, to really govern and deliver results, a whole completely different thing. And I wrap it up and I bring it around in this slide. This is why when we elect people, we should elect people, I believe, that have experience, that have vision, that can understand, that can communicate, that will work with the business community. So where do you see your business in 5 years, and what kind of workers or what kind of people, you know, will you need to grow your business? So how do we educate them? What direction are we going? You understand me? Or the government needs to come out and say, we're creating opportunities in this area. We're giving incentives for small businesses or for whatever to grow in this area, so you know what kind of people to train and in what direction. You know, but it takes work. It not take talk, it takes work.
Action.
And action, people that are dedicated to work. So
let's take a little break, and we're looking at the figures. 42% overall turnout so far for the country, but we're going down to Punta Gorda. We're going to be talking with Councillor candidate Municipal.
Good day. We're reporting live here at the St. Benedict at the People's United Party tent, and as up to 4 p.m. there has been a total of 1,181 votes have been cast. That gives us a total of 44% of the total registered voters in this municipality. And I have with me Moses Kalt. Moses, how are you today? How is the day going? How is the day going?
Well, today has been really an exciting day, actually very tiresome too.
Yeah, tell us the dynamics. So what is going on?
Well, this
from
morning,
your area, from your tent here.
Well, this is one of the new polling stations in Denville of St. Benedict RC. I think this morning we started off pretty well. A lot of voters came out this morning, and then later on during the day they came in slowly, but we had a steady move. People are coming in to vote. I think that it is pretty slow. Maybe one of the factors could have been because it is not a public and bank holiday and people are working, no? But we believe that, as you can see now, people are out. As I think it's because they're off their working time, and then they're out here voting and supporting us.
Yeah. Now it's crunch time. We have like an hour and a half to the closing of the polls. You think there are more people coming in? You have different teams. I see a lot more PUP buses and trucks transporting or moving around.
Yes, I think it clearly shows that the people are ready for a change, and that we feel confident enough that we will secure the 7th seat here in Punta Gorda town.
What are some of the first projects or first priority projects you're going to look at if you should take office?
Well, based on the concerns of the residents, I mean, once elected into office, the first thing we're going to look at is the condition of the road. As the residents know, the streets are in the most deplorable conditions ever, and both area representative Toledo West and Toledo East have committed to us that once we secure the seat, works on the streets will commence shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kal. And of course, this is Aurelio Show reporting live in Punta Gorda at the St. Benedict polling station, municipal elections 2021.
Thank you very much, Aurelio Show, and of course giving us an update from Punta Gorda. But we now go to Orange Walk to Belmopan. And we have an update. We have Andre Marsden giving us an update there.
Q. Hi, good afternoon. We're here again in Belmopan, this time in front of Garden City Primary School. Garden City Primary School is the voting station for Belmopan Central. That for some years now has traditionally been the prime voter count for attaining victory in Belmopan. Earlier this morning, the first time we gave you the counts, it was to tell you that although only a few of voters had come out by then, most of those were from Belmopan East. It seems now that those numbers have evened out, and although Belmopan East is considered a stronghold for Oscar Mira and therefore for his PUP mayoral candidate, well, not his candidate, but the PUP mayoral candidate, Ms. Sharon Palacio, Belmopan Central is probably where the fight is really going to come down to when it comes to clenching a solid victory or a solid percentage. As of 4 p.m., we had a total voter turnout of 40%, a bit higher than I expected based on the rate that it was going so far. 40% of the total voter turnout as of this evening, and while before that it was just around 24%. So as predicted, we saw that big jump from the lunchtime rush to those afternoon workers coming out, probably leaving work early or returning from working out of district, coming home, casting their votes, and taking that number up. It started really slow in the morning, and it has certainly picked up, though certainly not as much as it has in previous years. We are still standing by, looking for more information, trying to get more of the candidates out, and as you can probably imagine, with multiple voting stations, they've been circling in multiple different places, multiple different areas, and it's a bit hard to track them down, but we'll be doing our best, and we'll be coming back to you with updates later on. For now, I'm Andrew Marsden from Belmopan, Municipal Elections 2021 for Channel 5.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andre Marsden. Of course, that's coming from Belmopan. That's one of the reports that we have there, and we're now at the 5 o'clock hour, which means we're in our final sprint to the closure of the polls. And
1 hour to go, and we encourage
go.
everybody to come out. We're almost 43%, so certainly I'm hoping that we'll see over 50%, and that's better than many had expected, but I'm hoping it'll be a little higher than that. I'm going to be optimistic. I think people realize we have to work the process, but I think we have another interview.
Yeah, we have Jose Sanchez coming to us from Benque. Jose?
Good afternoon, Channel 5 viewers. I'm coming to you from Kaya, Jose Sanchez. I have some updated numbers for Benque Viejo. We have actually, so in terms of registered voters, there are 4,191 registered voters in Benque. At polling area 83, that's, to give you the breakdown, that's 4,098 registered voters. And at polling area 84, there are 693 registered voters. Now for the breakdown, for 84, there are only 310 individuals who have voted at polling area 84 as of 4 p.m. And at polling area 83, that's 1,490 voters for polling area 83. So combined, that means that 4 p.m., the total registered voters who have voted is 1,800. And after you do the math, that comes up to 42.9% or 43% of Benque Viejo, Del Carmen folks who have come out to register at 4 p.m. Those numbers can go up a little bit more, up to 6 p.m. But that's all we have for you regarding Benque at this time. Thank you, and back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Jose Sanchez, there in Cayo. Of course, in this last hour, this is when people really start deciding if 5 o'clock, it was not a holiday today, so you're off work now, and this idea that you need a holiday to go out and vote, is something that, especially in these difficult times, is not the best approach. If people are going to go out and vote, they're going to adjust their schedules to make sure that they do. Either you get up early and do that before you go to work. Plus, most business places provide, the leeway for you to actually make your way to the polls. So
what's interesting is that Corozal is doing much better than the national average right now. So is Belize City is doing below, except San Pedro is way above. San Pedro seems to be a little below Corozal. %, which is below average, and Toledo is a little above average. So we have mixed results, but Belize City overall is being reported is 35% turnout. So the Belize City voters, for some reason, have not been motivated to come out, and one has to question why.
Low voter turnout in Belize City, about 35.9%.
Right.
That number is being dragged up for the Belize on the district level because San Pedro has had such a stellar turnout in terms of 52.44%. Corozal is doing well, and actually at 55%. Earlier in our coverage today, we saw the leader of the opposition make his way to Corozal, and now we're going to catch up with the Prime Minister, John Bisenyo, as he makes his circle there in Corozal.
Let's talk about what's happening here in Corozal. I know you've been around here, you're trying to make sure that we can touch everybody, reach out, but let's talk about what's happening here in Corozal, where there are two elections taking place here, municipal and the by-election for Corozal.
Well, it's unfortunate that we are having two elections. With the loss of Dito Vega, he was our colleague, our brothers in arms, and unfortunately he lost the battle with COVID-19. So today now we have his sister, Elvi Vega, who has been out there working very hard. And I'm very pleased and excited about Elvi. She's an educator, she has been a community worker, she has worked for the party, and she's well known in the community. So we are starting afresh with somebody new. We're starting with a new person, a fresh person. Unlike the UDP that they're trying to recycle all the failed politicians. So I believe that the difference between the two of them is very clear, and I'm confident that they're going to vote for Elvi as the next representative. For the municipal election, then of course, then here we have Dito, we have Rigo and his team. They had a very hard time the first 3 years because they got no help from central government, and the same person who is running against Elvi was the mayor, and he left a financial disaster in the town, and Rigo and his team had to try to clean that up and fix it up. And despite all of that, we have seen some improvements in Corozal town. Now imagine what more we can do with a PUP town council and a PUP central government. We have a better team, we're better organized, we're more energized, and I have confidence that that when the votes are counted, that Corozal will go blue once again.
Sir, we're seeing that at least the turnout is not up there when compared.
And there you had it, of course, because you have the by-election running, concurrently with the municipals. Definitely that might account for the high voter turnout in Corozal. 55%. They're setting the pace there for voter turnout countrywide. Second is San Pedro. But of course, it's rather a tragic story too that Dito Vega, after winning, actually succumbed to COVID. Very, very sad story there.
He passed away on the day of the inauguration of the house, the first sitting of the house. And it's the truth is, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, that explosion we saw in COVID was a clear example of flawed policy. The private sector had made many approaches to government to get involved in testing because the protocols throughout the world called for more aggressive testing. Test. And we took the position that we were only going to be testing people at one stage, only people that displayed symptoms, which is ludicrous and foolhardy, because we know that 98% of the people will not display symptoms, yet we refuse to be aggressive with testing. So right away you can see the impact. We lost many good people in this country.
We did.
Because of that foolhardy policy and the lack of will to work with the private sector. Because the doctors, you remember the medical community had come out and said, look, we need to change the way we're managing this thing. We're not following good common worldwide practices. We need to test. Bring in the private sector to help you if you don't have all the resources.
Well, I think a big part of what this pandemic has taught us is that, you know, bringing people to the table and not assuming that you are the authority and end all of all information. You know, we have seen globally how, for example, right now in the UK, they have a projected open up date based on, you know, their vaccinations, etc. I think, you know, everything is flexible. And the unfortunate thing, this is one of those real life situations where when you make a mistake, it costs lives. And that's the sad part.
Well, the sad part is that most of the decisions made in Belmopan will cost lives some way or the other. It is more vivid in COVID, but the decisions or the lack of good decisions in Belmopan has caused the loss of many lives and livelihood in our country. So that's why it is critical again to ensure that the people that you send to Belmopan have the vision and understand what it takes to turn this country around. And it's not just all about, you know, yapping like little barking dogs, making noise, and knowing what should be done when you're in opposition and not doing it when you're in government.
Yeah.
And I make no apologies for saying that.
We're going to press the pause button on our conversation just for a minute as we make our way to Corozal and conversation with Compal Chester Williams.
Polling area number 39 at Our Lady of Guadalupe, and no other than the Commissioner of Police, Chester Williams, is here. Sir, let's talk about, you know, first of all, I know you guys went into this election just like we did back in the general elections with a strategy to ensure that our people, yes, they're staying safe, but also that they're adhering to the quarantine regulations that are in place.
Yes, of course, and you would know that every major event that occur that would affect policing, we would normally put in place our strategy that we'll execute. And elections are no different. The only difference with this election and previous elections, other than the 2020 general election, is the fact that we have to also strategize in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, in our briefings to our officers who are working as a part of the election process, we emphasize to them the need for their personal safety, as well as to ensure that the provisions of the quarantine regulations is adhered to, while still enforcing the election rules. And so our officers are out today, they know exactly what to do. And while yes, we see a few infractions being committed, we try our best to speak to people rather than arresting people on this day. Yes, it does not mean that no one is going to be arrested. But we try our best. We understand that people are out with a view to exercise their vote, and we don't want to deprive anybody of that right to vote in this time. And so, from a policing standpoint, we are prepared. You'll know that under the revised quarantine regulations, it created additional offenses. You have the offense of persons who are not supposed to be loitering or wandering around.
And there you had it, of course, Compal Chester Williams all the way in Corozal. We have 46 minutes. The tracker is on in your upper right-hand corner of your screen. 46 minutes, 34 seconds, and we're heading out west to Jose Sanchez to get an update.
Good evening, Channel 5 viewers. Are coming to you live from Santa Elena RC School. We just spoke to Mr. Hugo Morano, who's given us some stats. So for Santa Elena, there's actually 4,688 registered voters. Now, this is what has happened throughout the course of the day. So there were 1,661 ballots which were issued. However, 3 of them were spoiled. So minus 3. Those that were actually cast, if you minus 3, is 1,658 votes, right? So and when you add it up, that's do the calculation, it comes out to about 35.4% of the voters in Santa Elena throughout the day. So that's very slow. So imagine at least up to the 4 p.m. figures, you only had 35% of the registered voters come out for Santa Elena. And that's 1,661. So coming through to 6 p.m., it's unclear if there's going to be a jump, but it seems that it's another low voter turnout in Santa Elena. All right, back to you.
All right, and talking about voter turnout, according to the elections and government elections and boundaries. I was reading their website, but with the GIS technology, that they're utilizing, 43.97% at this point. We have 45 minutes or just about before the polls close. Remember, if you're in line before 6 o'clock or at 6 o'clock, you'll then be allowed to continue with the process and vote. So we're hoping that that we'll at least reach the 50% countrywide. Okay, Toledo has seen a surge. They're at 52.61%. Right. Stan Creek is still at about 39.5%, maybe.
And again, it could be delayed reporting from these areas. But let me say this, and we should congratulate the elections and boundaries, because I think they're doing a much better job at updating at a more rapid pace, which is key. So we thank them for that.
That again is the utilization of technology. ArcGIS and GIS is exactly what we need to do, because data is king.
And they're well connected with a very good telephone company that's nationally owned.
Aye, Chairman.
So we're connecting them.
Yeah. Belize City has gone up to 44.02%, but Belize City is...
Well, that's Belize District,
sorry. Yeah. Belize City is now at 38.5 more or less percent. Orange Walk is at 42. Cayo is still around the 41%. Benke is where the action is happening. But Corozal definitely is outperforming everybody in terms of voter turnout. And as we said, maybe it's just because there's more at stake. That is a key driver for people getting in and out. I don't know if you drove around the city prior to making your way to the studio and what it looked like.
Well, on my way over, I did pass several polling areas, and quite frankly, I saw more people affiliated with the political parties than voters. I mean, and even when I went to vote this morning, there were maybe 3 or 4 people. I went to vote about 10 o'clock this morning. I thought I'd avoid the early rush. But yeah, it's been slow. And I must say, again, talking about the elections and boundaries, that it was well set up. It was you felt very safe. The whole process was relatively well orchestrated, because you had people outside sanitizing your hands. You had enough police officers there. They were telling you where to stand, where to wait, and the process inside was smooth. People kept their distance, that kind of thing. So I think, people should not be afraid to come out and vote. So just come out with your masks and protect yourself, no? Keep your distance.
And we're almost at 40 minutes. But we're going to go all the way down south. We're going to be speaking now with Minister Oscar Requena in Punta Gorda.
Gorda is Benedict area, one of the polling stations, and we are with the Honorable Minister Oscar Requena. I know. Tell me what role you have to play in the whole municipal elections campaign.
Well, Aurelio, I must say that I am a PUP, and it is my duty to be out here supporting our municipal candidates for the People's United Party, and that's what we have been doing since morning.
Have you visited all the polls, I assume, no? And what has been the feedback coming from all the different polls?
Well, we have visited the different polling stations, and I must say that, you know, the turnout seems to be pretty low. You know, up to about 4 o'clock,
44%,
right,
4 o'clock,
which is low. But I am anticipating that in the next 2 hours we should see that number pick up. No,
we have 1 hour away.
Right,
this is crunch time right now.
Exactly, and I believe that in the next hour we should see those numbers going up because it's cooler. People are a lot of them are finishing up their jobs, and I guess people are now going to take the opportunity to come and cast their vote.
You think the pandemic can be factor into why people haven't really
I believe so. I believe that some people are still scared. People prefer to avoid big crowds. So that could possibly be a factor as to why people are coming out slower than usual. But I must say that overall we believe that in the last hour we should see an increase in the percentage of people coming out to cast their vote.
Okay. From now on, I know that you mentioned about your support for the candidate running for the People's United Party. Anything else you want to add to that in terms when he wins? What happens? And
no, I just want to say that we're asking the people of Punta Gorda. They still have an hour more to go. We're asking them to please come out and cast their vote for Charles and the 6 other members of the People's United Party team. We need a PUP town council, because we have a PUP central government, and I will say to you that when we have the government, the central government working along with the municipal body, the town council, there's a lot that we can accomplish, and certainly our Prime Minister is determined to support a PUP town council, and definitely I must say that we in government are going to do everything to support our municipal body that is elected today here in Punta Gorda, because the United Democratic Party has had their term. They've been here for 6 years, 2 terms, right. And it is time to give the People's United Party an opportunity.
I like that argument. 6 years is enough. Now the time to give someone else a chance. We're still here looking at our countdown as we move towards the closure of the polls. Of course, our coverage will continue until all results are in. And even with the voter turnout being low, we know that there is going to be a winner because it's a simple majority. If you win by 1,
first past the post.
Yep, that's it. You're in office. Yeah. So I think it's going to be very exciting. I like some of the trends that we've been talking about from today, the increased participation of women, the increased participation of independent candidates, the increased participation of youth. Very encouraging.
I agree with you totally. I'm going to say this, and I hope I don't get into trouble for saying it. But if you look at the numbers and the educated people in our society, generally speaking, the ones that are going, as a greater percentage and finishing university and high school and sixth form, they're women. They're they're becoming more educated than the men. So we have a lot of skills out there that we can get from these women you know, who are intelligent and who have capacity to. So I'm happy to see that that women are becoming more and more involved, because that's 50%.
Younger.
Well,
younger women.
Yeah, but you know, women
we had a
in
conversation.
general, but that's 50% of your population, you know. So if you discard them, and I think the numbers are around 30%, 29% or something like that, women compared to men, right? Somewhere in that range. So it means that we're missing out, you know, on a portion, on a pool that could be contributing significantly. So I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see the blend of youth that's coming in too, because you need to start training. You know, you need to start. They need to go through a process of learning, and youth brings energy and vigor and vibrance, but they have to be tamed by wisdom and by experience as well. So it's good to start bringing in these new faces so that they can grow. Because when we're young, sometimes
you have to push down the fence.
Well, but you know, that's a debate we can have. The ideal situation is that you want your young people to be in a process of growing and training. So that they can eventually, you know, learn. You know, you know, come to knowledge just overnight or because you're young. It takes a while for you to grow. So we should be training and investing in training young leaders in this country, giving people an opportunity to truly grow.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier, just, you know, having worked in education for a large part of my life, and even at the tertiary level, at the university, where you saw the struggle for Belize, like many other Caribbean nations, is actually for the inclusion of men in education. Boys in education is a major challenge for us. And I think that is very noteworthy, because when you look at the leadership in political parties, it's still male dominated. But, you know, experience has also taught me that quite a number of women work in the background, and they are the ones who do the heavy lifting very, very often. You know, we of course look at the race that we have in Belmopan, where you have Sharon Palacio and you have Jackie Burns vying for the mayoral seat. So we know that we'll have a female mayor definitely coming out of Belmopan. It's very interesting times that we have, that we live in, and it's how you make sure that people who want to lead have that opportunity. You know, it's not an easy road, and you have to make sure that you're not sensitive to touch, because it's not going to be easy. But that's a major part of what we're seeing, and I think both.
You know, let me say something here though. But regardless of who you put in, you know what Mayor Bernard said this earlier today was very impactful. He said, "Look," he said, "what I did was, we would meet with the whole team and we would arrive at a consensus." That's the way you want. Yes, bring more women into it. Yes, bring fresh faces into it.
Yeah, you don't get a pass because you're female, or because you're youth.
Right. You need to be able to work and lead and arrive at consensus.
And I like another thing that I liked about the slates from both the UDP and the PUP in Belmopan. There were 3 males and 3 females on both slates. And talking of that, we're going now to Belmopan, where we'll have double interviews with councillor candidates, 1 UDP and 1 PUP.
All right, we're back here in Belmopan in front of Garden City Primary School, this time with UDP councillor candidate Miss Louise Willis. Miss Louise, how are you feeling?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident at this time.
All right, it's been a long day. I'm sure you guys have been at it since pretty early, and even since earlier in the week. How have the preparations been? How the how the things you put in place previously led up to today.
Yes, we have been out, you know, house to house. We have been out there, and before that, you know, we are the current city councillor, and we have been preparing. If you notice, Belmopan is one of the fastest growing municipalities in the country, and whenever people come to Belmopan, you know, they're always saying Belmopan is beautiful. Thanks to the city council that I've been a part of, that was able to beautify the city and keep the city at the level that it is at this time.
You mentioned your current position within the city council, and you're running once again. Am I right in saying that this would be, if you gain victory today, this would be your third term in the city council? Sorry about that. So this will be your third term in the Belmopan City Council. How does this election compare to the previous ones that we have had so far?
All right, yes, this is my third election. The other two were different from this one because of COVID at this time. We are not able to gather. We are not able to have, you know, all our supporters out here at this time. We are following as much as possible the rules of the election. I am a retired police officer, and I do not want to actually violate any of the laws that we are currently
And I'm sure that extends to the rest of your slate as well.
Yes.
What are some of the things that you guys have put in place for today to avoid violating any of those rules?
Yes, we have our taxis that have been going in the different areas, bringing out our people and sanitize and all that. So we have people in place in all the areas. At this time, you know, I'd like to take the opportunity to ask. It's almost 5:30, and I would like to take the opportunity to ask the residents of Belmopan that have not yet come out to vote, please come out and vote. Vote for the United Democratic Party.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Willis. We also have with us today PUP councillor candidate, Mr. Hope Amade. Hope, how have things been going so far?
We thank God things are okay so far. Although we have a little bit of a low turnout, but people are coming out gradually. Yes, we're looking good.
Now we're here at Garden City Primary. This is the polling station for Belmopan Central. Is there a particular tactic or a particular strategy to focusing on Central, or has that been, what's been the strategy for today?
What happened is that we have we went to as much houses as we can visit, and we have people that you know, have said to us, we are going to vote for you. So we have a pledge list. So we are, you know, focusing on getting out those numbers first, and then here, you know, there's this saying that election is won on election day. So we're here trying to see who we've not seen, convincing them and asking them to please, you know, give us the vote. Belmopan needs the change. You know, Belmopan needs a working city council. You know, people that work for them, and I do believe that PUP is the answer, and we have the right candidates, you know, to deliver for Belmopan residents.
And you're not a newcomer to municipal elections either. How does this election compare to the previous ones that you've been involved in?
I think the difference at this time is that the people actually are really fed up and tired. You can see the sentiment, you can feel it. People are, you know, people are coming up to say, yes, listen, it doesn't matter whether they are red or they are blue or any color. You know, people are complaining and people are tired and they want to see change. And I want the Belmopan residents to understand, when you elect anybody in the city hall, it is not about color. After election, we don't see no color, we don't see no red, we don't see no blue. We see Belmopan residents, and that is why we are here to work for the residents of Belmopan. And I do believe they see that in us, and that is why I do believe this is a different election totally. And we're looking forward to singing the victory song.
All right, thanks a lot, Hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So we are about an hour away from the close of polls, and we are still seeing people coming out, getting in that last-minute vote, and still seeing our candidates, both mayoral and councillor candidates, still working to ease their voters. We heard Mr. Amade mention that they are still working towards achieving their full pledge list. So it's coming down to the wire, and we're going to see how it all turns out in a few. For now, I'm Andrew Marsden for Municipal Elections 2021 for Channel 5.
UDP.
Thank you very much, Andre. And of course, we're looking at the statistics overall for the country. They're now at 47.56. Perhaps it will creep up to about 55, I think. And you're hopeful it will go to 60?
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be close to 60, but you know, some areas might reach close, but you never know.
Yeah.
Again, we normally expect a surge later on in the evenings. The numbers can be a little delayed, but interestingly, we have numbers now. We finally figured out how to use it. I think the Election and Boundaries Department are now saying that in the Corozal Bay by-election results, we've had a 64% voter turnout, and some 3,600 plus votes have been cast of a total registered of 5,700. So that's
on par with generals.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah. That's performing better than I think was anticipated this morning again. So that's going to be interesting to see what the results of that will be. It means that both parties have really gone out to bring in their candidate, no?
And when you look
bring
at
out the people to support them.
And when you look at the hourly tracker for voter activity there, we saw it starting very strong in around 8, and then it went on a downward spiral to about noon, and then 1, and then it really dipped between noon and 2 o'clock, and then there has been a steady increase, but we've seen a surge from 4
to 5.
Yeah. So we can expect a surge again between
5 to 6. Yeah.
So it has been
so
quite true to form for quite a number of what the reporters have been saying.
If there was a 500 vote, 496, 500 votes coming in, being reported in that hour, right, in that last hour, and we see another 500 in the last hour, that would take it around 70-something percent, 74, 75%. So it's going to be interesting to see. That's going to be the race. That's going to be the race there, no?
And it has that sentimental component to it, with the sister of former, representative Vega, Dido. So, the numbers there, as was pointed out, 64% more or less in terms of vote cast, and now we know countrywide. For the that's for the by-election. For the municipals, we're at around 47.
48.46 is the refreshed version, with Corozal being at almost 60% now, Orange Walk being 47%, Belize District being 47%, but of that Belize City is showing 40%, and San Pedro is now at 60%. Cayo District is showing 47%, with Benqueviejo having the highest turnout at 52%, and Belmopan is around 45%, and San Ignacio is around 46%. Stann Creek has gone up, made a big jump. They're now at 47%, and Toledo is at 52%. Again, for a country overall, in total of some 48+%. So close to 50%. So it's going to be interesting to see. It won't be as high as the turnout for the general elections. But it's going to be.
You saw people moving on that day, though, with a sense of urgency. There was great urgency,
Everybody wanted a change. People had made up their minds.
Whatever the motivation, they were urgent about it as well. But we're going to go now to an interview in Belize City. Take us away.
Yeah, folks, we're here and we're live from the College Division polling area number 19. Yep, 2,583 projected voters in this particular polling station, folks. It makes up part of the College Division. The other polling area, number 18, has 716 voters. That's the Frank Lesama Training Center on Magazine Road. And then Grace Primary School, that is Fabers Road, that's 28. 460 voters, a total of 3,759. And how many of those have turned out so far, I don't know. But maybe Dr. Alain Gonzalez, this is his third time around, because you won one, lost one, so this is your third. You won two. Last one. And I'm back again. This is your fourth time around.
Fourth time around.
Oh, yeah. Yes, boy, I'm going to lose count for you.
That's right.
Yeah, Dr. Alain Gonzalez, and like I said, we're in the College Division, and this is crunch time right now. How early have you been up, cuz?
Boy, Terry, for morning, man, we don't find like about 5:36. Yeah, and we've been out, we're trying to get the people out. You know, this morning was a bit slow because I don't know if it's a heat or what, but the turnout was good between 6 to like 10, then after 10 it's slowed down between 10 to like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. After 4, you saw people start coming out again, you know. So for right now, between the last couple of hours, 4 to 6 is when you have the biggest turnout.
This, of course, is a UDP stronghold. We're talking about College Division, which is Patrick's division.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely one of the better constituency in this whole city. I would say this is the opposition leader right now, Mr. Patrick Faber, stronghold. So we know what here we'll have a much better turnout than we have in other areas. And
has he been out in this particular area drumming up the support?
Well, he was here a bit earlier. I know he was in Corozal and in Orange Walk. He's been at different areas and different areas in the city as well. So he does pass around and give his support, not only here but to different constituencies as well, you know, because he wants to be spread throughout the whole city.
So why do you think you guys are going to get an opportunity to run the council another time? I mean, you were voted out 3 years ago, and now you know, with Urson Pickard at the helm,
right,
you're assuming that people are going to vote you back in.
Well, if I should be honest and say the truth, no, I mean, in the last 3 years, the same way we gave a city to them 3 years ago, the same way we're getting it back. I mean, honestly, there hasn't been much work from this current city council. So we believe strongly that the city has been abandoned, and we want to get back into office and change it around. When we were in with Daryl for the 6 years that I was in, there was so much work we did. We cemented 166 streets, we paved about 40 streets, we bring about 20 to 25 streets up to paved level standard, and we did all the renovation of the parks, and there were so many more works that we did, infrastructure, social programs. And now, I mean, if you really look at the city council that's in right now, they had a mandate and they feel like they mandate, you know. So we are ready to get back in. I think the people have noticed this, the people have seen this, and the people want to change. People want to see the city continue to grow the way it was growing before.
With less than half an hour to go, right. It's do or die right now, Doc. If you haven't done it yet from morning, it's not going to happen again.
I agree totally, and that's why I want to encourage all the voters that are out there. If you haven't come out to vote as yet, this is the last time. The sun is down, the shade is in, the polls are closed at 6, but once you're in that line before 6, you can vote. So I just want to encourage you, come out to vote, because once you're in that line before 6 o'clock, they can't stop you from voting, okay? If there's 100 people in that line before 6, 100 people have to vote. So come out to vote, Belize City residents, and come and cast your votes, because each vote matters.
Good. Dr. Alain Gonzalez, as we mentioned, folks, he's been there, done that before as a part of other UDP city councils, and so with such limited time, we'll see what's going to happen. And the voting, of course, the tallying will commence shortly after 6. So we'll see how that comes around. So this is Terry G on the MIC, along with Denver Fairweather. We are live on 5 for municipal elections 2021.
Okay, there you had Terry G on the MIC. All right. And we're now moving into our final 15 minutes, just about. We're at 18 minutes, but this is where the sprint begins. All right, if you're not in line to vote yet, you have to make sure that you're making your way there by foot or car or bike. Get there. Just get there before 6 o'clock. The overall count for the municipal for the entire country is at 48.53%. Meanwhile, for the by-elections, we were at 64% in terms of voter turnout. So not bad, given everything that we know about the elections and the energy or lack thereof in terms of what we see happening. So it's going to be very interesting because getting people out at this time, you know, some people were talking about, like you said, you were being asked, no incentivized participation in the political process at this point, or reduced, if you can't say none, right? So all of that is a factor, but we know also that looking at the narratives that were circulated in terms of at the municipal level, a big part of it is, do you want that alignment or you don't want that alignment? Do you believe that the alignment is key or you don't believe that alignment is key? I think if we were able to conduct exit polls, we could have asked what are the guiding issues. Some people were talking about streets and drainage and jobs and everything else, but it would also have been an important exit poll question to ask whether alignment between central and municipal governments are important to you as a voter.
There's an interview now.
All right, and here we go to OJ and Isani Cayetano. Let's hear what they have to say.
We're here with the UDP Freetown Standard Bearer, Urson Ellerington, OJ, and we're trying to get from him a sense of what it has been like today, trying to bring out voters from the constituency to vote for the slate that is led by Urson Pickard as the mayoral candidate. Good evening, OJ.
Evening, Sonny, and evening, Belize.
What has it been like? You've been out here since the morning, since the opening of polls at 7 o'clock, and I'm almost certain that you've toiled all day to try to get as many people out. Talk to us about that.
Yes, Sonny. Ultimately, we did our best. I think that our machinery worked well. We brought out the persons who expressed their interest in coming out today, and I am happy with the great work of my team. You know, ultimately we live in a democracy, and so persons will decide what they think is best, and we respect that democracy and whatever is the decision of the people.
You were, as the legal representative of the United Democratic Party, filing a claim to try to disqualify the mayoral candidate who has served a full term of office from doing so for a second term.
Yes.
What happened there, and where did the technicality in all of that lie?
Well, again, the claim by his attorneys was that he was not personally served, and that by the rules that he should be personal, that there are special, unique procedures when it comes to election petitions, and he was not personally served. We disagreed with that fundamentally, but we thought that it wasn't worth the time nor the arguments before the court, and so we agreed that we would go about a process of personally serving him then, if that was what they wanted. And as you know, the case will proceed on April 19th. Well, I will tell you, I don't know if you know or you don't know, but today he was personally served right across the street, about 50 meters away from here. Not even 50 meters from here to there is what, about 50 feet? So I want to see what is going to be his claim now, because it is captured on camera. Hundreds of persons were out here and he was served. He refused to accept it, but he received it.
What happens, or what do you foresee happening should he be returned to office and then he has this matter hanging over his head come April 18th?
He will be disqualified. He will be disqualified. The law is very clear, lucidly clear, that you need to reside in Belize City for at least 1 year before the election. He is a registered voter at 240 Los Lagos, which is not a part of Belize City. The law is clear cut. So of course they will try to use every technical argument. They will try to, and maybe like I've said before, even maybe go before the court and lie. But ultimately, the facts speak for themselves. But we respect the decision of the court, and we will follow through with what we have, because again, our ultimate goal is to ensure that the rule of law is upheld. That is a fundamental principle in good governance. You cannot claim to want to govern a city and not want to obey the law. The law is clear.
All right, well said. That is the UDP standard bearer for Freetown, as I mentioned earlier, O.J. Ellerington, and he has been out here all day trying to get as much of his supporters to vote for the UDP slate led by mayoral candidate Orson Pickard.
Sonny, before you leave, I just want to use this opportunity to thank my team. Again, it is a team which is made up of mostly young persons. I mean, maybe 80% of the person, maybe greater than that, 90 to 95% of the persons who worked on this election day machinery were persons under the age of 25, and I want to say that they did a spectacularly good job, and I am proud of them. And whatever is the result, I am sure that they and Belize are better off, because young people believe in the democracy and choose to participate in this democracy. So I want to say thank you to my team.
There you have it, guys. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Isani. And we move from Isani's interview with O.J. Ellerington to an interview now with Minister of Education, Francis Fonseca.
With Freetown Area Representative and Minister of Education, Francis Fonseca. He has been instrumental today in bringing out as many supporters in favor of his party. Let's begin by discussing what were your initial expectations and what they are now that we're almost nearing the close of polls today.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, we had a massive turnout across the country on November 11th, and we certainly didn't expect that today. We expected turnout to be a little down, and I think that will be the case across the country. Turnout will be down. How much is yet to be determined. So we will see a fall in turnout here in Freetown as well. But what I can say is that I think we have been effective in turning out our people. And I think what will contribute significantly to the lower turnout is the fact that the UDP, it appears to me, and according to the reports I have received across the city, that they have not been able to mobilize their people. That certainly is the case in Freetown. So turnout will be down, and we always want more voter participation. But we are satisfied that we have done our job in terms of bringing out our supporters.
Are you confident that the entire People's United Party slate will be returned to office for another 3-year term?
Yeah, I am confident. I think based on the reports I've received throughout the day from our headquarters, we feel very confident that the PUP team led by Mayor Bernard Wagner will be returned to City Hall for another 3-year term.
Anything else you want to share with the viewing public?
No, I think it was, we're going through very challenging times. We're still in the grips of the COVID pandemic. We can't forget that. So I think people have been very, very responsible today. I've seen everybody wearing their mask, people trying to practice social distance as much as possible. So I really want to applaud the Belizean people. They came out, not in the numbers we would have wanted, but they've come out and participated in the democratic process. So we're very thankful to our supporters for coming out.
That was the Honorable Francis Fonseca, the area representative for Freetown, and of course he's also the Minister of Education.
Okay, and there we had the interview with Minister of Education Francis Fonseca. We now have an interview with Albert Vaughan, who's an incumbent city councillor.
And we're inside of an hour to the close of polls here today. How do you feel in terms of the turnout so far? Are you seeing a small increase in the number of voters who are coming out after 5 o'clock?
If you allow me to, before I answer your question, I'd just like to say, blessing to God, what a beautiful weather I have today. What a beautiful weather. And also thanks to the people who have voted me for 2018. And I'm asking them again to give me the opportunity to serve again. Yeah, The low turnout is a bit of concern, but what I'm certain is that our machine is working. We are bringing out our water. So we know what is in those bags or people that we are bringing out, right? So, we would have loved to see more people come out. At least I would have liked to see more people come out.
What were the efforts on your part and of course that of your area representative in terms of bringing people out from the Freetown constituency?
Well, like I just said a while ago, it is through our machine. The machine belongs to the area representative. I am a candidate for the city council election. City council don't have the machine. So we are using Francis and the Freetown machine, and I think that we are doing an excellent job. People are coming out. I would predict, earlier this morning I predict 60, I would predict about 52% by 6 o'clock would be out. Because if you notice, people are coming out now. It's not a holiday, and so people may not hurriedly get to the poll now, but after working time you will find that they will come to the poll now. So yeah, it's a bit low, but the beauty is that our people are coming out, right? And we are using the Francis Fonseca Freetown machine. So, and that is it's kicking excellent, right? Yeah.
Have you had a chance to look at the figures, the most latest numbers in terms of either 4 or 5 o'clock?
No. The last figure I looked at was like 3:30, and I think we were like 45% out. So that's why I predict 52 by 6 o'clock, because I know that there are many of our pickups are after 4 o'clock, right? So that's why I predicted that. But that's what I got there about 3:30. So yeah.
Is there anything else you want to share with the residents of Belize City? I know it's very difficult at this point to urge them to come out. We're just about 45 or so minutes away from the close of polls, but is there a particular message you would want to share with them?
Yeah, very importantly, I would like those at home to know that we are following the Ministry of Health and Wellness protocol. So we sanitize our vehicle, we keep sanitizing ourselves when we go into the polling area. It is so safe, right? And this election to us is a very important election for people to come out and vote. We are asking them to vote back a PUP City Council who will be working with a PUP central government. And so it is important for the welfare of the city, for the benefit. I mean, the city will benefit much more greatly. We have done a lot of work. I don't want to start on name the mafia, but we have done a lot of work, whether it be infrastructure or social. But that may only continue with a PUP government, right? Or get better, right? So that's what I have to say about it.
That is the PUP's councillor candidate running for a second term of office with the Belize City Council, and none other than Albert Vaughan.
Okay, we're back, and the numbers are slowly going up.
Yeah.
One has to question, what has contributed so much to this low voter turnout, and one has to obviously look at the continuation of exposure by the previous government, all these scandals that keep coming out, the issue in San Pedro, the issue again with the vehicles, and just one after the next, after the next, after the next. So I think that the voting today will reflect that, honestly.
And we're within just 3 minutes now.
Well, try and get, if you can't be there in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you are in the line, you're good. So, but I think it'd be a good exercise to try and have the press do some good exit polling after this, and conversations with the people to see, what really made them not come out, or why did they come out. In any case, maybe a lot of people are afraid, still, or they're very cautious about giving their opinions on camera. That is because our society is so small, So, but even if we have to blur them out, but I think we need to do some.
Well, I think the exit polls would be good in that, you can do it and have them drop it in a box and stuff. Those are some of the things that we have to start doing to get a better sense, instead of, wild speculations. We can start having baseline for data, so that we know exactly what. So we're now in the
2 minutes
final
away. Yeah.
2 minutes. So,
but I'm going to jump out ahead here and make a prediction that I don't think at this stage 2 minutes I'm going to influence anybody's vote. Or anybody that's watching TV would not be in the voting line right now. But I think that the PUP is going to be the overwhelming victors today. I don't think the people have forgotten about all that the UDP, and it's unfortunate perhaps in many instances, because you have politicians on the UDP side who perhaps had nothing to do, but they are still
collateral damage.
They're collateral damage. Their leaders are still out there, you know, defending wrongdoing, you know, and so they're going to pay the price for that. But it's going to give them an opportunity to rebuild and to self-evaluate, no, and hopefully democracy will be stronger after this.
Well said, actually. And we're now doing our final interview before the closing of the polls. We have Terry G. with Urson Picard, mayoral candidate for the United Democratic Party.
It's 6 o'clock, so if you're not in the line and you're welcome, call vote. That's it. But I want to talk to, of course, the UDP mayoral candidate, Urson Picard, and one of his councillor candidate, Ms. Kira Bowman, Stans Bowman, data folks, for those of you who know about cycling. Good evening to you folks.
Good evening, Terry. Good evening, Belize, and to those worldwide.
I don't know if it's going to be a good evening for whoever. We're going to find out in the next few hours, Urson.
Indeed, we already did our work. We campaigned all we could. Our machinery was in place today. We went out to, while it is that the councillor candidates and myself were at different polling stations and meeting and greeting our electorate, we still had to ensure that we get out our people, our personal people who wanted to come out and vote. And so we played a dual role today, and at the end of the day, we're feeling excited. I am feeling fulfilled because this journey is something that has been long in the making, and I placed everything on the line, and so I have nothing left in my pocket right now, and I'm not talking about money. I'm just talking about strictly all my efforts and my team's efforts. We placed it out all on the table, up on the basketball court. We never left nothing.
First thing I want to ask, why did you decide to get involved in politics at this level? I saw a glimpse of it a couple months ago when UDP was laying out their different, what was it, their manifesto, and you actually did a part for them, right?
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
And from that moment I said, I wonder. Yeah, and so I think that was just you getting your little dip in the water, getting your foot dip in the water, right?
Indeed.
Previews of coming attractions which we're seeing today.
Indeed. I guess we can frame it in that way and characterize it as such, maybe a little, but really and truly this has been something in the making for a very long time for me, and so I have